Chapter 1. Refusal to enter the palace. In the capital city, during the Mid-Autumn Festival, the fragrance of osmanthus blossoms wafted through the air. As the first light of dawn illuminated the horizon, Gu Xiyan lay languidly beneath her covers, reluctant to rise. "Miss, it's time to get up. Today is the day to pay respects to the old matriarch," urged her devoted maid, Zissou, who had been attempting to rouse her for the better part of a tea session. Gu Xiyan turned over, her eyes barely open. Mississippi Zissou called out once more, but Gu Xiyan was too drowsy to respond, burying her face deeper into her peach blossom-patterned quilt while covering her ears with her hands. Seeing her mistress stubbornly refusing to awaken, Zissou grew anxious that they would miss the appointed time for their visit. Resolutely, she sat by the bedside and gently coaxed Gu Xiyan out from her cocoon of blankets. With furrowed brows, Gu Xiyan leaned languidly against Zissou, who then cradled her in her arms and carried her to the elegant dressing table adorned with a 5-panel screen carved with dragon motifs. "Why must we rise early twice each month to pay our respects?" Gu Xiyan inquired, gazing into the mirror at her unadorned yet breathtakingly beautiful visage. "Lack of sleep will surely render me haggard." Cherishing the reflection of her delicate features, her lustrous black hair, porcelain skin, and finely sculpted features, with eyes that sparkled like dew, Gu Xiyan understood that beauty demands ample rest, otherwise dark circles would mar her countenance. Zissou, in feeling, skillfully assisted Gu Xiyan in her grooming. Having reached the age of maturity yesterday, she was now able to style her hair in numerous exquisite arrangements. "Miss, the old matriarch and the madam are truly kind elders. Many families require their younger generation to pay respects daily. You must seek a mother-in-law as amiable as they," Fueling remarked, deftly fashioning Gu Xiyan's hair into a single twist. From a gilded jewelry box, Zissou retrieved a white jade hairpin adorned with rubies and elegantly secured it in Gu Xiyan's hair. "Our master is the current prime minister, a trusted minister of the emperor who would dare show disdain to our miss? Indeed, our master is well known throughout the capital for his doting on you. When you expressed your disinterest in entering the palace, he spoke frankly to the emperor yesterday," Zissou added. "The emperor even harbored intentions of having their miss as the crown princess, yet their master remained unmoved." Zissou and Fueling exchanged banter, successfully dispelling Gu Xiyan's drowsiness. "You both speak as if your tongues are coated in honey." Having served Gu Xiyan since childhood, the trio shared a profound bond, and they understood her reluctance to enter the palace. The Crown Prince He Chengxu was a figure of stability, possessing an unparalleled beauty and excellence in both literary and martial arts, earning the adoration of both court and common folk. He was expected to marry, yet no crown princess had been chosen. The crown prince was known for his virtuous conduct, and with no concubines in the Eastern Palace, many unmarried young ladies in the capital could not help but harbor feelings for him. However, Zissou and Fueling believed that while the crown prince was indeed admirable, his father was formidable, and their master was merely a subject to the emperor. Should their miss face any grievances, their master would be unable to seek justice on her behalf. Most importantly, their master had no concubines. He had only dismissed a maid before marriage. Witnessing the love between her father and mother, Gu Xiyan had no desire to engage in the intrigues of a concubine, though they believed that only His Highness the Crown Prince was worthy of matching the beauty of their lady. Zissou and Fueling adorned Gu Xiyan with exquisite accessories, including earrings made of mutton fat jade, peony velvet flowers, and a necklace of crimson gold and rubies. Gu Xiyan found herself momentarily entranced as she gazed at her reflection in the mirror. Her father, Gu Xiyan, held the esteemed position of prime minister, a trusted confidant of the emperor, while her uncle, Lu Jiashu, was the Duke of Cheng, stationed at the northern border. Gu Xiyan stood as the most powerful noblewoman in the entire Great Xia, surpassing even the princess in favor. The current emperor and empress had no legitimate daughter. Despite Gu Xiyan never having entered the palace or attended to the imperial consorts in the western or southern gardens, she still benefited from her father's esteemed status, receiving silks and rare treasures bestowed by the emperor at her comingafage ceremony. The emperor even had the empress gift her a 7-tailed phoenix hairpin. Fortunately, her father, Gu Xiyan, cherished her and had no intention of sending her into the palace. From a young age, Gu Xiyan contemplated her future, resolutely deciding against marrying into the royal family. She sought a husband whose lineage could be managed by her father and herself. The man had to possess good looks and stature, free from troublesome mothers-in-law or sisters-in-law. Most importantly, Gu Xiyan preferred that he had no concubines or courtesans. She found it unjust that she should share her future husband with other women she desired to have but one man. Her father, uncle, and cousins were indeed exemplary husbands in the Great Xia, yet they too had had concubines before marriage. This struck Gu Xiyan as profoundly unfair. Thus, she began casting her net wide from a young age, striving to find the fish most suited to her. However, she noticed that in recent years, those men who caught her either became engaged or married, leaving her feeling quite vexed. Yet, on reflection, she reassured herself that her parents would surely choose a suitable husband for her, and so she set aside her concerns. After changing her attire, Gu Xiyan donned a dress of delicate hua brocade, adorned with a cloud pattern and butterflies. The color, known as ying, was a soft hue, pinker than freshly bloomed peach blossoms, which could easily appear unflattering. Nevertheless, Gu Xiyan's fair complexion illuminated the dress, enhancing her beauty, making her even more radiant than the flowers. In the Chunhui courtyard, Gu Xiyan observed as the maidservants assisted the elderly matriarch in changing and washing up. Seizing the moment, she presented a cup of rinsing tea at her grandmother's lips, while the maid, Ming Xiang, stepped forward with a spittoon, prompting Gu Xiyan to retreat a step. Grandmother, is it true that elder sister has no intention of entering the Eastern Palace? Once the elderly matriarch had completed her washing, Gu Xiyan stepped forward to support her towards the main hall. The elderly matriarch, with a kind and amiable expression, turned to Gu Xiyan, who had come to serve her before her two daughters-in-law. Xiyan, I am aware of your affections for His Highness the Crown Prince. However, should you enter the Eastern Palace, you would only become a concubine, not the Crown Princess. It was not favoritism on her part, rather. Gu Xiyan's father, Gu Xiyan, was the prime minister, and, as his legitimate eldest daughter, she had the qualification to be considered for the position of Crown Princess. In fact, looking across the court, aside from the princesses, no other noblewoman possessed the esteemed status of Gu Xiyan. Gu Xiyan's father, Gu Yuan, was the matriarch's second son, having reached the rank of Deputy Minister of Rights. The eldest daughter of a deputy minister could hardly be compared to Gu Xiyan in terms of eligibility for the role of Crown Princess. Madame Gu originally intended for Gu Xiyan to enter the palace as the Crown Princess. With her cousin Gu Xiyan's support, Gu Xiyan's marriage to her maternal family's eldest grandson, Qian, would also provide assistance to the Qi family. Madame Gu, whose maiden name was Qi Fenghua, hailed from the prestigious Qi family of Jinling. Her eldest grandson, Qian, had already achieved the status of a scholar at the tender age of 17, awaiting the upcoming spring examination with great confidence of securing a second-grade position. With a promising eldest son, Madame Gu inevitably favored her legitimate second son, as the disparity between a prime minister and a mere vice minister of rights is considerable. Yet, she was acutely aware that her eldest son, Gu Xiyan, was not someone she could easily manipulate, for the Gu family would continue to rely on him in the future. Thus, despite her deep affection for Gu Yuan, she could not openly display it, especially since His Majesty held Gu Xiyan in higher regard than even the royal princes. Chapter 2. Preparation for the meeting. Gu Xiyan felt a deep sense of resentment, while she harbored no particular obsession with the crown prince. Why was it that what she could attain was merely a charity bestowed by Gu Xiyan? Gu Xiyan was the legitimate eldest daughter of the esteemed minister Gu Xiyan from the prominent Gu family, receiving the same monthly allowance of 20 taels as Gu Jingyan. Subsequently, Gu Xiyan, in conversation with the housekeeper, Madame Lu Shuang, proposed that the allowance for legitimate daughters should not be differentiated by gender, thus remaining at 20 taels for all. Traditionally, daughters of the Gu family, regardless of their legitimate or illegitimate status, received a mere 2 taels monthly, excluding cosmetics and attire. Naturally, Lu Shuang acquiesced. After all, what was wrong with pampering her own daughter? Given that Gu Yuan had 2 illegitimate sons and 2 illegitimate daughters, she, merely the secondary aunt, did not wish to interfere with the affairs of the second branch. Gu Xiyan was deeply aggrieved, especially as her cousin Qian's affections seemed to gravitate towards Gu Xiyan. From a young age, He had treated Gu Xiyan with a special regard, yet Gu Xiyan remained indifferent to Qi Yan's feelings. Otherwise, how could Gu Wanning have a chance? Even her grandmother, who professed to dote on her the most, bestowed gifts upon her that Gu Xiyan also possessed. Her cousin, strikingly handsome and tall, was merely a scholar at present, even should he excel in the upcoming spring examinations. It would take at least 20 years to reach the esteemed position her father, Gu Yuan, currently held as a second-rank official in the Ministry of Rites. Gu Wanning longed to escape the overshadowing brilliance of her cousin Gu Xiyan, which rendered her akin to a mere performer in a play. Just yesterday, Gu Xiyan's coming-of-age ceremony was a grand affair, with the Empress herself presenting Gu Xiyan with a magnificent seven-tailed golden phoenix hairpin. Later that afternoon, her uncle Gu Xiyan rushed into the palace, claiming it was merely a coincidence that Gu Xiyan was to be married into the royal family, stating that it was the Emperor's directive to the Empress regarding Gu Xiyan's coming-of-age celebration. Countless times, Gu Wanning had cursed herself for not being Gu Yang's legitimate eldest daughter, for then both Gu Xiyan's beauty and lineage would have been hers. Her uncle Gu Xiyan, a minister of great repute, was deeply trusted by the emperor, maintained a pristine household, and cherished his daughter dearly. In contrast, her father Gu Yuan treated her and her half-sister with equal indifference. How could Gu Wanning reconcile herself to such a fate? Inside the spring sunshine hall, when Gu Xiyan finally made her entrance, all present had already assembled. Madame Lu Shuiying, the matriarch, was the first to speak. "Sire, you have kept everyone waiting yet again. Should this happen once more, your mother shall impose upon you the task of embroidery." Gu Xiyan, with an air of nonchalance, gracefully knelt to pay her respects and then lightly glided over to her grandmother's side. "Grandmother, please see that it was not I who delayed. Do advocate for me. It was you who said the time for greetings was during the Qin hour." With a playful nudge, she waggled her arm against her grandmother's. The old matriarch, fond of Gu Xiyan as she was her legitimate eldest granddaughter, took hold of Gu Xiyan's delicate hand and replied, "Sire is indeed correct. Moreover, our Sire is so tender and delicate. Why should she be tasked with embroidery when there are so many skilled seamstresses in the household?" Gu Xiyan flashed a sweet and obedient smile at her mother before performing her greetings to both her mother and her second aunt. Her father, second uncle, and cousins had come to the spring sunshine hall to pay their respects before retreating to the study. Gu Xiyan's sister-in-law, Su Qinghuan, was already 6 months pregnant, and thus the old matriarch excused her from the formalities. Consequently, only the women remained in the room. Gu Wanning gazed at Gu Xiyan, and together with her 2 half-sisters, they performed a respectful greeting. The elder sister, Gu Xiyan, politely returned a half-bow. Lu Shuiying looked at Gu Xiyan and remarked, "Sire, your arrival is quite timely. Your father has just acquired a booklet, and we can certainly assist you in selecting suitable matches for courtship." Gu Xiyan sighed inwardly and shifted to sit beside her mother. Why does the elder sister not wish to marry into the Easter Palace? The Empress bestowed upon you a pair of golden phoenix hairpins at your coming-of-age ceremony yesterday, a gift she did not even grant to her own niece, Gu Wanning said with a smile, although the undertone of her voice revealed a hint of bitterness. The second Madame Gu, Sun Miao Han, briefly flashed an inscrutable emotion in her eyes, yet her expression remained unchanged. Gu Wanying's 2 half-sisters, Gu Wanqing and Gu Wanling, silently diminished their presence, hesitant to speak. Gu Xiyan harbored complex feelings towards her cousin, Gu Wanning. While she was not malicious, Gu Wanying's youthful ambition and competitive spirit were rather pronounced. However, Gu Xiyan was not the type to indulge her younger cousin, as she herself was quite self-serving. Both were novices in the realm of adulthood, so why should Gu Xiyan concede to Gu Wanning? Gu Xiyan would extend a certain degree of kindness towards her cousin within her own limits, yet would not overindulge. As the legitimate eldest daughter, Gu Xiyan was the fulfillment of her father, Gu Yang's long-held desire, and he had determined that her treatment would be comparable to that of her elder brother. Gu Jingyan, at the tender age of 5, upon learning that her cousin from her uncle's family received a monthly allowance of 2 taels of silver, Gu Xiyan had requested her mother to grant Gu Wanning a monthly allowance of 20 taels as well, lest she seem to lag behind as the legitimate offspring. Little did she know, Gu Xiyan interpreted her kindness as a sign of softness. Within days, she began to play on emotions, borrowing jewelry gifted by Gu Xiyan's brother under the pretext of wearing it for a few days and subsequently never returning it. Gu Xiyan was inherently selfish. She only permitted what she willingly bestowed, refusing to let others take advantage of her. Since turning 5, her enthusiasm towards Gu Xiyan had considerably waned. Thus, when hearing Gu Xiyan's somewhat resentful remarks, Gu Xiyan merely accepted the small booklet from her mother's hands. Was so good about being a crown princess. I aspire to find a man like my father. I have no desire to engage in constant intrigue. Though Gu Xiyan did not articulate her thoughts overtly, the expressions of her aunts subtly shifted. Nevertheless, she cared little for such matters. What use was reputation? With a father of such stature, it would be too stifling to live a life devoid of freedom. Ignoring the gazes of those around her, Gu Xiyan immersed herself in the thick booklet. Lu Shuing harbored no dissatisfaction with Gu Xiyan's actions. She and Gu Xiyan had long reached a tacit understanding to prevent Gu Xiyan from marrying into the royal family. For a woman's life in this world was already fraught with hardship. Xi'er, your father has selected eligible young gentlemen from the capital, aged between 15 and 20. All unmarried. Disregard those lacking in appearance, those who are not tall, those burdened with troublesome mothers-in-law, sisters-in-law, uncles or nephews, and those with concubines or relatives seeking to marry off. What remains is what you hold in your hands. Lu Shuing lifted her teacup and took a sip. This is this year's tribute of Bai Luo Chan. After receiving the emperor's bounty, Gu Xiyan divided it into 4 portions. One for the venerable Madame Gu, one for Gu Jingyang, one for Gu Xiyan, and the final portion for himself and Lu Shuing. Gu Xiyan, invigorated, turned the pages one by one. Her penchant for beauty was undoubtedly inherited from her father, so she had no concerns regarding the men's appearances featured in the brochure. Gu Xiyan's pamphlet meticulously detailed the candidates' looks, physiques, family backgrounds, interests, and personalities. Gu Xiyan hesitated among the 3 selections, all of whom were placed among the top by her father, Gu Xiyan. One was Zhou Yuan, the eldest son of the Minister of Personnel, whose features were delicately handsome and who, at the tender age of 20, appeared as if sculpted from jade. He had been the top scholar 2 years prior and was currently a 7th-rank editor at the Hamlin Academy, poised for an effortless promotion to 6th rank next year. The second was Xiao Li, the heir of the Anyuan Marquisate, a 16-year-old with a refined appearance, a charming young man of exceptional talent in both literature and martial arts, particularly distinguished in the latter. The third was Shi Yuan, the newly titled Pingyang Marquis, aged 19, strikingly handsome and tall, yet orphaned. Chapter 3. The sudden appearance of His Highness the Crown Prince He. Lu Shuing prodded Gu Xiyan, who was lost in thought. Are you overwhelmed by choices? Gu old madam teased with a smile. Indeed, Uncle has spent several months compiling this brochure, truly doting on his daughter, added Gu's second madam, son Miaohan. It's so difficult to choose, mother. Perhaps I should have a conversation with him first? Gu Xiyan felt that they were all quite similar. It was indeed challenging to make a selection. If only all 3 were available to her, she would not have to choose at all. Unfortunately, it was merely a thought. Sigh. To her surprise, her parents acted swiftly. The very next morning, they roused her early. Her mother had quickly contacted the 3 families the previous day, inviting them to a temple in the outskirts of the capital for incense offerings. Lu Shuing believed that inviting only one family would be too conspicuous, so it was better to invite them all at once. Gu Xiyan inwardly scoffed at how exceedingly obvious this was. As she embarked on her first-ever meeting, Gu Xiyan felt somewhat disinterested. What use was good looks if they would undoubtedly have concubines before marriage? She thought it best to simply choose someone she found pleasing enough to live with, seeking wealth and status rather than romance. On the way, in the luxuriously understated yet spacious carriage, Mrs. Gu, Lu Shuing, held Gu Xiyan's hand. Mother has inquired thoroughly. Zhou Yuan, Xiao Li, and Shi Yuan are rare gentlemen in the capital who maintain their integrity. They are eager to form a union with us, and after marriage, they shall not take concubines. Xi'er, see which one you prefer, and we shall choose accordingly. Lowering her voice, she whispered in Gu Xiyan's ear, do not worry. If you're unhappy or if your future husband wrongs you, we can have your father petition the emperor for a divorce, and we will choose again. After all, with your father being a chancellor, such matters are trivial. Gu Xi's eyes brightened as she suddenly hugged her dear mother tightly. Mother, you and father are the best. She felt a sudden reassurance about marriage. In the palace, at Kuining Palace, the Empress Muro was having her breakfast when the emperor, adorned in a dark gold dragon robe, unexpectedly appeared. She promptly set down her chopsticks, rose and bowed. Your servant pays respects to your majesty. May your majesty live for 10,000 years. In the next moment, her hand was gently grasped by the emperor. Rower, no need for formalities. He wore a smile, his handsome features still exuding youthful vigor. Having ruled for 17 years, he was only 41 this year, and with proper maintenance and daily exercise, he appeared to be just in his early 30s. After finishing the morning court session, I asked Bo Yong if he had found a suitor for his precious daughter. Can you guess what happened next? Sitting at the Zeton wooden round table, he served himself a portion of crab roe pastry. She followed suit, wondering if His Majesty had not yet given up on the idea of making the esteemed daughter of Minister Gu the Crown Princess. It was indeed curious. With so many nieces among the royal family, why would His Majesty consider the eldest daughter of the Gu family as his own? The Empress believed that as long as the eldest daughter of the Gu family did not marry other princes or lords, she could wed anyone she wished. Otherwise, given Gu Xiyan's status and the emperor's favor, Yuer would face formidable rivals. I, however, would welcome Shir as my daughter-in-law, though she is unwilling to enter the palace, and I do not wish to force her. Yet, upon hearing Bo Yong mention that today, the lady was taking her daughter to pay homage, accompanied by 3 other families, Yuer hastily excused himself and hurried after them. His Majesty chuckled, noting that this young man had successfully concealed his intentions, nearly deceiving even me. Taking the Empress's hand, he remarked that we would soon have a daughter-in-law, regardless of Bo Yong's reluctance. His Majesty appeared quite amused, well aware of the Crown Prince's temperament. The Empress smiled gently, serving him a bowl of wild chicken soup. In the outskirts of the capital, the 10-mile flower forest outside the reclining Buddha temple was in full bloom, with roses, chrysanthemums, and osmanthus competing for attention, their fragrances wafting through the air. Gu Xi and the 2 suitors she had met earlier were present. The young heir of the Yuan Marquis, Xiao Li, was remarkably handsome, with delicate features and pearly white teeth. Yet Gu Xi found herself preferring a man with a more masculine demeanor. In contrast, the heir of the Ping Yuan Marquis, Shi Yuan, adhered too rigidly to conventions, and his somber personality suggested that life with him would be rather dull. Gu Xi, who had little fondness for rules, could feign decorum for outsiders, but wished to be genuine in her own quarters. Observing the lone remaining candidate before her, Gu Xi offered a polite smile. Zhou Yuan, dressed in a sky-blue embroidered robe, gazed at the stunning Gu Xi, his face flushing from forehead to neck. He knew his chances of winning her affection were slim, merely 1 in 3, yet he had harbored feelings for Gu Xi for 3 years. Taking a deep breath, he mustered the courage to say, Miss Gu, I have heard you enjoy travelogues. I happen to have found a travelogue penned by a renowned scholar of the previous dynasty. Might you be interested? He could not bear to meet her gaze, fearing that looking at her would cause him to stammer, and beads of sweat began to form in his palms. Gu Xi's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she regarded Zhou Yuan. Which esteemed scholar? Zhou Yuan's long eyelashes fluttered nervously. It is by Master Hedong. Gu Xi's eyes glimmered with excitement. Is it truly penned by Master Hedong? She silently awarded Zhou Yuan a passing mark for his thoughtful gesture. Meanwhile, His Royal Highness, Crown Prince He Chengxu, galloped on his steed, racing towards the outskirts of the capital, his perfectly sculpted jawline taut with determination. The youth possessed a pair of peach blossom eyes, distant and indifferent, with pupils as dark as coal, yet the depths of his gaze brimmed with hostility and obsession. His thin lips were pressed tightly, and an oppressive aura surrounded him, chilling enough to freeze the very air. Trailing closely behind him was the ever-timid eunuch, Zhou Quan, who was acutely aware that today the Crown Prince had prepared gifts with the intent of inviting Miss Gu for an outing. The previous day marked Miss Gu's coming-of-age ceremony, and yesterday was the Mid-Autumn Festival. The Crown Prince had originally planned to request permission from His Majesty today, intending to seek Miss Gu's consent before asking for her hand in marriage. What a turn of events this has become. Is the future Crown Princess truly so audacious as to entertain 3 suitors at once? Zhou Quan could only silently pray that their future mistress would not be lured away by some rogue man. For the wrath of the Crown Prince was a burden he could scarcely bear. After much haste, the Crown Prince finally arrived at the 10-mile flower forest outside the reclining Buddha temple. He nimbly dismounted and, employing his lightness skill, ventured into the depths of the forest in search of her. Perhaps luck was on his side, for within the span of a single incense stick, He Chengxu found her. Amidst the vibrant and alluring rose bushes stood a pair of young lovers, the boy clad in a blue brocade robe, gently holding the delicate hand of a breathtaking girl, while his other hand brushed aside her hair from her face. The scene before him caused the man's eyes to redden suddenly. The veins on his forehead throbbed, and his heart felt as if gripped tightly by an unseen force, nearly rendering him breathless. The Crown Prince's hands balled into fists. The veins on the back of his fair hands twisted, creaking under the pressure. Zhou Quan inwardly lamenta. Was it truly acceptable for the future Crown Princess to be so easily held by another man? Gu Xiyan sensed that something was amiss. She acknowledged that her conversation with Zhou Yuan had been rather pleasant. Yet, why, as they spoke, did he suddenly call her name? And as she looked up at him, did he touch her hair, only to have her hand subsequently taken by Zhou Yuan? The warmth and sensation of the unfamiliar male made Gu Xiyan instinctively recoil, sending chills down her spine. Before she could shake off Zhou Yuan's grip, she witnessed him being forcefully pulled away. "Your Highness, I pay my respects." Zhou Yuan addressed the Crown Prince, uncertain of why he had suddenly appeared, yet instinctively sensing that the Crown Prince had come for Miss Gu. Chapter 4. Seized into the palace, the Crown Prince had no intention of responding to Zhou Yuan. Instinctively, he positioned himself protectively in front of Gu Xiyan, his expression as frigid as ice, his tone chilling enough to freeze the air. "I have come for my betrothed, Gu Xiyan. You may leave." Gu Xiyan, astonished, gazed at the Crown Prince standing between her and Zhou Yuan, her eyes wide with disbelief. What was happening? When did she become the Crown Princess? Hadn't her father claimed that she would never marry into the royal family? Zhou Yuan, facing the Crown Prince's cold demeanor, felt a lingering reluctance and boldly met his gaze. "Your Highness," when my mother and Madame Gu exchanged glances, Miss Gu had not yet been betrothed. He had clearly noticed that Gu Xiyan did not seem to harbor any dislike for him. He was so close to hearing her response. The Crown Prince's eyes brimmed with fury, his sinister and obsessive gaze striking fear into the heart. "I have stated Gu Xiyan is my wife. Do you wish to pursue my betrothed?" Zhou Yuan fell silent for a moment, biting his cheek, before bowing respectfully and withdrawing. After Zhou Yuan departed, Gu Xiyan and Guai bowed, addressing the Crown Prince, "Your Highness, we pay our respects." Upon finishing, silence enveloped them. She had no desire to become the Crown Princess. Why else would she disregard him, despite his appearance aligning perfectly with her preferences? For the past 3 years, Gu Xiyan had been avoiding the Crown Prince. She could not fathom why the typically aloof Crown Prince lingered his gaze upon her longer than others. Surely, he was not a man of lustful inclinations? The Crown Prince's temple throbbed. It was this recurring scenario. Every time Gu Xiyan saw him, she behaved like a mouse encountering a cat. He yearned to converse with her. Yet since their initial meeting 3 years prior, he realized he had frightened her, leading him to covertly observe her from afar. Gu Xiyan had only just reached her coming of age, and he initially believed her ignorance of romantic matters warranted the termination of any suitors who coveted her. To his astonishment, merely a day after her coming of age ceremony, she had already been seen in the company of another man. At that moment, the Crown Prince's jealousy simmered, causing an acidic taste in his mouth as he gazed at the young lady, bowing her head in greeting. With a fervent resolve, he grasped her delicate hand and drew her into his embrace. Gu Xiyan instinctively pressed her hand against his sturdy chest, furrowing her brow as she looked up at him. In the next instant, his soft, sweet lips captured hers. Gu Xiyan's almond eyes widened in shock as she beheld his handsome visage so near, leaving her speechless. She had encountered a rogue. "Let go of me," she protested, desperately striking at his chest and stomping on his foot, but the Crown Prince held her waist firmly, rendering her efforts futile. Frustration consumed her. It was only when she tasted blood on her lips that he reluctantly released her slightly swollen mouth, lowering his gaze to her tear-filled eyes. "Sheer, I cannot believe you are unaware of my feelings. Why seek the company of other men?" His tone, though calm, bore an impending sense of stormy oppression. With tears brimming in her eyes, Gu Xiyan disdainfully wiped her lips, the lingering taste and sensation of him clinging stubbornly to her. She wished to avoid conversing with a lecherous man who had taken advantage of her. Noting her silent resistance, the Crown Prince smirked. "Do you despise me? Is it that you prefer that wild man? Is that why he held your hand and stroked your hair? I shall ensure his hands are severed upon my return." At his words, Gu Xi's heart raced in panic, instinctively concealing the hand that Zhou Yuan had held behind her back. "Are you insane? I do not like anyone." "Oh no, has she encountered a pervert?" In an instant, her hand was captured by the Crown Prince once more, his warm grasp overpowering the lingering touch of the other man. "As long as you do not favor that wild man, all is well." The Crown Prince, undeterred by her scorn, merely smiled. After all, love could be cultivated, could it not? "My future Crown Princess? Help! Can anyone explain what has transpired? Has my father sold me off?" Gu Xiyan lamented. "Your Highness, I do not wish to marry into the royal family." Gu Xiyan attempted to play the emotional card, feigning a somewhat incoherent demeanor, portraying herself as a simple maiden who merely wishes to live a tranquil life under her father's influence. She claimed to be nothing more than a decorative vase, possessing only a pretty face, which, alas, would eventually fade with time. She professed her lack of proficiency in the arts, declaring that the Crown Prince deserves a consort worthy of his stature and that she is entirely unsuitable. The thought of engaging in palace intrigues with successive concubines was terrifying to her. The Crown Prince chuckled softly, asserting that suitability is determined by him alone, and that she is the only one deserving to be his consort. After all, Gu Xiyan was destined to be his wife, with no escape from that fate. Her cheeks flushed with indignation as she retorted, "Your Highness, you are the Crown Prince, and my parents have promised me a future husband who will not take concubines." Did he truly wish for her to be so explicit? Zhou Quan's eyes widened in shock. How could the Crown Prince possibly forego concubines? Seeing the Crown Prince remain silent, she exhaled in exasperation, glaring at him with a pout. "I refuse to share my husband with other women. With my father and brother's backing, I could live freely. So why must I marry into royalty and compete for a man?" She lamented that once she entered the royal family, her father could no longer protect her. "I have been avoiding you, yet you still pursue me. Can't you just let me be?" With that, Gu Xiyan broke free from the Crown Prince's embrace and squatted down, burying her head in her arms and crying softly. The Crown Prince's gaze deepened, his throat constricting as he too knelt beside her, observing her small head. "I promise you," he said. "Really?" Gu Xiyan lifted her head, her tearful eyes sparkling with hope. "Thank you, Your Highness, you are truly kind." He clarified, I will have only you as my woman." The Crown Prince felt a stirring within as he gazed into her clear, glistening almond eyes, reaching out to touch her hair, which had previously been disturbed by Zhou Yuan. Gu Xiyan's sparkling eyes suddenly dimmed. "So, pleading for sympathy has proven ineffective, hasn't it?" She could not bring herself to believe that the Crown Prince would have only her. The Emperor would never agree, nor would the Empress, as the Crown Prince. He could not possibly limit himself to a single woman. If he were merely a prince, her reaction would have been entirely different. Moreover, human emotions are fickle, and beauty fades with time. Trusting a man's words was less reliable than believing she herself was a man. Ignoring the bewildered Zhou Quan nearby, the Crown Prince rose and lifted Gu Xiyan into his arms, whispering as he walked, "What I say, I will uphold. Time reveals true hearts. Sheer, you may test me at your leisure." Gu Xiyan resigned herself to her fate, thinking that she could not take her own life just yet. She had not lived enough. "Well, I suppose I will make do." She certainly could not let her father defy the emperor. Although her father, Gu Xiyan, was the current prime minister, He Chengxu was the emperor's own son and the crown prince. In the Gangquan Palace, ice cubes in the ice basin exuded a refreshing chill, while the bronze incense burner, adorned with phoenixes and intertwined rings, wafted a fragrant aroma throughout the imperial study, dissipating the remnants of summer's heat. The emperor was engaged in state affairs when the chief steward, Lin Kong, approached with a peculiar expression. "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince requests an audience." The emperor, leisurely reviewing a memorial, lifted his eyelids to glance at Lin Kong. "What is with that expression?" Lin Kong forced a smile. "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince has brought Miss Gu into the palace." Truly, the Crown Prince is indeed remarkable. The emperor paused, his red brush hovering over the memorial, leaving a significant mark on the document. "What did you say?" "Surely, I did not mishear." Chapter 5. The unexpected meeting with the parents Gu Xiyan was rendered speechless as the Crown Prince actually carried her from the palace gates all the way to Gangquan Palace. She nestled in the man's embrace like an ostrich, desperately hiding her face. However, upon reaching Gangquan Palace, Gu Xiyan had no choice but to dismount. Bowing her head, she silently followed the Crown Prince. "Your son pays his respects to father, and this daughter pays her respects to your Majesty. May your Majesty live for 10,000 years." Gu Xiyan accompanied the Crown Prince in their greetings, mindful that it was not a significant occasion warranting kneeling. The emperor watched them with a smile, granting them exemption from the formalities. He then lightly reprimanded the Crown Prince. "You have gone too far. Who granted you the audacity to bring Sierra into the palace in broad daylight? Lord Boyong is reluctant to marry his daughter into the royal family, and I am at a loss as to how to explain this to him." The Crown Prince knelt, bowing sincerely. "Father, I fell in love with Sierra at first sight. I only recognize her as my crown princess. Please bestow upon us your blessing. I shall seek forgiveness from my esteemed father-in-law." Gu Xiyan stood silently, her head lowered, overwhelmed with confusion. When did her father become the Crown Prince's father-in-law? The emperor did not expect He Chengxu, who had always shunned women, to act in such a manner. His eyes narrowed as he turned to the quiet Gu Xiyan. "Sierra, I'm not an autocratic ruler. The Crown Prince is infatuated with you, declaring he will marry no one else. What are your thoughts?" "Your Majesty, I find the Crown Prince to be exceptionally handsome. The ideal husband every woman in the world dreams of," Gu Xiyan replied, lifting her gaze and smiling sweetly. She would dare not voice any objections. Life was too precious for such folly. "In that case, Sierra shall call me Father Emperor," the emperor said with a gentle smile, his expression filled with anticipation. "Father Emperor." Gu Xiyan blinked innocently, appearing pure and obedient. The Crown Prince, watching her with a smile, felt as though a fawn was bounding joyfully within him. "Crown Prince, come and prepare ink for me," the emperor said, helping the Crown Prince to his feet before turning to his golden Nanmu writing desk. 6 Ministries. Gu Xiyan was restless that morning, hardly touching his lunch, fearing that his painstakingly raised jade cabbage would be taken by the golden pig. His heart, which had been in turmoil, sank upon seeing the Crown Prince, who was more amiable than before. "Esteemed father-in-law, I have already sought Father's permission for our marriage. Sierra is to be my crown princess, and I will honor you an esteemed mother-in-law henceforth," the Crown Prince stated humbly, his demeanor more courteous than ever. Gu Xiyan, in the Gangquan Palace, looked at the silent Gu Xiyan, a flicker of guilt crossing his eyes. "Lord Boyong, I did not allow Sierra to enter the palace. It was the Crown Prince who fell for her at first sight, and their mutual affection led to this marriage. I have not gone back on my word." He glanced at Gu Xiyan before shifting his gaze away. Gu Xiyan sighed inwardly, bowing respectfully before his Majesty. "Your Majesty, my daughter is innocent and carefree, with a pure disposition. I fear she may not be suited for the position of Crown Princess. Had I known, I would have arranged her betrothal before she came of age. Yet, returning to the matter at hand, the Crown Prince is infatuated with her at first sight. What if a scandal of forceful abduction were to arise? But what does it matter? As long as I am here, the Crown Princess can only be my daughter. Your Majesty need not worry. You are the Emperor, and your word is final. After all, you do not have a legitimate daughter. Gu Boyong has been boasting endlessly about how considerate and well-behaved his precious daughter is, which has certainly piqued your Majesty's interest. A daughter-in-law is no different from a daughter. And besides, I doubt the daughters raised by Gu Boyong could be lacking in any regard. The Gu family witnessed the return of Gu Shi, personally escorted by the crown prince, who even helped her descend from the carriage, while the chief steward, Lin Kong, proclaimed the imperial decree of marriage. This decree, written at the behest of the crown prince, was extensive, nearly filling the parchment. The expressions of the Gu family members varied, yet they all feigned joy as they expressed their gratitude. The matriarch of the Gu family smiled, so broadly her eyes nearly squinted shut, lovingly gazing at Gu Shi and saying, "Sure, why not show the crown prince around our estate?" Who would have anticipated that the tides would turn, and Shi would become the crown princess? She always believed Shi was destined for greatness. Gu Wanning gritted her teeth in frustration. "Elder sister, were you not visiting the reclining Buddha temple today? How is it that His Majesty has suddenly granted you a marriage to the crown prince? This is unacceptable. With Shi as the crown princess, what shall I do?" Gu Wanning could never accept sharing a husband with her cousin, especially with Gu Shi as the wife and herself relegated to the status of a concubine, forever beneath her. The second Madame Gu's expression shifted slightly. She tugged at Gu Wanying's sleeve and said, "Inger, you must be mistaken. Your aunt went to the temple with her friends. Your elder sister is now the crown princess, bestowed upon her by His Majesty." The last words were emphasized heavily. The crown prince had thoroughly investigated the Gu family 3 years prior, discovering that the legitimate daughter of Shi's uncle was not particularly bright and harbored a strong sense of jealousy, showing no consideration for her sisters. If he were a petty man, would Shi's future not be fraught with difficulties? Thus, he gently wrapped his arm around Gu Shi's waist, gazing at her tenderly. "What of it? Is the crown princess someone any rogue can seduce? Shi, do you not agree?" Gu Shi's ears turned a charming shade of red, and she feigned shyness as she replied, "Your Highness, do you still wish to reward me with flowers? How infuriating to use such charm to entice her." The members of the Gu family observed the crown prince holding Gu Shi's hand, seemingly oblivious to their presence, as they walked inside. The matriarch looked at the reluctant Gu Waning and said, "Inger, your elder sister is now the crown princess. You must rely on her support from now on. Such divisive words must not be spoken again. Return home and transcribe the Buddhist scriptures for self-cultivation. There shall be no next time. Do you understand?" Though she loved Gu Waning dearly, the family's future took precedence over all else. With teary eyes, Gu Waning murmured in a voice barely above a whisper, "Yingye understands." Once again, her grandmother spoke of her favoritism, claiming to love her the most, while still showing preferential treatment to her father. The caretaker is the elder aunt, not her mother. Grandmother places great importance on the elder branch of the family, claiming to favor them. Yet her brother Gu Jingshun seems to hold less significance in her eyes than cousin Gu Jingyan. Gu Waning even suspects her grandmother of feigned benevolence, merely paying lip service to favoritism without ever extending any tangible affection towards their branch. While other families' matriarchs openly and unabashedly favor their youngest sons, why does her grandmother not do the same? Gu Shi and the crown prince descended upon her Wang Shu courtyard, as this esteemed ancestor showed no desire to stroll through the back garden. The maidservants in Wang Shu courtyard, upon seeing Gu Shi accompanied by a tall and handsome man clad in the royal attire of the crown prince, hurriedly paid their respects, greeting His Royal Highness. Curiously, were the young ladies of their household, were Sister Zi Su and Sister Fu Ling. Chapter 6. The man with the peacock display. The crown prince exhibited a keen interest in Gu Shi's Wang Shu courtyard, which, as the sole precious daughter of Gu Tai Ding, the chancellor, was the most opulent residence within the entire chancellor's estate. Both Gu Yong and Gu Shi shared a refined taste, where luxury was imbued with an air of elegance. The furnishings were few, but each piece was of immeasurable value. Gu Shi adored peonies, and her courtyard boasted a collection of every variety of peony known to the world, including a glass flower room. With her small hand clasped by the man, Gu Shi shot a secret, disapproving fist at the ever-familiar crown prince. How outrageous it was, as if being the crown prince rendered him superior, as though the entire world belonged to him. When Gu Shi found herself in his embrace, she lamented in silence, feeling as if the whole world indeed revolved around him. "Your Highness, we are not yet wed. Kindly set me down," she implored. Her arms instinctively wrapped around his neck as she instinctively sought to retreat, not wishing to rest upon his chest. This position was far too intimate. "Esta suit elfea." "With me here, no one would dare speak ill of you," the Crown Prince declared, drawing Gu Xiyan closer into his embrace, his dark eyes slightly dimmed. "Trust me, I shall protect your reputation." After the tea was served by Do Ko and Pei Lon, they silently lit a candle for their young mistress, wondering how she had become entangled with the Crown Prince. They had only just learned that their young mistress was the future Crown Princess, betrothed by the Emperor himself. At this moment, Zixu and Fu Ling remained at the reclining Buddha temple, along with Gu Xiyan and her mother, Lu Shuing, which left only Do Ko and Pei Lon to serve the tea. After Do Ko retreated, only the two remained in the main chamber, seated upon the rosewood imperial couch. Gu Xi's heart raced as she felt a dangerous thrill, her pulse nearing her throat. She had never before found herself alone in a room with a stranger. The Crown Prince entered boldly, his hand resting casually upon the delicate waist of the young maiden, embracing her without a hint of embarrassment. His spirits lifted. "Elfia, I know you must think of me as a lecherous rogue, a shameless scoundrel." He Chengxu suddenly changed his self-reference, lowering his gaze to the blushing face of the girl. "I do not, my lord," she replied, her almond-shaped eyes wide in surprise, shaking her small head vigorously, her eyelashes fluttering like a startled doe. The man chuckled softly. "Sheer, my heart has only ever stirred for you. You are the sole object of my affections. For 18 years, I have remained untainted, awaiting your arrival." The Crown Prince gazed at her lowered eyelashes, intertwining his fingers with hers. "Before I encountered you, my life was more ascetic than that of a monk, having been surrounded only by eunuchs since childhood." He felt profoundly grateful that he had never been fond of women, always deeming them to harbor ulterior motives unworthy of him. What he truly desired was Gu Xiyan in her heart. Her person was destined to be his. Yet he was equally determined to possess her heart. As a crown prince, it was implausible to have only one woman, nor could the emperor. Yet the crown prince refused to believe this. He was not like his father, who had spawned numerous half-siblings merely to create discord. He found those siblings to be an utter annoyance, while outwardly he had to treat them with courtesy. Each of them eyed his princely position with envy. With alluring peach blossom eyes and a chiseled face, the young man appeared distant and aloof when not smiling. Yet when he gazed at someone with affection, a tender warmth emanated from his depths, making one feel as if they could drown in his gaze. Gu Xiyan felt a moment of joy, only to have her expression shift as she thought. "The crown prince merely flatters me. You are already 18. Surely you have experienced the world." She was genuinely repulsed by lewd men, proud as she was, having been cherished like a precious gem since childhood, never lacking in love. No filthy man would ever dare to claim her heart. "Are you feeling jealous, Sheed?" "Fear not. I have never laid with anyone. My body is not something that mere painted courtesans can taint." The crown prince smiled, his demeanor warm and tender. Gu Xiyan's eyes sparkled. As long as the crown prince remained pure, she was content. She truly wished to avoid a lewd man. After she bore a son, should he become sullied, she would still treat him with respect. Gu Xiyan could not entertain the notion that this man, who admired her beauty, could offer her a lifetime of companionship. The man before her was the heir to the throne, destined to become the emperor. What kind of woman could he not have? Once her beauty faded, could the crown prince, who was bewitched by her allure, remain steadfast? Yet it mattered little, for she could still seek wealth and splendor. After all, she would be the crown princess. Once the crown prince ascended, she would become the future empress and dowager empress. Should the crown prince ever wrong her in the future, it would not be unreasonable for her, as empress, to keep a few handsome consorts for her amusement. "You are truly wonderful, your highness." Gu Xiyan gazed at him with tender eyes, then wrapped her arms around his neck, bringing her cherry lips close to his and kissing him. The crown prince felt his heart race like a lost fawn within his chest. He embraced the young girl tightly. Was Sheer willing to accept him? Soon, he took the lead, and compared to their previous innocent and jealous kiss, his skill had progressed remarkably as he held Gu Xiyan's head. drawing her into a passionate embrace that left her feeling utterly enraptured. Gu Xiyan nestled softly in his arms, her apricot eyes shimmering, her fair face adorned with a rosy blush, radiating a beauty akin to a peony kissed by morning dew. The heavy sound of a man's breath lingered in her ears, oppressive and suffocating. Gu Xiyan had dared not move an inch. Her brother, in his affection, had gifted her numerous risque novels meant for men. After a lengthy silence, the Crown Prince finally spoke in a hushed tone, stating that there was no need for honorifics between them, nor should she refer to herself as a subject. He added, "From now on, you shall not call yourself a concubine, understand?" His gaze darkened as he teasingly nipped at Gu Xiyan's delicate earlobe, a subtle threat. Gu Xiyan, sensitive to ticklishness, felt her ears tingle under his touch, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears as she softly pleaded, "I understand, but how should I address you? Should I call you Brother Chengyu or Brother Yu?" The more she spoke, the more she felt it was becoming overly sentimental. Yet the intensity of his gaze only grew more fervent. "Call me Brother Chengyu, and after our marriage, refer to me as your husband." After a considerable struggle, Gu Xiyan finally bid farewell to the Crown Prince and settled into a rosewood chair before a 5-panel screen adorned with dragon motifs. Gazing at the reflection of her slightly swollen lips in the mirror, puffing her cheeks in annoyance, she commanded, "Duku, help me change. I wish to sleep." The Crown Prince was nothing short of a blatant lecher, relishing in pinching her soft flesh. That morning, at the hour of Chun, her mother had roused her from sleep to visit the reclining Buddha temple. To her surprise, just after the hour of C, while she was still engrossed in her visit, the Crown Prince had suddenly appeared. By the time she was escorted into the palace, it was barely noon. The privilege of riding into the palace was granted to him by the emperor. After sharing a lavish lunch with the emperor, Gu Xiyan was sent back to the Prime Minister's residence by the Crown Prince, and it was still only a little past the hour of way. After changing her attire, Gu Xiyan slept soundly until she naturally awoke, the night having drawn its curtain and the lights twinkling to life. Stretching comfortably, she yawned, and her maids, Baiji and Levayu, exclaimed at last, "You have awakened, miss. The Crown Prince is waiting for you to have dinner." They were practically yearning for her to rise, as the Crown Prince had forbidden them from calling her to get out of bed. Chapter 7. The familiar Crown Prince Gu Xiyan donned a lilac rain silk brocade skirt, embellished with pleats and auspicious motifs, while Zissou casually styled her hair into a simple spiral bun, adorning it with a delicate velvet peony hairpin and a pair of water droplet-shaped earrings carved from white jade. Rain silk brocade is a type of shoe brocade, and Gu Xiyan, a trusted minister of the emperor, had received substantial gifts of royal brocade from the emperor himself. A doting father, Gu Xiyan had always ensured that half of the fabrics went to Lu Shuiying and the other half to Gu Xiyan, aside from a few male garments. Gu Xiyan typically wore garments made of silk and satin, primarily using cloud brocade and shoe brocade. However, since her sister-in-law, Su Qinghuan, married 3 years ago, Lu Shuiying had taken half of her cloud brocade to give to Su Qinghuan, leaving Gu Xiyan without the means to share with her sister-in-law. As Gu Xiyan stepped out of her chamber, preparing to join her grandmother for dinner in the Chunwei Hall, she was startled to find the Crown Prince waiting in the main hall. "What brings you here, your highness?" she exclaimed, surprised, as she had assumed he would be in Chunwei Hall. This afternoon, the Crown Prince had returned to the East Palace, donning a deep purple formal attire that accentuated his handsome and noble demeanor, exuding an air of aloof elegance. He gestured towards the treasures strewn about the Wanshu courtyard, an array of gold, silver, gemstones, and fine silks, including several rare pieces of cloud brocade. "These are gifts I specifically brought for you from the East Palace," he said, stepping closer to Gu Xiyan and playfully tapping her nose. "What did you just call me?" Gu Xiyan felt her cheeks flush as she gazed at the strikingly handsome young man before her. And the treasures within the pile of rosewood boxes he had opened were undeniably valuable. Even someone of her affluent status could not help but feel envious. These gifts were worth nearly 100,000 taels of silver. The Crown Prince, with a sense of familiarity, gently took her delicate hand and inquired if she liked these offerings. He added that after their marriage, everything in the Eastern Palace, including his private treasury, would be entrusted to her care. Gu Xi's eyes sparkled with delight, yet she deliberately cast her gaze down, playfully protesting that mere guardianship held little significance. The man chuckled softly, his deep voice laced with affection, his gaze soft enough to almost glisten with emotion. He corrected himself, stating that it was not merely a matter of her safeguarding the treasures, but rather that they were for her to spend as she pleased, should she require more. He would not hesitate to seek it from his father. Her almond-shaped eyes twinkled as she exclaimed, "Brother Chengxu, you truly are the finest man in the world." She asserted that financial independence was paramount for her sense of security, and she expressed her love for silver, reminding him to keep his promises post-marriage. The Crown Prince felt a delightful shiver at her sweet voice, watching her gently sway her small hand. His gaze deepened as he reassured her, "Rest assured, my wealth is yours, as long as Gu Xi is willing to indulge in her whims and sincerely desires to marry me. I would go to any lengths to please her." Unbeknownst to Gu Xi, the man's thoughts were rather unconventional. He was captivated by her charm and would do anything to win her affection. She instructed her attendants to catalog the gifts and store them in the warehouse of Wangshu Courtyard, then took the Crown Prince's hand as they made their way to Chunhui Hall for dinner. Upon their arrival, the sky had completely darkened, and the dining hall was brightly lit where her family awaited them. "We pay our respects to the Crown Prince." Led by Gu Xiyan, the family bowed in unison. "Please, no need for formalities. My esteemed in-laws need not stand on ceremony," the Crown Prince responded cheerfully, holding Gu Xi's smooth hand, his spirits elevated. With one hand guiding her and the other assisting Gu Xiyan to rise, his voice was filled with warmth, a stark contrast to the aloof tone usually associated with Gu Xiyan. Gu Xiyan, observing the Crown Prince's gentle demeanor as he assisted him, while simultaneously taking advantage of his precious daughter, felt a swirl of complex emotions. Gu Xiyan, encountering such an affable Crown Prince for the first time, found himself surprised, being an official of the 5th rank with frequent dealings with the prince. He had never anticipated such an amiable nature. Both he and Gu Xiyan shared a complicated sentiment. Madame Gu, Lu Shuang, gathered her thoughts and urged the Crown Prince to take his seat and enjoy the meal. Her gaze caught the various expressions of the Gu Yuan family, and then turned to the radiant and languid Gu Xi. "Shir, you must not be so careless in the future. Do you understand? What kind of young lady sleeps through the afternoon until evening?" Her concern was genuine, lamenting that her precious daughter had become so pampered by her and Gu Yuan. The role of the Crown Princess was not an easy one. She would need to ensure that Gu Yuan slept in the front courtyard that night, while she took the opportunity to properly advise Gu Xi. The prince possesses an extraordinary beauty, and his kindness toward Shir fills her with genuine apprehension about developing feelings for him. Yet, how could the prince possibly refrain from taking concubines? Gu Xi and her eyelashes tremble as she murmurs, "I understand, mother. What is the benefit of marriage?" In the next moment, the prince's dark eyes glimmer with mirth as he turns to Lady Gu, Lu Shuang, saying, "Mother-in-law, Shir is still young. Please do not be so stern with her. In the future, when she is married, she shall be the sole mistress of the Eastern Palace. She can indulge in sleep for as long as she desires. And as for my father and mother, I will manage them." The members of the Gu family, particularly Lady Gu, feel as though the prince's words render her less than a biological mother. Is she not concerned that the prince might hold unfavorable opinions about Shir? Furthermore, it is high time for Shir to assert herself and no longer be the little salted fish her mother describes. Otherwise, securing the position of princess consort will not be an easy endeavor. Soon after, the prince takes Gu Xi's hand and sits at the main table's lower seat, clearly assuming a junior's position. Is the prince perhaps a bit too infatuated? Although they are unaware of the term infatuation. Once seated, the evening feast at the Gu residence is a sumptuous affair, brimming with exquisite delicacies. Just as Gu Xi is about to ask Zissou to serve her a bowl of lotus leaf soup, the prince unexpectedly rises to serve her personally, gently stating, "Elle fait enjoy sa voling delicious food. How about I arrange for a chef from the Eastern Palace to come and assist you tomorrow?" Seated at the main table are her grandmother, father, mother, uncles, aunts, brothers, sisters-in-law, and her cousin Gu Jingshun, along with her cousin Gu Wanning. The illegitimate siblings and their mother occupy the adjacent table, clearly delineating the distinction between legitimate and illegitimate offspring. The prince initially intended to sit at the lower end of the table next to Gu Xi, but realizing this would place him too close to Gu Waning, he quickly settled between Gu Jingshun and Gu Xi instead. At this moment, everyone witnesses the prince personally serving soup to Gu Xi and speaking with her without referring to himself as this one, causing a flurry of intense stares that leave Gu Xi's cheeks burning. She can only muster a soft, "Thank you, Your Highness." The culinary skills of the Eastern Palace's kitchen and the Imperial kitchen are both exceptional. The prince leans closer to Gu Xi and casually whispers in her ear, "What shall I call you?" Completely undeterred by the ominous glares from her father-in-law and elder brother-in-law, he remains unaffected, accustomed as he is to behaving as he pleases. "Brother Qingyu," Gu Xi murmurs, lowering her head to drink her soup, avoiding eye contact, secretly lamenting how men cannot resist being called brother by women. Chapter 8. An audience with the future mother-in-law. Traditionally, meals are consumed in silence, but the prince seems wholly unconcerned, not requiring other maidservants to assist him with chopsticks. He had just washed his hands with the assistance of Zhou Quan, entirely ignoring the bashful glances from the maidservants of Chunhui Courtyard. He attentively notices Gu Xi's gaze lingering on the exquisite dishes, delighting in serving her soup and dishes, while Gu Xi can only endure the entire encounter with flushed ears. Finally, having elegantly finished her dinner, Gu Xi breathes a subtle sigh of relief. Why is the prince so inclined to indulge her? Does he not realize how exhausting it is for her to feign shyness and restraint? During lunchtime with His Majesty, the atmosphere remains unchanged, leaving Gu Xi feeling utterly powerless to voice her grievances. "Sire, I shall come to fetch you to the palace tomorrow. My mother wishes to see you." The crown prince gently informed Gu Xi before his departure. "Is it acceptable to arrive at the hour of C?" Gu Xi felt as though tears might spill. Must she rise so early once more? It would be at the hour of Chun, would it not? However, the decision to enter the palace was not hers to make. A flicker of guilt crossed the crown prince's eyes. He had initially intended to collect Sierra at the end of the hour of C, but his mother had preemptively decreed that Gu Xi should arrive early, eager to meet her future daughter-in-law. The crown prince, astute and perceptive, was well aware of the complexities that often arise between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law. Thus, he had no choice but to inconvenience Sierra, who so cherished her slumber. She would have to awaken at the dawn of Chun. This afternoon, the crown prince had successfully appeased his mother, who was rather progressive in her views. Henceforth, Gu Xi would only need to visit the empress on the 1st and 15th days of each month to pay her respects, while enjoying the luxury of waking naturally on other days. The empress, too, was enticed by the crown prince's grand vision, yearning for grandchildren. However, the crown prince sought no accolades for this. It was merely his duty. Sierra had been living a carefree life in her boudoir, indulging in her whims, even harboring reluctance about marrying into the royal family. Since he had brought her into the palace, he was determined that her life there would surpass her previous comforts. Otherwise, it would imply that He Chengxu, was not worthy of her lifelong devotion. Unbeknownst to Gu Xi, the crown prince's heart brimmed with unexpressed affection. She felt an overwhelming sense of nervousness but feigned composure, managing a polite smile. "Very well. Do not fear. My mother is quite open-minded. With me by your side, you need not worry," he reassured her, firmly grasping her delicate hand, his dark eyes unwaveringly fixed on her, filled with a soothing tenderness. After the crown prince's departure, Gu Xi conversed for a while with her grandmother and uncle's family before her mother guided her back to Wangshu Courtyard. Her sister-in-law, Su Qinghuan, was 6 months pregnant, and her brother, Gu Xiyan, had taken her back to their residence, Chuyang Pavilion. Their father, Gu Yong, had pressing matters to attend to and had returned to his study. Lady Gu, Lu Shuiying, gazed at the radiant girl before her and asked, "Sierra, speak honestly with your mother. Given the crown prince's remarkable demeanor, do you feel any stirrings of affection towards him?" In a hushed tone, she continued, "I encountered Zhou Yuan this morning, and he appeared utterly despondent. Have you perhaps given him some hope? If it were up to her, should the crown prince He Chengxu and the esteemed Zhou Yuan The eldest grandson of the Minister of Personnel, both vie for her daughter's hand. Lu Shuang would undoubtedly favor Zhou Yuan. The reason was simple. Zhou Yuan's grandfather was a subordinate of Sierra's father, while the Crown Prince's father was his superior. One could easily discern which life would be more comfortable. However, with the die cast, Lu Shuang chose not to dwell on such matters. She merely wished to communicate with Sierra in advance, lest her daughter be bewitched by the Crown Prince's allure and lose her sense of self. Seeing that Gu Xiyan remained silent, Lu Shuang grew increasingly anxious. It has only been a day. Could it be that you have already developed feelings for the Crown Prince? Isn't a tad too swift? The more she pondered, the more uneasy she felt. Just moments ago, at the dining table, Siena's delicate ears had turned a vivid shade of crimson. Dear mother, am I truly the kind of girl who would sacrifice everything for a man? At the dining table, I was merely pretending, wasn't I? Gu Xiyan, noticing her mother's gaze fixed on her ears, quickly discerned her thoughts. Lu Shuang was momentarily taken aback, then smiled, assuring her daughter that this would ease her concerns. Xiyan, remember never to invest your heart in His Royal Highness. Do you understand? He is destined to have concubines. Gu Xiyan chose not to disclose that the prince had promised her exclusivity. Such a notion was far from realistic. She had no faith in the assurances spoken by men. Thus, she simply nodded obediently. I understand, mother. Lu Shuang gently caressed Gu Xiyan's silken hair, reminding her, forget the young men I arranged for you to meet this morning, and do not mention them in front of His Royal Highness, understood? She had no intention of probing whether Xiyan harbored any feelings for them, as the outcome was already predetermined. Gu Xiyan felt somewhat speechless. How could I dare? His Royal Highness is extraordinarily jealous. Upon learning from father that Zhou Yuan and I were meeting, he dashed out of the palace to bring me back. Fortunately, he assured me that my reputation would remain intact, for it is not uncommon for families to seek a daughter like me. However, this only added to my status as the most beautiful maiden in the capital. Suddenly, Gu Xiyan's thoughts shifted, her almond eyes widening and her lips parting slightly. Mother, it seems that Zhou Yuan touched my hair this morning. Did he perhaps give me something? Could it be a token of affection, like a hairpin? Oh no! If His Royal Highness discovers this, he might become terribly jealous. Gu Xiyan realized she could not afford to provoke the mind of a lovesick person. Lu Shuang pursed her lips and called out to the maidservants, Zisu, Fuling, come in. As the two maids entered, Gu Xiyan eagerly instructed them to search the Zeton wood vanity for the jewelry she had asked Duku to remove at noon. Having returned from the palace that day, Gu Xiyan was quite fatigued and had not paid attention to the adornments she wore. The vanity displayed her frequently used pieces, while Fuling kept the rest meticulously organized in the storeroom, making her the most knowledgeable about them. Fuling spotted a peony pink jade butterfly hairpin on the Zeton wood vanity and swiftly grasped it, approaching Gu Xiyan. Miss, this hairpin is unfamiliar to me. Gu Xiyan furrowed her brow. Mother, this hairpin must be the one Zhou Yuan gifted me this morning. However, he seemed to have more to say, but His Royal Highness's sudden appearance interrupted him. Now, this is quite a predicament. Mother, could you discreetly return it to him through his mother? I cannot do so myself. What if His Royal Highness thinks I am in secret communication with him? She nearly shook her head vigorously in protest. Lu Shuang recognized the gravity of the situation, nodded, and then inquired, Xiyan, why didn't you react? A hairpin is a token of love. Gu Xiyan sighed helplessly at that moment. He held my hand and, before I could respond, placed in my hair. Then, in an instant, His Royal Highness appeared. I deserve a moment to react. I thought he was merely playing with my hair. Chapter 9. Shattered Dreams. Lu Shuang gazed at her graceful daughter, Gu Xiyan, a wave of pride swelling within her. Such a delicate and lively girl was the fruit of her and Gu Yong's nurturing. She caressed Gu Xiyan's soft little hand, saying, Sierra. Gu Xiyan lazily lifted her eyes. Before marriage, you must not allow His Highness the Crown Prince to claim your body. Do you understand? Lu Shuang's lack of trust did not lie in Gu Xiyan, but rather in the Crown Prince's self-restraint. Although he maintained a life of virtue and abstinence, Siena's beauty, figure, and temperament were simply unparalleled. Otherwise, why would the Crown Prince be so captivated by her? Noticing Gu Xiyan's cheeks flush a rosy pink, Lu Shuang added. It is permissible to hold hands, embrace, and occasionally steal a kiss, but one must know how to balance it. Do you comprehend? I understand, mother. Gu Xiyan, feeling shy, fidgeted with her handkerchief, nearly twisting it into a knot. In the residence of the Duke of Zhen, the eldest daughter Mu Romeng was infuriated, shattering an entire tea set. The sound of porcelain breaking was sharp and jarring. Her sweet and charming face twisted into a grimace. It's impossible. How could brother Crown Prince marry someone else as the Crown Princess? What does Gu Xiyan have? She is nothing but an empty vase. I am destined to be brother Crown Prince's future bride. We have been childhood sweethearts. Mother, you must think of a way. I must marry brother Crown Prince. You have always said I could become a Crown Princess. The Crown Prince must have been bewitched by Gu Xiyan's alluring beauty. I will visit the Empress tomorrow. She adores me. The Duchess of Zhen could not accept this. Yet as she observed her daughter in a frenzy, she furrowed her brow. Manga, you must calm down. His Majesty has already arranged the marriage. The Crown Prince's words are unbreakable, and defying the decree is a grave crime against the throne. The title of Crown Princess does not guarantee anything. The favor of the Emperor is paramount. The Crown Princess is not the Empress. Upon hearing this, Mu Romeng abruptly sat down, muttering to herself, exactly, what does being Crown Princess signify? The Empress was not a Crown Princess either, yet she became the Empress. The Duchess of Zhen choked on her words. Her sister-in-law had indeed not been a Crown Princess, but she had been the Princess of Qin. Nevertheless, she did not wish to provoke Mu Romeng further. In February next year, there will be a selection. The Eastern Palace will certainly bring in new candidates. Menger, you must remain composed. Tomorrow, accompany the Empress to chat. We will take our time. Compared to Han Jiao and the others, you are cherished by the Empress as if you were her daughter. Surely, one of the positions as a side consort will be yours. In this dynasty, the Crown Prince could take 2 side consorts for favored ladies and 8 others. The candidates mentioned by the Duchess, such as Han Jiao, were also prominent contenders for the Crown Princess position. The people of the capital believed that the most likely candidates for the Crown Princess were the eldest granddaughter of Princess Kongning, the daughter of the Grand Tutor, Zheng Ziwen, the Duchess of Zhen's own Mu Romeng, the eldest daughter of the Crown Prince's tutor, Han Jiao, and Gu Xiyan, the eldest daughter of the Prime Minister. The position of Crown Princess would most likely be chosen from these top 5 noble ladies in the capital. Not every official's household possesses a daughter or granddaughter of suitable age. Moreover, the Crown Prince was originally supposed to select a Crown Princess 3 years prior, yet he has persistently delayed this decision. Consequently, among those who meet the criteria for the position of Crown Princess, only 5 candidates remain. Among them, the most widely recognized as deserving of the title is the legitimate eldest daughter of Prime Minister Gu Xiyan, the sole precious daughter Gu Xiyan. While Gu Xiyan is acknowledged as the most beautiful maiden in the capital, she pales in comparison to Zheng Ziwen in terms of intellect. She cannot match Han Jiao in equestrian skills. She falls short of Mu Romeng in terms of childhood companionship with the Crown Prince. And she is not as closely connected to the royal family as Princess Nankong. So, why is Gu Xiyan regarded as the most fitting candidate for the role of Crown Princess? Her standing is bolstered by her father, Gu Xiyan, the foremost minister, a confidant of the Emperor, and a leading figure among the staunch supporters of the throne. Should His Majesty express a desire to select Gu Xiyan as the Crown Princess, it would indicate his utmost satisfaction with the Crown Prince, ensuring the stability of the Crown Prince's position as heir apparent. However, the other 4 noble ladies have already reached marriageable age, yet remain unbetrothed, and the prominent families in the capital are well aware that they are vying for the position of Crown Princess. Among them, one will indeed become the Crown Princess, while the others will enter the Eastern Palace as concubines in February of the following year. Before the Crown Prince forcibly brought Miss Gu into the palace, it was widely believed that the Empress was awaiting Gu Xiyan's coming of age to host a flower-viewing banquet, where she would select a candidate for the Crown Princess in conjunction with His Majesty. Who could have anticipated that the Empress would bestow upon Gu Xiyan a 7-tailed phoenix hairpin during her coming-of-age ceremony, a piece of jewelry reserved for princesses or crown princesses? What was even more astonishing was that on the day of Gu Xiyan's coming of age, Gu Xiyan immediately entered the palace to inform His Majesty of his disinterest in allowing his daughter to enter the palace. His Majesty, however, directly stated that the seven-tailed phoenix hairpin was a coming-of-age gift he had instructed the Empress to give to his niece. Thus, the most favored candidate for the crown princess position found herself eliminated from the running, leading to speculation that His Majesty might even confer upon Gu Xiyan the title of county princess or princess. Unexpectedly, merely a day and 2 nights after Gu Xiyan's coming-of-age ceremony, Madame Gu Tating promptly brought Gu Xiyan to meet potential suitors. In families with daughters, many suitors emerge. Thus, while it may seem excessive to meet 3 candidates in one day, it is not entirely inappropriate. Upon witnessing the crown prince forcibly bringing Miss Gu into the palace, the onlookers were left utterly speechless. Never before in history has there been a crown prince who so brazenly replicated the idiom of abducting a maiden, noble lady, in front of the masses. Naturally, the public did not perceive the crown prince's actions as mere lust. The more astute individuals speculated that the crown prince's intentions were directed at Gu Tating, achieving 2 goals with 1 arrow, considering that Miss Gu is the most beautiful maiden in the capital. Although His Majesty greatly cherishes the crown prince, the beloved concubine, who is merely a month younger than the crown prince, has already conferred the title of Prince Chi upon her own son earlier this year. After entering court, he is currently observing governance alongside his future father-in-law, the Minister of Personnel. The fiancée of Prince Shi is none other than the legitimate second daughter of the Minister of Personnel, Zhou Lanra. Yet, the Emperor personally arranged the marriage between the Crown Prince and Miss Gu, leaving much unsaid. The position of Crown Princess appears to be secured, but the Eastern Palace remains devoid of concubines, shifting the focus of those eyeing the Eastern Palace from competing for the title of Crown Princess to vying for other positions. Mu Rumo listened to her mother's words, feeling a profound sadness. "Mother, I do not wish to be a concubine. I aspire to be the wife of the Crown Prince." The Duchess of Zhengguo gazed at Mu Rumo disapprovingly. How can a royal concubine be deemed a mere concubine? She is a woman of noble status, and besides, the outcome in the royal court remains uncertain until the end. Our great Xia has had instances where palace maids ascended to the position of empress, a wife. When the crown prince ascends the throne, the empress is also a wife. The Duchess of Zhengguo was cautious, as only the 2 of them occupied the room. Mu Rumo sniffled, slowly curling her lips into a cold smile. Indeed, the one who laughs last is the true victor. Chapter 10. Attentive Zhou Quan that night. At the residence of the Minister of Personnel, Zhou Yuan gazed at the cool moon hanging in the sky while seated on a stone bench in the courtyard. Sipping a drink, the young man, whose features were as refined as jade, still wore the sky-blue embroidered robe from the morning, though it was no longer as pristine and unwrinkled. His long, elegant fingers held a white jade wine cup, and the shadows cast by the moonlight through his long eyelashes fell across his fair visage. Zhou Yuan's gaze was murky and inscrutable as he repeatedly replayed a particular scene in his mind. He was on the verge of obtaining an answer. He could tell that Gu Xiyan did not harbor any dislike towards him. Yet, why did the crown prince suddenly emerge like a bolt from the blue? Just a fraction away, and he could have married the one he yearned for. This left him feeling deeply aggrieved. Zhou Yuan compared himself to the young masters of the capital, confirming that his attributes were the most favorable in Gu Tating's eyes. From the first moment he encountered Gu Xiyan and 4 years ago, he knew he wanted to marry her. After years of effort, just as he was about to achieve his goal, the crown prince had thwarted him. Zhou Yuan could not swallow this bitter pill. He abruptly tossed aside the lid of the wine jug and poured the liquor down his throat, the liquid cascading down his neck. The attending maid, witnessing this, hurriedly attempted to wipe it away with a cloth, gently admonishing, "Young master, you must be cautious." Before her delicate fingers could touch his chest, he waved her away dismissively. "Leave me be. Do not disturb me." The maid turned pale, silently retreating to the side. Feeling fortunate that the eldest daughter of the Gu family had not succeeded in winning the affections of the young master. Otherwise, what would become of her? She understood that Gu Tating's criteria for a future son-in-law included the inability to take concubines. Even if she were to become the young master's favored maid, she would ultimately be dismissed. Zhou Yuan contemplated the hairpin he had sent, a slight smile gracing his lips. She would undoubtedly discover it. Then he would have a reason to see her again. Reflecting on the two unfortunate souls, he smiled with a refined elegance, realizing he would soon have two more brothers. Having fixated on Gu Xiyan as a precious gem for so long, how could he fail to recognize the intentions of the other two men, who remained virtuous for a reason? In the East Palace, Zhou Quan was imparting instructions to the eunuchs, palace maids, and matrons. With a serene expression on his fair, beardless face, he wielded a feather duster and, seated in a grand chair, tapped the table with one hand. Our hearts are kind. The Crown Prince holds the Crown Princess in the deepest affection. The Crown Princess is the apple of his eye. Do not blame us for not warning you, but henceforth, you must treat the Crown Princess with the same reverence as the Crown Prince. No servant shall disrespect their master. Do you understand? Once again, the gaze fell upon the royal wet nurse of the Crown Prince, who was not to entertain any notions of flattery or ambition regarding the treasures of the Eastern Palace. For all the Crown Prince's wealth belonged to the Crown Princess. The Crown Prince eagerly awaited the Crown Princess's arrival, when the assets of the front courtyard would be entrusted to her. Noticing the astonished expressions of those in the Eastern Palace, he smiled once more, proclaiming that the next afternoon, the Crown Prince would bring the Crown Princess to the Eastern Palace, and surely, there is no need for him to instruct them on what to do. A multitude of people exited the courtyard in an orderly fashion. Their thoughts were of no concern to Zhou Quan. As the personal eunuch steward of the Crown Prince, the matter of the Crown Prince's future was of utmost importance. Zhou Quan ordered the removal of the grand chair that obstructed the eaves, estimating the time before heading to the Crown Prince's chambers to keep vigil. Your Highness, all that you instructed has been accomplished. Tomorrow, the discussions in the capital regarding the Crown Princess will lead to the conclusion that you have been enamored with her at first sight, having long harbored such intentions. His smile radiated genuine joy. How could Zhou Quan not be elated? Their Crown Prince had turned 18, an age at which most young gentlemen from affluent families had already engaged with matters of the heart, unless they were deliberately kept from romantic pursuits in hopes of ensuring their offspring's success in the imperial examinations. Yet, as a scion of nobility, the Crown Prince had, until this day, never even held the hand of a woman. His cousin, Mu Romong, had chased after him since childhood, often visiting the palace to pay respects to the Empress. Yet the Crown Prince had never bestowed upon her, the Empress's biological niece, even a fleeting glance, let alone indulge the 4-year-old Mu Miss's innocent wish for a hug from the 7-year-old Crown Prince. He had merely rolled his eyes and turned away, adhering to the principle of propriety between the sexes. To expect the Empress to intervene on behalf of Mu Miss would be to indulge in fanciful delusions. After all, a biological niece could never rival the affection reserved for a biological son. Upon hearing Zhou Quan's words, the Crown Prince's previously serene expression brightened with evident joy, dispelling the usual air of aloofness that surrounded him. This deepened Zhou Quan's fondness for the Crown Princess. At 35, an age when most would be considered grandfathers, he felt a genuine sense of guardianship towards the Crown Prince, treating him as a younger relative. The Crown Prince's happiness brought him joy in return. Have all the servants in the Eastern Palace been cautioned? We must ensure that no unseeing souls offend Shi'er's eyes. Although the Crown Prince trusted Zhou Quan to manage things well, he could not help but worry, fearing that Gu Xiyan would face any grievances within his palace. Rest assured, Your Highness, everything has been arranged, Zhou Quan assured, observing the Crown Prince's cheerful demeanor tonight. His keen eyes caught sight of a white jade pendant shaped like a koi fish that the Crown Prince was idly playing with. Your Highness, is this the token of affection gifted to you by the Crown Princess? Zhou Quan's smile was radiant, and in the next moment, he noticed the Crown Prince looking at him with a gaze of appreciation. Zhou Quan, your insight is truly commendable. He Chengxu gazed down at the koi jade pendant resting in his palm. It was indeed the token of love bestowed upon him by Shi'er. As he departed after dinner, she had offered this exquisite white jade koi pendant in exchange for a token of his own. So much so that His Highness the Crown Prince has yet to recover. It is indeed a delightful surprise from the heavens. His Highness possesses an ethereal beauty, and it is hardly surprising that the crown princess finds herself enamored in his presence. I eagerly anticipate the arrival of our future little prince and princess. Zhou Quan spoke with genuine sincerity. I too share this anticipation. The crown prince caressed the jade pendant of a white jade koi in his hand. The smooth, warm texture of the jade seemed to pale in comparison to that of his beloved Sheer. He yearned for a child resembling Sheer, regardless of gender. As long as the child was born of her. Should it be a boy, the crown prince would personally guide him in the arts of literature and martial prowess. If a girl, he would bestow upon her the second finest treasures of this world, cherishing her as if she were a precious gem. For the very best would always belong to his Sheer. Sheer would willingly offer the finest to their child, and he would heed her wishes. For whatever he gave her was solely at her discretion. Although the crown prince believed he would love any child born of Sheer, he was acutely aware of his responsibilities as the crown prince. Without a son, he would have to consider adopting from the royal clan, for he indeed had a throne to inherit. Moreover, he had already decided upon the child's name the moment he laid eyes on Sheer 3 years ago. Chapter 11. The crown prince's intentional display of misery the following day. The yawning Gu Xiyan and the elegantly adorned Bo Shi, with their hair styled in a cloud-like updo, donned a headpiece of gold filigree set with ruby peonies and wore a skirt of begonia red embroidered with golden clouds and butterflies as they approached His Highness the Crown Prince, who awaited them in the main hall. A look of profound astonishment flickered in the man's eyes as Gu Xiyan raised her gaze to meet the Crown Prince, dressed in a dark robe adorned with golden dragons. "Brother Chengxu, I apologize for making you wait so long," she said shyly, casting a timid glance at He Chengxu. "There is no need for such formality between us." Upon seeing the slight curve of his lips, Gu Xiyan noticed him averted his gaze, focusing instead on her wrist adorned with a ruby-studded jade bracelet, which He Chengxu gently lifted. Her delicate hand, radiant against the gold ring, was a testament to Sheer's unblemished skin, which he felt fortunate to behold. Gu Xiyan, blushing under his gaze, was led to the dining table where she seated herself. In a soft voice she remarked, "This headpiece was also a gift from you, Brother Chengxu. You have given me so much that our storeroom is nearly overflowing. With the other gifts combined, it must be worth at least 200,000 taels of silver." She couldn't help but wonder if the crown prince's residence was akin to a dragon's lair. The crown prince lifted a cup of golden blood swallow soup, gently offering it to her lips. Gu Xiyan attempted to resist, saying, "I can manage on my own." Yet, upon meeting his gaze, she wisely took a small sip. Internally, she mused about how overly affectionate the crown prince was. It was not as if she lacked the ability to serve herself, whether it be pouring tea, serving soup, or dishing out food. Why must he feed her? The crown prince leaned closer, whispering in her ear, "Sure, I am quite wealthy. These gifts constitute merely a fraction of my fortune." As the crown prince, his annual stipend amounted to 40,000 taels, complemented by regular reward from his father and the dowry of his mother, who had no daughters. Additionally, the East Palace was home to many talented individuals, including those skilled in commerce, leading to a significant increase in its wealth over the years. Since the founding of the Great Xia over a century ago, his father had begun to cultivate prosperity after ascending the throne, though not every year had been met with favorable conditions. In the face of floods, droughts, earthquakes, and locust plagues, unscrupulous merchants profited from disaster, while corrupt officials engaged in bribery, leaving the struggling populace with no choice but to rise in revolt. His Highness, the Crown Prince, believed that not only salt and iron should be state-controlled, but also grain and cotton must be firmly in the hands of the nation. The treasury of the Great Xia Kingdom had an annual revenue of less than 50 million taels of silver, predominantly sourced from land and household taxes, with salt taxes, market duties, and commercial taxes making up at least 3/4 of the burden on farmers. Ordinarily, as the Crown Prince, He Chengxu should not vie for the people's profit. Yet it has long been the case that officials and merchants are intertwined. If he does not seize this silver, will it simply be left to fatten the aristocracy? Whenever calamity strikes or the management of the Yellow River and irrigation projects is required, the Crown Prince takes the lead in donating funds and goods, compelling the noble families of the capital to contribute. In return, The court honors them with merit plaques, ensuring their names endure through the ages. Gu Xiyan found this astonishing. Indeed, His Highness and the Emperor were rather benevolent. However, was this knowledge accessible to her? The Crown Prince casually picked up a crystal shrimp dumpling, stating, "She is my wife. What is there that she cannot know?" Moreover, the noble families in the capital were all well aware, yet feigned ignorance. After finishing breakfast, Gu Xiyan, accompanied by the Crown Prince, took a carriage to the palace. The exterior of the carriage was modest, yet the interior was opulent and spacious. Once Gu Xiyan was assisted into the carriage by the Crown Prince, she sat at a distance from him, fearing to disturb her carefully arranged hair and attire. Gu Xiyan was accompanied only by Zissou, as protocol dictated that she should bring one maid when entering the palace. Zissou sat outside the carriage with Zhou Quan. The Crown Prince, noticing Gu Xiyan's distance, could not help but chuckle, gently touching his nose as he softly assured, "Sheer, I will not disturb your hairstyle." He was not the kind of man who lacked awareness of propriety. Gu Xiyan elegantly rolled her eyes, thinking, "No, you are not being honest. You can't just say a hug. That is certainly impossible." The Tailor brother had shown her warned that a man's words could not be trusted. Amused by her lively and mischievous demeanor, he smirked and said, "Sure, you are not well acquainted with the palace affairs. Let me share some insights." Gu Xiyan smiled slightly, nodding her head in agreement. "All right, Brother Qingyu is the best." Men should always be praised, even though she was somewhat uninformed. She was aware that the position of the Crown Prince in the current dynasty was unshakable, and the bond between the Emperor and the Crown Prince was profound. The Emperor had 5 sons and 3 daughters. The second prince, He Chengxu, was born merely a month after her, and was betrothed to the legitimate daughter of the Minister of Personnel. The Crown Prince held Gu Xiyan's hand and remarked, "He is just a month younger than I. Yet he can marry in early September. Sheer, we must wait until next April to wed." He looked eagerly at Gu Xiyan, having pressured his father to change their wedding date from the end of next year to April of the same year. They had a mere 8 months, and his father was unwilling to shorten the engagement any further. Fortunately, the Crown Prince's wedding preparations were already underway. Otherwise, the Minister of Rights might resign in frustration over such a brief time frame. As the legitimate eldest son, He Chengxu was expected to marry first. Yet he chose not to follow the conventional path, refusing to select a crown princess at the age of 15, which was typically customary. Regarding the selection of the Minister of Personnel's second daughter as the future consort of Prince Qi, His Highness the Crown Prince remains undaunted, for he has no need to rely on marital alliances. Gu Xiyan, feeling a softening in her heart, gently reassured him, reaching out to caress the long, defined fingers of the Crown Prince. "Brother Qingyu, 8 months will pass swiftly. The normal procedures take 1 to 2 years." The Crown Prince curved his lips in a smile, seizing the moment when she was distracted to steal a kiss upon Gu Xiyan's delicate lips. She shot him a playful glance with her sparkling apricot eyes, chiding him. "It's your fault, my lip balm is all smudged." Observing this, the Crown Prince promptly consumed the remnants of the lip balm from her lips. Nestled softly in the embrace of the man, Gu Xiyan breathed lightly, gazing up at him with an inquisitive expression. "Doesn't Father Emperor have 5 sons and 3 daughters? What the rest?" Indeed, His Majesty's harem is abundant with beauty, boasting 4 esteemed consorts and 9 favored ladies. The only name worth remembering for Gu Xiyan at this moment is the esteemed consort Su Inger, who bore but 1 son, He Chengxu, born merely a month apart from He Chengxu. The Empress married His Majesty when she was merely 15 to the then Prince Qin, He Yu. However, after 3 years without issue, and amid the fierce competition for succession, He Yu was forced to take his childhood cousin as a secondary consort due to external machinations. Surprisingly, just 2 months after the cousin entered the palace, the then Prince Qin's wife, now the Empress, found herself with child. The Crown Prince, with no hint of shame, proclaimed his superiority over his father. "Sire, I am not my father. I desire only you, and I shall protect your purity." While his father claimed to love only the Empress, the Crown Prince had witnessed many occasions in his youth when his father affectionately addressed other consorts. Gu Xiyan felt a sense of satisfaction and bestowed upon him a charming, sweet smile, wrapping her arms around his neck. "You are the best," Chengxu, she said, planting a gentle kiss on his thin lips. Chapter 12. Encountering a rival, the Crown Prince, enchanted by her affection, gently lifted Gu Xiyan down from the carriage. The man carried the fragrance of agarwood, intermingled with a hint of the crisp, austere scent of pine, which was quite pleasing. Gu Xiyan found herself rather fond of the aroma of agarwood, a scent favored by the affluent in their garments. At the gates of the Ingtian Palace, the guards witnessed the Crown Prince gallantly escorting Miss Gu into the palace on horseback yesterday, and today, tenderly assisting the future Crown Princess down from the carriage. It became evident that the Crown Prince was not indifferent to women. Rather, he possessed discerning taste. For the future Crown Princess was none other than the beautiful and accomplished eldest daughter of Minister Gu. It appeared that His Majesty favored the Crown Prince. For what did it matter that Prince Qi's fiancée, he was the second daughter of the Minister of Personnel? "Your Highness the Crown Prince," the guards greeted. He nodded slightly before turning to Gu Xiyan and softly saying, "Sierra, let us proceed." He extended his hand to grasp hers, walking alongside her rather than ahead. The radiant dawn broke forth, with the rising sun casting gentle rays upon the pair, evoking a sense of harmony that seemed fitting for the royal couple of the great Daxia Dynasty, inspiring confidence in the prosperity of the realm. The Crown Prince, accomplished in both martial and literary arts, deeply concerned for the populace, held a stellar reputation and shared a profound bond with His Majesty. No heir could surpass him in prowess. In the future, the Crown Princess is a breathtaking beauty, resplendent and noble, akin to a peony with an exquisite fragrance that captivates all. With her stunning appearance and distinguished lineage, she is the foremost beauty whom countless young scions of illustrious families in the capital vie to wed. It is only fitting that such a paragon of beauty should become the beloved of His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince. Unbeknownst to Gu Xiyan, the guards are consumed by these thoughts as she strolls alongside the Crown Prince towards the Kuan-Ning Palace. "Do not fret, Xiyan, for I am here." The Crown Prince reassures her, asserting that he would not allow his mother to trouble her, especially since his mother is a woman of great intelligence. Gu Xiyan chuckles softly. After all, who truly meets one's future mother-in-law? Before she can respond, a strikingly beautiful woman clad in an embroidered, goose yellow gown, accompanied by her maid, appears unexpectedly ahead of them. Adorned with a floral crown and possessing a charming, youthful visage, her doe-like eyes sparkle with clarity. Yet the hostility reflected within them causes Gu Xiyan to stifle her admiration. "Brother Crown Prince," Murong Meng's voice, laced with unspoken affection, lingers in the air as she halts before him, while the adept Zhou Quan steps forward, positioning himself between them. Murong Meng's delicate face flushes with indignation. Zhou Quan's disregard for her in front of Gu Xiyan is an affront. She recalls entering the palace at the tender age of 4 and yearning for the Crown Prince's embrace, only to find herself tumbling to the ground as he deftly evaded her. Cold and unyielding, he has remained so throughout her life. Yet, her heart has irrevocably belonged to him. Despite his aloof demeanor, his handsome countenance and exceptional prowess in both martial and scholarly pursuits have enchanted her. Her parents have always told her that her brother Crown Prince would ascend to the throne, and she, Murong Meng, would emulate her aunt as a regal empress. Thus, she believed that the Crown Prince's delay in selecting a consort was a sign he awaited her coming of age. Yet, 3 months have passed since she has reached that milestone, and he remains uncommitted. Last night, overwhelmed with emotion, she confronted her aunt, the Empress, who subtly suggested that she seek a fiancé among the noble families of the capital. But why should she, having diligently followed in her aunt's footsteps, mastering the arts and excelling in beauty, she is renowned as a talented young woman, her looks rivaling those of her aunt in her youth. Why then did the Crown Prince dare to bring the rebellious Miss Gu into the palace, seeking the Emperor's favor for marriage, thus jeopardizing her long-cherished aspiration to be the Crown Princess? Gu Xiyan remained silent, having also encountered the Crown Princess' cousin, who has always deemed herself the most probable candidate for the role of Crown Princess. After all, such matters ought to be resolved by men. What concern is it of hers? The Crown Prince, growing impatient, addresses Miss Murong, I have tolerated your behavior for long enough out of respect for my mother. This is the second time you've failed to pay your respects before me. Remember, a third transgression will compel me to report you to my father. He is not one to indulge in sentimentality. Observing Murong Meng's tear-streaked face and pale complexion, he coolly asserts, I am the heir apparent. You are merely a subject. What audacity grants you the right to defy me? Mu Rumo gazed at Gu Xiyan, who remained calm and composed while watching the scene unfold. Her delicate face flushed crimson. Yet upon hearing her elder brother the prince's admonition, she bit her lip and bowed, addressing him, Your Highness, I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. With that, she shot a fierce glare at Gu Xiyan and hurried away, wiping away her tears. After all, Mu Rumo was not only the prince's childhood companion, but also his cousin, so it was only natural for her to address him as elder brother. Xiyan. The man's anxious voice resonated in her ear. Gu Xiyan withdrew her scattered thoughts and turned to him. Brother Chengxu, let us depart swiftly. The Empress Dowager may be growing impatient. She tightened her grip on his large hand, which had been holding hers. A flicker of unmistakable disappointment crossed the prince's eyes. Xiyan had yet to develop feelings for him, showing no signs of jealousy. However, he would never resort to testing her affections with other women. The prince was not that kind of man. The mere thought of Xiyan looking at another man caused his heart to ache fiercely. In the Kunning Palace, after Mu Rumo's departure, the emperor arrived, joining the Empress Dowager as she shared breakfast with him after a meeting with the ministers. Today was the 17th of August, a day designated for court meetings, with smaller gatherings on the 3rd and larger ones on the 8th, while the 9th was a day of rest. Isn't the prince supposed to fetch Xiyan? Why is he not yet here? The emperor inquired, savoring a bowl of duck soup as he accepted the embroidered handkerchief offered by Lin Kong. The Empress Dowager chuckled softly. Your Majesty, why the urgency? You were mentioned they would arrive by the hour. There is still a quarter of an hour left. She then turned to the emperor. Did you not meet that little girl from the Gu family yesterday? Pray tell, for I have yet to lay eyes on her. The Empress Dowager had always opposed her brother and sister-in-law's aspirations. The Duke of Jinghua should not produce a second empress. Her husband was a most capable sovereign, and their son was an equally competent heir. Should the Duke of Jinghua's lineage become 2 generations of in-laws, it would pose a threat to the 3rd generation of successors. For powerful in-laws often herald misfortune. However, what remarkable qualities did the eldest daughter of Chancellor Gu possess that garnered such praise from both her son and the emperor? The corners of the emperor's mouth lifted. Xiyan is the cherished daughter of Bo Yong. I have long wished to form a familial bond with him. Yet he has always refrained from allowing his daughter to marry into the royal family. Who would have expected the prince to be so capable? Oh yeah, Xiyan is lively and endearing. You shall surely come to adore her. He envied Gu Boyong. After all, he had no daughter to call his own. Chapter 13. The gentle and affectionate Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager's eyes shimmered with warmth as she smiled tenderly, acknowledging the emperor's excellent judgment. Yuer had been raised under the emperor's direct guidance in the Gongquan Palace and was his most cherished son. The crown princess was a choice made by Yuer himself, the beloved daughter of the emperor's most trusted minister, providing Yuer with substantial support. Naturally, she hoped her son would ascend to the throne. Otherwise, his fate as crown prince would be dire. Gu Xiyan was the foremost among officials, the emperor's most favored minister, designated to accompany the imperial tomb in the afterlife. Moreover, the Gu family upholds a commendable family tradition, with strict household rules, and the men within the household are both scholarly and martial, with no rumors of debauchery associated with them. The empress expresses her satisfaction with Gu Xiyan, although she has yet to meet her in person, as the palace banquets are exclusively for the noble ladies. However, the mere fact that her son, who is usually indifferent towards women, has taken an instant liking to Gu Xiyan brings her great comfort. Heaven knows how worried she has been about her son's health. All the palace maids she sent over the years were returned untouched. After exchanging a few more words with the emperor, her attendant, Late Autumn, announced, Your Majesty, Your Highness, and the future crown princess request an audience. The empress smiled and said, Let them in quickly. I, too, wish to catch a glimpse of my daughter-in-law. She then glanced at the emperor, who was also smiling. Gu Xiyan quietly exhaled a breath of relief before stepping across the threshold of the main hall of Kunning Palace. She and He Chengxu approached the emperor and empress. Bowing respectfully, "Your son greets you. Father, your daughter greets you, Mother Empress." The emperor waved his hand, indicating they need not bow, and with a beaming smile remarked, "Sire, why did you not call me father, as you did yesterday? You seem so much more at ease then." The empress gently interjected, "I am not a wicked stepmother. There is no need to be so afraid of me." She looked at the well-behaved Gu Xiyan, who stood smiling at her, her expression warm and inviting. Gu Xiyan responded with a sweet and soft smile. "Father, may I call you father? And can I address the empress as mother?" She continued, "Your Majesty, with your elegance and grace, I could not help but notice a resemblance between you and the Crown Prince, which momentarily left me in awe." Her words were merely flattery, evident to all present, yet the He family and Mu Rou were taken in by her charm. Of course, the empress replied, intrigued, "His Majesty has ruled for many years with great authority, and even my niece, Mu Rumeng, would not dare to speak so casually in his presence," limiting herself to playful banter while still showing signs of restraint. As for the emperor's 3 princesses, they were not neglected, living in luxury. Yet their mother-s family was not illustrious, receiving little favor from the emperor, who was preoccupied with state affairs and focused on the crown prince. Consequently, the princesses could only meet the emperor during festivals, leading to a natural distance from him. Gu Xiyan's boldness stemmed primarily from the emperor's affectionate nature. Her father enjoyed favorable treatment that evoked envy among the courtiers, and the emperor was, after all, a strikingly handsome gentleman, which captivated her. The emperor, observing the hands of the young couple intertwined, smiled even more broadly, remarking, "Do the crown prince and I not resemble each other? It seems I shall soon have a grandchild to hold." He was thoroughly pleased with the crown prince, whom he had personally nurtured, ensuring the continuity of the Daxia Dynasty for generations to come. Gu Xiyan, seated beside the emperor and empress in a rosewood chair, blushed as she attempted to withdraw her hand, only to find it immovable. She bit her lip and smiled, noting that the crown prince bore half the likeness of his mother and half of his father, a fact evident to all. Her delicate face flushed, and the emperor and empress exchanged glances, their joy intensifying. Gu Xiyan quietly exhaled a breath of relief, not anticipating that His Highness the Crown Prince would be displeased by her reaction. "Sire, what did you just call me?" His voice was not at all quiet, prompting Gu Xiyan to blush and respond, "Brother Chengxu." It truly was a challenge for her. Controlling her blush was an art in itself. The emperor and empress observed them with tender smiles, the empress gently suggesting, "You take Sire for a stroll around the East Palace. It will also help nurture your relationship." She held great satisfaction with Gu Xiyan. Her noble lineage and beauty were commendable, and most importantly, Yuer was fond of her, which could provide him with support. In time, she would have grandchildren to cherish. The empress's heart was as clear as a mirror. Yuer had fallen deeply for Gu Xiyan at first sight and had harbored his feelings for 3 long years without anyone knowing. Had it not been for his sudden actions yesterday, bringing Gu Xiyan into the palace and confessing his secret affections in the afternoon, she might never have realized that her son was a romantic at heart. How could her son not resemble her? Watching the departing couple, the empress smiled, wishing only for Yuer to live freely and fulfill his desires. Her life had been thus. Despite a harmonious marriage, her heart remained unfulfilled. In the East Palace, the eunuchs and maidservants greeted, "We pay our respects to His Highness the Crown Prince and Her Highness the Crown Princess." The voices were harmonized and robust, prompting satisfaction from the Crown Prince. Indeed, Zhou Quan was his most valued subordinate. The man's voice, deep yet pleasant, commanded attention. After an elegant journey, Gu Xiyan finally arrived at the East Palace. Once the serving maids withdrew, apart from the Crown Prince, only her maid Zissou and the chief eunuch Zhou Quan remained. She let out a quiet sigh, her smile as sweet as honeyed candy. "Brother Chengxu, did I perform well?" She took a sip of the fine tea. The man's brow twitched slightly, captivated by Gu Xiyan's radiant smile. His heart skipped a beat. He handed her a piece of milk osmanthus cake, reassuring her. "Sire is wonderful. Do not worry, both father and mother adore you." He added gently, The pastries in the East Palace are usually quite delightful. Do give them a try. Gu Xi's eyes sparkled as she bit into the treat he offered, finding it rich and sweet, yet not overwhelming. It truly is delicious, sweet, but not cloying. Her melodious voice was enchanting, and as she gazed at her luscious lips, He Chengxu swallowed hard, taking the remnants of the milk osmanthus cake she had bitten into. Gu Xi's cheeks flushed. How can you eat what I left behind? Although the Crown Prince had often fed her in recent days, consuming her leftovers felt overly intimate. The Crown Prince leisurely sipped his tea, a smile gracing his features. This is called sharing joys and sorrows. Moreover, he and Sheer had already shared kisses, entangled in each other's embrace. However, he would not voice this last thought. Gu Xi bit her lip, opting for a piece of the steamed sugar cheese instead. Realizing that men could be quite brazen, the Crown Prince also picked up a bowl of the steamed sugar cheese, knowing the East Palace-esque kitchen was skilled, and his fondness for sweets only added to their shared interests. Chapter 14. The unruly Crown Prince. The Crown Prince, somewhat like a peacock displaying its feathers, inquired with a hint of restraint, "Would you care to see my residence? If there is anything displeasing, I shall have it changed." Gu Xiyan, with her eyes crescent-shaped in delight, patted her hand that had been kneading the pastries and accepted the damp cloth offered by Zissou for a gentle wipe, responding, of course. Instantly, the Crown Prince beamed with the innocent joy of a child who had just received a sweet treat. Gu Xiyan handed the damp cloth to him, and after he dried his hands, he tossed it to Zhou Quan, who caught it with practiced ease, observing the Crown Prince and the future Crown Princess hand in hand, making their way towards the Crown Prince's chambers. He turned to Zissou and whispered, "Miss Zissou, are there any preferences or taboos of the Crown Princess that we should be aware of, with the imperial decree already issued?" Gu Xiyan was to become the future Crown Princess. Although the formal ceremony would follow later, it was not out of line to mention it in advance. Zissou exchanged a knowing glance with Zhou Quan, then softly replied in his ear, "Our young lady has a penchant for delectable foods, and she particularly enjoys sweets." Ahead, Gu Xiyan, led by the Crown Prince, took in the luxurious and elegant East Palace, a sight that was almost overwhelming. It was commonly said that the Emperor favored the Crown Prince above all else, and indeed, the East Palace was only slightly less grand than the Gongquan Palace. "Sire, I may not possess as many varieties of peonies as my father, but since you adore them, I shall request some from the Imperial Flower Garden to create a small garden for you in the East Palace. Would that please you?" The Crown Prince held her delicate hand, his gaze filled with anticipation as he looked tenderly at Gu Xiyan. The radiant young girl, with her picturesque features and eyes that sparkled like stars, replied, "Thank you, Brother Chengxu." As for the Emperor's thoughts, they were inconsequential to her. The Crown Prince's heart raced like a startled deer, filled with the singular thought that if Sierra were to declare her love for him at that moment, he might very well feel his heart leap into his throat. They strolled through the East Palace until they were summoned by the Queen Mother's steward, Su Yu, to join the Emperor and Empress for lunch. Gu Xiyan managed to garner a significant amount of favor from the imperial couple. She returned to the Prime Minister's residence laden with rewards bestowed by the Crown Prince. Before departing, the Crown Prince instructed, "Sierra, tomorrow at noon, I shall come with the Ministry of Rights and the Imperial Clan Court to formally propose. Let us dine together, shall we?" Gu Xiyan obediently nodded. After seeing off the Crown Prince, she returned to her chamber in the Wangshu courtyard and casually reclined on the mahogany chaise longue. "Fulling, please help me remove these adornments. I am utterly exhausted." Fulling swiftly relieved Gu Xiyan of her invaluable hairpins and jewelry, teasingly remarking, "It seems our young lady is indeed fortunate. The Crown Prince is remarkably considerate. I dare say the young ladies of the capital will be green with envy." Their young mistress's birthday was on the 14th of August, and the Mid-Autumn Festival was set for the 15th. Yet by the 16th morning, she had already been summoned into the palace by the Crown Prince, with the Emperor personally issuing a marriage decree overflowing with praise. Now, on the 17th of August, the Ministry of Rights was to prepare the betrothal gifts in less than 3 days, a task that had Fulling anxious for the Minister of Rights. Gu Xiyan gazed out of the window at the blooming peonies in a myriad of colors, a serene smile gracing her lips. The affection of a man is fleeting, and she found herself curious about how long His Highness the Crown Prince could maintain his interest. Zissou and Fuling exchanged glances, their admiration for their young mistress deepening. If it were another lady of noble birth, she would be utterly captivated by the Crown Prince's tenderness, perhaps even envisioning a future filled with descendants at merely a glance. The pinnacle of royal wealth and the Crown Prince's unparalleled beauty, akin to a rare orchid, coupled with his exceptional abilities, rendered him an extraordinary choice for a husband. Yet, Gu Xiyan remained unperturbed by power or the allure of the Crown Prince's charms. Rather, it was he who cherished her as a treasure. They both concluded that their young mistress indeed possessed remarkable skills in captivating men. On the 18th of August, under a clear sky, Gu Xiyan, having enjoyed a restful slumber after 4 consecutive days of waking without the natural light of dawn, finally rose at the 5th hour. With a languid stretch, her bright, expressive eyes shimmered with vitality as she yawned leisurely. Unable to resist, she nestled deeper into her soft quilt, relishing the comfort of her sleep until the 5th hour. Although she typically retired at the midnight hour, she often indulged in reading novels during the night. Zissou and Fuling, trained in martial arts since childhood, possessed considerable strength. Whenever Gu Xiyan found it difficult to rise on the 1st and 15th days of the lunar month, they would carry her like a princess to the rose chair for her morning ablutions. Gazing at the cerulean curtains, Gu Xiyan instructed Zissou to find a suitable time to replace them with soft drapes of mud gold, perfect for autumn and winter. "As you wish," Zissou replied, moving forward to assist Gu Xiyan into an upright position. "Miss, His Highness the Crown Prince will arrive in an hour. What attire would you prefer for today?" Noting Gu Xiyan's lingering lethargy, she added with a smile, "Among the many gifts sent by His Highness through Steward Zhou the other day, there is a considerable amount of cloud brocade. The embroiderers have been diligently crafting a set of garments. Would you like to wear them today?" Fuling gestured for Dooku to present the exquisite ensemble of lotus pink embroidered brocade, adorned with golden cloud patterns. Gu Xiyan lifted her eyelids, appraising the splendid and intricate outfit. "Let it be that one. Cloud brocade, more precious than shoe brocade, is often said to be worth its weight in gold, traditionally reserved for royal families and high-ranking officials." However, for Gu Xiyan, her father procured no less than 20 bolts of cloud brocade each year. A single bolt could yield 2 sets of garments, allowing her to possess 16 sets of everyday attire made from cloud brocade throughout the seasons. She and her mother each received 8 bolts, while her father and brother each received 2, and her grandmother 2 as well. Thus, what appeared to others as exceedingly valuable was merely commonplace for Gu Xiyan. Thanks to her doting father, who was also favored by the emperor, Gu Xiyan typically donned garments made from shoe brocade, cloud brocade, or song brocade, along with some fashionable silk and satin styles. As Zissou and Fuling attended to their mistress's dressing and grooming, they endeavored to apply her makeup, only to be gently halted by Gu Xiyan. Gu Xi, disinterested in cosmetics, refrained from adorning herself, preferring the simplicity of her home. After a modest breakfast, before the clock struck noon, a servant arrived to announce the presence of His Highness the Crown Prince, accompanied by the Minister of Rites, who had come to propose a marriage. Gu Xi observed the giggling maids covering their mouths and scolded them lightly, urging them to hurry away. Amused, she thought to herself that today was the Grand Court Assembly. Had the Crown Prince truly summoned the Minister of Rites to the Prime Minister's residence right after the morning court session? She felt a pang of sympathy for the Minister of Rites, who must have hardly slept in less than 3 days to prepare for such an occasion. Chapter 15. The astonishment of Gu Xiyan in the main hall of the Prime Minister's residence. Gu Xiyan, clad in a purple official robe embroidered with cranes, possessed a countenance as refined as jade, exuding an elegance akin to the moon. His deep-set eyes mirrored the weight of life's experiences, and his stature was as upright as a pine tree, seemingly favored by the passage of time. However, a hint of bewilderment lingered in his gaze. "Crown Prince, what summons have you for this humble servant? I have yet to complete my official duties." Gu Xiyan was taken aback. It was rather peculiar for the Crown Prince to have the eunuch Zhou Quan call him back to the Prime Minister's residence. Although Xier had mentioned the Crown Prince would partake in lunch at the Gu residence, he still had responsibilities to fulfill. Moreover, this was not his first dining experience with the Crown Prince. He had previously dined at Gangquan Palace with the Emperor, and just the night before, the Crown Prince had shared dinner at their estate. Before long, Gu Xiyan beheld the rather disheartened, yet smiling Minister of Rites, Lu Mu, the jubilant Prince Kong from the imperial clan, and Zhou Quan, instructing the imperial bodyguards to carry an uncountable number of camphor-wood chests. In an instant, Gu Xiyan found himself at a loss for words. His normally composed visage froze, and his pupils widened in astonishment. If his eyes did not deceive him, this was indeed a marriage proposal gift, adorned with a vibrant red ribbon. Was the Crown Prince perhaps being excessively extravagant? Your Highness, I am here under the Emperor's and Your Highness's command to present the marriage proposal list, signifying a union that surpasses the harmony of Mandarin ducks. And thus I have prepared the dowry list. The Ministry of Rites had initially arranged a dowry of 1,000 taels of gold, 10,000 taels of silver, fine silks and satins, jade ornaments, ancient paintings and antiques, and various headpieces and jewelry, totaling a value of 100,000 taels. The Crown Princess's phoenix crown, ceremonial robes, and other attire were still in production and would be delivered to the Prime Minister's residence at the earliest opportunity. Yet, dissatisfied with the ministry's offerings, the Crown Prince had added a pair of lively geese, 10,000 taels of gold, and 100,000 taels of silver. It was well known that the Eastern Palace was affluent, but surely this was an excess of wealth. The dowry, originally set at 100,000 taels, had escalated to an astonishing 300,000 to 400,000 taels, a true spectacle of opulence. Gu Wanying's jealousy was palpable, nearly escaping her composure, until her mother, Madame Sun Miaohan, tightly grasped her, compelling her to lower her gaze and avoid the sight of the overflowing camphor-wood chests that filled the main hall and courtyard. After a brief incense stick burned, the Minister of Rites nearly lost his voice, finally pausing to gulp down the now-cold tea, quenching his thirst. Not only the women of the Gu family, but even Gu Xiyan was astonished. His mouth agape. Was it not customary for the Crown Prince's marriage to require a dowry of only 100,000 taels? In the span of the last 2 incense sticks, the Minister of Rites had recited a dowry list that far exceeded the standard. Just the gold and silver alone doubled the customary marriage proposal amount. The esteemed King Kong and Lord Lu have worked diligently. Today, His Highness, the Crown Prince, is in a buoyant mood, his lips curving upwards in a smile, leaving Minister Lu Mu quite astonished. At the age of 65, King Kong has never witnessed such a joyful expression from the Crown Prince. He beams with delight, declaring that he has come merely to share in the joy, not out of hardship. "This is but my duty," replies the minister, bowing humbly, unwilling to claim any credit. "Your Highness, I must hasten back to the palace to report to His Majesty," he adds, taking his leave. Minister Lu feels somewhat superfluous at this moment and decides to withdraw. Zhou Quan, see Lord Lu off, the Crown Prince instructs with a slight nod. Zhou Quan promptly obeys, following Minister Lu out. The room now holds only King Kong, the ladies of the Gu family, Gu Xiyan, and the Crown Prince, along with a number of attentive servants. The Crown Prince turns to King Kong, saying, "Shearer, this is my uncle King Kong." Holding the hand of Gu Shi and gesturing toward her, he continues, "Uncle, this is my wife, Gu Shi." Gu Shi gracefully curtsies, "I have met Uncle King Kong." King Kong smiles broadly, "Indeed, the Crown Prince and Princess are a match made in heaven. I shall not intrude upon your time. The formalities can wait until after your wedding, lest His Majesty seek me out for an account." Having spoken, he turns to the Crown Prince. "I must take my leave to meet a friend for fishing." After bidding farewell to King Kong, the Gu family matriarch appears radiant. Turning to Lu Shuaying, "Please place the betrothal gifts in the courtyard near Shearer Swanshu courtyard, and ensure they are well guarded." She smiles. "Perhaps you should have lunch first before returning to your duties, my lord." Her gaze shifts to the Crown Prince, uncertain, "Your Highness, what about you?" The Crown Prince responds gently, "Father has granted me a few days off. I wish to take Shearer to the Western Gardens for some leisure." He refrains from mentioning the pressing memorials he must attend to, as his father is quite ruthless. Yet, compared to Shearer, he would willingly sacrifice 2 hours of sleep at night. In the back garden of the Prime Minister's residence, Gu Xi's cheeks flush as she glances at her hand held by the man. "Sheer, why do you look so flushed?" He teases, his playful eyes twinkling. "Oh, I am simply warm," she replies, feeling somewhat bashful under the gaze of her parents, finding it difficult to avoid blushing while being led away by him. At this moment, her blush is genuine, not feigned shyness. The Crown Prince notices her embarrassment and smiles slightly. "Oh," the young lady's eyelashes flutter. "I'm ignoring you now. I need to gather my things." With that, Gu Xi turns to leave, only to be enveloped in his embrace. She finds herself clutching the Crown Prince's shoulder, her delicate arm as flawless as jade, its whiteness almost blinding. The Crown Prince gazes down at her bitten lip, his throat tightening. "I was wrong, sure. Please do not be angry." His tone is sincere, his prominent nose brushing against her finely sculpted nose, their breaths mingling in the space between. Gu Xi had gazed at the handsome face before her, its features sharp and profound, with beguiling peach blossom eyes and skin of the cool white hue she adored, causing her heart, as an admirer of beauty, to flutter. Anger eluded her. In the presence of such a visage, as long as innocence remained intact, she found it difficult to harbor any resentment. The Crown Prince, with a subtle smile playing upon his lips, realized that indeed, Sheer was enamored with his looks. Although the Mid-Autumn festival had passed, the weather still held a warmth reminiscent of summer. The Western Garden served as the royal summer retreat, and the Crown Prince had sought permission from his father, intending to take Gu Xiya there for a brief sojourn of 2 days. Earlier, Gu Xiya had merely jested, packing her belongings with the help of Zissou and Fulling. At that moment, she was captivated by the vibrant blooms in the back garden, where peonies, and begonia flowers competed in their splendid display, a veritable tapestry of beauty. The gentle autumn breeze whisked away remnants of summer's heat, and the sweet, delicate fragrance emanating from the girl was utterly enchanting, akin to a kitten's paw gently scratching at his heart. The Crown Prince raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Sure, I have long wished to ask, what fragrance do you wear?" It carries a hint of creaminess. He himself held little regard for perfumed scents, as he did not wear them. His garments, however, were inevitably infused with fragrance. Gu Xiya withdrew her gaze and casually replied, "It is the scent of the pear blossom." She quite fancied this aroma. "It does not resemble the fragrance of pear blossom," the Crown Prince mused as he leaned closer, inhaling the soft, sweet scent from her alabaster neck, which bore a subtle, creamy note. The girl instinctively shrank her neck, insisting, "It is not the fragrance of my attire, Your Highness." The Crown Prince leaned in once more, resembling a fluffy, affectionate dog. Chapter 16. The bashful Crown Prince, Gu Xiya, lowered her head to sniff herself, questioning, "What scent could I possibly have?" All she detected was the fragrance of pear blossom and the floral scents from the garden. The Crown Prince, observing her small movements with softening eyes, gently remarked, "It is the scent of Sheer. Could it be your natural aroma?" Suddenly, Gu Xiya turned away, her hands twisting the handkerchief in silence. She did not wish to appear overly sentimental, yet it was evident that such behavior captivated men. The Crown Prince cleared his throat softly, unable to suppress a smile as he watched the delicate blush bloom upon her fair visage. His spirits lifted. His gaze wandered to the vibrant peony blossoms ahead, a splendid collection of rare varieties including Yao Huang, Wei Zi, and Zhao Fun. The Crown Prince admired Gu Xiya's attire, a pale lotus-colored skirt adorned with golden cloud patterns, and plucked the most enchanting Yao Huang blossom. With graceful, fair fingers, he tucked the flower into the elegant bun she wore, for while the peony is the king of flowers, the ethereal beauty of the girl rendered even the blossoms less radiant. As the Crown Prince caught sight of Gu Xiya's clear, lustrous eyes gazing intently at him, he found himself entranced, lost within the starlit depths of her gaze. Gu Xiya, following his movements, raised her eyes to meet his, pleased to see her own reflection in his gaze, realizing just how beautiful she appeared beside such a magnificent bloom. To her surprise, it wasn't long before she heard the powerful beat of his heart, racing with fervor. Gu Xi and Pu Qi exchanged a smile, covering their lips with their hands, their eyes curving into crescent shapes. In the next moment, The Crown Prince, realizing the situation, unexpectedly felt a flush rise to his ears. The man feigned nonchalance and said, "Sheer, shall we dine at Rui Tower at noon? After our meal, we can visit the West Garden. Is that agreeable?" Gu Xiyan fixed her gaze on his slightly reddened ears and nodded in affirmation. "That sounds wonderful." He Chengxu, feeling helpless, then smirked, "Do not stare at my ears. I can be shy too." Gu Xi's almond-shaped eyes sparkled with laughter. "Brother Chengxu, you are truly handsome." It was no wonder he enjoyed teasing her. Discovering the charm of shyness in others was indeed delightful. He gently caressed the young girl's delicate, jade-like cheek, saying, "We shall do as Sheer wishes." Yet his expression shifted instantly. "Go and urge Zissou and the others. Sheer will soon be hungry." Zhou Quan, who had been smiling amiably, suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. "As you command, my lord." At Rui Tower, the favored establishment of the capital's elite and wealthy merchants. Reservations for private rooms must be made 3 days in advance due to high demand and strict entry requirements. Gu Xiyan had dined at Rui Tower numerous times, genuinely believing that its cuisine surpassed that of the imperial kitchen. "Miss Gu, Master He, welcome. The private room on the 3rd floor is ready," greeted the jovial, plump proprietor, radiating warmth. Gu Xi's eyes flickered. Was the proprietor's gaze towards her and He Chengxu overly enthusiastic? She had visited Rui Tower before, and it was evident he was not particularly interested in her. Nevertheless, this proprietor was astute. His outward demeanor belied his keen awareness, a detail she had almost overlooked. As they ascended the stairs, the patrons in the hall paused their dining to observe. "Is that the legitimate daughter of Gu Tating, the renowned beauty, Gu Xiyan?" Those who had never encountered Gu Xiyan before now understood why she was celebrated as the capital's foremost beauty. Although women in ancient times were not permitted to publicly share their names before marriage, the imperial decree had inscribed Gu Xi's name and given her engagement. It was no longer a concern. Who else in the capital possessed such ethereal grace? It was no wonder the Crown Prince fell head over heels, hastening to secure a marriage decree from the emperor. The citizens of the capital were not naive. Even the dandy had his skills. The He family was of royal lineage, and the man's breathtaking beauty, accompanied by a pale, beardless attendant clearly from the palace, spoke volumes. Not to mention, the proprietor personally welcomed them to the 3rd floor private room, addressing her as Miss Gu. The appearances of the Crown Prince and the future Crown Princess were indeed a match made in heaven. On the 16th of August, upon receiving the marriage decree, the Crown Prince had already begun to shape public opinion. His Sheer's reputation must remain untarnished. Miss Gu adored peonies, and Gu Tating had gone to great lengths to collect every variety of peony in the realm, even seeking the emperor's favor to obtain them. Today, it was evident that only peonies could befit Miss Gu. She was indeed more exquisite than the flowers, embodying grace and beauty. Indeed, Gu Tating was renowned for his indulgence towards his daughter in our great Xia, and thus, Miss Gu's fortune was truly enviable, destined for a life of honor and favor. Today she wore a falling horse bun adorned with beautiful Yao Huang hairpins. I suspect that in a few days, the capital will see a trend of floral hairpins emerging. Those who possess a business acumen have quietly begun to calculate the potential of Miss Gu's remarkable ability to promote products. Although she cannot afford the luxurious Yunjin and Shujin fabrics or the exquisite headpieces worth 1,000 taels, she can still select similar patterns and styles. After Gu Xiyan ascended the stairs, she observed the maids of Rui Tower who had already set the dining table, and she took a seat. She glanced at the man sitting beside her, Brother Chengxu, and inquired, "Isn't Rui Tower your establishment?" Gu Xiyan, known for her forthrightness, found it difficult to employ subtlety. The Crown Prince, displaying a gentle demeanor, assisted Gu Xiyan in washing her hands before tending to his own. He dried his hands with a cloth and handed it to Zhou Quan, remarking, "Sheer is truly clever." He then turned to Zhou Quan, instructing him to take the ladies downstairs for their meal, as his presence was not required here. Zhou Quan complied with a nod. Zissou and Fulling exchanged glances, astonished that the Crown Prince could be so similar to their young mistress. With only the two of them remaining in the room, the Crown Prince served Gu Xiyan a delicate dish of gold and silver crab meat, which she found reminiscent of crab roe buns. Crabs are considered cold in nature, and Shi'er must not overindulge, he cautioned, having consulted the physician who advised that women are particularly susceptible to coldness. Consuming excessive cold foods could lead to discomfort. Gu Xiyan had only taken 2 bites and pouted, "I haven't even eaten 2 crabs. This is rather excessive and authoritarian." However, a single crab yields little roe, and the portion served was equivalent to that of a large hairy crab. Thus, the Crown Prince remained silent, opting not to partake in that dish. "The cherry meat from Rui Tower is delightful. Why not give it a try?" he suggested, offering her a piece of the enticingly colored dish. She could only comfort herself, thinking that being served a meal by the Crown Prince made her the first in the world. The flavor was exquisite. "Brother Chengxu, I can manage on my own. The food will grow cold." Gu Xiyan believed that her own efforts would yield a more satisfying meal. The Crown Prince, unsure of why, found enjoyment in feeding her as they sat together. Gu Xiyan served him a bowl of wontons, prepared in accordance with the 24 solar terms, and in turn offered him a piece of cherry meat before focusing on her own meal. Chapter 17. Encountering former suitors after finishing their lunch. Gu Xiyan and the Crown Prince exited the elegant chamber on the 3rd floor. "Miss Gu," she was greeted by 2 exceptionally handsome young men, her former suitors. Xiao Li, clad in a deep blue embroidered robe adorned with bamboo patterns, possessed striking features with ruby red lips and pearly white teeth. Shi Yuan, dressed in a black robe with golden embroidery, exuded an impressive and formidable aura. Upon seeing Gu Xiyan, their eyes sparkled with interest, and after exchanging pleasantries, they noticed the Crown Prince beside her, garbed in a moon-white cloud brocade robe. "We pay our respects to your highness," they said, bowing with a complex mixture of emotions. Gu Xiyan felt a twinge of awkwardness as she regarded the 2 handsome young men, recalling how she had delicately expressed that they were not her preferred type. However, encountering her former suitors in the presence of her current fiancé was an undeniable challenge for her heart. She had not forgotten the Crown Prince's reaction when she was previously with Zhou Yuan. Gu Xiyan secretly inhaled, wondering if His Highness the Crown Prince would dare to kiss her forcibly in front of them. The Crown Prince himself looked at Xiao Li and Shi Yuan, silently grinding his molars, pursing his lips as he spoke softly, no need for formalities. He then discreetly positioned himself in front of Gu Xiyan, shielding her behind him. The Crown Prince's expression darkened as he regarded the 2 bothersome figures before him. "Shi'er is the Crown Princess of this lonely prince. I implore you both to conduct yourselves with dignity." The imperial decree had been issued. Gu Xiyan was his Crown Princess, his only wife. Xiao Li's expression flickered with disappointment. Quickly masked as he steeled himself, "I understand." He had yet to recover from the shock. Although he was not deeply infatuated, he had been drawn to her beauty. He had once believed he had a chance of winning the heart of the eldest daughter of the Gu family, only to be thwarted unexpectedly. Shi Yuan's gaze subtly traversed the petite figure behind the Crown Prince, as he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. "Your Highness, the Crown Princess is a pure and radiant young lady. I beseech you not to let her down." Shi Yuan knew this was not his place to speak. Yet the palace was a treacherous realm, and he could not bear to see the enchanting Gu Xiyan akin to a blossoming flower, tormented by unseen court intrigues. The Crown Prince's sharp gaze pierced Shi Yuan, brimming with displeasure and malice, his voice frigid. "My Crown Princess needs no concern from you." Gu Xiyan, who had been quietly observing the scene from the side, suddenly felt her hand being taken, fingers entwined. "Shi'er, let us depart." The Crown Prince felt his good mood dissipating rapidly. How could a rival be so bothersome? He was not oblivious to the implications of Duke Pingyang. Observing the man's irritation yet still accommodating the young lady by his side, Xiao Li turned toward Shi Yuan in disapproval. "Duke Pingyang, you just lost your composure. If the Crown Prince were petty, he would surely make things difficult for them in the future." Shi Yuan, his emotions swirling, froze momentarily. Weren't we supposed to share a drink? They both shared a sense of camaraderie, having thought they could win the heart of the beauty, only to face such a lamentable outcome. At that moment, Shi Yuan felt as if his heart were being sliced. Could the moon of his youth never find its way into his embrace? On the way to the West Garden, within the carriage, Gu Xiyan observed the man who had been silently brooding ever since they boarded. She swallowed hard and glanced at her small hand, which the Crown Prince had just released. "Humph." The man's voice was low and gruff. After a moment of silence, she shifted closer to him. The Crown Prince felt that the cherry meat he had eaten earlier was unbearably sour, undoubtedly due to excessive vinegar. He glanced at Gu Xiyan, who had remained silent from the moment they entered the carriage, which only fueled his irritation. "Humph." With arms crossed, he turned his head away from her. The Crown Prince was nearly drowning in jealousy. The mere thought that Xiyan had been gazed upon by those two wild men just the other day ignited a fierce desire to confront them. Why had he not dealt with them then? The Crown Prince was astute, with a mind as intricate as lotus roots. The bond he had painstakingly nurtured with Xiyan could easily be shattered if she were frightened by his anger. He would have no time to weep for his loss. In the realm of affection, it was often the indulgence that bred mischief, and the Crown Prince was acutely aware of this. His Xiyan now views him merely with lustful intentions and compliance with royal decree, yet she remains oblivious. The Crown Prince is utterly distressed, blaming his own gentlemanly demeanor for allowing those three ruffians the opportunity to vie for Xiyan's attention. Heaven knows why he was reluctant to leave the palace in his childhood. Had he relentlessly pursued Gu Xiyan to become his tutor, how splendid it would have been. He could have enjoyed a childhood friendship with Xiyan, devoid of the presence of so many other suitors. The Crown Prince is consumed by jealousy, yet he cannot vent his frustrations toward Xiyan. After much contemplation, he resorts to playing the rogue, mimicking the manner in which he once charmed his father. Gu Xiyan, clutching her heart, suddenly feels a pang within. How could one possibly refuse a boy who knows how to be endearing? Gently, Gu Xiyan wraps her arms around the Crown Prince's arm, settling herself in his embrace, her cheek brushing against his firm, warm chest. Faced with the affection of his beloved, the Crown Prince finds much of his jealousy dissipating, yet he nobly refrains from resting his hand on Gu Xiyan's waist. The young lady encircles his neck with her arms, pressing herself against him before shifting to face him, her nose touching his prominent one. "Brother Chengxu, you saw it too." I paid no heed to them. Gu Xiyan's tone is tender and sweet. How could they possibly compare to my brother Chengxu's good looks? Lowering her gaze, she cradles his face and delicately pecks his soft lips. The corners of the Crown Prince's mouth involuntarily curl upwards as he grasps Gu Xiyan's slender waist, suddenly taking the initiative to inhale the sweet fragrance of the girl in his arms. After a while, a blossom of Yao Huang from her hairpin falls into her hand. "Brother Chengxu, I just plucked a flower," she murmurs softly, leaning against his chest, her eyes shimmering with emotion, raising her hand in a gesture. The Crown Prince appears nonchalant as he shifts slightly, gazing at the fallen flower. "It is its honor. I shall adorn you with flowers every day henceforth. If you would permit me," he replies in a low, husky voice filled with tenderness. Gu Xiyan catches a glimpse of the pulsing vein on his forehead and his somewhat awkward movements, and with keen insight, she responds, "Brother Chengxu is so kind to me." She diverts her gaze and softly murmurs, "Put me down, Brother Chengxu. Is there a mirror box in the carriage? Perhaps it would be prudent to distance herself a bit." Her brother's tales mention this. The Crown Prince looks at her and softly replies, "In the drawer beneath the Kong table." His carriage is, of course, a luxurious model, equipped for daily necessities, and the Kong table is intricately carved from rosewood adorned with dragon motifs. Moreover, since he intends to take Xiyan out, how could he not prepare spare jewelry and garments for her? Zhou Quan would see to it with great care. Chapter 18. A desire for separation. Gu Xiyan gazes at her reflection in the rosewood folding mirror, her complexion radiant and rosy, eyes glistening with autumn allure, lips slightly plump, a visage that exudes the essence of being cherished. The clarity of the bronze mirror is commendable, revealing a girl of unparalleled beauty, a blossom of national grace. She indulges in the delightful appreciation of her own exquisite allure. Gu Xiyan caught sight of a small drawer beneath the exquisite mirror adorned with 4 phoenixes holding gold and silver ornaments. She reached out to pull it open, exclaiming in surprise at the presence of a young lady's headpieces. "Brother Chengxu," she mused. Gu Xiyan did not perceive this as a sign of the Crown Prince preparing gifts for another woman, for this was, after all, the Crown Prince's exclusive carriage. Moreover, What woman could the crown prince not have? If he favored someone, he ought to be forthright and bring her into the palace for marriage, just as he had with her. Gu Xiyan believed she understood the crown prince's character quite well. It was the crown princess and secondary consorts who were chosen based on family background. Other favored women and concubines were merely at the mercy of men's whims. With a subtle smile in her eyes, Gu Xiyan turned to observe the man who was leisurely and elegantly adjusting his attire. The crown prince smiled softly, declaring, "These are indeed prepared for Xiyan. I am but an innocent flower of youth." He felt it necessary to defend his innocence. Gu Xiyan suppressed a smile, asserting, "I knew Brother Chengxu was the finest man in the world, a treasure one could scarcely find even with a lantern." The crown prince scoffed lightly. "Other men may lack integrity, but I alone am worthy of Xiyan." Gu Xiyan could not agree more, playfully tilting her head and stating solemnly, "Brother Chengxu belongs to me alone, and no other woman is permitted to touch him." The crown prince's eyes sparkled with mirth. "Indeed, I am solely Xiyan's, and she is mine as well. Not even our daughter shall be held by another. Xiyan should possess a sense of ownership over him. With such possessiveness established, could affection and love be far behind?" Gu Xiyan felt a twinge of embarrassment. "I am not that unreasonable. Our daughter can still be embraced after all. She is our flesh and blood." The crown prince, his dark hair half-tied and elegantly styled with a white jade magnolia hairpin, exuded an aura of grace and nobility. Gu Xiyan found herself entranced by his expressive, peach blossom-like eyes. The crown prince, seeking to shift his posture, gently clenched his hand into a fist and rested it against his lips, his tone tender and intimate. "What is Xiyan pondering?" Gu Xiyan's lips curled into a playful smile, her eyes twinkling with mischief as she replied, "Brother Chengxu's earlier huff was simply too adorable. It fills me with joy." The crown prince paused momentarily before pulling Gu Xiyan into his embrace, his large hand wrapping around her delicate waist, the perfect curve of his jaw resting against her neck. "Really?" he asked, his warm breath contrasting with the coolness of his lips, causing the young woman in his arms to momentarily stiffen. Although the crown prince believed men should not be described as adorable, Gu Xiyan found him so, and thus, in a roundabout way, was it not love? If Xiyan loved him, how could their hearts be distant? Though Gu Xiyan was still unaccustomed to the crown prince's embrace, she made an effort to relax, leaning against him and tilting her head to gaze up at him. "Brother Chengxu is unlike any other man. In my heart, there is only you," she affirmed, her hand playfully draping around his neck. The crown prince gazed down into Gu Xiyan's seemingly expressive eyes, unable to resist placing a gentle kiss upon her eyelids. Gu Xiyan felt the soft, cool sensation of his kiss against her lashes, imbued with his deep affection, and shyly fluttered her eyelashes, nestling deeper into his embrace. As dusk descends, the sky is ablaze with the vibrant hues of sunset, the resplendent sun sinking below the horizon. Within the esteemed residence of the Prime Minister, Lady Gu Xiyan observes the return of her husband, Gu Xiyan. "You have returned, my lord." Gu Xiyan gestures for his attendant to open the intricately inlaid treasure box, revealing the exquisite cherry pastry purchased from Rui Tower. He places it beside the purple sandalwood table next to the armchair and smiles at her. "This is the cherry pastry from Rui Tower, your favorite. Would you care to taste it?" Following her husband's lead, Lu Shuang takes a seat after washing her hands and picks up a piece of the cherry pastry. "I am not as gluttonous as Xiyan. You needn't trouble yourself. You could have simply sent a servant to fetch it. You work so hard during your shifts." Gu Xiyan sips his Mingqian Longjing tea and chuckles. "It was merely a matter of convenience, no trouble at all. Xiyan is my daughter, but are you not my beloved wife?" He sets down his teacup and helps himself to a piece of the pastry as well. "By the way, my dear, once Xiyan returns from the Western Garden, you ought to give her a proper admonition about managing her household." Gu Xiyan knows his cherished daughter is quite intelligent, having observed her mother oversee the household since childhood. Though her nature tends to be somewhat lackadaisical, she requires encouragement to rise to her responsibilities. "That is certainly true. However, my lord, I noticed a rather peculiar expression on the faces of your younger brother and sister-in-law today." Lu Shuang comprehends the underlying significance. In this dynasty, customs dictate that the betrothal gifts and dowry must be of equal worth, as the dowry serves as a woman's future security. The Gu family, of venerable lineage, possesses a fortune of approximately 140 to 50,000 taels. As the legitimate eldest son, Gu Xiyan stands to inherit 70% of this estate, which amounts to 100,000 taels. He intends to provide Gu Xiyan with a dowry worth 50,000 taels, ensuring an equitable division of the family wealth between Gu Xiyan and Gu Xiyan. Prior to Gu Jingyan's marriage, Gu Xiyan had sought his opinion, adhering to the traditional principle that 70% of the family estate rightfully belongs to the eldest son. Thus, Gu Jingyan finds himself at a disadvantage, forfeiting an estate valued at 20,000 taels. Nevertheless, Gu Jingyan, a devoted brother, wholeheartedly supports Gu Xiyan and Lu Shuang's intentions. At the tender age of 18, he declared, "Father, mother, Sierra will eventually marry. This world is particularly harsh for women. As her brother, I do not mind the sacrifice. The additional portion of our inheritance for Sierra will serve as her dowry." Gu Xiyan and Lu Shuang find solace in this arrangement. Once Gu Xiyan retires to his hometown, the only support Sierra will have left will be her elder brother, Gu Jingyan. Their strong sibling bond is a source of great comfort. As for the opinions of the elder matriarch, they hold little significance. Although parents remain united until the family estate is divided, Gu Xiyan's decisions cannot be easily swayed. He merely seeks to negotiate the inheritance with the second branch of the family without fully severing ties. Gu Xiyan is not one to display foolish filial piety, and his mother is no fool either. Thus, upon hearing Lu Shuang's words, Gu Xiyan's expression darkened slightly. "Rest assured, my dear, Sierra's dowry is rightfully hers. I believe it is time to address my younger brother's concerns. While it is natural to cherish wealth, it is essential to ensure that Sierra, now the Crown Princess, does not face any hindrances from within the Gu family." Gu Xiyan, how could he be unaware of his younger brother and sister-in-law's displeasure at the princely betrothal gifts brought by the Crown Prince, which far exceeded customary standards? In the elegant bamboo courtyard of the second branch of the Gu family, Madame Gu heir, Sun Miaohan, gazed at Gu Yuan and remarked, "My dear, the Crown Prince's betrothal gifts amount to nearly 400,000 taels of silver. Wouldn't Sierra's dowry greatly surpass what is customary?" The Gu family, a venerable lineage with centuries of noble heritage, typically allocated dowries of 60,000 taels for legitimate daughters and 10,000 for illegitimate ones. The annual salary of a first-rank prime minister is merely 3,600 taels, akin to her uncle, Gu Xiyan, Gu Tating, including social engagements and filial tributes. A modest income of just over 10,000 taels could be expected, not counting the occasional royal bestowals granted to Gu Xiyan. As the prime minister and foremost among officials, Gu Xiyan enjoyed the emperor's profound trust, surpassing even the favored princes of the royal family. Throughout the year, the emperor's gifts to Gu Xiyan, excluding silks and satins, amounted to at least 10,000 taels, along with 20 bolts of fine brocade valued at 100 gold taels each. The Gu family had not yet divided its assets, and the household was managed by the prime minister's wife, Lu Shuang, which left Sun Miaohan feeling somewhat discontent. While Gu Xiyan and Lu Shuang shared a loving marriage, remaining faithful and not indulging in concubines, she and Gu Yuan maintained a respectful distance, the latter honoring his primary wife while holding the position of Deputy Minister of Rights, a second-rank official. Gu Xiyan, as Gu Yang's legitimate eldest daughter, was betrothed to the Crown Prince by imperial decree. Her future as queen seemingly assured due to the Crown Prince's esteemed position in the emperor's heart. Could the second branch of the Gu family forever remain overshadowed by the brilliance of the first branch? Sun Miaohan was well aware that her niece's ascension to Crown Princess would also bring advantages to their branch. However, Gu Xiyan was known for his integrity and adherence to justice, ensuring that they could not exploit their connections for personal gain. With the family yet to split, a substantial portion of the additional expenditures would inevitably fall upon their shoulders. Gu Yuan's gaze shifted slightly as he gently admonished, "Your words are rather petty. Sierra has grown up before our eyes, and, as the Crown Princess, her dowry is her future security. This matter must not be broached again." Yet, contemplating the Crown Prince's gifts, it was evident that Sierra's dowry would surpass 100,000 taels, and any excess would be drawn from the family's resources. Even a mere doubling of the initial sum would diminish their branch's wealth by tens of thousands of taels. Both Gu Yuan and Sun Yaohan shared the same sentiment. Since they could not leverage their noble connections for financial gain or engage in corrupt practices, the funds they were compelled to part with seemed unjustifiable. After all, he was the beloved uncle of Gu Xiyan, and his legitimate son, Gu Xiyan, held her in high regard. Would they truly neglect to promote their own kin? Sun Yaohan, chastised by Gu Yuan, lowered her gaze and ceased her commentary. In the western garden, beside the Tay pool, the royal courtyard was perfumed with the fragrance of osmanthus. Upon awakening from her slumber, Gu Xiyan beheld the golden rays of the setting sun streaming through the window, casting a warm glow upon the floor. "Miss, you have finally awakened. You've indulged in a nap for half an hour," remarked Zissou, bemused by her mistress's propensity for daytime slumber. Gu Shi and Shufu languidly stretched, letting out a delicate yawn, her voice imbued with a charming languor. "Where is His Highness the Crown Prince?" From a young age, Gu Xi had cherished her afternoon slumbers, which typically lasted between half an hour to an hour, coupled with her penchant for staying up late to indulge in tales. It was not uncommon for her to retire only after the midnight hour and rise at the hour of the snake. Following her morning ablutions and breakfast, she would often peruse travelogues, practice her skills in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and when the weather was pleasant, might even ride horses and practice archery. Though proficient in these arts, she was not particularly adept. At noon, apart from dining at home, she sometimes ventured out for a stroll, often accompanied by her close friends to the Rui Tower for lunch, and frequently urged by her mother to attend banquets. After her afternoon nap, she occasionally sought her mother's guidance on managing household affairs and navigating social interactions. However, she was more inclined to immerse herself in her own interests. "His Highness the Crown Prince is in the study reviewing memorials," Ru Ling remarked with a smile. Gu Xi approached the canopied bed, donned her embroidered shoes, and with the assistance of Zissou and Ru Ling in refreshing her appearance, she finally stepped out of her chamber. Outside, the setting sun painted the sky with hues of gold, gradually dimming as the vibrant orb descended towards the horizon, ultimately vanishing from sight. After admiring the sunset's beauty for a moment, Gu Xi made her way toward the adjacent study, intending to invite the Crown Prince for a leisurely stroll to continue their exploration. Arriving at the western garden at the third quarter of the hour, they leisurely wandered for about half an hour, enjoying tea and delicacies while engaging in conversation before Gu Xi decided to take her afternoon nap. The western garden was a royal retreat favored for its coolness in summer. Previously, Gu Xi had shown little interest in royal affairs. Each July, when the imperial entourage journeyed to the western garden to escape the heat, her parents accompanied the emperor, while Gu Xi chose to remain behind. After all, with her parents away, she could relish her own delightful existence. At the entrance, Zhou Quan, upon seeing the crown princess arrive, promptly bowed, exclaiming, "I pay my respects to the crown princess." His expression subtly shifted, clearly indicating that something was amiss. Gu Xi's almond-shaped eyes narrowed slightly as she nonchalantly replied, "There is no need for formalities, Master Zhou." With a smile, she inquired, "Where's Brother Qingyu? Is he available? I would like to take a walk with him before dinner." Noticing the meaningful glance from the crown princess, Zhou Quan hastily lowered his head and performed a bow, affirming, "His Highness is indeed available. I shall report this immediately." He turned and entered the study. Shortly after, a middle-aged man clad in a purple official robe embroidered with peacocks and adorned with a green gauze cap emerged. Handsome and refined, with a well-groomed beard, he greeted Gu Xi with utmost humility, saying, "I, Li Qian, of the Eastern Palace's Zhanshe Mansion, pay my respects to the Crown Princess." His Highness had made it abundantly clear to him and the others in the Eastern Palace that the Crown Princess was a treasure he had sought. Any disrespect towards her would be tantamount to disrespect towards His Highness. The servants of the Eastern Palace had always followed the Crown Princess' lead, and with the Crown Princess being the legitimate daughter of Gu Tating, how could they dare to offend her? Li Qian pondered how his colleagues' hopes of selecting a legitimate daughter for the Eastern Palace in the upcoming year would be dashed. To marry wisely and take concubines for beauty, The crown princess was a paragon of both lineage and beauty. Even the crown prince himself would not settle for anything less than extraordinary. Li Qian believed that an astute individual should wait until His Highness the Crown Prince ascends the throne, or until the crown princess bears a legitimate heir, before broaching the matter of selecting consorts. Such intelligent individuals as he are indeed rare. While the opulence of the imperial family is alluring, it is far wiser to solidify one's position through merit. Gu Xiyan courteously returned half a bow, raising her gaze to meet that of the crown prince, who had come to greet her. "Brother Chengxu, do you have a moment?" Her voice was sweet and melodic as she looked up at him. The crown prince's brow flickered slightly, and he replied softly, "Yes." After Li Qian of the Eastern Palace's Zhan Shifu departed, he turned his attention to Gu Xiyan, unable to conceal the truth from her. "Xia, listen to me. There is a rumor in the capital today that the county princess of Nankong possesses a natural phoenix fate. I assure you, I am innocent." His expression was grave, his brow furrowed. Chapter 20. The county princess of Nankong isn't the county princess of Nankong the crown prince's cousin? She is the granddaughter of Her Majesty's aunt, the Grand Princess Kongning. The Grand Princess Kongning married into Jinling and returns to the capital every 2 years to pay her respects. Among the emperor's closer relatives, only the Grand Princess and the King of Kong and his wife refrain from wielding their seniority to meddle. He is more than willing to grant this aunt her dignity. After all, among the emperor's peers, very few survive the power struggles that once transpired. The county princess of Nankong is said to be favored by both the emperor and the empress, and it seems the crown prince holds her in particularly high regard as well. Truly, he is the most beloved crown prince. Gu Xiyan pondered that she was among those qualified to contend for the position of crown princess over the years, the county princess of Nankong. The granddaughter of the grand tutor and the chief of the Hamlin Academy, Zheng Ziwen, the eldest daughter of the empress's maternal family, Mu Romeng, and the eldest daughter of the grand General Han Jiaojiao. Gu Xiyan gazed at the anxious man and then turned to Zhou Quan, who quickly responded, "Your Highness, our crown prince is not at all familiar with the county princess of Nankong. Aside from you and Her Majesty, he avoids other women. The rumors of him being childhood friends with the young ladies of the Mu and Han families are unfounded." Gu Xiyan was amused by the desperate undertones in He Chengxu and Zhou Quan's words. What does possessing a natural phoenix fate mean? She wondered, genuinely intrigued. The noble families are not naive. This rumor evidently targets the position of crown princess. However, the Grand Princess Kongning likely did not anticipate the emperor's sudden decision on a crown princess, rendering the rumor somewhat awkward. Gu Xiyan felt a chuckle rising within her. The crown prince had acted too swiftly, catching the Grand Princess from Jinling off guard. The position of crown princess was now hers. The crown prince remained fully engrossed in observing her expression, and upon seeing that Gu Xiyan was not angered, he subtly exhaled in relief, followed by a wave of disappointment. She still did not harbor true affection for him. Understandably, they had only spent 3 days together, so it was normal for her heart to remain unmoved. The man took Gu Xiyan's hand, gesturing for Zhou Quan to step back. After all, he was not without words. "Xia, did you not wish to take a stroll? Let us converse as we walk." The crown prince's voice was gentle, deep, and enchanting. Zhou Quan silently retreated to the back. Did the crown prince truly need to feel jealous? Such is the nature of being used and discarded. Gunning Belus. The empress cast a glance at Princess Kongning, seated at the lower end, along with the county princess of Nankong beside her, a flicker of impatience crossing her mind. Master Liao Kong, a revered monk from Lingyin Temple in Jinling, had been wandering the world and had fortuitously encountered the county princess of Nankong while accompanying her grandmother to offer incense. He proclaimed her to possess a destiny of a phoenix, destined to embody maternal grace, a fate of unparalleled nobility. With the return of the county princess and Princess Kongning to the capital, this rumor spread like wildfire throughout the city in less than half a day. Did they truly believe both she and His Majesty were foolish? The county princess, noticing the empress's diminished warmth towards her, felt a surge of anxiety. "Where are you, dear Aunt Empress, and my cousin the crown prince?" She pondered. Her striking beauty and alluring demeanor belied a maturity beyond her years. Princess Kongning nonchalantly lifted her eyelids, remarking scornfully, "The Empress, daughter of Gu Xiyan, possesses mere beauty without any renown for virtue or talent. How could such a noble lady possibly befit the role of crown princess?" Her tone dripped with disdain. The Empress and the Crown Prince shared a protective nature, much like His Majesty himself. The Empress raised her teacup, taking a delicate sip of Bai Luo Chun tea. "Aunt, your words are misguided. Sierra is the Crown Princess, bestowed by His Majesty himself, with praise so abundant that it nearly overflowed the imperial decree. Do you doubt His Majesty's discernment?" She had endured Princess Kongning's arrogance for far too long, her self-importance increasingly clouding her judgment over the years. One need only look at her family's lack of merit. Could such a lineage truly be worthy of the Crown Prince? Gu Xiyan's father was the most esteemed chancellor in His Majesty's eyes, while her brother, Gu Xiyan, had excelled in the imperial examination 5 years prior, now holding a position of considerable authority at the tender age of 22. Responsible for overseeing officials in the Ministry of Revenue, a close confidant of the Emperor, His Majesty had always been sagacious and decisive. Yet his trust in the Gu father-son duo was unrivaled among his ministers. The Empress was thoroughly satisfied with the Gu family, indicating that His Majesty's resolve to see the Crown Prince ascend the throne remained unshaken. "That is not my intention," Princess Kongning replied, her complexion paling alongside the County Princess Nankong. At that moment, a displeased snort resonated from nearby. It appears that Princess Kongning indeed harbors such intentions. "What? Is Gu Boyong's daughter not worthy?" His Majesty's irritation was palpable. "Does your empty fame hold any weight against my sovereign decree?" The court ladies bowed in unison. "We pay our respects to your Majesty, wishing you eternal longevity." Only the Empress retained her composure, while both Princess Kongning and her grandmother turned ashen. "Your Majesty, please forgive my grandmother. She has indulged in too much wine today and has acted improperly before the throne. I beseech your Majesty to punish her," the County Princess implored, her face pale as she knelt in supplication. "I have failed in decorum. Your Majesty, I beg for your forgiveness." Princess Kongning, now in her 60s, trembled as she knelt with the support of the County Princess. His Majesty, adorned with a jade crown, bore a displeased expression, only assisting the Empress to her feet. The imperial couple then seated themselves upon the purple sandalwood couch, engaged in conversation. "Rower, today the provinces have sent numerous tributes. Select some gifts that may please the young ladies and have Lin Kong personally deliver them to the Chancellor's residence for Sheer, lest she suffer from the city's gossip." What folly it was to question His Majesty's discerning eye. Do not assume that he is unaware. Gu Boyong's precious daughter is indeed attending the academy alongside Gu Xiyan. Raised with the same care as a son, and cherished as if she were his own eye, how could she possibly be lacking? The grandfather and grandson, kneeling on the ground, are now drenched in sweat, their heads bowed in silence. The Empress smiles gently, mentioning that Yuer went to the Prime Minister's residence this morning to propose marriage, and he should be in the Western Garden with Sheer now. "Your Majesty, have you forgotten? He did request leave from you. The youth should cultivate their affections properly. I yearn to embrace my legitimate grandson." After the Emperor finished speaking with a smile, he turned his gaze to the motionless Princess Kongning and County Princess Nankong, asking, "Why are you still kneeling, Aunt?" "Nankong, truly, you show a lack of understanding. Hurry and help your grandmother to her feet. The elderly cannot endure such exertions." "Understood." County Princess Nankong's pale face displayed an air of pity, while Princess Kongning, intentionally overlooked by the Emperor and Empress, bit her lip and stood upright, too timid to take a seat. "Your Majesty, Master Liaokong from Lingyin Temple has assessed Nankong's fate. How will she marry in the future?" After much internal struggle, Princess Kongning could not suppress her dissatisfaction. Chapter 21. The Emperor with an unusual thought process. The Emperor smoothed the sleeve of his robe embroidered with a 5-clawed golden dragon, his gaze profound and tinged with a hint of amusement. He chuckled. "A natural phoenix fate? Is Master Liaokong cursing my Empress? Or does Princess Kongning wish to send her granddaughter to the palace as Empress?" Princess Kongning, terrified, knelt on the cold jade floor alongside County Princess Nankong, her voice trembling. "This humble servant has no such intention, Your Majesty." Adorned with jewels, her head bowed. The sound of her ornaments chimed clearly. The empress was taken aback by the emperor's peculiar reasoning, momentarily silent. Is a natural phoenix fate meant to imply this? Was Princess Kongning not hoping for County Princess Nankong to enter the Eastern Palace as the Crown Princess? Yet, it could also mean that she, as the Empress, might be replaced. Hearing this, the Emperor curled his lips slightly, his slender fingers tapping gently on the Zeton-wood table as he mused. I am somewhat curious, between Master Liaokong's decree and my own imperial edict as the sovereign of this realm, which holds greater weight. He cast a casual glance at the kneeling County Princess Nankong, lightly laughing. Nankong, I am aware of your interest in the Crown Prince. Yet the Crown Princess has already been determined. What will you do? He knew that you did not believe in fate, and the Imperial Observatory was merely a tool for him and the Crown Prince to deceive the ministers and the populace. Otherwise, the years of the Great Xia have not been particularly favorable, and those ministers, upon witnessing calamities, hastily demand his issuance of a self-punishing edict. Has he not already penned a lengthy declaration? Furthermore, in the emperor's eyes, aside from Gu Xiyan, the other noble girls in the capital lacked allure. The emperor himself was a connoisseur of beauty, and the crown prince resembled him in this regard. Both possessed an affectionate disposition. The emperor was certainly aware of the crown prince's feelings towards Gu Xiyan. Not to mention, the crown prince had never concealed his intentions in the emperor's presence, and his usually aloof demeanor softened around Gu Xiyan. The emperor understood well. He had raised the crown prince himself. The three esteemed tutors of the Eastern Palace were indeed the crown prince's mentors, but the crown prince had not been as gentle with them. Gu Xiyan is the most steadfast supporter of the royalist faction, having consistently refrained from engaging in the power struggles for succession. The crown prince's demeanor has been notably gentle. And considering the fluctuations in Gu Xiyan's stance regarding the selection of a crown princess over the years, His Majesty understands the underlying implications. In this dynasty, where noble families abound, Gu Xiyan and his son are indeed valuable aides chosen by His Majesty for both himself and the crown prince. Gu Xiyan, too, is intended as a reserve for the role of chancellor, entrusted to the crown prince by His Majesty. Both men possess keen insight and exceptional capabilities, serving with integrity and devoid of tyranny. Their ideals align harmoniously with those of His Majesty and the crown prince, eschewing the desire for personal glory. They are the quintessential ministers of every emperor's dreams. His Majesty harbors intentions to promote those from humble backgrounds, and the Gu family, despite their noble lineage, stands apart as they defy self-interest, advocating that the imperial examination should not discriminate between noble and humble origins, but rather reward merit. They are wholly devoted to the prosperity of the Great Xia, thus deserving of the title of loyal subjects. However, His Majesty, contemplating the situation regarding Princess Nankong, feels a sense of discomfort. The betrothal he had arranged for his son seems vulnerable to external manipulation. Moreover, the princess possesses an innate destiny, akin to that of a phoenix. His Majesty is a man who desires life for those he cherishes and death for those he detests. And it is evident that both Grand Princess Kongning and Princess Nankong are vying for the position of Crown Princess. Should Princess Nankong enter the Eastern Palace as a concubine, what would become of the Gu family? His Majesty, already feeling somewhat guilty for his scheming against Gu Xiyan's family, observes Princess Nankong, who steels herself under His Majesty's imposing gaze, filled with an overwhelming sense of authority. She stands tall and declares her willingness to wed the crown prince, even if it means being a concubine. The Empress, sensing the subtle tension, silently sighs, recognizing the allure of royal wealth. His Majesty, withdrawing his gaze from Princess Nankong, lifts a cup of pu'er tea, takes a gentle sip, and states solemnly that only the crown princess may marry the crown prince. The matter of the crown prince and the crown princess visiting the Western Garden shall be discussed upon the crown prince's return. He dismisses her. Princess Nankong's complexion pales as a weight settles in her heart. Yet hope flickers within her as she restrains her inner excitement and takes her leave. Once the two have departed, the Empress regards the composed countenance of His Majesty and inquires, Your Majesty, do you truly intend for to take Princess Nankong as a concubine? The phoenix-born Muru feels a twinge of anxiety. She desires a legitimate grandson. This phoenix-born individual is, in fact, a double-edged sword. She either enters the Eastern Palace or risks being claimed by other princes, or even worse. His Majesty may choose to bring her into the harem. The Empress believes the former scenario is not unlikely. However, Princess Nankong's familial influence pales in comparison to that of Gu Xiyan and her family. Should the phoenix-born enter the Eastern Palace? Would not Yuer's harem be rife with discord? Gu Xiyan cherishes his daughter dearly, and should Gu Xiyan lose the position of crown princess, the Empress is uncertain how the Gu family would react. Surely, His Majesty cannot genuinely desire unrest in the Eastern Palace. He does not seem to be one who believes in fate. Perhaps it would be best for His Majesty to keep her for himself. After all, her son is already 18. What does it matter if Princess Nankong is destined for greatness? As long as Yuer ascends to the throne, she would become Empress Dowager. At the Prime Minister's residence, Gu Xiyan, having just concluded discussions regarding the division of family assets, returned from the Spring Sunshine Courtyard of the elder Madame Gu to Shaoguan Courtyard. Upon receiving reports from the steward, he furrows his brow slightly, observing the anxious expressions of Lu Shuiying and the couple Gu Jingyan and Su Qinghuan. Do not fret. Gu Xiyan rose, hands clasped behind his back, his posture upright, and first served the meal. Gu Jingyan bore a striking resemblance to Gu Xiyan, with a countenance akin to jade, eyes bright as stars, and a demeanor like a graceful willow in the wind, a distinguished gentleman of the capital. At this moment, he was in a state of agitation, as his father, the esteemed Princess Kongning and Princess Nankong, were evidently vying for the position of crown princess. Little did they know that the crown princess had already been decided. Was it a fated destiny? The Princess Nankong had grown up alongside the crown prince, and the emperor held the Princess Kongning in high regard. If the Princess Nankong were to enter the Eastern Palace as a concubine, what would become of Shi'er? The more he pondered, the angrier he became, his sword-like brows furrowing deeply as he placed his hands on his hips. Madame Gu Lushuang had arranged the meal and leisurely remarked, "Your father is correct, Jingyan. There is no use in fretting over what has transpired. Let us dine and deliberate. We must not neglect Qinghuan and the child." She also comforted the quietly anxious Su Qinghuan, saying, "Do not worry, Qinghuan." Once seated, Gu Xiyan ladled a bowl of ham hock soup. Gu Tating, now calm, stated, "Our impatience serves no purpose. We shall face whatever comes, as soldiers do in battle. Fortunately, the emperor is not a superstitious man. I believe he will entrust this matter to the crown prince. He has been in close service to the emperor for many years and understands his disposition well." As for the crown prince, Gu Xiyan believed that, given his intelligence, he would not fall prey to notions of fated destinies. As a dignified chancellor, he had made enemies, which would not benefit the crown prince. It would render the advantages of any alliance moot and cause turmoil in the Eastern Palace. The crown prince was certainly no fool. Though Gu Jingyan did not know the crown prince well, he understood the intricacies of power. Previously, he had been flustered with concern, but now he would observe how the crown prince would navigate this situation. Should the crown prince truly believe in some fated destiny, a deepening shadow flickered in his eyes. Chapter 22. An appointment. The moon hung high amid sparse stars as the gentle autumn breeze swept away the day's heat. After dinner, Gu Xiyan and her companions sat in a pavilion by the Tay pool in the western garden, enjoying the coolness, while an exceptionally handsome man fanned her. Leaning back against a yellow sandalwood chaise, Gu Xiyan gazed up at the moonlight, which shone cool and ethereal, the stars shyly hiding behind clouds, creating a moment of serene tranquility. The crown prince, gently fanning Gu Xiyan, spoke in a soft, deep voice, "Is this comfortable for you, Xie?" His eyes brimmed with affection, and a smile unconsciously graced his lips, revealing his delight in the moment. Zhou Quan silently gazed skyward, contemplating how to win the favor of the crown princess. For the crown prince had become entirely unapproachable. The crown princess had not requested the crown prince to fan her. He had taken it upon himself to usurp the task from Fulling. Yet, if he pleased the crown princess, would the crown prince not feel jealous? It appeared that he must teach the crown prince how to court the crown princess's favor, so all could be content. Gu Xiyan offered soft, demure smile and sweetly said, "Thank you, Brother Qingyu, for your hard work. You are so skilled. Your first attempt at fanning is just perfect. Women can be charming, and men are inevitably entranced." She had long realized that the Crown Prince was a man unable to resist her gentle whims. Moreover, it is essential to indulge men. If one can mesmerize him to the point of distraction, it would be even better. Gu Xiyan, possessing considerable experience, noted with satisfaction that His Highness the Crown Prince could scarcely contain a soft chuckle, his free hand forming a fist to cover his lips before lowering it again. Was this truly impressive? It was crucial to overlook the upward curve of his lips and the mirth dancing in his eyes. "Your Highness, a message from His Majesty. The eunuch Xiao Lin has arrived," announced the loyal guard stationed at the door, abruptly interrupting their tender moment. Gu Xiyan sprang up from the Wang Wali wood chaise. As Zissou and others assisted in adjusting her gown, the Crown Prince's gaze deepened, and he commanded, "Let him in." Was his father intending to pass the troublesome matter on to him? Gu Xiyan felt a twinge of anxiety, casting a reliant glance towards the Crown Prince. "Brother Qingyu." At that moment, her small hand was enveloped by the man's long, fair fingers. He gently caressed her delicate, jade-like hand, maintaining a calm demeanor as he turned his attention to Lin Yue, the apprentice of Lin Kong. "Your servant pays his respects to your Highness and to the Crown Princess." Lin Yue bowed before continuing. "His Majesty has decreed that the matter concerning Princess Nankong is to be handled personally by your Highness. I shall heed your commands." Lin Yue was rendered speechless. Having served at Gangquan Palace for a decade, he was well acquainted with the emperor's style. What significance did a natural phoenix fate hold? Such destiny was only valid if believed by those in power. Otherwise, what could surpass imperial authority? Furthermore, in Lin Yue's eyes, the Princess Nankong was unworthy of the Crown Prince. He had witnessed the Crown Prince grow from a young boy into a figure of extraordinary grace. How could anyone be deemed worthy of such a celestial being? "Please excuse me, eunuch Shaolin. Do convey to His Majesty that the Astronomical Bureau has determined that Princess Nankong cannot bear such a precious fate. I suggest she take the vows and seek enlightenment at a monastery." The Crown Prince remarked casually, his expression unchanged. Everyone present, including Gu Xiyan, felt a jolt of surprise. The Crown Prince was offering no favor to the Grand Princess Kongning or the Princess Nankong. Master Kongkong's reputation within the court was well known, and she had assumed that He Chengxu would allow the Princess Nankong to pursue a monastic life. The notion of a natural phoenix fate, regardless of its truth, dictated that she could either marry into royalty or renounce the world altogether, not marry anyone else. The Crown Prince would not desire her. Moreover, His Majesty had the Empress by his side and was evidently pleased with the Crown Prince, leaving no alternative for the Princess Nankong but to seek a monastic existence. The outcome of the Crown Prince suggesting her to take vows was indeed magnificent. Now that Gu Xiyan was the Crown Princess, she could hardly view the Crown Prince's actions as excessive or plead for the Princess Nankong. She was no fool. It was evident that the intentions were directed towards the position of Crown Princess, if not the Empress. Lin Yue was equally astonished. The Crown Prince's unexpected decision was entirely in line with his usual conduct. Once Lin Yue took his leave, Gu Xiyan reached out, wrapping her fingers around the muscular arm of the man beside her. "Brother Qingyu, do you think this might be a bit inappropriate?" she asked, her eyelashes fluttering as she intertwined her fingers with his. The Crown Prince lowered his gaze to her movements, swallowing hard. One must always bear the consequences of their actions, accepting the repercussions of failure. Did he truly think that anyone could aspire to be his Crown Princess? He also instructed Zhou Quan to send someone to find that old bald donkey, daring to speak falsehoods with his eyes wide open. If His Highness the Crown Prince does not release this pent-up frustration, he shall not bear the surname He. Gu Xiyan nodded obediently, shaking his arm. "Brother Qingyu, I wish to go to Tai Pool to row a boat and pick lotus pods. Will you accompany me?" Her pair of distinct almond-shaped eyes sparkled with clarity as she blinked at him. He gently pinched her delicate, petite nose, reveling in the beauty of their shared excursion. The Crown Prince's brow relaxed as he commanded Zhou Quan, "Arrange this." Zhou Quan bowed in acknowledgement. The expansive lake shimmered under the moonlight, the bright moon stretching infinitely above, with scattered stars twinkling. The cool moonlight draped a silvery frost over the lotus pond in Tai Pool. Gu Xiyan stood on the first level of the ornate boat, where willow trees swayed gently along the distant bank, and the undying lotus blossoms danced in the autumn breeze. Many pods bearing fruit, releasing the fragrance of lotus flowers, while the withered lotus possessed a unique charm. It could not compare to the vibrant green leaves and red blooms of midsummer. The Crown Prince, tall and upright, had one hand resting behind him while he held Gu Xiyan's hand with the other, his gaze lowered to her. "Why didn't you come to the Western Garden to escape the heat earlier?" he casually inquired. Gu Xiyan stiffened slightly, unable to admit it was to avoid the princes. "I was rather lethargic last summer, and with the ample ice in the residence, I had no desire to go outside." Her response seemed somewhat evasive, eliciting only a slight smile from him. Noticing the implication in his gaze, she quickly changed the subject. "Brother Chengxu, since you're holding my hand, I wish to pick lotus pods and flowers." Gu Xiyan promptly squatted down to reach for the lotus pods. The Crown Prince's heart raced as he closely monitored Gu Xiyan's movements, fearing she might accidentally fall without his immediate reaction. He unconsciously tightened his grip on her hand, wary of hurting her, his palm growing clammy. Gu Xiyan successfully snapped off a resilient lotus pod, handing it to the Crown Prince, then plucked 2 budding lotus flowers, tilting her head to smile up at him. "Brother Chengxu, look, aren't they beautiful?" The young girl's fair skin radiated an ethereal glow under the moonlight, her eyes sparkling with mirth, causing the Crown Prince's heart to beat rapidly. He momentarily lost his composure, and only when Gu Xiyan stood upright did he regain his senses. "They are indeed beautiful." Upon returning to the inner chamber of the boat, Gu Xiyan cradled a bouquet of lotus flowers, around 5 or 6 stems, along with 2 lotus pods, and called for Zissou to fetch a vase for them. Handing the flowers to Zissou, she began to peel the lotus pods herself. The Crown Prince observed her fair, radiant visage and chuckled softly. "Are you this pleased? This entire pool of lotus flowers belongs to our He family. Sire, pick as many as you desire." Gu Xiyan's slender fingers, as white as jade, delicately peeled the greenish-yellow lotus pods, her joy evident as she had personally harvested them. "Brother Chengxu, do try some," she said, carefully removing the lotus seed cores. The man bit into the sweet, crisp lotus seeds, his lips inadvertently brushing against her fingers, causing her cheeks to flush. Gazing upon the delicate, radiant visage of the young maiden, the Crown Prince suppressed a smile, finding it exceedingly sweet. Gu Xiyan had also peeled a fresh lotus seed for herself. The Crown Prince observed her slender, jade-like hands, his gaze deepening, as her soft and tender fingers stirred within him a sense of longing. "Brother Chengxu, shall we gather some lotus pods in the next couple of days to bring back as gifts for father, mother, and my dear grandparents?" She tilted her head, her smile warm and enchanting. After peeling 2 lotus seeds, Gu Xiyan lost the desire to continue, preferring instead to return with the lotus pods. "As you wish, Sire." The Crown Prince also offered to peel lotus seeds for her, mentioning that the fish in the Tai Pool were quite delectable. "Do you enjoy spicy food? There's a particular dish from Shu called water-boiled fish that is quite delightful, albeit a bit spicy." "I like it, but only mildly spicy," Gu Xiyan replied. "I noticed there were only goldfish and koi in the lake. They are not particularly tasty." The Crown Prince wrapped his arm around her waist, his warm hand resting gently on her slightly rounded abdomen, while she gazed intently at his large hand. "The Tai Pool is vast. The goldfish and koi are raised in the fish pond and along the lakeshore, while the lake itself is home to plenty of grass carp, common carp, and crucian carp, supplied by the palace and the Guanglu Temple." He spoke while observing her focused expression. "What is it? Is there something about my hand that captivates you?" Gu Xiyan grasped his long fingers within her palm, caressing the calloused pads of his fingers with her soft fingertips. "Brother Chengxu, how much time do you spend practicing martial arts each day?" 1 hour, he replied, feeling a gentle tickle in his heart as she touched him. He flipped his hand, enclosing her small hand within his. "What is it that you wish to say, Sierra?" Nestled against him, she rubbed her cheek against him. "I adore your abdominal muscles. You must maintain them. all right? It was difficult for her to envision this extraordinarily handsome man becoming portly in middle age. After all, the only figure she could accept in maturity was one akin to her father, a distinguished and graceful gentleman, rather than the portly appearance of other officials of similar age. The Crown Prince chuckled softly, then leaned down to kiss her smooth forehead, his tone tender and affectionate, his dark eyes filled with adoration. As long as you are pleased. Sierra. This could be considered his own form of charm. The Crown Prince acknowledged that he had fallen for Gu Xiyan at first sight, drawn by her beauty. Yet he also knew that she was the only one he desired to marry. Although they had only spent 3 short days together, in his heart, they had already shared 9 years. The mere thought of a future with Sierra in his embrace filled him with harmony, as if the strings of zither were resonating perfectly. He not only desired Sierra's presence, but also her heart. Thus, he felt compelled to maintain his appearance and physique. The following day, Gu Xiyan rose from her slumber only when the sun was high in the sky. She had stayed up late the previous night, watching stories with that mischievous crown prince. Fortunately, he had arrived with such grace that no one but Zissou and Zhou Quan had noticed. Today, Gu Xiyan adorned herself with a simple single-twist hairstyle, embellished with jade lotus hairpins and a white jade lotus flower hairpin. Dressed in a verdant embroidered skirt adorned with lotus flowers, she stood tall and elegant, reminiscent of a celestial lotus blossom, graceful and charming. She adorned her wrists with a pair of vibrant green jade bangles and a set of icy blue bangles, the melodious clinking of the bracelets dispelling some of the summer's lingering heat. Upon entering the main hall, Gu Xiyan's gaze fell upon the prince, whose expression was as cold as ice. Today, he donned a duck-egg blue brocade robe with a bamboo pattern, his hair elegantly secured with a jade hairpin, exuding a strikingly handsome demeanor. However, his thin lips were tightly pressed together, indicating a displeased mood. "Your Highness, please spare me. It was not my intention," the maid, kneeling on the exquisite carpet and weeping like a rain-soaked pear blossom, pleaded for mercy, and Gu Xiyan understood the situation. The prince was clearly incensed. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, she might have inadvertently allowed another woman to touch his hand. Even the simple act of serving tea was fraught with improper thoughts. How foolish. "Brother Chengxu," Gu Xiyan said softly, moving to sit beside him in a Zeton wood armchair. "What troubles you?" The prince, still holding her hand with a look of lingering trepidation, replied, "Sure, I was nearly taken advantage of by another woman. She attempted to touch my hand and entice me, but fortunately, I managed to evade her." The prince was in a particularly foul mood. He had ordered that no maids enter his courtyard, with Zhou Quan solely responsible for his personal bathing and dressing. He had presumed that Zhou Quan had handled matters adequately yesterday, yet this morning someone had dared to provoke trouble. Zhou Quan, pale as a ghost, lamented the folly of those who disregarded his warnings. Now, he faced punishment. It was not the loss of salary or the threat of lashes that concerned him, but rather the potential for the future princess consort to harbor a poor impression of him. "Your Highness, please forgive me. I was momentarily bewitched. I did not touch you," the maid implored, her fair and beautiful visage marred by visible shoe prints and creases at her knees, a clear sign she had just been kicked by the prince. Now, fearing a fracture, ignoring her pain, she bowed her head in supplication, believing she had the charm to catch the prince's eye. As the other maids claimed, she was 3 parts as lovely as the future princess consort. Gu Xiyan, gazing at the maid's tear-filled apricot eyes, felt a pang of sympathy. Yet in the next moment, Zhou Quan dragged her away. "Do not be angry, Brother Chengxu." Gu Xiyan interlaced her fingers with his, drawing closer. "Look, our garments today share the same hue and style." She stood and lifted her skirt. "Do you find it pleasing?" With a gentle smile, Gu Xiyan's warmth softened his expression, and he smiled back, saying, "Sure, you are a rare beauty. There is no one more exquisite in this world." The prince's mood lightened considerably as he tenderly inquired, "Have you eaten, Xin? I had the kitchen prepare a lotus seed, lily, and white fungus soup just for you." He had even personally peeled the lotus seeds after his morning practice. Zhou Quan, having arranged the meal, bowed with a smile, adding, "Your Highness, today you have peeled fresh lotus seeds for a quarter of an hour. Do savor it." After delivering his message, he withdrew. Gu Xiya's fair cheeks flushed with a soft pink as she whispered, "Thank you, Brother Chengxu." The prince, initially inclined to reprimand Zhou Quan for his negligence, paused and decided to grant him another chance to redeem himself. Chapter 24. Gu Xiya's little temper tantrum after finishing her lotus seed and lily soup. Gu Xiya asked, "Brother Chengxu, I wish to row a small boat and gather lotus pods in Teipool. Are you busy?" She extended her hand to offer the crown prince a delightful bamboo roll filled with milk, which was essentially a fragrant steamed bun. There was no rush. The crown prince's eyes sparkled with amusement. He found the culinary skills of the chefs in the Western Garden quite commendable. The bun was rich in milky fragrance and possessed a delightful chewiness. He had brought Gu Xiya to the Western Garden specifically to unwind and nurture their relationship. As for court affairs, his father was present, and he would attend to urgent memorials and documents in the evening. "By the way, Brother Chengxu, when is your birthday?" Gu Xiya inquired, genuinely unaware of such details. The crown prince smiled warmly. "October 11th. His tone was tender as he picked up a small bun for Gu Xiya. "Eat more, you are too thin." Gu Xiya puffed out her soft, plump cheeks. Though her figure was slender, she weighed only 95 pounds. "Oof, I have plenty of flesh." Gu Xiya pouted, feeling displeased. She was certainly not the type of girl who aspired to lose weight. Her figure was graceful and well-proportioned, admired by the noble ladies of the capital. The crown prince paused momentarily, glancing at Zhou Quan, who was equally taken aback that the future crown princess was so unlike the women of the harem. Did not the women of the great Daxia Dynasty embody beauty through slenderness? Seeing that Zhou Quan could not offer any insight, the crown prince carefully chose his words. "I misspoke. Clearly, Xiya is quite plump and not at all thin." His statement was not incorrect. Gu Xiya's curves were perfectly placed, and he found her utterly charming. However, Gu Xiya sulked again, having been raised with indulgence and a touch of petulance. "Where am I plump?" She set down her chopsticks. "Are you finding fault with me?" Gu Xiya lowered her lashes, pouting. "Do you even know how to converse with a girl? I can assert that I'm not thin. You should understand that girls often speak contrary to their hearts." "It is my mistake," the crown prince replied, his heart swelling with joy at her playful tone. It seemed she was beginning to show her little temper, no longer treating him as a stranger. "I have never conversed with other women. Please don't think poorly of my awkwardness." The crown prince gazed at her with tender eyes, a hint of servitude in his demeanor. Gu Xiya pursed her lips. "It's not that serious. I actually quite like it when you're like this." She added softly, "I'm not usually so unreasonable. I can be very understanding." Perhaps it was her impending monthly cycle that made her emotions so volatile. As she noticed the man grasping her hand, she felt a warmth in his voice. "Xiya, I'm not an outsider. I am your future husband. You need not be so mindful in my presence. To me, you are simply adorable." The man's dark eyes were focused, patient, and gentle. The crown prince cherished Gu Xiya's whimsical nature, interpreting her minor tantrums as a sign that she regarded him with intimacy. To him, she was devoid of flaws, the epitome of perfection. He wished to spoil her to the point of indulgence, believing that only he deserved such a privilege. This way, those envious suitors who coveted her would retreat in defeat. The crown prince harbored grievances towards the romantic interests he had discreetly eliminated from Gu Xiya's life over the years. One by one, the wild men sought to entice his beloved Xiya, and the crown prince felt as if he had plucked every peach blossom from the trees. The azure sky was adorned with drifting clouds, the autumn air crisp and refreshing, while a flock of geese flew southward in formation. Perched on a small boat that could barely accommodate two, the crown prince personally rowed, gazing across at the young maiden whose laughter was as radiant as the dawn, her beauty surpassing even the loveliest lotus in bloom. He chuckled softly, his eyes lingering on her beaming face, wondering what thoughts could bring such joy to Xiya. Gu Xiyan delicately reached for a tender pink lotus, the dewdrops glistening and cascading onto the boat with her gentle movement. "I wonder if I'm the only fortunate girl in the world to have the crown prince himself as my ferryman," she mused, tilting her head slightly. The teardrop-shaped jade earrings dangled gracefully, yet paled in comparison to her fair skin, as pure as snow. The crown prince, ever accommodating, raised his brows playfully and declared, "Indeed." In my heart, Sheer remains the most beautiful girl in the entire realm. In just a few days of companionship, he had become utterly enamored with her, drawn by her grace and charm. As Gu Xiyan perfectly embodied his aesthetic ideals, he cherished her delicate disposition immensely. By the way, Brother Qingyu, were those geese prepared by the Ministry of Rites yesterday morning? Gu Xiyan inquired, her gaze following the flock flying south, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. The man's strikingly handsome visage, pale as jade, was a sight he had long anticipated. The ministry had indeed prepared a pair of golden geese. Geese symbolize fidelity. Unlike mandarin ducks, though wolves are also known for their loyalty, yet he feared such thoughts might frighten Gu Xiyan. A blush adorned the young maiden's lovely cheeks as she softly remarked, Brother Qingyu is quite thoughtful. Indeed, this man had long set his sights on her. She lowered her gaze to the tender lotus in her hand, realizing the boat had drifted into the depths of the lotus flowers. Brother Qingyu, let us compete to see who can gather the most lotus pods, and we can also collect some flowers for a lotus feast. What do you think? The Crown Prince set the wooden oar aside, securing it to the boat, and smiled leisurely. But competitions must have stakes. If I win, what shall I gain? He casually stretched one long leg, causing the boat to sway slightly, prompting Gu Xiyan to instinctively reach out for balance. Oh, no moving about, she teased, casting him a playful glare before turning her gaze to the encroaching lotus leaves. Brother Qingyu, you are a strong man, while I am merely a delicate maiden. You have the advantage in strength, which is quite unfair. Oh, what does Sheer propose? The Crown Prince arched an eyebrow, a lazy smile gracing his lips. His prowess in both the arts and martial skills far exceeded hers. Gu Xiyan, with her almond-shaped eyes sparkling, cradled the lotus flower in her hand. Pondering for a moment, I shall pick one lotus pod, and you must gather 5. The Crown Prince chuckled in disbelief. Such audacity was something only Sheer would dare express in his presence. Do you have any objections, Brother Qingyu? Gu Xiyan's smile was lively and mischievous, her bright eyes glistening with mischief. And what are the stakes? The Crown Prince inquired languidly, contemplating that while he could indeed employ his lightness skills to gather lotus pods, such an approach might startle Gu Xiyan, who was alone in the boat and could risk losing her balance and falling into the water. Gu Xiyan gazed at the man's chiseled features, her alluring eyes casually lifting to meet his, captivated by his striking handsomeness that stirred her heart. The wager was that the loser would render a painting for the victor. Upon hearing Gu Xiyan's words, the Crown Prince found his competitive spirit utterly diminished. Little did he know that he had initially contemplated cheating with his inner strength. The Crown Prince observed Gu Xiyan with a subtle intensity, his throat moving slightly. It was widely acknowledged among the court scholars and warriors that the Crown Prince was not only accomplished in martial arts, but also excelled in the arts, mastering music, chess, literature, and painting, with his brushwork in calligraphy receiving universal acclaim. However, he had never painted portraits of women, preferring instead landscapes, flowers, birds, and aquatic creatures. Gu Xiyan, realizing she could not possibly compete with the Crown Prince, seized the opportunity to have him create a painting for her. His artistic creations were indeed rare, especially those rendered in color. Let us set the time for the length of a tea brew. The one who gathers the most lotus pods shall have the honor of being painted by the other. The Crown Prince chuckled softly. Before long, the allotted time had elapsed. Gu Xiyan watched the man rowing the boat, pouting slightly as she said, Brother Qingyu, are you deliberately letting me win? She glanced at the boat brimming with lotus pods. As the man plucked a budding lotus flower from beside him and tucked it in her hair, declaring, It is clearly our Sheer who is remarkable. Gu Xiyan playfully thumped her fist against his thigh, exclaiming, Brother Qingyu, you're teasing me. I shan't speak to you anymore, humph. She then touched the lotus flower in her hair and quietly admired her reflection on the lake's surface. Elphia, would you be so kind as to paint for me this afternoon? The man inquired, his tone imbued with warmth and affection. Brother Qingyu, don't you possess lightness of foot? You haven't even exerted your full strength? You scoundrel. Gu Xiyan murmured in complaint, tilting her head to look at the gentle expression on his face. I accept the wager. Might I ask if the Crown Prince is willing to grind ink for me? and perhaps add fragrance to the blue sleeves? She said sweetly, her voice laced with charm. The Crown Prince's dark eyes sparkled with amusement and fondness as he replied, "It will be my utmost honor." As they returned to shore in their small boat, onlookers by the taipan were astonished to see the Crown Prince assisting the Crown Princess on a dry land, with the boat containing an abundance of lotus pods along with some lotus flowers and leaves. Were the Crown Prince and the Crown Princess not meant to be indulging in romantic exchanges? Why they gathered so many lotus pods? Holding Gu Xiyan's hand, the Crown Prince instructed Zhou Quan, "These were personally gathered by Shi and me. Please have some lotus roots dug up for a lotus flower banquet at noon, and take the remainder back to present to our Emperor, Empress, and our esteemed in-laws." "As you command," Zhou Quan replied dutifully. "Zhou Gonggong," Gu Xiyan called out, "do not forget my fish and hot water. His Highness tempted me with it last night." "Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall remember it well," Zhou Quan assured her. This morning, Zhou Quan had indeed found himself in trouble. According to the Crown Prince's usual principles, rewards and punishments were distinct, and he was due 20 lashes along with a deduction from his salary for 3 months. Unexpectedly, the Crown Prince had made an exception for the Crown Princess, leading Zhou Quan to feel fortunate to have secured such a significant patron. In the pavilion by the Tai Pond, Zissou and her companions had arranged refreshing fruits and teas to quench thirst and relieve the heat, including icy mountain delicacies. After Gu Xiyan finished washing her hands, she lifted her skirt and sat on the stone bench, her eyes eagerly fixed on the milky white dessert before her. She picked up a chilled cup of perilla drink and took a couple of sips. The sweetness was just right, accompanied by a delicate fragrance and a hint of spiciness, creating a unique flavor. The maids, Perilla and Fulling, fanned her gently. "Miss, after drinking this perilla beverage, you may indulge in only 1 serving of the dessert, or else you shall suffer in a couple of days," they cautioned. Although their young mistress did not experience pain during her menstrual cycle, if she indulged in too many cold treats like yogurt or iced desserts before her period, she would become extremely irritable on the first day, and by the end of the week, her appetite would wane, causing her to lose some weight. The Crown Prince was enjoying a bowl of the dessert while listening to the maids. He furrowed his brow slightly, perplexed by their words. What suffering? What does that have to do with the dessert? He glanced at the normal-sized treat in his hand, and then at the petite serving before Gu Xiyan, unable to comprehend. Gu Xiyan, feeling somewhat disheartened, scooped the dessert with a white porcelain spoon, lamenting that the restriction on her indulgence stripped life of its joy. Perilla, lowering her gaze, replied, "Your Highness, the young miss experiences her monthly cycle on the 21st. Women are generally more delicate, and if she consumes too many chilled desserts, she will be irritable for 7 days, unable to control her temper or appetite. I merely wish to forewarn Your Highness to avoid upsetting her." Upon hearing this, the Crown Prince fell silent for a moment, then looked at Gu Xiyan with concern. "Sheer, shall I ask the imperial physician to examine you?" His worry was not for her temper, but rather for the discomfort that could lead to a loss of appetite. Gu Xiyan had already grown quite slender, and the thought of her enduring such distress each month pained him. He resolved to keep a close watch on her, ensuring she refrained from consuming too many cold foods. Gu Xiyan, however, remained unfazed. Normally, she could control her cravings, only indulging in icy desserts at the beginning and middle of summer. In the 3 months of summer, only July tended to be particularly trying for her, the peak of the heat. "Father has already summoned the chief physician and several others to examine me. But the physician said that craving is not an illness and cannot be treated," she remarked while savoring the sweet and refreshing dessert. The physician would not express it so bluntly, but Gu Xiyan understood their implication. After all, she did not suffer from menstrual pain, merely a bit of irritability and loss of appetite. "Sheer, I will keep a close eye on you," the Crown Prince asserted resolutely. He did not believe that anyone could resist her charms. He spoke to Perilla and Fulling in a low voice, in the future concerning Sheer's health. "You must report to me. If I am not available, inform Zhou Quan first." The Crown Prince then handed each of the maids a token from the Eastern Palace. Perilla, Fulling, and Zhou Quan acknowledged his words. Gu Xiyan thought to herself, "This is troublesome. Now there is yet another person watching over me." Nevertheless, She remained confident that no one could resist her pleas for affection. Well then, we'll see about next July, she mused silently as she finished her delicious bowl of milk dessert. Brother Qingyu, I still wish to have more. She reached out and playfully tugged at his pinky finger, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, for Zhou Quan had just removed the cherry ice cream. The Crown Prince lowered his gaze, meeting her eager expression, instinctively turning his face away. A slight itch formed in his throat as he gently said, Sir, be good. In half an hour, we will have lunch, and I shall not eat any more. With that, he instructed Zhou Quan to take away the dessert. Gu Xiyan pouted, Brother Qingyu. Are you afraid that my temper might frighten you? I can be quite well behaved, you know. The Crown Prince, with a strong desire to survive, quickly replied, Not at all. I adore you just the way you are, Sierra. His long, fair fingers intertwined with hers. I merely worry for your comfort. Gu Xiyan smiled softly, choosing not to respond. Chapter 26. The delightful Crown Prince at noon. The sun hung high in the sky, and the white clouds paused their journey, drifting serenely above. By the lakeside, the willows swayed gracefully, and a gentle breeze, warmed by the sun, was pleasantly cooled by the ice basin in the pavilion. Gu Xiyan sat sideways on the railing, casually feeding the koi fish with fish food. Brother Qingyu, look at these koi. They are so plump, she exclaimed, barely suppressing her laughter. The Crown Prince followed her gaze to the rotund golden, red, and yellow koi. The koi in the imperial garden were exceptionally precious, having been well fed by the emperor, and Sierra had expressed her fondness for them, prompting him to ask his father for more. In truth, the Eastern Palace also had koi, yet they lacked the same indulgence as those of the emperor, remaining merely splendid without the added plumpness. I heard my father say that the emperor favors the chubby koi. Best not to part with them too hastily. Gu Xiyan suddenly grasped the meaning of filial affection. A mischievous glint flickered in her bright eyes. Brother Qingyu, my father once mentioned that he had held the young Crown Prince when he was a child. Gu Xiyan had indeed heard this from her father, who served as the emperor's companion. It was hardly surprising that he had cradled the young prince. The Crown Prince had been raised in the emperor's embrace, learning the ways of rulership from a young age. Her father had also said that the young prince was quite the chubby little fellow before turning 3, though Gu Xiyan chose not to voice this. The Crown Prince's eyes flashed with embarrassment, his handsome face taut. I don't recall that, he said, regaining his composure with a smile as he gently tapped Gu Xiyan's little head from a distance, teasingly. Gu Xiyan tilted her head, her smile radiant as she playfully blinked at him. You are like a cherubic child, Brother Qingyu, all round and plump. He. The man's ears turned slightly red, and he coughed into his fist, clearing his throat as he turned to Zhou Quan on the shore to order the meal. A sumptuous spread of lotus flower dishes and poached fish awaited them in the pavilion by the Tay pool. Observing the man's bashful demeanor, his face blooming like a spring peach, Gu Xiyan was filled with joy. I didn't finish what I was saying earlier. Not only was the young Brother Qingyu adorable, but you are equally charming now. You are still a striking young man at 18. Upon hearing her words, the Crown Prince coughed awkwardly. Sierra, one cannot use adorable to describe a man, but I find myself fond of charming men, Gu Xiyan said, her fingers fidgeting with a hint of disappointment. Then I must be quite charming, the Crown Prince blurted out, his face flushing crimson as he turned away. Gu Xiyan gazed at him, her heart skipping a beat. The prince's exquisite visage was truly unparalleled. After cleansing her hands, Gu Xiyan's eyes fell upon the stone table laden with delectable dishes, fish in spicy broth, lotus root and pork rib soup, steamed meat in lotus leaf, crispy lotus flower, fried lotus flower, lotus seed soup with chicken shreds, sweet osmanthus sticky rice with lotus root, red bean meat with lotus seeds, fragrant egg pancake, and bamboo tube rice with green shoots. Her eyes sparkled as she turned to the prince, wondering if fried lotus flowers were truly edible. She had never encountered such a delicacy before, only knowing about the lotus flower pastry. The prince offered her a golden, crispy fried lotus flower, encouraging, try it, Sierra. Upon tasting, she found it delightfully crispy and tender, with a sweet and fragrant flavor. Imbued with the unique aroma of lotus flowers, an exquisite treat indeed. Gu Xiyan expressed her admiration, her lips curving into a smile. Brother Qingyu, From where does this fried lotus flower originate? It is so distinctive. I have tasted other lotus flower dishes, having finished his sweet osmanthus sticky rice with lotus root. The prince took the opportunity to enlighten her. This is a specialty from Jinan, Shandong. I possess a travelogue penned by the governor of Shandong, detailing numerous local delicacies and customs. Would you like to peruse it? Local officials, distanced from the imperial court, naturally sought to maintain their presence before the emperor, often sending local specialties or composing elegant poetry and travel accounts. Since the age of 10, the prince had assisted the emperor in reviewing memorials, thus becoming well acquainted with the personal lives and literary works of local officials. He knew of Gu Xiyan's fondness for travelogues, thus catering to her interests. As expected, the prince observed the sparkle in Gu Xiyan's eyes and replied, "You truly are delightful, Sierra." A smile graced his features. How delightful. He extended his hand to serve her a bowl of tender, spicy fish. Gu Xiyan beamed, revealing her perfectly white teeth, her expressive almond-shaped eyes brimming with joy. "Let me think. It is exceptionally delightful." Her voice was melodious and charming, her bright eyes sparkling, her lips unconsciously curving into a radiant smile, akin to a blooming flower. The prince chuckled softly, finding immense pleasure in her words, despite their lack of substance. He felt a wave of comfort and contentment wash over him. "This is the fish you wish for. Be cautious of bones." With great care, the prince had removed the fish bones before placing the dish beside her. Gu Xiyan's eyes crinkled with happiness as she savored the fish, which was mildly spicy and refreshing, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. A gentle breeze stirred, creating ripples on the lake's surface where the sunlight danced, and the willows swayed gracefully at the water's edge, the lotus flowers and koi fish creating a picturesque scene utterly delightful. After the midday rest, Gu Xiyan, brimming with energy, instructed Zissou to summon the prince. She was ready to commence her painting. Although not a prodigy, she possessed enough skill in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting to hold her own. She had no desire to be called upon to compose poetry, play music, or dance at every banquet. She found such obligations tiresome and preferred to avoid them. Her greatest joy lay in the game of throwing arrows, where she only needed to stand still. As long as she stood tall, surrounded by kindred spirits, she understood this truth from a young age. Gu Xiyan was not particularly skilled in the game, but played for enjoyment, and her companions still subtly praised her prowess. Gu Xi and her father, Gu Xiyan, are the foremost officials, unafraid even in the presence of royal princesses. Her father dotes on her dearly. When the emperor expressed his desire for her to serve as a companion to the princess, he did not hesitate to refuse outright. His beloved Xi'er enjoys unparalleled freedom within their estate. Why would she seek to tarnish her reputation in the palace? The only cherished daughter of Gu Xiyan is far more valuable than the title of princess companion. Gu Xiyan is a cunning old fox. Gu Xiyan is 4 years older than the crown prince, who required companions for his education when he was merely 3. It was during this time that Gu Xi was born, and Gu Xiyan took an immediate liking to his little sister, often holding her close and refusing to let go. Thus, it was only natural for Gu Xiyan to plead with the emperor. The Gu family sought to avoid entanglement in the struggle for succession, preferring to earn merits through loyalty. After all, Gu Xiyan has already ascended to the position of prime minister and must learn the virtue of contentment. Even with the crown prince's position as stable as a mountain, the Gu family only needs to remain loyal to the throne in order to thrive within the court. Throughout history, how many crown princes have failed to ascend? Nevertheless, Gu Xiyan has had his miscalculations. His precious daughter was forcibly taken by the crown prince. Gu Xi understands her father and brother's concerns, and thus she must rise to the occasion, for the sake of herself and the Gu family. The crown prince must ascend the throne. Chapter 27. The crown prince in blue sleeves Gu Xi lounged upon the Wangwali chaise within the room. A cloisonne incense burner emitted wisps of lilu fragrance, its cool and ethereal smoke carrying the scent of herbs. Upon entering, the crown prince beheld a young woman propped on her hand, delicately cutting pieces of watermelon with a golden fork. Gu Xi lazily raised her eyes. Glancing at the crown prince, Brother Qingyu has arrived. Would you care for some watermelon? Her almond-shaped eyes widened in surprise, What brings you here? The crown prince was adorned in a dark silk robe embroidered with golden dragons, his ink-black hair half-tied, a golden crown securing his locks. And at his waist hung Gu Xiyan's jade pendant. He wore golden cloud-patterned shoes, his broad shoulders and narrow waist accentuating his long legs. Gu Xiyan's eyes sparkled with admiration. Indeed, the crown prince looked splendid. He felt a swell of pride, having chosen this particular robe from among the finest. As Zhou Quan had advised, it best showcased his physique. Gu Xiyan was indeed captivated. Zhou Quan had an exquisite taste. Gu Xiyan straightened her posture, gazing at the man seated beside her, her cheeks involuntarily flushing. His deep, gentle eyes and sharply defined features were strikingly handsome, exuding an innate aura of nobility and detachment. His fair complexion further enhancing his regal presence. She raised her hand to touch her warm cheek, pondering who had styled the crown prince's hair in such a manner. He typically wore it in a high ponytail secured with jade hairpins. Rather than this, how infuriating. Gu Xiyan found herself particularly drawn to elegant young men, especially those of tall and graceful stature. The man observed Gu Xiyan's blushing face, his smile deepening as he leaned closer. "Sheer, why do you blush? Is it that the ice in the room has diminished?" His teasing tone, accompanied by a slight upturn of his lips, revealed his cheerful mood. Gu Xiyan's face burned even hotter. She let out a soft huff. "Why ask when you already know? Must I admit that I am dazzled by you? You rogue." Her little hand instinctively reached toward his sensuously defined waist, only to touch it again, craving more. The prince let out a hearty laugh, wrapping his arm around her delicate waist, his voice husky as he declared, "Only Sheer may see, touch, hold, kiss, and play with my body. Is that not so?" He leaned down to plant a kiss on her snow-white cheek. This was indeed true. The eunuchs who attended him were the only ones permitted close proximity, and no palace maid had ever laid eyes on him. In the embrace of the prince, Gu Xiyan momentarily forgot her usual aversion to heat. The prince's alluring presence, akin to a resplendent peacock displaying its plumage, was difficult for her to resist. With his strong, warm hand encircling her waist, Gu Xiyan closed her eyes, burying her face in his chest, inhaling the faint but delightful scent of sandalwood, and softly murmured her agreement. Her voice was sweet, almost cloying, revealing her infatuation with the prince's physique. After a while, feeling overwhelmed by his warmth, Gu Xiyan pushed away slightly, attempting to extricate herself. "Brother Chengxu, I promised to draw for you. Please let me down." The prince, however, tightened his hold around her slender waist, merely smiling at her, raising an eyebrow playfully. "And what do I gain from this?" With a slight frown, Gu Xiyan pursed her lips and, wrapping her arms around the prince's neck, planted a kiss on his thin lips. Once she donned her wooden clogs, Gu Xiyan descended from his embrace, where Zissou and her companions had already laid out rice paper on the rosewood desk. "Come now, Brother Chengxu, assist me in grinding the ink." Gu Xiyan raised an eyebrow, beckoning him with a finger before turning to sit in the intricately carved rosewood chair, her expression one of playful amusement as she observed him. The prince felt an unprecedented joy. Sheer was indeed his destined soulmate, and being with her filled him with bliss from the inside out. Even in silence, he relished every moment. Stealing a brief respite from life's demands, the prince savored the pleasure of leisure. Zissou, Fulling, and Zhou Quan stood quietly at the entrance, smiles gracing their faces. It was undeniable that the prince and their young mistress were a perfect match, akin to a pair of celestial lovers. Zhou Quan's admiration for the future princess was boundless, akin to an unending river. The prince had ground ink only for the emperor. No one else had received such an honor. Fully engrossed in her artwork, Gu Xiyan's eyes sparkled with joy, and when ink splattered on her nose, she simply wiped it away with her hand. The prince, observing her cat-like face, couldn't help but chuckle, suppressing his laughter with a fist to his side. "What's amusing?" Gu Xiyan asked, tilting her head in confusion, then rubbed her nose, glancing at her ink-stained hand. "Ah, how dare you laugh at me?" As she spoke, ink from her brush dripped onto the paper, prompting Gu Xiyan to shoot him a glare before she calmly resumed her painting. The prince, arching an eyebrow, took a seat in the same intricately carved rosewood chair that Zhou Quan had brought him, propping his chin on his hand while watching Gu Xiyan paint. As he observed, he mentally praised her, thinking to himself, as expected of Xi'er, her skill in painting rivals my own, capturing my beauty in such an extraordinary manner. Am I truly so perfect in her eyes? In the hour that Gu Xi painted, the prince's thoughts could have filled an epic poem extolling her artistic talent. Had it not been for the concern of disturbing Xi'er, His Highness the Crown Prince would have praised her openly long ago. Thus, once Gu Xi and her brush came to a halt, she was met with a fervent barrage of extravagant compliments from the Crown Prince. Xi'er's strokes were delicate and her skills remarkable. Her portraits were vivid and lifelike. The Crown Prince was captivated, his gaze fixed upon the handsome figure she had depicted. Although the depth of the piece fell slightly short and might be deemed somewhat amateurish by connoisseurs, the Crown Prince found it utterly delightful. This is the painting Xi'er gifted me, Zhou Quan. Once the ink dries, be sure to store it properly. It shall adorn the study in the Eastern Palace. He commanded after extolling her talent for an entire cup of tea. Understood, Zhou Quan replied, feeling somewhat stunned. He had never realized the Crown Prince could be so loquacious. Gu Xi, her wrist gently massaged by the Crown Prince, mused softly, "Does Brother Chengxu truly admire my painting? Yet, my skills pale in comparison to those of renowned masters from previous eras. With so many officials passing through the Eastern Palace study, I fear my humble artistry may bring embarrassment to you." The mere thought of her work being displayed alongside masterpieces made her feel a twinge of awkwardness, leaving her uncertain of how to position her hands and feet. A deeper contemplation struck her. The Crown Prince, in his infatuation, might even boast to the Eastern Palace ministers that this was her token of affection. Overwhelmed by embarrassment, Gu Xi abruptly shook her head. What a terrifying thought. Xi'er paints beautifully. Do not belittle yourself, the Crown Prince interjected, displeased. Your painting is filled with affection for me. How could it possibly be lacking? The officials of the Eastern Palace can only envy the strength of our bond, harmonious as a well-tuned lute. His eyes narrowed slightly as the Crown Prince. He held the final say. Chapter 28. Private conversations between mother and daughter. Gu Xi sighed inwardly, her expression unchanging. Brother Chengxu, shall we take a stroll outside? It must be past the midpoint of the afternoon. After all, it was not her who would suffer embarrassment. If the Crown Prince wished to proceed, she would indulge him. The man lowered his head to gaze at her, responding softly as he reached out to gently brush her nose with his fingertip. Very well, but sure? You ought to clean your face, little kitten. Gu Xi was momentarily taken aback. She had forgotten about the ink smudges on her face. She hurried to the vanity, sitting before the copper mirror, and beheld a somewhat comical yet still beautiful young woman. Satisfied, Gu Xi smiled slightly. The Crown Prince followed her to the Wang Wali wooden vanity, and in the next moment, she beckoned him. Brother Chengxu, bend down a little. The Crown Prince, puzzled, leaned closer to her, and in a swift motion, Gu Xi sprang into his embrace. Seizing the moment of his surprise, she nimbly climbed onto him. With her arms encircling his neck, he instinctively supported her rounded form, his brow furrowing slightly as he prepared to gently chastise her. Yet before he could speak, Gu Xi nuzzled her nose against his prominent bridge. Her playful voice danced in his ear. Brother Chengxu, now you too are a little kitten. Gu Xi giggled mischievously, nuzzling him once more. Noticing his silence, she lowered her gaze to the man so close before her, only to find his pale pink lips pressed tightly together. The man's Adam's apple rolled twice, and his breathing gradually became heavy, his gaze burning intensely upon her lips. Gu Xi felt a tightening in her heart. Upon seeing Zhou Quan discreetly escorting Zissou and pulling away, she instinctively wrapped her arms around the man's neck. Please set me down, Brother Chengxu. Let's take a stroll outside. She attempted to climb down from him, but her delicate waist was held firmly in his embrace, rendering her immobile. After the sound of the door closing echoed, Gu Xi felt a surge of tears. How foolish she was. The Crown Prince, holding her, strode towards the bed with confident, powerful steps. Gu Xi instinctively recoiled, struggling against the situation, aware that such brazen acts under the sun were utterly inappropriate. In that fleeting moment, the Crown Prince casually spoke, his voice deep and husky, laden with desire. Sire, it seems you have not remembered what I previously mentioned. His lips brushed against her long, fair neck. gently sucking and licking. Gu Xiya's almond-shaped eyes glistened with unshed tears. Her arms, encircling his neck, tightened. What words? How could I know? You were not clear. The man's chiseled, handsome face drew near, their breaths intertwining, causing Gu Xiya's heart to race. Do not tempt me. Is he a man who can withstand Sierra's allure? Naturally. After marriage, he would eagerly anticipate her every enticement. Gu Xiya felt a fleeting guilt. She was indeed in the wrong. Before she could conjure an excuse, the man's long, fair hand cradled her face, his lips capturing her sweet, soft ones. 2 days swiftly passed. They arrived at Shiyuan on the 18th of August and prepared to return to the capital on the morning of the 20th. After all, the Crown Prince had numerous state affairs, and His Majesty would not allow him to take a 3-day leave. On the morning of the 18th, the Crown Prince, accompanied by the Minister of Rights, came to propose marriage. The 19th was a day of rest, meaning he only requested 1 day off from the Emperor. Gu Xiya felt a twinge of sympathy for the Crown Prince. Indeed, the position of Crown Prince was not one that just anyone could hold. He escorted her to Wangshu courtyard, reluctantly bidding her farewell. Gu Xiya observed her mother, who soon arrived at her courtyard. Mother, she called, wrapping her arms around Lu Shuang's arm and pulling her to sit on the noble concubine couch. Lu Shuang playfully pinched Gu Xiya's cheek. Did you have fun, Sierra? I hope you have and T become utterly enchanted by the Crown Prince. She had seen Sierra smiling at the air upon her entrance. Gu Xiya nuzzled her mother's palm. I had a wonderful time. She embraced Lu Shuang, leaning against her. The Crown Prince even took me to pick lotus pods. We gathered a small boat's worth to bring back for father, mother, and grandmother to taste. The lotus feast was delightful, and they even served fried lotus flowers. The boat was quite small, so their harvest of lotus pods was not abundant, and they prepared a lotus feast. His Majesty and the Empress each received a portion, as did her grandmother, and her uncle and aunt required one as well. Her parents each had a share, and her elder brother and sister-in-law received a portion too. On average, each share yielded 3 or 4 lotus pods, enough to make 2 bowls of lotus seed soup. While lotus pods were not particularly rare or precious, it was the sentiment that mattered, especially since they had personally gathered them. Lu Shuang gazed sideways at Gu Xiya's radiant little face, secretly acknowledging the prince's exceptional capabilities. Indeed, Shi'er had been exceedingly joyful these past few days. As long as Shi'er was happy, that was all that mattered. Her mother had arranged for several seasonal outfits made of Huanhua brocade for her, suitable for the autumn days. She reached out to hold Gu Xiya's small hand and asked, Shi'er, has the prince visited you? Lu Shuang made a gesture of fingers touching fingers, causing Gu Xiya's cheeks to flush. No, mother, we are quite proper. We do not reside in the same courtyard. Shi'er, has the prince kissed you? She whispered conspiratorially in Gu Xiya's ear. The two of them engaged in secretive chatter. Lu Shuang understood that young people, especially those with engagements, could be impulsive. Innocent affection like kisses and embraces was inevitable. Although Gu Xiya was bold, she still felt shy in front of her mother, her voice more delicate than it was before the prince. Lu Shuang playfully poked Gu Xiya's hand, teasing, Oh, he has. Gu Xiya's long lashes fluttered, and a rosy blush graced her fair cheeks, her bashful demeanor reminiscent of a peony bud, dazzlingly beautiful. Did you stick out your tongue? Lu Shuang inquired curiously, as her bond with Gu Xiya was intimate, both mother and daughter sharing a similar understanding. Mother, I'm ignoring you now, humph. Gu Xiya suddenly leaped into her mother's embrace, falling silent. Shi'er, I hope you can remain true to yourself. The prince's budding feelings for you are genuine. Yet I fear he might withdraw, leaving you heartbroken. Lu Shuang held her cherished daughter, tears welling in her eyes. The palace was a perilous place. Although the prince currently shunned female company, he would undoubtedly attract other women in the future. A man's affections can flare up swiftly and extinguish just as quickly. Do not trust a man's sincerity, understand? Lu Shuang cautioned her daughter against giving her heart fully. You must love yourself most. It is permissible to admire, but do not fall deeply for a man to the point of despair. She had once shared a tender bond with Gu Xiyan, yet he had taken a concubine. After a restless night, Lu Shuang had come to terms with reality. unwilling for Gu Xiyan to suffer the pangs of love as she had. As Gu Xiyan nestled in her mother's familiar embrace, she declared, "I understand, mother." Tilting her small face upward, her skin as radiant as snow, she continued, "I am quite clear-headed. My feelings for the prince are merely mutual attraction, seeking wealth and status, not genuine affection." This selfish yet astute young lady was determined to avoid the heartaches of love. Observing her mother's momentary astonishment, Gu Xiyan playfully patted Lu Shuang's shoulder. "I told you I'm a talented actress, didn't I? I've managed to deceive you." Indeed, she was a born performer. "My dear, there is one more crucial piece of advice I must impart to you," Lu Shuang said with a smile. "Your husband will not be solely yours for a lifetime, but you will only ever have one mother. After marrying into the Eastern Palace, bear children as swiftly as possible, regardless of whether you are pregnant. Do not feign generosity by allowing the prince to take concubines. Always let him voice his intentions first. Do not place yourself in a position of discomfort, understand?" She would also reprimand Zissou and Fuling again, dismissing the notion of any accompanying maidservants trying to ingratiate themselves. When Lu Shuang was pregnant with Gu Xiyan, a maidservant who accompanied her developed ulterior motives upon witnessing her condition, attempting to seduce Gu Yong, only to be sold off by him. The incident left Lu Shuang deeply unsettled, even instilling a psychological shadow within her. Men, it seems, are inherently untrustworthy. While they harbor feelings for you, one must cleverly entice them, maintaining a delicate balance, sweetness in speech, and a touch of coyness to enrapture their hearts. Thus, even if in the future they appear estranged, they will still reminisce about their youthful bond, and by then, their children will have flourished, rendering the man's presence unnecessary. Lu Shuang imparted her years of wisdom to Gu Xiyan, speaking with genuine sentiment. Moved to tears, Gu Xiyan responded, "I shall heed mother's words." Indeed, Gu Xiyan treated His Highness the Crown Prince in such a manner, relishing her mother's affection. In Gongquan Palace, His Majesty gazed at the lotus seed pods held by Lin Yue, questioning, "Crown Prince, what is the purpose of presenting lotus seed pods to me?" Suddenly recalling something, he scoffed, "Is my paternal affection not sufficient? You have already taken 2 days off." The Crown Prince, seated at his dedicated Zeaton-wood desk, continued to review memorials while replying, "Father, you may be overthinking this. These lotus seed pods were gathered by Xiyan and me. She suggested bringing them back for you and Mother to taste in a lotus seed and lily soup." Casting a sidelong glance at His Majesty, he added, "If Father disdains them, I shall give them all to Mother instead. This is a gesture of filial piety from both Xiyan and me, which should also extend to grandfather and grandmother." His Majesty retorted, "When did I express disdain?" He turned to Lin Yue, commanding, "Have the imperial kitchen prepare a bowl of lotus seed and lily soup for me. No need for the Crown Prince." With another scoff, he mused that indeed daughters are more considerate than sons. He observed the Crown Prince, who was diligently reviewing the memorials, and remarked, "If Xiyan hadn't mentioned it, would you have even thought to bring this to me?" The Crown Prince paused momentarily before candidly stating, "Father, in the past, I have rarely had the opportunity for leisure, let alone to gather lotus seed pods." With a smile, he continued, "Father, perhaps you could grant me a few more days off, and I promise to bring you delightful treats and entertainment." His Majesty, with a leisurely smile, promptly shifted his demeanor, asserting, "No, it won't do. In your absence these past 2 days, I have had to handle an increased number of memorials." Since the Crown Prince began assisting with memorial reviews at the age of 10, His Majesty has gained an additional 2 hours each day to manage other state affairs. Known for his diligence and tireless work ethic, His Majesty has been managing countless responsibilities with only 3 hours of sleep each night. With the Crown Prince on leave, His Majesty has already lost an hour of sleep and had to forego leisure time. Allowing the Crown Prince further indulgence would undoubtedly increase His Majesty's workload. The Crown Prince's expression darkened, lips pressed together as he continued his work on the memorials, feeling that his father was being excessively unreasonable. "Father," he suddenly transformed his demeanor, blinking his eyes earnestly at His Majesty, his expression mirroring that of Gu Xiyan and reminiscent of his own childhood. His Majesty, despite feeling his resolve waver at the display, reminded himself that the crown prince had matured. The despondent crown prince reluctantly abandoned the idea of seeking leave from his father, the emperor. With a full 9 days until the next holiday, he felt as though he was enduring an eternity. Was the holiday allowance in the Great Xia a tad insufficient? The current dynasty granted 1 day off every 10 days, with a complete cessation of work from the 15th of the 12th month to the 17th of the first month. The Grand Court Assembly commenced on the first day of the new year, and 3 days of respite were afforded for the Lantern Festival, Qingming Festival, Dragon Boat Festival, and the Mid-Autumn Festival. Yet, the Crown Prince felt that his time off was still lacking, with the Mid-Autumn Festival just passed, today being the 20th of the 8th month. He still had several days to wait until his next break. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was midday. The Crown Prince made his way to Gongquan Palace for a meal. "Father, this fried lotus flower tastes delightful, does it not?" When it was just the two of them, they disregarded the customary silence observed during meals. The emperor elegantly savored a bite, affirming its exquisite taste. Momentarily, the crown prince boasted that it was Sierra who declared it delectable. The emperor's mood suddenly turned complex. The crown prince caught a glimpse of his father's expression and smiled, saying, "Sierra believes that delicious food should be shared with elders. I am unworthy of her filial piety." The emperor lifted his gaze to regard him, replying, "I am aware that Sierra is a dutiful girl. There is no need for you to boast." Since the crown prince's return to the palace, he had heard countless praises for Sierra. She was the beloved daughter of Gu Xiyan. Would he truly make things difficult for her? The crown prince, recognizing the moment, chose to remain silent. After finishing lunch, the crown prince prepared to return to the Eastern Palace for an afternoon rest. As he passed through the imperial garden, he encountered Prince He Chengxu, who had just exited from the concubine Ikuan Palace. "Your Royal Highness, I pay my respects," He Chengxu greeted. He was strikingly handsome, tall and commanding, bearing a resemblance to He Chengxu. At 7 feet 2 inches, he stood at 1 meter 80, yet he appeared slightly shorter before the crown prince. Although the crown prince was merely a month older than He Chengxu, he stood an inch taller at 1 meter 85. The crown prince cast a casual glance at him and nonchalantly replied, "No need for formalities." Just as he turned to leave, He Chengxu's voice called out, "Your Royal Highness, I have yet to congratulate you on winning the heart of a fair maiden." He paused momentarily, then continued, "You are indeed fortunate. For the only legitimate daughter of Gu Tating, the most beautiful woman in the capital, has not escaped your grasp." He Chengxu's smile was humble, yet his tone betrayed a hint of bitterness. Earlier in the year, as he prepared for his own marriage and ascension to princely status, he had considered Gu Tating's daughter for his future consort, but the emperor had rejected the idea without a second thought. The gap between He Chengxu and the crown prince was merely a month, yet due to being the eldest legitimate son, the crown prince had been designated as the heir apparent and raised personally by the emperor. All paternal affection seemed to be bestowed upon He Chengxu. As the crown prince, he could rightfully receive the courtesies due to royalty, and the emperor permitted him to ride in and out of the palace. Despite being just a month apart, He Chengxu felt that the emperor had never extended the same indulgence and regard towards him as he had to the crown prince. Though the emperor's treatment of He Chengxu was better than that of the third, fourth, or fifth princes, he could not accept it. The throne has always been a domain for the capable. Throughout history, how many crown princes, whether of noble birth or otherwise, have faced obstacles in their ascension? Due to the prolonged delay in selecting a crown princess, Prince He Chengxu of Qi, who should have commenced the 6 rites of marriage at the tender age of 15 or 16, was only prompted to settle on a princess after the beloved consort's lamentations to His Majesty at the beginning of the year. Thus, He Chengxu wed the second daughter of the Minister of Personnel, Shun Lanruo, in September. The officials of the Ministry of Rites were disheartened. A mere year had passed since the marriage of the prince, and the crown prince was only granted an 8-month window to marry. For the past 2 to 3 years, His Majesty had shown no urgency, but the time for action had now come for them. He Chengxu aspired to father the imperial grandson with his princess before the crown prince's wedding. However, barely a month before his own marriage, He Chengxu audaciously claimed the daughter of Gu Tating as his crown princess, a decision which their father surprisingly sanctioned. The Crown Prince's wedding was unexpectedly scheduled for April of the following year. Enraged, He Chengxu spent an entire day practicing archery in the training grounds of the Qi Prince's residence, feeling unjustly relegated, especially since he harbored affections for Gu Xiyan. Yet their father dismissed his intentions without a second thought, offering instead the consolation prize of the minister's second daughter. Why should the Crown Prince be permitted to wed the Prime Minister's eldest daughter while he was left to settle for a lesser match? The Crown Prince observed the subtle emotions of He Chengxu, feigning indifference and with a hint of bitterness in his voice. He remarked with a slight smirk that he and the Crown Princess were indeed a match made in heaven. The Crown Prince inwardly scoffed, knowing well that He Chengxu once entertained thoughts of making Gu Xiyan his own princess. The Crown Prince, ever confident, felt a twinge of superiority over his younger brother. He Chengxu, with a salute, expressed his humble demeanor, stating that he had matters to attend to and took his leave. At the Prime Minister's residence, as night enveloped the sky and the moon shone faintly, the Gu family gathered in the Shaoguang courtyard for dinner. Gu Xiyan and Lu Shuang allowed only Gu Xiyan and his wife, Su Qinghuan, along with Gu Xiyan, to share dinner every fifth night, while the rest of the time was left to their discretion. By the way, Xiyan, your mother forgot to mention at noon that our main branch and the second branch will separate, but not the manor itself. Lu Shuang smiled gently at Gu Xiyan, who was engrossed in her meal, and served her a bowl of bird's nest duck soup. Gu Xiyan raised her gaze, looking at her father, Gu Xiyan, and then at her brother, Gu Jingyang, and sister-in-law, Su Qinghuan. Why was there suddenly a separation? Normally, families do not divide without the parents present. Gu Xiyan gazed affectionately at Gu Xiyan. Understanding the complexities of human nature, he did not wish to challenge it. This arrangement suited him well, as he maintained a cordial relationship with his younger brother, Gu Yuan, and wished not to let financial matters strain their bond. However, when it came to Gu Xiyan's marriage, a grand dowry of 10 miles of red silk was a necessity. His daughter deserved to be the envy of all. Noticing Gu Xiyan's puzzled expression, he smiled fondly and turned his attention back to Gu Jingyang and his wife. Our family, the Gu, is a century-old lineage, with assets totaling 1,500,000 taels. According to ancestral customs, our main branch receives 70% of the family fortune, amounting to 1,050,000 taels. As they paused in their meal, Gu Xiyan continued, in my heart, Jingyang and Xiyan are equal. Of this 1,050,000 taels, 300,000 is in liquid assets. As Xiyan's wedding approaches, your mother and I have decided to allocate 200,000 taels as her dowry and 100,000 taels for Jingyang. The remaining 750,000 taels consist of the estate's valuable calligraphy and paintings. Jingyang will receive 400,000 taels. Sierra will be allocated 300,000 taels, and 5,000 taels will be kept by their parents for miscellaneous expenses. He is capable of serving for another 8 years, and the annual rewards and salaries bestowed by His Majesty are valued at approximately 30 to 40,000 taels, making it entirely feasible to accumulate an additional 200,000 taels over the next decade. Gu Xiyan, now 42, intends to petition the emperor for retirement at 50, so he and his wife may travel the world. Upon hearing this, Gu Jingyang felt discontent. Father, I understand your decision to separate from second uncle, and I have no objections regarding Sierra's dowry. It was initially agreed upon by you and mother before my marriage. However, you have only one son. Why would you divide the family estate with me? I am merely 22. Gu Xiyan, with a flicker of her gaze, discreetly observed her sister-in-law, Su Qinghuan, whose expression remained impassive. With a playful smile, she teased, silly brother, is father concerned that you might perceive favoritism? Siblings should calculate matters clearly, don't you think? Gu Jingyang's expression turned serious as he corrected her. Sierra, our parents are not biased. That 200,000 taels is a dowry that your brother willingly offers you. My beloved sister deserves a splendid wedding with a grand bridal procession, compared to immense wealth. I value my sister far more. His words were not influenced by the fact that Sierra was the crown princess. When he married, Sierra was only 11 years old, and the family had never contemplated marrying her into the royal family. Brother, you are dreadful. I feel as if sand has entered my eyes, Gu Xiyan said, sniffing. Gu Xiyan and Gu Tating are renowned throughout the Great Xia for their doting on their daughter. And the noble women of the capital envy Gu Xiyan for her family's status and the rare affection shared within it. Gu Jingyang's gaze was filled with tenderness as he playfully tapped Gu Xiyan's little head. She looked at them, pouting, I'm so happy to have such wonderful parents and a brother in this life. Then, glancing at Su Qinghuan's prominent belly, she raised her eyes and smiled, sister-in-law. Please do not be jealous of me because of brother. I am about to be married. When the little one arrives, I shall care for it dearly. Su Qinghuan smiled gently. How could I ever be envious? I have watched you grow, Sierra. In my heart, you are akin to my own sister. The little one is already 7 months along. While you're still unmarried, I can spend more time playing with it. The wedding of the Crown Prince and Crown Princess is scheduled for April, and it is currently only late August. Gu Xiyan rose to serve Su Qinghuan a bowl of bird's nest and duck soup. Indeed, I have some golden-threaded blood swallow sent by His Highness the Crown Prince. I shall share some with you and the little one to ensure it grows even more beautiful. The golden-threaded blood swallow is exceedingly rare and precious, with its supply being scant. Within the palace, only the emperor, the empress, and the crown prince are permitted to enjoy it throughout the year. Other concubines and favored princes may receive only a few servings at the emperor's discretion. Bird's nest is a premium tonic known for its gentle, nourishing properties, and golden-threaded blood swallow is the finest among them, with 1 pound yielding 20 servings, sufficient for consumption every other day for a month and a half. This year, the Crown Prince's allocation included 6 pounds of golden-threaded blood swallow, of which he gifted 5 pounds to Gu Xiyan. She plans to reserve 1 pound for her sister-in-law and the unborn child, and another pound for her grandmother, parents, and brother. It is not that she is reluctant to part with the golden-threaded blood swallow, but rather that only 1 pound remains from the Crown Prince's supply, necessitating consideration for the Emperor and the Empress's feelings. Chapter 31. The considerate matron the following day, August 21st, after Gu Xiyan rose and finished her breakfast, her mother, Lu Shuiying, eagerly engaged her in the arrangement of her dowry. When Lu Shuiying married Gu Xiyan's father, she brought with her a lavish dowry befitting a match between 2 prominent families. As the cherished only daughter of her grandparents, her dowry amounted to 200,000 taels, and over the years, it had increased to 300,000 taels. In affluent families, the dowry is typically amassed according to customary practices, incorporating contributions from birth and additional gifts from loving relatives. Lu Shuiying's initial dowry comprised 66,000 taels of silver, and the Gu family had never needed her to supplement household expenses with her dowry. Consequently, over the years, she had accumulated a substantial sum of 120,000 taels in cash. My dear Xiyan, her mother said, I shall provide you with 100,000 taels of dowry, alongside property and estates valued at 50,000 taels. She gazed lovingly at her daughter, whose complexion radiated health and beauty, and smiled with great affection. You are my only daughter. I shall indulge you. Of the remaining 150,000 taels, only 20,000 is in cash, with the rest comprising estates and properties. Gu Xiyan felt a tinge of emotion as her eyes brimmed with tears. Mother, she murmured in a soft, dependent tone, leaning into her mother's embrace. Though marriage was not imminent, she felt an inexplicable sense of urgency. Do not cry, my dear. You must not grow complacent during this period. I know you are quite clever, Lu Shuiying said, gently pinching Gu Xiyan's cheek. The ceremony for the princess consort's official conferment was scheduled for the first day of September. Once the ceremony was complete, her mother would officially address her as princess consort. In this dynasty, the princess consort is first conferred and then wed. The Ministry of Rites was currently overwhelmed with tasks, nearly losing their hair over the short 2-week time frame granted by the crown prince for the marriage decree and the conferment ceremony. Gu Xiyan, nestled in her mother's embrace, felt she would always be her parents' precious daughter. Even as the princess consort, she would remain their beloved child, still referred to by her name in private. In the days that followed, Gu Xiyan found herself preoccupied and restless, especially as her monthly cycle approached. With the princess consort's conferment ceremony imminent, the empress had dispatched 2 matrons to guide her. They appear to be in their 40s or 50s, possessing delicate features and amiable expressions, one surnamed Feng and the other Shun. Initially, she had expected them to be difficult to deal with, perhaps even reporting her missteps. However, she was pleasantly surprised to learn they had already been warned by the Crown Prince not to apply the palace's rigid customs to the princess consort. Furthermore, the Empress had advised them to be lenient, as long as she adhered to the basic protocols. Thus, the two matrons displayed remarkable politeness and warmth. Lacking the audacity to challenge Gu Xiyan, they recognized the privilege of serving the princess consort, knowing that their service could secure them a comfortable future in the Eastern Palace. Aware of Gu Xiyan's discomfort due to her monthly cycle, they thoughtfully offered her massages and employed courtly beauty secrets to nourish her complexion and enhance her vitality. Gu Xiyan and her companion savored a nourishing herbal concoction of motherwort while enjoying a massage of moderate intensity from two attentive maids, setting the herbal dish aside as they reclined comfortably on the opulent chaise. The leisurely pace of Shi-Er's life evoked a tinge of envy within me. A deep voice resonated from the doorway. This servant pays respects to His Highness, the Crown Prince. Feng Mama and Shin Mama promptly joined the others in bowing. Gu Xiyan languidly reclined on the chaise, her gaze fixed upon the man clad in a dark robe embroidered with golden dragons, the Crown Prince Chengxu. He approached and seated himself beside her, taking her small hand in his. "How are you? Are you still feeling agitated?" The Crown Prince had been particularly attentive to Gu Xiyan's condition during her menstrual cycle, having been reminded by Zissou and her companions while in the Western Garden. Just days prior, upon learning of her discomfort, he had dispatched Zhou Quan to travel between Gu's residence and Gongquan Palace twice daily. Hearing that she had no appetite only deepened his concern, prompting him to accompany her for dinner at her residence the previous evening. Inquiring with the imperial physician had yielded no remedies. After all, it is a common occurrence for women. Fortunately, the Crown Princess was spared from menstrual cramps. It was during lunch with the Empress that the Crown Prince mentioned her situation, leading her to send maids to attend to Gu Xiyan. Gu Xiyan raised an eyebrow, her gaze drifting to the herbal dish atop the intricately carved rosewood table. "Mother is so kind and loving. Please convey my gratitude to her, brother Chengxu." Feng Mama and Shun Mama, seasoned in their duties, noted her relief after consuming the herbal dish, which was quite palatable. At her words, the Crown Prince's lips curled into a slight smile as he regarded the two maids standing nearby. "Serve the Crown Princess well, and you shall be generously rewarded. Remember, the Crown Princess is your sole mistress. Do you understand?" Feng Mama and Shun Mama bowed deeply, responding, "We understand." Their hearts fluttered at the revelation of the Crown Prince's gentleness before the Crown Princess. He exhibited none of the aloofness he often displayed in public, and the Crown Princess was not required to bow before him, a fortunate circumstance as they had refrained from speaking out of turn. Their contracts of service had been entrusted to the Crown Princess by the Empress, and both had thrived in the tranquility of the inner palace for many years. The Crown Prince's words implied that they should convey only flattering remarks about the Crown Princess to the Empress, forbidding any gossip or indiscretions. Gu Xiyan gazed at him with soft, watery eyes. "Brother Chengxu, are you tired?" She rose from her chaise and shifted to the side where he sat, her delicate arms resting on his shoulder. With a gentle breath, she offered, "Let me give you a massage," as her fair, tender fingers brushed against his brocade robe. The man felt a shiver coursing through him, a delightful tremor causing goosebumps to rise. Hearing her sweet voice, his ears flushed with warmth. "No need to trouble yourself. Shi-Er, I am not weary." His Adam's apple bobbed, yet an involuntary smile graced his lips, revealing his happiness. The servants in the room averted their eyes and bowed their heads, mindful not to disturb the intimate moment shared by the Crown Prince and the Crown Princess. Gu Xiyan and her bright eyes sparkled with mirth as she embraced the man's neck. "Brother Chengxu, managing the affairs of the court must be quite burdensome. My heart aches for you." Her gaze lingered on the man's fair ear, which turned crimson at an observable pace, causing her to bite her lip to stifle a laugh. At that moment, Zhou Quan arrived with a group of servants awaiting at the door. The Crown Prince's face had flushed. Indeed, the Crown Princess was formidable. "You little rascal, The man chuckled helplessly. He turned to enfold Gu Xiyan in his arms, whispering, "You know I can't bear to tease you now." Lowering his gaze to her enchanting face, his eyes darkened slightly. "Since the Crown Princess wishes to assist me, I shall indulge in this moment." Chapter 32. The Flower Appreciation Banquet on the second day of September. Gu Xi prepared to attend a flower appreciation banquet hosted by the Princess of Kong alongside her mother. For over half a month, Gu Xi had declined a stream of invitations. After all, she had only recently reached the age of maturity when the emperor bestowed a marriage upon her. Followed by her entry into the palace, the formalities of the Ministry of Rites, and outings in the Western Garden with the Crown Prince. She had also been troubled by her menstrual cycle, feeling overwhelmed and disinclined to engage with them. However, following the formalities of the Crown Princess's enthronement yesterday, Gu Xi was now addressed as the Crown Princess by all. Unlike before, when the servants of the Gu household referred to her as Miss Gu, the Crown Prince had declared that she could roam freely outside the palace, and within its confines, she need only pay her respects to the Emperor and Empress, without concern for concubines and other ladies of the court, as they were not her blood relatives. The Princess of Kong was renowned in the capital for her love of hosting grand banquets. And with the Prince of Kong being the Emperor's uncle and a prominent figure among the royal family, he held a significant position within the Ministry of Rites. The couple, being affluent and leisurely, steered clear of court politics, thus earning the Emperor's respect and, consequently, the admiration of the populace. At 61, the Princess of Kong enjoyed the company of her 4 generations under one roof. As the prince aged, he had taken to cultivating his character, spending the last 20 years in the front courtyard or within the princess's chambers, gaining a reputation as a reformed man. Yet, Gu Xi merely smiled wryly. Was it not the case that one merely grows less useful with age, seeking to cultivate virtue and earn the reputation of a deeply affectionate couple? At the Kong residence, guests marveled at the chrysanthemums in the back garden while engaging in conversation, discreetly observing the previously acknowledged candidates for the position of Crown Princess. The Crown Prince's affections for the Crown Princess were well known throughout the capital. He had personally dined with her at the Gu estate, showering her with countless treasures, antiques, and jewelry, even presenting a brace of wild geese as a betrothal gift and taking her to the Western Garden for leisure, while he had sent the rumored fated lady from Nankang County to a temple to become a nun. The Princess of Kong watched the 3 young women chatting and admiring the flowers not far away, each possessing their own unique beauty, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Zheng Ziwang, the legitimate granddaughter of the emperor's grand tutor and the head scholar of the Hanlin Academy, Mu Rumong, the eldest daughter of the queen's family, the duke of the state, and Han Jiao, the legitimate daughter of the crown prince's grand protector and the general cavalry. Recalling the crown prince's decision to send the Nankang County princess to a monastery and considering the crown princess's typically carefree demeanor, the princess of Kong sighed inwardly. All she wished was to enjoy a pleasant outing among flowers and observe the youthful and vibrant young ladies, without the desire to stir any trouble. In her view, since the position of the crown princess has already been established, it is wise to relinquish any aspirations of aspiring to that role. Being a legitimate wife is far more comfortable than being a concubine. The crown princess is indeed a product of Lady Gu Ding's upbringing. Having studied alongside her brother at the Imperial Academy, under the personal guidance of Gu Ding, she cannot be regarded as a simple character. The princess consort of King Kong does not envy the empress. Rather, she admires how Lady Gu Ding has maintained her influence over Gu Ding for over 2 decades without taking concubines or siring illegitimate offspring, with the only 2 heirs being born of Lu Shuai. As long as the crown princess does not bring about her own demise, her life is destined to be splendid and exalted, a paragon of maternal virtue, as evidenced by the current empress. Therefore, why do these young ladies contend for the position of a secondary consort? The stability of His Highness the Crown Prince's status is so apparent that it is perplexing they cannot see it. As the hour approached noon, a gentle breeze wafted through, and the sky was clear and bright, reflecting the crispness of autumn. Your Highness, the Crown Princess, the ladies of the court greeted as they saw Gu Shiha. bowing in respect. Gu Xiyan graciously permitted them to rise. She elegantly stepped forward to assist the princess consort of King Kong, returning half a bow, saying, "Aunt, please do not be so formal. I am but a junior." The princess consort beamed with joy, adorned with a dark phoenix-patterned headpiece, a golden phoenix crown, and an abundance of pearls and emeralds. "Our crown princess is truly delightful. I cannot help but envy her grandmother for having such a thoughtful granddaughter." She held Gu Xiyan's delicate hand, marveling at its softness, reluctant to release it. She could not help but silently lament the good fortune of His Highness, who has chosen a crown princess not only from a distinguished family, but also the most beautiful woman in the capital. Even an old lady like herself finds her figure enviable. Today, Gu Xiyan wore her hair in a double bun, embellished with red jade droplets, gold hairpins shaped like phoenix tails, and a floral gold forehead ornament, radiating opulence. Given her age, wearing gold hairpins might seem ostentatious, but Gu Xiyan's classical oval face, with its roundness and luster, complemented her luxurious attire beautifully. When the princess consort praised her, Gu Xiyan merely smiled softly, saying, "Aunt, you have granddaughters to cherish, and the several princesses are known throughout the capital for their filial piety. Please do not flatter me." She was aware that her reputation was not built on filial piety. Rather, she was a beautiful vase reliant on her father's status. As the conversation between the princess consort and the crown princess concluded, the others began to shower compliments. "At last, our crown princess has graced us with her presence. We have not seen you for over half a month. After such a long absence, you appear even more radiant." Indeed. The ceremonies for your official recognition were completed yesterday, and you must come out more often for us to admire your beauty." Lady Ping Yuan's words held merit, though one might fear His Highness would be reluctant to part with her. Throughout this, Gu Xiyan maintained a polite smile, casually taking a seat on a rose-patterned chair, occasionally nodding in acknowledgement. After all, it was not her role to flatter others. Her elevated status ensured that people would only extol her grace and composure. Conversely, even the most eloquent of speakers with an unremarkable background would receive indifference. In the garden, a group of noble ladies gathered in twos and threes, admiring the chrysanthemums. Observing Gu Xiyan, who was surrounded like a precious gem by her mother or grandmother, some felt envy while others experienced jealousy. Zhang Ziwen exchanged a knowing glance with Han Jiaojiao, who then reached out to touch the green chrysanthemum. "Ru Meng, the crown princess is destined to be your future sister-in-law. Why not engage her in conversation? Once you are married, her support will be invaluable," she suggested. Mu Rumeng scoffed softly, her gaze sweeping over Zhang Ziwen and Han Jiaojiao. "You two should not think of using me as a pawn. The Empress is my aunt, and I have already set my sights on the Eastern Palace. Perhaps you both ought to consider your own futures. If I cannot become the crown princess, there is still the option to be a side consort." During this time, Mu Rumeng had been trying her best to endure, waiting for the selection in February when her parents would petition her aunt, the Empress, to allow her into the Eastern Palace as a side consort. Once the crown princess was established, she would enter the palace alongside other talented maidens. With her childhood bond with the crown prince and her aunt being the current empress, Mu Rumeng believed she would command considerable influence in the Eastern Palace. After all, what was a mere crown princess? Chapter 33. The Gu family lacked skills in domestic rivalry. Gu Xiyan conversed with the gathered noble women for quite some time before her gaze wandered to the vibrant chrysanthemums blooming in the back garden of the Wang Kong residence. Green peonies, handsome banners, Tinjiang pearl curtains, Westlake willow moons, phoenix feathers, tribute chrysanthemums, and Hangzhou chrysanthemums, all breathtaking in their splendor. Crown Princess. The chrysanthemums in this estate are quite commendable, are they not? The Princess of Kong is a lover of flowers. Each chrysanthemum is a treasure. The tribute and Hangzhou chrysanthemums, when dried, can be used to brew tea, which is known to clear heat and detoxify, calming the mind. You must taste it later. The flower tea from the Kong residence is renowned in the capital. Gu Xiyan remarked with interest as she rose to admire the West Lake willow moon nearby. "Thank you, Aunt," she added with a smile. "Recently, I accompanied His Royal Highness to the West Garden and tasted a local delicacy from Shandong called fried lotus flowers. It was quite delightful. You should try it. but be mindful of your digestion and sample it sparingly. The Princess of Kong, supported by the heir, nodded appreciatively, expressing gratitude for the Crown Princess's concern. Can lotus flowers truly be fried? We consume lotus seeds and roots, and even the leaves can be used for tea. Who knew the flowers could be eaten as well? Someone exclaimed with curiosity. Gu Xiyan nodded. It was my first experience too. In our vast Daxia, with its rich resources, encountering unfamiliar foods is quite common. Before long, the maidservants presented tea and pastries, and everyone took their seats at the round table made of yellow pearwood. The table was adorned with chrysanthemum wine, chrysanthemum water chestnut cake, chrysanthemum pastries, crystal chrysanthemum cake, chrysanthemum puffs, chrysanthemum soup, and chrysanthemum jelly, each dish enticingly colored and elegantly presented. Despite being only 15, Gu Xiyan felt she had already reached the pinnacle of her youth among women. The ladies at the table, warm and amiable, were graciously facing the Crown Princess, who was of their granddaughter or daughter's generation, creating a comfortable atmosphere devoid of awkwardness. The remaining ladies at the tables silently observed the unfolding drama, mindful that among the attendees of today's flower viewing banquet was the former Crown Princess in waiting. Some had just overheard the words exchanged between Mu Romong, the legitimate daughter of the Duke of the State, the eldest granddaughter of the Grand Tutor, and the legitimate daughter of the Crown Prince's protector, eagerly savoring their pastries while anticipating the next developments. They were hardly convinced that a few of the most esteemed ladies of the Daxia Dynasty would relinquish the coveted position of Crown Princess so easily. However, the weakest contender, Princess Nankong, had already been eliminated, making a rather ridiculous claim of being destined for greatness. Despite her youth, the Crown Princess exhibited a calm demeanor, far more composed than her peers. It was inconceivable that she was unaware of the three noble women present, all vying for the position of Crown Princess beneath her. Yet, she remained unfazed, ignoring the situation for a full quarter of an hour. The gathering of noble women and esteemed matriarchs at the flower viewing banquet, aside from those seeking to curry favor, were well aware of the stability of the current empress's position. They understood that the Crown Princess's lineage surpassed that of the empress herself. The empress had once been the wife of the Qin prince and the legitimate daughter of the Duke of the State. Yet the Crown Princess was the legitimate daughter of the chancellor, who had been expressly chosen by the emperor to be interred alongside him. With a marriage decree personally inscribed by the emperor, the Crown Princess's position could not be more secure. Why would she desire to become a secondary consort? Suffocated by the radiance of the Crown Princess? Some discreetly observed the three noble women seated at the center of the third table, stifling laughter at the thought. Marrying wisely and taking concubines for beauty, how laughable it would be if a secondary consort were to pale in comparison to the Crown Princess. Prince Tai was indeed astute in selecting the finest for himself. After a moment, Han Jiaojiao could no longer contain herself, having endured the scrutinizing gazes for far too long. She rose and approached the main table, drawing the attention of all present. Gu Xiyan and her companion, who had just sipped from a cup of chrysanthemum tea, noticed Han Jiaojiao standing not far away. "Your Highness, I am Han Jiaojiao. I have never had the pleasure of conversing with you before, but upon seeing you today, you feel as dear as an elder sister to me. Your grace and elegance are truly admirable. May I visit you often at the Gu residence?" Han Jiaojiao, strikingly beautiful and alluring like a peony, commanded the attention of the room. The previously joyous atmosphere fell into a hush, the air thick with silence. Gu Xiyan observed the graceful bow of Han Jiaojiao while subtly assessing the reactions of Mu Romong and Zheng Ziwen. After a brief pause, Gu Xiyan nonchalantly lifted her gaze. "If I am not mistaken, isn't Miss Han a year my senior?" she inquired, glancing towards her companion, Lu Shuiying. Lu Shuiying, relieved, smiled in agreement. Acknowledging Gu Xiyan's sharp memory, the silence that had enveloped the gathering was soon pierced by soft laughter. Han Jiaojiao's beautiful face flushed a deep crimson as she clenched her teeth, feeling a surge of animosity towards Gu Xiyan, had she the means. She might have pricked her like a hedgehog. It had taken Han Jiaojiao a full fortnight to convince herself to treat the Crown Princess with the respect due to a lady of high standing. She the esteemed eldest daughter of the Grand General of the Cavalry and the Princess Consort, finds herself in a most undignified position. To her dismay, the Princess Consort exhibits neither grace nor magnanimity, should she not embody the virtues of a gentle and virtuous woman, treating her sisters with respect. The prince, with his celestial bearing, surely should not be monopolized by the Princess Consort alone. Moreover, who can predict who will ascend to the position of empress when the prince eventually takes the throne? Gu Xiyan observed the fleeting discontent in Han Jiao's gaze and continued leisurely. My mother bore only me. I have no true sister, and as for Miss Han, she's a year my senior. With a slight lift of her eyelids, she remarked, we are not well acquainted. And considering that His Highness often dines at the Gu residence, should Miss Han inadvertently offend him, how would you find a husband? Han Jiao gritted her teeth in frustration, as Gu Xiyan had shamelessly exposed her intentions. How could such insidious behavior be tolerated? Was the Gu family not teaching their daughters the subtleties of domestic affairs? Gu Xiyan then glanced at the onlookers, a soft laugh escaping her lips as she toyed with her dyed hair, adorned with the essence of the balsam flower. It is widely known that I am but a fragile woman. Traditionally, a woman is beholden to her husband. Should His Highness desire to take a concubine, I would naturally treat her as a sister. After all, I have no true sister. As she spoke, a gracious and benevolent smile graced her face while she regarded Han Jiao, Mu Rumeng, and Zheng Ziwei. Why should women make life difficult for one another? I'm not the one to dictate the prince's choices. The East Palace is governed by His Highness. If one desires entry there, it will be far more advantageous to appeal to him than to waste effort on me. The crowd gasped. Why does the Princess Consort not adhere to the expected norms? Yet, her logic was compelling. The decision to take a concubine indeed rests with the man. If he is unwilling, can one truly compel him to consummate the marriage? If a man genuinely refuses to take a concubine, even under the influence of an aphrodisiac, he could simply sell the woman or send her to a convent. Chapter 34. The recklessness of Princess Kong. Ning Han Jiao clenched her fists, her eyes reddening as she felt her dignity severely compromised. The Princess Consort's lack of grace and tolerance was evident. She looked forward to the day after the selection, when she would enter the East Palace, eager to see how long the Princess Consort could maintain her smile. The prince, with his majestic presence, would surely favor a woman of talent and skill in archery. What good is the Princess Consort's beauty if she relies solely on her looks for favor? The most talented woman in the capital is none other than Sister Zheng Ziwei, while the Princess Consort lacks proficiency in the arts and letters, merely average at best. Were it not for her father's position as Chancellor, how could she possibly hold the title of Princess Consort? At that moment, an unexpected guest arrived. The Princess Consort wields significant influence. Even before her marriage to the prince, her jealousy is evident. Princess Kong Ning had been observing the entire exchange from behind the rockery. While the East Palace is indeed governed by the prince, the Princess Consort could have chosen to be gracious and accommodating. What man could resist beauty? Lacking such magnanimity, she only knows how to indulge in jealousy, devoid of the composure expected of a legitimate wife. As she spoke, she lifted her chin and straightened her back, striding confidently towards the crowd. Gu Xiyan has spoiled his daughter beyond reason. She bears no resemblance to a true princess consort and pales in comparison to the empress. A group of noble ladies and esteemed women rose to pay their respects to Princess Kongning. Gu Xiyan, observing her mother preparing to bow, instinctively reached out to assist Lu Shuiying in standing upright. What is this? I am a grand princess. Am I not deserving of respect from Madame Gu Xiyan? She scoffed, recalling how Gu Xiyan had somehow persuaded the emperor to allow her to choose 3 suitors simultaneously, a scandalous act for a woman of her station. Princess Kongming glared at Gu Xiyan and her mother with palpable disdain. The Crown Prince has lost his senses over you, forsaking all belief in the divine. How outrageous! Why should my beloved Nankong be sent to the outskirts of the capital to renounce her worldly life and remain a widow forever? This woman, who resembles a harbinger of misfortune, is destined to become a mother to the nation as empress. Initially, Princess Kongning had intended to engage in polite banter with Gu Xiyan, hoping she would graciously retrieve Nankong to be the crown prince's consort. However, upon overhearing the exchange between Gu Xiyan and the crown prince's legitimate daughter, her plans crumbled, igniting her fury. As the emperor's only favored aunt, how dare the crown princess, a mere junior, show her disrespect? Before she could finish her thought, Lu Shuang, enraged, turned pale and was about to speak when she sensed the commotion beside her. A feeling of dread washed over her. She reached out to grasp Gu Xiyan's arm, only to be violently rebuffed. The crowd held their breath, while Han Jiao and others watched with anticipation. Princess Kongwang, incensed, shouted, "Kongning, have you lost your mind? How dare you disrupt my flower-viewing banquet?" She did not wish to incur the emperor's or the crown prince's wrath. Gu Xiyan, filled with indignation, strode up to Princess Kongning and, taking advantage of the moment, delivered a resounding slap across her face. Gasps echoed through the assembly. Truly, she was the daughter of Gu Tating, a fierce lineage indeed. Princess Kongning, caught off guard, could hardly believe Gu Xiyan had the audacity to strike a senior. "Gu Xiyan, you are bold. I am the emperor's aunt," she exclaimed, clutching her cheek, only to receive 2 more slaps from Gu Xiyan. The attendants of Princess Kongning stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend what had transpired. "How dare you insult my father?" Gu Xiyan retorted, hands on her hips, as Zissou and Fuling skillfully positioned themselves in front of her, ready to defend against any retaliatory actions from Princess Kongning's servants. Princess Kongwang swallowed hard in her long life. She had never witnessed a crown princess strike her elder. Gu Xiyan, still unsatisfied, declared, "What is wrong with my preferences? Men marry, women wed. At that time, I was unbetrothed. Your granddaughter's unworthiness is no concern of mine." She glanced at the furious Princess Kongning, as if to say, "Do you really think the people of the capital are fools? Does a heavenly mandate dictate the will of the emperor? I am a crown princess bestowed by my father. Your schemes with that old monk have failed, so you resort to bullying me. Kongning, if you wish for your granddaughter to be the crown princess, go weep before my father or plead with the crown prince. Perhaps your tears will sway them." Gu Xiyan's words flowed freely, laced with scorn yet devoid of vulgarity. "You only know how to prey on me, a soft target." As Gu Xiyan and her companion spoke, her eyes grew red, and suddenly, tears streamed down her cheeks. "Father, I've been so terribly wronged." Her voice, tinged with sorrow, evoked sympathy, and she dashed out of the back garden of the Prince Kang's residence, running towards the palace. The onlookers murmured, "What an extraordinary woman the crown princess is. After striking Princess Kongning, she dares to seek an audience with the emperor to report the wrongdoing." Realizing the urgency, Princess Kongning hurried after her, calling out, "Someone stop her." The remaining attendees exchanged bewildered glances. The Princess of Kong regarded the dazed Lu Shuang, saying, "Madame Gu, I must seek an audience with Her Majesty. Would you care to join me?" As the host, she felt compelled to speak on behalf of justice. After all, what could the Grand Princess do? The Crown Prince and Gu Tating were far more useful than she. Lu Shuang stood in stunned silence, unaware of Shi's fierce nature. "All right, let's go," she finally replied. In Gongquan Palace, His Majesty was momentarily distracted, examining a batch of tributes presented by Lin Kong. "This exquisite lotus stone incense burner is splendid. Along with that pink crystal and pearl crown, let us send a box of southern pearls to Shi. Young ladies adore delicate, pink items. Pearls are quite lovely." The emperor then glanced at the crown prince, who was engrossed in reviewing memorials. "Crown Prince, will you deliver these to the Gu residence this evening? Are you content with this task?" The emperor stroked his handsome beard, reveling in the thought of being such a devoted father, fretting over his son's future. The crown prince's eyes lit up. "Thank you, father. I knew you would not be too harsh on me." Suddenly, Lin Yue rushed into the hall, his expression alarmed. "Your Majesty," he bowed hurriedly. "What troubles you so?" The emperor shot him a disapproving glance. "Your Majesty, the crown princess." Lin Yue's expression was complex. "Quickly, tell me what has happened to Shi." The crown prince, now agitated, rose to lean on the desk. Lin Yue, barely daring to breathe, relayed, "The crown princess has struck Princess Kongning." It was utterly shocking. Even Lin Yue, who had weathered many storms, was taken aback. The Crown Prince exhaled deeply, returning to his seat, murmuring, "Thank goodness it was not Xi'er who was struck. That terrified me." The Emperor, upon hearing this, was astonished, his pupils widening. "What did you say?" He paused, stroking his dragon whiskers, aghast. In Chapter 35, the partial emperor, the Crown Prince, bowed to his father. "Greetings, Your Majesty. May you live for eternity." Gu Xiyan, led in by Lin Yue, knelt on the floor, greeting the emperor. Her delicate features were flushed, clearly having just run and still out of breath. Her eyelashes damp with tears. The emperor responded solemnly. "Lin Yue mentioned you had a conflict with Princess Kongning?" He observed Gu Xiyan with keen interest. Gu Xiyan bit her lip. "Father, I was reckless and should not have struck Princess Kongning. But you do not know how outrageous she was." She looked up at the emperor with a pitiful expression. "What transpired?" The emperor asked, intrigued, as he noted her expressive eyes darting about. "Princess Kongning accused you of being easily swayed by my father, choosing me, a frivolous and unchaste woman, as the crown princess, implying that your judgment is unstable." Gu Xiyan and Ro weakly took out handkerchiefs to wipe away their tears. How could Father Emperor, a ruler of unparalleled wisdom and strength, be deemed unworthy by the esteemed Princess Kongning? Under your leadership, our great Xia flourishes. When I first met the Crown Prince, I never imagined I would become his consort. Yet, Princess Kongning believes that the Crown Prince, whom you nurtured with such care, is a frivolous young man, unfit for his responsibilities. In my anger, I struck her. Gu Xiyan bit her lip, gazing tearfully at His Majesty. The Crown Prince is the heir you painstakingly raised, a paragon of virtue, second only to you in all of Great Xia. Kongning's actions are a blatant disrespect towards both you and the Crown Prince. Being young and naive, I acted rashly, wishing to defend the honor of our family and the Crown Prince, which led me to strike Princess Kongning. I acknowledge my error. As a younger generation, I should not have acted so arrogantly. I humbly request your punishment, Father. Nonsense. How could you not uphold your duties as a woman? His expression darkened as he spoke after she finished. Gu Xiyan. The emperor rubbed his temples. Truly, Princess Kongning was testing his patience. Was he not capable of choosing a crown princess himself? How dare she slander the crown prince? Questioning the worthiness of the heir he personally raised, Gu Xiyan, you did well to defend his honor. However, how is it that you resemble Gu Boyong even more than that scoundrel? In truth, the emperor felt a sense of satisfaction. After all, Gu Boyong was far more competent than Princess Kongning. The crown prince immediately rose and moved to Gu Xiyan's side, gently taking her hand. "Why did you kneel so hastily? We must ensure you are not injured. Gu Xiyan's skin is so delicate." The emperor sighed. Lin Kong summoned the royal physician. Gu Xiyan is such an honest child. Her kneeling was fervent and sincere. Such a foolish girl deserves extra care. Yes, Lin Kong, filled with admiration for the crown princess, realized he must place her behind the crown prince in the future. After a while, Lin Yue returned. "Your Majesty, Princess Kongning requests an audience." "Allow her in." The emperor waved his hand. "Your Majesty, you must make a decision for me." Princess Kongning cried as she entered, her face flushed. To her surprise, she found the emperor kindly regarding Gu Xiyan and that wretched girl. "Gu Xiyan, look at this splendid lotus stone incense burner and this delicate pink crystal pearl crown. Aren't they lovely? Perfect for a young lady like you. I intended for the crown prince to deliver them to the Gu residence this evening. Since you are here, you may take them along with the box of southern pearls." He smiled. "Surely, one cannot arrive at Gongquan Palace empty-handed. I am not an ungracious emperor." Gu Xiyan, wiping the corner of her eye, responded, "Father, you are so kind to me. I will be sure to honor you and mother well in the future. I have never encountered more loving parents." The emperor smiled, stroking his beautiful beard before glancing at the visibly displeased Princess Kongning. "What brings Princess Kongning here?" The voice was faint, laced with dissatisfaction. Princess Konning's heart sank as she had just observed His Majesty's tender and indulgent demeanor towards Gu Xiyan, akin to that of a father for his beloved daughter. Something felt amiss. "Your Majesty, I pay my respects, wishing you eternal longevity." Princess Kongning performed a bow, brewing her emotions anew. Your Majesty, you must take my side. Look at the slap mark on my face. It was inflicted by the Crown Princess. As the Crown Princess of Daxia, she shows no respect for her elders and has dared to strike a senior member of the family. I, as the elder sister of a late emperor, cannot bear such a tremendous humiliation. As she spoke, tears began to stream down her cheeks. Gu Xiyan managed to free herself from the Crown Prince's grasp, her eyes pleading as she gazed at the silent emperor. Father, I acknowledge my faults and accept punishment. However, Princess Canning has slandered your and the Crown Prince's reputations, as well as defamed the honor of the Gu family. Most importantly, she believes your imperial edict pales in comparison to the fated destiny bestowed by the heavens. Out of fear of you and the Crown Prince, she bullies me, a soft target. As she spoke, tears flowed freely, her plight evident. It was not her desire to be the Crown Princess. She felt utterly wronged. The Crown Prince's handsome visage was frozen in a chilling glare, his eyes filled with a fierce intensity. Xiyan is the Crown Princess I have chosen personally. Princess Canning, your reach has extended far too much. You wish to impose any unsavory characters upon the Eastern Palace without consideration of their worthiness. Am I too lenient in my dealings? Princess Canning gritted her teeth, refraining from retorting, stealing a glance at the Emperor, who remained silent while toying with an exquisite jade bracelet, her fists clenched tightly, her nails digging painfully into her flesh. She understood her position. A half-sister to her father could not possibly weigh against the current Crown Prince. After a prolonged silence, the Emperor finally spoke. Xiyan is the Crown Princess and possesses a fervent desire to uphold the honor of myself and the Crown Prince. In this urgent circumstance, I decree a deduction of her salary for 6 months as a deterrent. Princess Canning has openly slandered my and Gu Tating's integrity. Hence, she shall be sent to cultivate alongside Princess Nankong and the Taoist nun for a year, until she accrues some virtue to return to the secular world. Such words she dares to utter. Before Princess Canning could finish her retort, she was escorted away by Lin Kong. Internally, Lin Kong mused about the Emperor's double standards. The Crown Princess had yet to receive her salary, and the punishment seemed frivolous. The Crown Princess would only receive her salary once she married the Crown Prince. In this dynasty, the annual salaries of princes ranged from 5,000 to 20,000 taels. The Crown Prince's salary was 40,000 taels. The Crown Princess received 6,000 taels, princesses earned 1,600 taels, and princess consorts received 2,000 taels. Gu Xiyan obediently bowed. I shall comply with your decree. Ah, she had encountered such a benevolent emperor. No wonder her father was so joyful during court sessions. With such a seemingly biased yet affectionate emperor, she could call him father for a lifetime. Thus, when the Empress, Lu Shuang, and Princess Kong arrived tardily, they found the three engaged in tea, chess, and pleasant conversation. Were they too late? Why did they seem unable to comprehend the situation? We pay our respects to your Majesty. Upon the arrival of Her Majesty the Queen, Gu Shi and the Crown Prince bowed in reverence, acknowledging their mother with the phrase, I pay my respects to Mother. Once the formalities were completed, the Queen's gaze flickered momentarily as she inquired, Have I arrived late? She settled herself upon the opulent phoenix couch crafted from golden silk Nanmu, observing His Majesty as he contemplated a game of chess. In Chapter 36, titled The Stone of Longing, His Majesty gestured for the Crown Prince to take a seat before turning his attention to the Queen. Rower, come sit beside me. The Crown Prince has just been boasting, as if he alone possesses a wife. He then regarded Lu Shuang and the Princess of King Kong with a calm demeanor, stating, Madame Gu and Aunt Kong may take their leave. I have addressed the matters at hand. Little Shi'er shall face a half-year salary deduction, while Princess Kong Ning will retreat to the outskirts for a year of cultivation. The Queen could not conceal her surprise, nor could Lu Shuang and the Princess of King Kong. After they had taken their leave, Gu Shi settled beside the Crown Prince on the phoenix couch, leaning in to watch the chess match between him and His Majesty. Outside the palace, Lu Shuang exchanged glances with the Princess of King Kong. The former was utterly astonished by Gu Shi's boldness. After all, she was the Emperor's own aunt. How could one dare to confront her so? The journey had filled her with dread, fearing the emperor's discontent with Xi'er. A crown princess who falls out of favor is indeed in a precarious position. However, upon locating the queen, she found Xi'er engrossed in the game with his majesty and the crown prince. Lu Shuang realized she had been somewhat naive. She had not anticipated Xi'er would fit into palace life so seamlessly. The princess of King Kong admired the crown princess for her ability to turn the tables on her adversary. How audacious for Princess Kong Ning to disrupt her gathering. As if she were an easy target, the two women departed the palace in silence, subsequently agreeing to meet for tea. Gu Xiyan accompanied His Majesty, the Queen, and the Crown Prince for lunch at Gongquan Palace. After the meal, the Queen returned to Kunning Palace to prepare for her afternoon rest, with His Majesty following suit, as they intended to take a stroll in the Imperial Garden. Gu Xiyan also prepared to return to the Gu residence, and, as expected, the Crown Prince offered to escort her home. Lin Yue and Steward Zhou assisted her in carrying a fragrant incense burner adorned with hibiscus stones, a delicate crystal pearl crown, and a box filled with pearls the size of fingernails. Along the way, the two conversed, the Crown Prince holding Gu Xiyan's hand, gently swinging it back and forth. "Elphia, please refrain from such impulsive behavior in the future. You truly frighten me. What if Princess Kong Ning were to lose her composure and take action against you?" Gu Xiyan paused, gripping his long, calloused hand. Noticing her silence, the Crown Prince felt a pang of anxiety. "I am not blaming you. There is nothing wrong with you. Xi'er, let's forget about it. I shall arrange for several skilled maidservants to protect you closely, if you will permit." With a gentle expression, he offered this reassurance. Only then did Gu Xiyan lift her lashes to meet his gaze, pouting slightly as she huffed. "Zissou and Fulling have trained in martial arts since childhood. I am not foolish. I value my life dearly. Had she not known the emperor to be a wise ruler, she would not have acted so recklessly." Her father had recounted numerous tales of His Majesty's deeds to her and her brother since childhood, and thus she had a fair understanding of the current emperor's governing style. Gazing into the striking black and white eyes of the young maiden, as clear as a fawn in the forest, the prince momentarily lost his composure. He paused and gently explained that the two maids were merely there to ensure her safety. If Xi'er was unaccustomed to their service, it was perfectly acceptable to forego it. Typically, it was Zissou and her companions who attended to her. His voice was laced with tenderness. "I am concerned for you, Xi'er. Please agree to my request, so I may be at ease, all right?" Xi'er felt a flush creep to her cheeks in response to his charming persuasion. Lin Yue trailed behind, quietly musing about how gentle the prince was in the presence of the princess. He had never witnessed such tenderness from him before. It seemed that in front of the emperor and the empress, the prince had indeed tempered his demeanor. Where was the aloof, distant air he typically exuded? Forbidding approach from outsiders? Upon reaching the entrance of the Yingtian Gate, Zissou and Fulling, who had been waiting, approached respectfully. "We pay our respects to His Highness the Prince and Her Highness the Princess. We were quite terrified earlier." Xi'er smiled at them reassuringly, then spoke. "I am fine. Father merely punished me by withholding my stipend for half a year. Please take the flower crown and the southern pearl from Eunuch Lin, as well as the incense burner from Eunuch Zhou." She deftly retrieved 2 golden begonia hairpins adorned with pearls from her coiffure and handed them to the eunuchs, saying with a smile, "Thank you for your hard work, esteemed eunuchs." Lin Yue, observing the delicate yet valuable hairpins, silently acknowledged the generosity of the princess. Each pin was worth 200 or 300 taels of silver. "Thank you, Your Highness," Lin Yue and Zhou Quan responded in unison. Lin Yue was a favored servant in the imperial court, and he was not one to accept favors indiscriminately. Zhou Quan, having previously delivered gifts from the prince to the princess, had received a bracelet valued at 300 or 400 taels of silver from her, and he too felt that their princess was exceedingly generous, truly deserving of her princely family. The prince gazed at Xi'er with a smile, observing her open-hearted gestures to win the favor of those around her, while his large hand gently caressed her delicate, smooth palm. Sensing his restless touch, Xi'er promptly withdrew her hand without hesitation. "Brother Qingyu, you should return to the East Palace. You have much to attend to this afternoon. It would be best for you to rest. There is no need to escort me back to the Gu residence," she said in a soft voice. The prince was momentarily taken aback. a slight smile gracing his lips, his dark eyes brimming with affection. "Sierra, I wish to see you home," he replied, his gaze warm and sincere as he took her small hand within his broad, strong palm. He contemplated resisting a little longer, as the journey would allow them to share at least half an hour together. The Gu residence was quite close to the palace. Merely a quarter of an hour-esque carriage ride, plus the time taken to walk from the main gate to her courtyard, Wanshu, which would take just over a quarter of an hour. Sierra, observing the prince's unusually gentle demeanor today, firmly declined. "No, you need to rest, Chengxu. I shall take my leave." Having said that, she lifted her skirts and approached the carriage, glancing back at the prince, who appeared somewhat forlorn. She smiled and deftly stepped onto the small stool the coachman had placed for her before entering the carriage. Zissou and Fuling performed a respectful bow to the prince before following suit, carrying a tray made of yellow pear wood. The crown prince stood at the entrance of the Yingtian prefecture, gazing at the carriage of the Gu family as it turned away, gradually shrinking to a mere speck before vanishing from sight. Reluctantly, he withdrew his gaze. Zhou Quan observed the crown prince, remarking, "Your Highness, the crown princess requests your return to the Eastern Palace for a rest." It was indeed a sight unworthy of admiration. Just moments ago, the crown prince resembled the fabled stone that longs for his wife. Even as the crown princess's carriage disappeared from view, he remained loath to tear his eyes away. With one hand clasped behind his back, the crown prince lowered his gaze upon Zhou Quan, reflecting on how considerate Sheer was regarding his well-being. She was truly delightful. Zhou Quan responded affirmatively. "Indeed, Your Highness. What you say is entirely correct. It proves that the crown princess holds you dearly in her heart." He flashed a highly polite smile. The duo conversed as they made their way back to the palace, leaving behind a group of guards, their expressions frozen in astonishment. Chapter 37. The ambition of Mu Rumo in the opulent main hall of the Duke of Zhen's residence. The Duchess was taken aback by the butler's report, nearly spilling her tea in shock. "What did you just say? His Majesty has actually penalized the crown princess by withholding her salary for half a year, and she was sent away with a heap of rewards?" She glanced at Mu Rumo, who was beside herself with indignation, her teeth clenched. "Madam, His Majesty has also commanded that Princess Kongning and Princess Nankong engage in a year of seclusion, along with a penalty of copying the Avadam Saka Sutra 10 times. The butler, equally astonished by the emperor's apparent favoritism, pondered the future of their eldest daughter. Mu Rumo's eyes turned red with fury, words spilling forth unguarded. "Mother, Gu Shi is nothing but a seductress, perhaps His Majesty." She suddenly widened her eyes, causing the Duchess to be frightened half to death. "Have you lost your senses? Be quiet." She covered Mu Rumo's mouth, wary of the calamity that could arise from her words. The Duchess shot a cold glance at her daughter, fearing the Emperor's wrath should the latter's remarks reach his ears. Fortunately, at that moment, the room was occupied solely by the two of them, along with a butler and a personal maid. Both mother and daughter placed a hand over their hearts. And as Mu Rumo regained her composure, her complexion turned pale with fright. She hastily rectified. "I was still dazed from the chrysanthemum wine I had at the Wang residence. I momentarily lost my wits. Mother, His Majesty values Gu Shi so highly. Even if I enter the Eastern Palace during the selection next year, I cannot become the crown princess." Mu Rumo, filled with exasperation, bit her lip and declared, "Since childhood, you have assured me that the position of crown princess would inevitably be mine. Now, I must compete with those two detestable individuals, Han Jiao and Zheng Ziwan, for a place as one of the two side consorts, while Gu Shi remains above me in status. I refuse to accept this." Tears streamed down her face as she lamented. "Clearly, the crown prince is meant for me." She resolved that upon entering the Eastern Palace next year, she would ensure to bear a child before Gu Shi, as the crown prince's wedding was set for April, with the selection occurring at the end of February. "Mother, please beseech the Empress Aunt to allow the side consorts to enter the Eastern Palace first. Would you?" Mu Rumo implored, her eyes brimming with tears as she grasped the Duchess's hand. Mu Rumo envisioned the dashing crown prince, her heart a tumult of admiration and jealousy. Why should Gu Shi have the privilege of sharing a bed with him before her? She was determined to marry the crown prince before his wedding. To vex Gu Shi, The Crown Princess. Mu Rumo was resolute. She did not believe that such a filial young man as the Crown Prince would disregard the Empress Aunt's counsel. Moreover, her mother had meticulously instructed her in the art of enchanting men, skills that noble women of high birth often lacked. Capturing the heart of the Crown Prince would surely be an effortless endeavor. Her mother had always said that no matter how beautiful or graceful a woman might be, if she lay in bed like a log, even the most lustful of men would soon grow weary. As Mu Rumung gazed at her own figure, she felt confident in her allure. The Crown Prince would undoubtedly be drawn to her. Lost in her thoughts, a flush of shyness crept onto her face, and the tears in her eyes refused to fall. The Duchess of Zhenghua took a deep breath and gently wiped away Mu Rumung's tears, reassuring her, "Do not worry. My dear, the Empress is a daughter of the Mu family, and you are her only beloved niece. Compared to those without blood ties, the Empress, who has cared for you since childhood, will surely support you." The two women completely overlooked the fact that the Empress was the principal wife and the Crown Prince was of legitimate birth. Their scheming naturally threatened the interests of both the Crown Prince and the Empress. They also neglected to remember that the Empress had, over the years, shown no interest in allowing the daughters of the Mu family to marry into the royal family. At the flower viewing banquet hosted by Princess Kong Wang, an astonishing event occurred, igniting a considerable uproar in the capital. The court and the harem alike were stunned by the emperor's blatant favoritism. While the reactions of the harem can be set aside for now, the royalists aligned with Gu Xiyan were relishing the spectacle. What surprised them the most was how strikingly similar the Crown Princess was to the young Gu Tating. It was no wonder that she had been raised as a boy by Gu Tating. Her fierceness surpassed even that of Gu Xiyan, the son of the chancellor. Indeed, the realm of Daxia was saturated with martial prowess. Princess Kongning was not entirely mistaken in her observations. The emperor's affections were firmly fixed on Gu Tating alone, relegating his ministers to mere supporting roles. Those from the Qi Wang faction, who deemed the Crown Princess excessively arrogant, were preparing to draft a memorial for the upcoming court session to impeach her for her disrespect towards her elders and her haughty demeanor. They sought to enlist the support of the Board of Censors and the Hamlin Academy, deeming such an audacious woman unworthy of being the Crown Princess of Daxia. The head scholar of the Hamlin Academy was the Emperor's grand tutor, and his eldest granddaughter harbored aspirations of entering the Eastern Palace. Thus, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. As for the Board of Censors, they were known for their penchant for impeaching members of the esteemed royal family. Their lifelong ambition was to defy imperial authority, with the ideal scenario being a bold admonition that would cement their names in history. Meanwhile, the Crown Prince's faction was rife with discussions, recalling the warnings previously issued by the Crown Prince himself. Some traditionalists still believed that although the Crown Princess acted for the sake of Gu Tating, the emperor, and the reputation of the Gu family, her impulsiveness bordered on disrespect towards her elders, thus tainting her virtue. They even remarked that the Crown Princess's beauty surpassed that of the Empress in her youth. While the Empress was renowned for her intellect, the Crown Princess had garnered fame solely for her beauty. How could a potential mother of the nation embody such a haughty and superficial demeanor? They regarded Zheng Zuang, the Grand Tutor's granddaughter, as possessing qualities reminiscent of the Empress in her prime, even if she was not as striking. However, when it came to choosing a wife for the Crown Prince, they pondered whether the Crown Princess's extraordinary beauty would overshadow their daughter's and granddaughter's chances of gaining favor within the Eastern Palace in the future. In the Zhanshe mansion, Li Qian silently observed the subtle machinations of the courtiers from the East Palace and the faction supporting the Crown Prince, letting out a weary sigh within. Indeed, the allure of wealth and grandeur is captivating. He could only mentally light a candle for these short-sighted colleagues. How could they not comprehend the Crown Prince's temperament after all these years? It was not an exaggeration on Li Qian's part. Should the East Palace faction dare to impeach the Crown Princess, they would surely face the wrath of the Crown Prince. In the throes of youthful infatuation, coupled with the Crown Prince's evident affection for the Crown Princess, the consequences were simply too dire for Li Qian to bear. At the Prime Minister's residence, Gu Xiyan returned to her Wanshu courtyard, preparing to remove her headpieces for a midday slumber, when she noticed Gu Wenying lingering outside her courtyard. "Elder sister, it is not my intention to criticize, but your actions today were exceedingly rash. The Grand Princess Kongning is the Emperor's own aunt. Even though you are the Crown Princess, you must show respect to your elders, Gu Xiyan remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. Though she, too, had received an invitation to the flower banquet from the Princess of Kong, Gu Xiyan was seated at the main table, while she herself had to settle for a secondary table among the noble women, and not even at the head seat. Despite her cousin being the Crown Princess, she could not secure a place at the foremost table. Gu Xiyan silently watched as the various princesses and noble women flattered Gu Xiyan, vying for her favor, her heart consumed with jealousy. Chapter 38. The arrogant seeing Gu Xiyan remain silent, Gu Xiyan assumed she recognized her own fault. Elder sister, a woman should embody grace and virtue and show reverence to her elders. It is not my intention to meddle, but uncle has spoiled you excessively. How could you so brazenly strike the Grand Princess Kongning? Gu Xiyan surmised that Gu Xiyan had certainly faced reprimand from the emperor today. Otherwise, how could the usually attentive crown prince fail to escort her home? She recalled the trio of Han Jiao, Zheng Zhuang, and Mu Rumeng attending the flower banquet hosted by the Princess of Kong, a smile curling at her lips. What if Gu Xiyan had become the crown princess? Many coveted positions, such as the crown prince's side consort and favored concubines, were fiercely contested, each backed by formidable influence, far from the fate of an ordinary concubine. Although Gu Xiyan's father held the position of a second-rank official in the Ministry of Rights, her lowly marriage prospects would ensure her future husband would have to treat her with utmost respect for at least 20 years. It took her more than half a month to reconcile the fact that Gu Xiyan had become the crown princess. Thus, Gu Xiyan realized she could either aspire to become the empress to surpass her, or like her uncle and aunt, marry a man who would not take concubines, thereby breaking Gu Xiyan's defenses. What the crown princess? Gu Xiyan had not forgotten how her family previously wished for Gu Xiyan to marry into a household that would not take concubines. Her gaze shifted to the incense burner in the hands of Zissou and Fuling, adorned with floral crowns and a delicate box made of mahogany. I did not expect elder sister to have the leisure to visit the 8 Treasures Pavilion. Without concern for the emperor's displeasure, she remarked, her tone laced with acidity. Why didn't he, the crown prince, escort elder sister home? Could it be that elder sister acted impulsively, inciting his ire? Such exquisite jewelry could only be found as tribute or within the 8 Treasures Pavilion, showcasing unparalleled craftsmanship. Gu Xiyan's eyes flickered with jealousy. The craftsmanship of that floral crown alone was worth several hundred taels of silver, and the contents of the box were unknown, while Gu Xiyan could easily spend over 1,000 taels on a single outing. Why was her uncle not her father? Although the Gu family had divided into 2 branches, her monthly allowance had not increased. Her mother had given her 1,000 taels, which Gu Xiyan was reluctant to spend entirely. Gu Xiyan regarded her cousin with a detached gaze, perceiving her as rather dim-witted. Do you truly believe that the emperor's reputation and the Gu family's standing are of no consequence? Should I merely submit to insults, being branded as a calamity and an unworthy woman? Are the women of the Gu family destined to face society with such a tarnished reputation? Her eyes remained calm as she continued, Dear sister, I am aware of your jealousy towards me. Gu Xiyan, gazing at the breathtakingly beautiful and elegantly poised young woman before her, felt an embarrassing chill wash over her as her dark emotions were laid bare. Do not rush to explain. In your heart, the century-old reputation of the Gu family pales in comparison to the satisfaction of mocking me. I know you have envied me since childhood. Gu Xiyan maintained a serene demeanor, her detachment palpable. You covet my parents' affection. They dote on me as if I were a princess, providing for my every need. Seeing her cousin's fists clenched, her eyes aflame with envy, Gu Xiyan smiled brightly. I'm not the selfless older sister you might think. Have you forgotten how you borrowed the jade butterfly headpiece my brother gifted me when you were 5, only to have him retrieve it from you? Gu Xiyan continued nonchalantly, originally. My brother intended to let it go and buy me something better with his New Year's money, but I insisted he reclaim it from you. She smiled radiantly, delicately adjusting the soft pink polish on her nails. My family knows I am selfish and do not indulge you as a cousin, but so what? I'm not your parents. We are both navigating life for the first time. Why should I accommodate you? Had you been a bit sweeter and returned what you borrowed, Perhaps I would have considered giving you a more splendid gift. Gu Xiyan was not an inherently cruel person. She held affection for her younger, well-mannered sister. But she preferred children who exhibited proper upbringing. That was a birthday gift purchased with a year's worth of my brother's savings. I may be selfish, but I will protect my father's reputation, the Gu family's century-old honor, and the standing of the women of the Gu household. Yet, despite your reputation being far superior in the capital, how is it that you fall short of me? You seem solely focused on deriding me. Gu Xiyan watched as Gu Wanning fell silent, and with a triumphant wave of her hand, she beckoned. Zissou opened the box containing the South Pearl. Its luster radiant, each pearl perfectly sized, akin to a fingernail. Second miss, our eldest miss did not visit the 8 treasures pavilion. These were gifted by the emperor. Fu Ling chuckled softly, adding, the emperor reprimanded the crown princess and imposed a 6-month salary penalty. The crown princess just had lunch with the emperor, the empress, and the crown prince. The crown prince wished to present a gift to the crown princess, but she declined. Gu Xiyan mused that the 3 of them resembled the wicked characters from a tale. Exhausted as she was, she longed for a midday slumber. She had no intention of compromising her own comfort. Thus, she merely watched Gu Wanning, supported by her maid, and thought to herself, you must be more astute, dear sister. Next time, ensure you ascertain the facts before mocking me. Gu Wanning bit her lips in frustration as she observed the trio entering the Wangshu courtyard, contemplating how she would indeed await the moment to see her sister's folly. Surely, there were not so few eyes upon the Eastern Palace. Addressing her maid, Hong Ling, she commanded, let us depart. Gu Wanning narrowed her eyes, noting her older sister's haughty demeanor, which provided ample fodder for gossip. In the main chamber of the Wangshu courtyard, Gu Xiyan and her maids, Zissou and Fuling, were busy attending to her, having removed her hairpins and adornments and dressed her in a pale moon-white sleeping gown. You two performed admirably just now, exuding the essence of authority, Gu Xiyan remarked, savoring a spoonful of sweetened steamed custard. Continue to uphold such poise, do you understand? With a bright smile, she added, rest assured, my lady, the matron has already instructed us. We are the personal attendants of the crown princess, destined to represent her dignity and honor, and we shall not be treated as mere soft persimmons. Zissou and Fuling echoed in unison. We have also reminded Duku and the others to project confidence. Otherwise, what if they face bullying upon arriving at the Eastern Palace? Unspoken was the thought that the crown prince would undoubtedly not be surrounded by her alone. The maids felt fortunate that their master had trained them in martial arts from a young age, along with imparting medical knowledge, thus equipping them to protect their lady. Gu Xiyan regarded them with a radiant smile, reassuringly saying, fear not, with me by your side, you shall not be bullied. She was no soft persimmon. As dusk fell, Gu Xiyan was delighted to see her parents and siblings arriving at the Wangshu courtyard for dinner. Xiyan, how could you possibly sleep? Gu Yong inquired. Observing Gu, she stifling a yawn. He reached out, hesitating to poke her forehead, ultimately settling for a gentle gesture from afar. Gu Xiyan's eyes shimmered with tears as she replied, I merely took a brief half-hour nap. Just now, I was perusing the accounts of my dowry. She had donned a delicate lotus-pink embroidered gown, which accentuated her youthful charm. Do you realize that your father nearly had a heart attack? Gu Yong, having learned of the incident from a messenger sent by the crown prince, was left anxious and restless during his midday repose, awaiting the emperor's awakening from his afternoon nap to seek forgiveness. Gu Xiyan rested her head on her hand, her delicate features appearing weary as she sat at the rosewood round table. Father, please do not scold me. I am mindful, she pleaded, aware of her actions. Before Gu Yong could respond, Gu Jingyang interjected with concern. Father, Xiyan understands her mistake. Please do not be harsh with her. His sister's displeasure tugged at his heart. Gu Yong retorted, are you trying to send her a level boy? Ah, my lord, scolding Xiyan now serves no purpose. Her good behavior was merely to safeguard your and his majesty's reputation. Lu Shuang interjected, her brow furrowed. Is she not unscathed? Although she was initially startled, Lu Shuang quickly regained her composure and recognized that Gu Xiyan was quite clever. Please, let us dine, she urged, gently pulling Gu Yong to take a seat, while Gu Jingyang assisted Su Qinghuan in settling down. Sister-in-law, Has the little one been kicking you lately? Gu Xiyan inquired, observing Su Qinghuan, who was supporting her waist, with genuine curiosity, as she was already over 7 months pregnant. A smile crept onto Su Qinghuan's lips as she replied, "Indeed, the little rascal is quite mischievous, making it difficult to sleep at night." She felt fortunate in her marriage. Her husband had not taken a concubine, her in-laws were open-minded, and her sister-in-law was not a source of trouble. Yet, she could not entirely dismiss a slight discomfort regarding the dowry of 200,000 taels of silver that her in-laws had bestowed upon Gu Xiyan, especially since they had made it clear in her presence that it had been arranged before Gu Jingyang's marriage. At times, Su Qinghuan found herself envious of Gu Xiyan, who enjoyed the affection of her parents, was cherished as a daughter, and was doted upon by her brother. It was not merely jealousy. What noble lady in the capital would not desire to be Gu Xiyan? Nevertheless, Su Qinghuan was self-aware, knowing that Gu Tating had only one legitimate son and daughter. Setting aside the fact that her parents had not divided their household, the tranquility of Gu Tating's household was something most women could only dream of. Moreover, Gu Jingyang, with his handsome visage, tall stature, and remarkable talents in both civil and military affairs, was the son of a current prime minister and a favored young official of the emperor. With such an admirable husband and in-laws, it would be madness for Su Qinghuan to direct her ire towards the most cherished sister-in-law. She had yet to fully relish her happy life. After the meal, Gu Xiyan glanced at the letter and gifts hastily dispatched from the capital by horseback, feeling a twinge of worry. These items had been sent by her uncle, the Duke Changhua. This year, her uncle Lu Jiashu was 45 years old and stationed at the borders. Her aunt had passed away from a sudden illness at the age of 40, and 3 years had elapsed without her uncle expressing any desire to remarry, instead entrusting the management of the Duke Changhua's residence to the heir's wife. In the capital, the only female member of the Duke Chenghua's household was the heir's wife, Lin Yushi, along with her 2 children. Following the imperial decree that granted Gu Xiyan a betrothal, Lin Yushi had visited the Gu residence. Her eldest cousin, Duke Chenghua's heir Lu Zhixing, was 25 years old, while Lin Yushi, 2 years his junior, bore him a son and a daughter. Their legitimate daughter, Lu Jingxu, was 7, and their legitimate son, Lu Yuchen, was 5. Her second cousin, Lu Zhizhou, was 20 and unmarried, serving as a 6th-rank officer at the borders, while her younger cousin, Lu Xiyan, at 16, had already achieved the rank of 8th-rank officer. Gu Xiyan also received gifts and letters from her uncle and cousins. In truth, the correspondence from her uncle and eldest cousin was of little significance, yet she felt a sense of awkwardness regarding the messages from her second and younger cousins. She regarded her cousins as elder brothers, and the thought of marrying one of them in the future sent an inexplicable shiver down her spine. Unbeknownst to Gu Xiyan, aside from her eldest cousin Lu Zhixing, who viewed her merely as a younger sister due to their 10-year age gap, the other cousins had developed romantic inclinations toward her. Her mother had once contemplated marrying Gu Xiyan back into the Lu family, but this notion was promptly dismissed due to Gu Xiyan's fervent objections. Gu Xiyan gazed at the 2 letters, regretting her decision to keep fish. Despite her vows that she had not been tending to her cousin's fish, she was well aware of the prince's jealousy, having experienced it firsthand. If he were to discover her secret, the consequences would be dire. Fortunately, the Crown Prince resided in the Eastern Palace. Had he been a mere prince, she would have feared his clandestine visits to her boudoir. Had she known she would eventually become the Crown Princess, she would have vehemently refused to keep fish, even under the direst circumstances. The thought of the numerous suitors she had inadvertently attracted made her want to weep, despite her innocence in the matter. Why should they covet her beauty while she merely found the young boys delightful and wished to tease them? Gu Xiyan had only dared to keep fish because of her father's formidable influence. She was quite sensible, never provoking the royal family. Beyond the royal realm, her father could shield her from any misfortune. If the customs of the Daxia were less conservative, she would never have dared such a thing. She pondered the cousins who had shown interest in her, including her second cousin Lu Zhizhou, her younger cousin Lu Ziyuan, her maternal cousin Zhou Muron, and her maternal younger cousin Zhou Mashishi, as well as her grandmother's nephew Qiyan. 5 fish, all of them swimming into her life. The heavens seemed to conspire against her. Yet, she felt fortunate that many of these suitors had either mysteriously lost interest or had committed themselves before she reached maturity. Heaven forbid that the Crown Prince discover her secret. At this moment, Gu Xiyan had completely cast aside thoughts of the 3 fish she had been considering. She reminisced about the vivid landscapes of the frontier described by her 2 eloquent cousins, feeling a twinge of wanderlust. She whispered to herself, convincing her that she was merely indulging in familial correspondence, as she had no intentions of marrying her cousins. They were like brothers to her. How could she be at fault? Zissou and Fuling exchanged knowing glances, silently lowering their heads. They were blissfully unaware of any wrongdoing by their young mistress. It was those ill-intentioned men who had lured her with things that piqued her interest. All the blame rested on the men. They would absolutely never disclose this to the Crown Prince. This was simply a letter from her uncle and cousins. Gu Xiyan was absorbed in reading the travelogues penned by her 2 remarkably talented cousins while enjoying milk cake, when her gaze suddenly fixed on a particular spot, causing her exquisite face to freeze, and she choked, coughing violently. Chapter 40. Gu Xiyan's impeachment, miss. Are you all right? Zissou exclaimed, startled, as she hurried to pat Gu Xiyan's back to ease her distress. Gu Xiyan looked at the letter revealing her second cousin Lu Zhizhou and younger cousin Lu Ziyuan's declarations of affection. She couldn't help but silently criticize them for clearly not having conferred with one another. Otherwise, how could they both profess their feelings simultaneously? It's nothing, Zissou. Burn these letters and ensure they aren't discovered. Gu Xiyan decided it best to feign ignorance, claiming they had been accidentally incinerated. Zissou's eyes widened in understanding, and she nodded earnestly. I understand. I mustn't let the Crown Prince find out. Eastern Palace, Zhou Quan observed the Crown Prince, who was in high spirits, admiring the portrait of the Crown Princess. A hint of concern flickered within him as he addressed the Crown Prince. Bowing his head beneath the glow of the palace lanterns, Zhou Quan gazed tenderly at the exquisite beauty depicted in the painting. Suddenly, he lowered his head. Today, the Crown Princess received a letter and local gifts from her uncle's family at the frontier, including her 3 cousins. This was something the Crown Prince had instructed him to monitor closely. Zhou Quan was particularly sensitive to the presence of males around the Crown Princess. Over the years, he had helped the Crown Prince curtail many of her romantic pursuits. The Crown Prince's gaze sharpened as he beheld the ethereal figure of the maiden in the painting, and he realized something. Summoning his courage, Zhou Quan ventured to speak a word in favor of the Crown Princess. Your Highness, she regards her cousins merely as brothers. You must not let jealousy cloud your judgment, for it may drive her away. It was a delicate situation for him. The Crown Prince narrowed his eyes, furrowing his brow at Zhou Quan, asserting, of course, she sees her cousins as brothers. I would never succumb to jealousy. He was not foolish otherwise. Why would his mother-in-law not consider returning the Crown Princess to her family? The following day, on the 3rd of September, at the Tai Chi Hall, a small court assembly was convened. After deliberating on the taxation for the autumn harvest of the Great Xia, the emperor cast a detached gaze upon the gathered ministers, inquiring in a resonant voice, Are there any matters to be addressed? Your Majesty, I have a petition to present, declared the 6th-rank censor, Shao Qi, dressed in crimson robes, a white undergarment, and not in his formal attire, making his intentions clear. The emperor's eyes flickered slightly, and he nodded solemnly, inviting him to continue. Gu Xiyan, standing at the forefront of the officials in his purple crane robes, remained composed. Meanwhile, factions supporting the Crown Prince, the Qi Wang, and the royalists silently anticipated the unfolding drama. Your Majesty, yesterday, in full view of the court, the Crown Princess struck the esteemed Grand Princess Kong Ning thrice across the face. I believe her actions contravene our dynasty's principle of governing through filial piety. Such arrogance must be met with severe punishment. Otherwise, the youth of the Great Xia may emulate her behavior, leading to dire consequences, Shao Qi proclaimed with righteous fervor. Gu Xiyan cast a chilling glance at Shao Qi from a distance, suppressing his urge to retaliate, and noted to himself that he would have a word with him later at the Xuande Gate. Noticing the emperor's silence, members of the Qi Wang faction took their turn to speak. Your Majesty, as the sovereign of the realm, you must not show favoritism towards the Crown Princess. A mere light reprimand would only embolden her arrogance, allowing her to wield power unjustly. Such a woman is unfit to be the wife of the heir. Indeed, Your Majesty, echoed another minister. The crown princess must embody grace, filial piety, and love for her siblings. A scholar from the Hamlin Academy stepped forward, declaring, as Minister Xiao has stated, "Our dynasty is founded on filial piety. The crown princess's actions were indeed reckless. The Grand Princess Kongning is your imperial aunt. Please, Your Majesty, impose appropriate punishment on the crown princess." Among the royalists, many conservative figures contemplated the situation, while the astute opted for a cautious approach. Impulsiveness often leads to the mindless following of others. Many within the Eastern Palace believe that the actions of the crown princess are indeed quite unconventional, especially as they harbor their own ulterior motives. The crown prince, who excels in both literature and martial prowess, is praised by all, and naturally, they wish to align themselves with him. However, should the reputation of the crown princess be tarnished, or if His Majesty and the Empress harbor dissatisfaction towards her, their daughters and granddaughters would surely have greater prospects in the years to come. Li Qian, the Grand Master of the Eastern Palace, was the first to retort, asserting that His Majesty's words are immutable and cannot be changed at a whim. His Majesty is wise and mighty. How could a mere subject influence him? The crown princess exemplifies both loyalty and filial piety. As the sovereign, His Majesty is a father figure, and as a child, one must uphold the father's honor. The crown prince is not only the future husband of the crown princess, but also the heir to the throne. What wrong is there in the crown princess defending the reputation of the crown prince? He had just noticed the crown prince's resentful gaze. Indeed, the crown prince's steadfast confidant must be none other than he. Those who conspire against the crown princess, labeling her disrespectful towards her elders, are merely revealing their own insecurities regarding their daughters' and granddaughters' futures. Yet the most critical issue remains: His Majesty is biased. Each of them is talented, yet they are blinded by momentary gains, forgetting that the crown princess's father is their superior. The sycophants within the Eastern Palace have also overlooked the crown prince's intentions. They should brace themselves. The crown prince is not to be trifled with. After a prolonged discussion, His Majesty observed the serene demeanor of the crown prince alongside Gu Xiyan, as well as the composed yet clenched fist of Gu Xiyan and the varied expressions of the king of Qi and the ministers. Suddenly, he smiled and mused. Does Xiao Qing believe I am being unjust in my dealings? He anticipated that the other party would be summoned for a duel with Gu Xiyan after court. His Majesty looked forward to it. A tiger father does not raise a dog son. What the great Xia requires are officials brimming with martial virtue, who command respect through their moral integrity. The censor Xiao Qi felt a sudden pang of unease and quickly asserted, "I dare not, Your Majesty." He continued, "I merely believe that the crown princess, as the consort of the heir, should align her conduct with that of the Empress, serving as a model for women across the realm." Gu Xiyan clenched his teeth and stepped forward, addressing His Majesty. "I have something to say." Dressed in resplendent crimson court attire, the young man stood tall and striking, a vision of elegance. His Majesty cast a barely perceptible disdainful glance at censor Xiao Qi before softly saying to Gu Xiyan, "Speak freely, my dear Gu." It is no wonder he favored the Gu father-son duo among the ministers. They truly are a sight to behold. At 30, Xiao Qi is well-groomed, but in comparison, he pales. Gu Xiyan turned his gaze toward Xiao Qi. "Sir Xiao, there is a matter I wish to consult you about." His eyes were deep with intensity, yet his voice remained calm. Xiao Qi finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Gu Xiyan is the son of Gu Xiyan, and the crown princess is the daughter of Gu Tating. Surely, their temperaments differ? Would he be unable to exit the Xuanda Gate? Confronting His Majesty could lead to a swift demise within the Golden Wan Hall, securing a place in history. However, facing retribution after court would be an unjust end. Chapter 41. The naive crown prince Lord Gu, please speak. The censor, Xiao Qi, felt a twinge of trepidation. Gu Xiyan held the esteemed position of a fifth-rank official, while he was merely a sixth-rank censor. In the emperor's eyes, It was evident that the young Gu Xiyan, at the tender age of 22, had garnered considerable favor as an official in the Ministry of Revenue. Lord Xiao remarked that the crown princess was haughty and disrespectful to her elders, noting that this dynasty upheld filial piety as a governing principle. Then I must inquire, Gu Xiyan replied with a gentle smile. Is it not commendable that the crown princess seeks to uphold her father's reputation? Filial devotion is indeed praiseworthy. Since time immemorial, the celestial order has recognized the hierarchy of heaven, sovereign, parents, and teachers. Should His Majesty then consider dismissing the crown princess to appease you? His words, though wrapped in politeness, bore an unmistakable edge. Your baseless accusations. Xiao Qi's face turned ashen. He had no desire to court disaster. Your Majesty, I harbor no such intentions. Xiao Qi immediately knelt, gazing up at the emperor seated upon the white jade steps, his posture both defiant and pleading. The emperor tapped his fingers and raised his gaze towards them. A sovereign's word is law. Once I have made a decision, I do not waver. Moreover, this matter pertains to royal affairs, and I alone hold the authority to decide. Was he the kind of feeble monarch who could be coerced by his subjects? Furthermore, this was but a trivial matter. In substantial state affairs, the emperor was indeed receptive to sound counsel. Xiao Qi, pale as a ghost under the emperor's unyielding gaze, bowed his head in silent resignation. After all, he had fulfilled the task assigned by the Grand Tutor. The outcome was not his to determine. Turning his gaze toward the radiant sunlight outside, Gu Xiyan lazily stretched. Was her brother being a tad too impulsive? Upon hearing the words of Fu Ling, Gu Xiyan felt a tremor of admiration. Her brother truly was deserving of her affection, displaying a similar audacity. When faced with accusations against her, Gu Xiyan was not the least surprised. Setting aside the numerous antiquated officials among the court, her very identity was ample cause for censure from the censorate. It seemed, however, that there were indeed many astute individuals, perhaps intimidated not by her, but by the brave exploits of her father from years past. After all, Gu Xiyan's conflict with the Grand Princess Kongning was a matter of considerable import, neither trivial nor monumental, and wise men aligned themselves with the emperor rather than engaging in petty schemes. Zissou assisted her mistress in changing attire. Miss, though I may lack wisdom, I am aware that these officials harbor their own agendas. They are far from innocent. Moreover, the eldest son merely engaged in a friendly exchange with Lord Xiao. It was not uncommon for civil and military officials to rationally discuss matters after court adjourned at the Schwanegate, provided that no lives were lost and limbs remained intact. Fu Ling styled Gu Xiyan's hair into a cloud bun and informed her, for breakfast today, we have your favorites: crystal shrimp dumplings, smoked duck with imperial swallows, and fresh meat and bamboo shoot wontons. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiyan felt her appetite awaken. She truly believed herself fortunate to have been born into such opulence and abundance. After finishing her breakfast, she began to organize her small treasury. Gu Xiyan was now the wealthiest young lady in the entire Great Xia, her dowry and betrothal gifts accumulating to a staggering fortune of 1 million taels of silver. With great delight, Gu Xiyan was instructing the steward and the matron to manage the estate according to her methods anew. She established a feasible target based on the annual income from previous years. For any revenue exceeding this figure, Gu Xiyan would distribute 1% of the profits as a year-end bonus. Conversely, should the income fall short of this standard, penalties would be in order. Yet, the stewards would be granted one opportunity to appeal. Observing their young lady's astuteness, the steward and matron quickly suppressed their hidden motives. After they departed, Gu Xiyan inquired of Zissou, "How has Sister Shui been faring with her morning sickness?" as she nibbled on a piece of peony crystal cake. Chang Shui, the eldest daughter of the Duke of Rui, was a close friend of Gu Xiyan, being a few months her senior, and had recently married the heir of the Marquis of Xianping, Song Su, at the beginning of the year. Known for her gentle and serene demeanor, Chang Shui possessed a captivating grace and a scholarly charm, having grown up alongside Song Su. Just 6 months into their marriage, she found herself with child, now entering her 3rd month. Zissou, aware of her mistress's concern for the wife of the Marquis of Xianping, cheerfully replied, The Marquis's wife has been experiencing morning sickness for over half a month. Fortunately, as she reaches 3 months, the symptoms have considerably eased. Gu Xiyan toyed with a silver incense ball adorned with a grape and bird motif, filled with the sweet scent of pear from within the gauzy chamber. That is splendid. Please send a message to the Marquis of Xianping. I shall visit Sister Shui in 2 days. Having finally found a moment of respite, and with Chang Shui feeling better, she was indeed eager to pay a visit. Setting the incense ball aside, Gu Xiyan picked up a peacock-patterned fan from the Zeatonwood table. The peacock depicted on it was as stunning as the Crown Prince himself, both displaying their magnificent plumage. Zissou and Fulling exchanged glances, hesitant to concur, and simply smiled before lowering their heads in silence. They were not of the same station as their mistress and could not afford to offend the Crown Prince. As noon approached, Gu Xiyan sat gracefully on a stone bench in the pavilion, admiring the vibrant blossoms of peonies, and chrysanthemums in the courtyard. Her spirits lifted. Zissou, please bring the meal. As her gaze shifted to the stone table, intending to retrieve her peacock-patterned fan, she was suddenly met with a pair of black shoes embroidered with golden cloud patterns. She observed her own delicate embroidered shoes, realizing the owner of these feet had a size far exceeding her own. What captures your attention, Sierra? The Crown Prince inquired, his voice tinged with amusement as he regarded her long, fluttering lashes. Zissou and Fulling, silently instructed by the Crown Prince to remain quiet, bowed and discreetly withdrew to serve the meal. Gu Xiyan glanced at the Crown Prince seated beside her and smiled. Your Highness, your feet are much larger than mine, she remarked playfully, nudging her embroidered shoe against his. A flicker of fondness appeared in the man's eyes. Do you fancy the fan I gifted you? He asked, his gaze resting on her hand. With elegance, Gu Xiyan waved the fan back and forth. Indeed, I do. You and the peacock depicted here bear a striking resemblance, she replied, her almond-shaped eyes sparkling with mischief and delight. What are you doing? Do not pinch my nose. Gu Xiyan pouted, tilting her head to the side. Xier is quite domineering. You mock me by displaying your charm like a peacock before me, and yet I cannot retaliate? The Crown Prince rose from the stone bench, approached her, and with his hands clasped behind his back, stole a kiss on her delicate cheek when she was not paying attention. How fragrant, Xier! So soft and sweet. The Crown Prince, whose handsome visage appeared aloof and indifferent to outsiders, smiled at her with a flirtatious charm reminiscent of a rogue. Gu Xiyan covered her small face with her hand, huffing, "No kisses for you, you scoundrel." Yet, the corners of her mouth involuntarily lifted, her playful demeanor captivating and enchanting. The Crown Prince, quite childish, asserted, "I am your betrothed. I am entitled to kiss you." He then sat on the other side of the stone bench and, holding her nape, leaned in for a kiss. Chapter 42. The peacock-like Crown Prince. When Gu Xiyan pushed the man away, her eyes, bright and clear, glistened with mist. Her almond-shaped eyes and rosy cheeks highlighted by a delicate flush on her fair skin as she shot him a glare. She lifted her skirt, intending to flee and ignore him, but unexpectedly, the Crown Prince tugged her back, seating her in his embrace. She wrapped her arms around his neck, exclaiming, "Is it not hot? Let go of me." Her voice was sweet and soft, stirring a yearning in the heart. The Crown Prince swallowed hard, his gaze darkening. He did not respond to her, but instead carried her into the dining hall of Wangshu courtyard. Gu Xiyan watched as he graciously fanned her with a beautifully embroidered peacock-patterned fan that he held. She pursed her lips, deciding not to argue with him any longer. "Brother Chengxu, you must not embrace me during summer from now on, understood? You are like a furnace." Although it was already early autumn, there was still a hint of warmth in the air. The man pressed his thin lips together. His silence was not an agreement, but rather an inability to comply. Seeing his obedient expression, Gu Xiyan assumed the Crown Prince had acquiesced as she took a seat. After washing his hands, she asked, "Brother Chengxu, what brings you here?" She was somewhat surprised that the Crown Prince had come to their family for lunch. "I missed you, Xier." The Crown Prince, ever capricious, would not admit that he was curious about what her 3 cousins had written to her. As for the matter of today's court session, where Gu Xiyan was criticized, he had yet to resolve it, and certainly would not take credit prematurely. Gu Xiyan felt her cheeks flush. "You are so cheesy, even more so than I. Did you not teach me that expressing affection is essential?" The Crown Prince teased nonchalantly. Previously, it was his ears that would turn crimson from her teasing. During these recent nights, he had read numerous tales, and indeed, he found that being straightforward like she air was most effective. Gu Xiyan silently savored the braised shark fin he had served her, tender and flavorful. The Crown Prince made no mention of those ill-intentioned men during the meal. Once they finished, Gu Xiyan asked, "Brother Chengxu, will you return to the East Palace for a midday rest?" She gazed at his fair fingers enveloping her own, raising her eyes to meet his. "Am I not the betrothed of the esteemed young lady of the Gu family? Am I not entitled to a place to rest?" The Crown Prince looked at her bright eyes with a gentle gaze. Gu Xiyan wondered why the Crown Prince was so flamboyant. "Zissou, please tidy up the Xingyue Pavilion next to Wangshu Courtyard for our Crown Prince's afternoon rest." Gu Xiyan and Chen Mo were momentarily taken aback, but ultimately surrendered. How infuriating! How could he gaze at her with such longing? The Crown Prince was quite at ease, saying, "I am not particular. Just lend me a blanket, sheets, and a pillow." He exhibited none of the previous fastidiousness that once distanced him from others. While Zissou and Fuling were busy preparing the Xingyue Pavilion, the Crown Prince took Gu Xiyan's small hand. He spoke, his voice youthful yet resonant, imbued with a husky timbre that sent shivers down one's spine. Observing her involuntary smile, he gently caressed her cheek. What is it?" Gu Xiyan came to her senses and took hold of the prince's long, distinct hand. His skin was fair, with faintly alluring veins visible on the back of his hand, and she savored the sensation as she touched it. The Crown Prince, feeling triumphant, thought that she was indeed enchanted by him, unable to extricate herself from his charm. "I heard that my uncle and cousin have written letters back to the capital. Has she's cousin found someone at the border and is preparing for marriage?" The Crown Prince smiled gently, noting that his second cousin was now 20 and should indeed consider significant matters in life. Gu Xiyan was momentarily caught off guard by the Crown Prince's mention of her uncle and cousins. Lowering her gaze, her thick, curled lashes fluttered slightly. Why was Chengxu suddenly concerned about her uncle and cousins? A pang of anxiety struck her. She must not let the Crown Prince discover what her second cousin and younger cousin had written in their letters. Fortunately, she had the foresight to have Zissou burn the letters last night. A glimmer of inscrutable light passed through the man's eyes as he chuckled. "She's cousin is also my cousin. Now that our feelings for each other have blossomed, naturally, I wish to see him settle down. After all, 20 is not an insignificant age." Very well, it seemed that everyone was coveting his Gu Xiyan maintained her composure, laughing lightly. "Their marriages are well taken care of by my uncle and elder cousin. I merely perused some travel notes written by my cousin." Her eyes brightened. The scenery at the border was indeed beautiful. "Has Chengxu ever seen it?" The Crown Prince paused for a moment before replying, "I have seen it once. At the age of 15, he had represented his father to reward the troops stationed at the border. The Great Xia had been established for over a century, and the current dynasty's frontiers were not particularly peaceful, with the Turks lurking and engaging in frequent skirmishes. Since his father ascended the throne 17 years ago, he had diligently rectified the governance and increased the national treasury's revenue, tightening the examination of noble titles bestowed upon meritorious descendants. The strength of the Great Xia was on the rise, and his father harbored ambitions of extinguishing the Turks during his reign. Fortunately, his father was a capable and enlightened ruler, paying great attention to the military supplies needed by the border soldiers. Ever since the previous Minister of War was found to have embezzled military funds 13 years ago, the emperor had been vigilant regarding military expenditures. When the Crown Prince turned 15, he was personally dispatched to deliver military funds to the border to bolster the troops. Little did he anticipate that the Turks would attempt to kidnap him. Within days of his arrival at the border, they launched a large-scale offensive. The Crown Prince has spent over half a year at the border, personally experiencing the brutalities of the battlefield and witnessing the bloodshed of both the common folk and soldiers. His Majesty is not unconcerned for the Crown Prince, having summoned him urgently several times. Yet, the Crown Prince remains in the frontier despite his martial prowess. As winter approaches, with supplies running low and the Turks suffering setbacks, they have chosen to withdraw, lowering their flags and ceasing hostilities. Meanwhile, the Great Xia has been plagued by unfavorable weather. with droughts and snowstorms occurring in succession, causing a decline in national strength. The two sides have once again entered a stalemate. Listening to the Crown Prince's words, Gu Xiyan was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. Indeed, the Crown Prince is unlike ordinary individuals. Having such a Crown Prince is truly a blessing for the Great Xia. Over the years, Gu Xiyan has kept a keen eye on the border conflicts. Although her uncle and cousins are formidable warriors, she couldn't help but worry about her uncle during her childhood. In recent years, as her two cousins joined him at the border, her concerns multiplied from 2 to 4. Her uncle and cousins have always treated her kindly, and her eldest cousin's wife has also shown her great affection, fostering mutual feelings of care. What is different? The Crown Prince teased her, prompting Gu Xiyan to shoot him a playful glare, responding in a feigned petulance that she merely occupies herself with travelogues, unlike him, who is instinctively preoccupied with matters of state. Chapter 43. The House of Duke Xianping Sire. That is not correct. I instinctively concern myself with you. The Crown Prince, blessed with strikingly handsome features and a distinctly defined jawline, wore an expression of fondness. Gu Xiyan, her almond-shaped eyes sparkling, remarked, "You are quite charming with your words. I shan't converse with you further. I'm off to take an afternoon nap." "Good afternoon, Brother Qingyu." She withdrew her hand, slightly damp from his grasp. But when she found it difficult to pull away, she gently nudged the Crown Prince with her other hand. Reluctantly, the Crown Prince lingered, captivated by the delicate softness of the girl's fingers, akin to jade. Indeed, her gentle nature was as soothing as silk. He longed to cradle Sierra and drift into slumber beside her. Watching her retreating figure, he could only caress his fingertips, lamenting inwardly why their wedding was not to be until the following year. Truly, the days felt like years. As he walked towards the neighboring Xingyue pavilion, the Crown Prince contemplated whether he should seize an opportunity to introduce his two newly emerged cousins to potential matches. Sierra belongs to him, and for the sake of the House of Duke, he reluctantly considered alleviating the burdens of his newly minted uncle. While he had briefly entertained the notion of requesting his father to arrange marriages for his cousins, he quickly dismissed it. He had no interest in the characters, appearances, or backgrounds of other noble maidens. To meddle in matchmaking could lead to complications, something the Crown Prince wished to avoid, preferring to leave such matters to his uncle. Unbeknownst to Gu Xiyan, the Crown Prince's thoughts were far from her mind as she satisfied her appetite and returned to her room for a midday rest. On the 5th of September, the sky was clear and cloudless. Within the imperial study of Gongquan Palace, His Majesty was in discussion with the Crown Prince and Gu Xiyan regarding the tax revenues collected from the autumn harvest. In truth, the emperor felt that the commercial tax was set too low at merely 30%. Agriculture is the foundation of the nation. Why should the wealthy merchant families prosper while the treasury remains deprived? Over the course of more than a century since the founding of the dynasty, land consolidation has intensified. The emperor harbored intentions to reform the taxation system, yet he was cautious about taking any hasty actions. After 3 years of recuperation, coupled with favorable weather over the past 2 years, he resolved to take the initiative to eradicate the Turks, believing that any reform must first ensure external peace. Approximately an hour later, Lin Kong served tea and snacks. It was only then that His Majesty withdrew from the discussion of state affairs. On this autumn hunt, you must allow Shi'er to partake and enjoy. I have not laid eyes on her since her summer retreat to the Western Garden, let alone the autumn hunt. He lifted a glass of rose-infused iced drink with a smile, jesting with Gu Xiyan. Gu Xiyan remained silent. Your Majesty, my daughter has never been fond of traveling far. I must return to consult her wishes. He could hardly admit that it was to avoid the emperor's sons. The Crown Prince, elegantly enjoying cherry pastries nearby, found amusement in his father-in-law's cunning. The emperor chuckled softly. Gu Boyong, still pretending ignorance with me. Very well, go and inquire about Shi'er's intentions. Does he truly believe I am oblivious to the thoughts of the Gu father and daughter? No matter their cleverness, Gu Shi and I are destined to be joined. She is to be the crown princess, and there is no escape from that fate. After finishing her breakfast, Gu Shi prepared to visit the residence of Marquis Xianping, accompanied by 2 skilled maidservants gifted to her by the Crown Prince the previous day. One was named Du Ruo, and the other Du Zhong. They were both strikingly beautiful, with resilient and graceful temperaments, clearly suited for the role of shadow guards, perhaps even leaders among them. Their names were also chosen by Gu Xiyan, inspired by traditional Chinese medicine. Thus, she now traveled with 4 maidservants: Zisu, Fu Ling, Du Ruo, and Du Zhong. Marquis Xianping had been appointed as the general of the Left Martial Guard, a significant position just below the Grand General of the Left Martial Guard, responsible for maintaining order in the imperial city alongside the Right Martial Guard. At the entrance of the Marquis's residence, the lady of the house gazed at the exquisite young woman, whose skin was as smooth as cream, momentarily forgetting to breathe in awe. With a smile, she addressed Gu Xiyan. "I greet the Crown Princess." Having been designated as such at the beginning of the month, Gu Xiyan accepted the greeting gracefully. She smiled and helped the lady of the Marquis rise, who insisted on not requiring such formalities. As they entered through the main gate, Gu Xiyan inquired, "I have come to see Sister Shu Yi. Has she been feeling better from her morning sickness?" The lady of the Marquis was exceedingly pleased with her eldest daughter-in-law. Chengxu Yi, the eldest daughter of the Duke of Rui, was known for her elegance, and her eldest son, Song Su, had been tutored by the Duke. The two had grown up together, and Chengxu Yi was a dutiful daughter-in-law to her mother-in-law. The lady of the Marquis had watched Chengxu Yi grow up. Thus she did not expect her to attend to her daily needs, only requiring her to pay respects on the 1st and 15th of each month. Before their marriage, she arranged for only a maid to serve Song Su, who was dismissed after the wedding. Regarding Gu Xiyan, the close friend of Chengxu Yi, the lady of the Marquis treated her with even more tenderness than her own daughter, for she was the cherished jewel of the current chancellor. With a smile, the lady of the Marquis said she has not been experiencing much morning sickness these days, just a bit of drowsiness. She is currently in the small kitchen preparing soft cheese for you, as she knows it is your favorite. In this era, it was not uncommon for young noble women to learn cooking, aiming to harmonize with their husbands in the future, though mastery was not a necessity. Most noble ladies merely handle the dishes after the chef has prepared them, and Chengxu and Gu Xiyan have shared a bond since childhood, both possessing a profound love for culinary delights. While Gu Xiyan lacks natural talent, Chengxu's culinary skills surpass hers by a slight margin, with her pastries and soups being truly exceptional. Gu Xiyan furrowed her brow, pondering how her sister Shui, in her delicate condition, could possibly be in the kitchen. Upon entering the main hall, Gu Xiyan turned to Zisu, instructing her to check on Sister Shui, as it was unthinkable for her to undertake such tasks while pregnant. Just as Zisu was about to comply, a voice echoed from the entrance. "Being the Crown Princess is no small feat. Just look at our Crown Princess, exuding an aura of authority without uttering a word, reminiscent of His Highness the Crown Prince." A young lady, elegantly clad in a light green Songjin embroidered dress adorned with orchid patterns, her hair held up by 2 white jade hairpins, appeared before them, radiating beauty and grace. "Greetings, Your Highness the Crown Princess," Chengxu said, observing the rosy complexion of Gu Xiyan and smiling as she bowed. Gu Xiyan hurried to assist her, playfully chiding, "Sister Shui, you jest. How could I allow you to cook in your condition?" Now, Chengxu was the wife of the heir to the Xianping Marquisate, and her mother-in-law still resided among them. The Xianping Marquis's wife smiled at the 2 seated ladies, remarking, "My dear, you and the Crown Princess share a sisterly bond. What you may not know, Your Highness, is that a pregnant woman must engage in moderate exercise. Besides, I have instructed the chef not to overexert her." Previously, there were noble ladies who preferred to remain inactive, pampering themselves in the courtyard, which led to frail health and complications during childbirth. Mother speaks the truth. The kneading and preparation of dough are tasks for the chef. I simply enjoy cooking. Your Highness, you have a penchant for these delicate pastries. Do have a taste. Chengxu gestured to her maid, Cherry, who presented a redwood tray upon the table, holding soft cheese and lotus root cake infused with osmanthus sugar. Chapter 44. Sisterly Conversations. Gu Xiyan unabashedly sampled the soft cheese and lotus root cake, her eyes sparkling with joy. "Sister Shui, your grace and intelligence truly bless the heir. He is indeed fortunate." The Xianping Marquis's wife chuckled, bowing to Gu Xiyan. "You 2 sisters should converse more. I have matters to attend to and will not impose. She was mindful, as the crown princess had come to visit her daughter-in-law. Once she departed, Gu Xiyan turned to Chang Shui. Sister Shui, did the green grapes I sent prove useful? They were unpalatably sour, suitable only for winemaking, Chang Shui replied. Gu Xiyan looked at her. I thought the grapes were only mildly sour, not excessively so. Subsequently, the heir procured some sour cucumbers favored by the elderly matriarch of the Anyuan Marquisate, and my morning sickness has diminished. What she did not mention was that Song Su had also tasted the green grapes and sour cucumbers, the latter being so sour that he struggled to bite into tofu that day. Gu Xiyan gazed at Chang Shui with admiration. The grapes had contorted her face in reaction. Yet Sister Shui found them only slightly sour. Clearly, Chang Shui had indeed married well. The heir held genuine affection for her. Over the years, Gu Xiyan had observed their childhood camaraderie blossom. Song Su was a striking figure, both handsome and talented, with a physique befitting a military official, and a temperament that was resolute and unyielding, making him one of the finest gentlemen in the capital. Remarkably, he had shown no interest in Gu Xiyan, which only heightened her regard for him. Chang Shui's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she said, "Cici, please do not tease me any further." After a moment, she smiled and added, "I noticed how attentive His Highness the Crown Prince is towards you. I've been cooped up at home, yet the entire capital is abuzz with the news." Regarding Gu Xiyan and the recent impeachment matter, Chang Shui had no intention of discussing it, for she firmly believed in Gu Xiyan's character. The Princess Kongning was indeed excessively domineering. Moreover, with Gu tating around, she was certain that Cici would be safe. Gu Xiyan observed the smile on Chang Shui's face and felt a flicker of discomfort in his eyes. He was merely experiencing the stirrings of young love, which would surely pass with time. Men are often swayed by beauty, he thought, surveying her. "Has your elder sister-in-law given you any trouble?" he inquired. Gu Xiyan felt that Sister Shui had indeed married well. Where in this world can one find a perfect match? The heir of the Xianping Marquis was able to protect Sister Shui and always stood by her side, while her mother-in-law was kind-hearted. For women in this world, that was already considered a fortunate marriage. Although Sister Shui's elder sister-in-law, Song Ying, the wife of the heir to the Duke of Su, had some discord with her, the lady of Xianping Marquis was sympathetic to her daughter's struggles in her marital home and had discreetly provided her with support. Chang Shui chose to turn a blind eye to this. Yet, when Song Ying openly provoked Chang Shui in front of others, the lady of Xianping Marquis did not indulge her, directly reprimanding her. Thus Chang Shui felt it inappropriate to hold a grudge. Chang Shui forced a smile. Every family has its own set of difficulties, especially among the highborn. Not every man is like Gu Tating or her husband, who refrains from taking concubines. Childhood friendships also vary among individuals. Her elder sister-in-law had married the heir of the Duke of Su, her childhood companion, 5 years ago, and now held the title of Duchess. The Duke of Su was a distant cousin of the current emperor, and his lineage had always been well-behaved, lacking in prestige among the elite, but still respected among the second- and third-tier noble families in the capital, given their royal connections. Song Ying was beautiful and shared the same maternal grandmother with the Duke's heir, leading to a bond of affection during their early marriage. However, their happiness was short-lived. During her pregnancy, the Duchess granted the Duke's heir a concubine, and after Song Ying gave birth to a daughter, the Duchess arranged for 2 more concubines to be granted by the Emperor during the selection of consorts 2 years ago. Last year, after Song Ying bore the Duke's first legitimate son, she had lost all semblance of her initial innocence after enduring years of emotional turmoil in the Duke's household. Earlier this year, upon witnessing her brother dismiss his concubine shortly after his wedding, she began to resent Chang Shui, her sister-in-law. Gu Xiyan was indignant, thinking, surely she wouldn't encourage the heir to take a concubine, would she? What kind of elder sister-in-law does that? Why should women make things difficult for one another? Chang Shui maintained a stoic expression. A month prior, she had directly told me and the heir that I should actively suggest he take a concubine, but he did not agree, and her mother opposed it as well. The Duchess of Su had caused quite a stir, but was ultimately sent back by her father. If it were not for the fact that everyone in her marital family was decent, aside from her elder sister-in-law, she would not have endured it. After all, she was the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Rui, and in the emperor's eyes, her father held a status far superior to that of an ordinary royal relative. Gu Xiyan took Chang Shuyi's hand, which rested where the lady of Xianping Marquis had previously sat, and leaned toward her, saying, "Sister Shuyi, rest assured, I will not allow anyone to bully you." She indulged in numerous delicacies prepared by Chang Shuyi, who treated her like a beloved younger sister. With a delicate furrow in her brow, Chang Shuyi gently admonished, "Cici, you are now the crown princess. Do not act impulsively. I am not here to lodge a complaint. The matter of taking concubines is ultimately a man's decision. As long as the heir shows no interest, I shall not fear the crown prince's consort. You must not interfere. Do you understand? The Duke of Su is of royal lineage, and Cici has already fallen out with Princess Kongning. Cici, as the crown princess, cannot afford to be embroiled in conflicts with the royal family. It would displease His Highness as well." Gu Xiyan felt a mixture of exasperation and amusement. "I am not so audacious as to confront Song Ying with slaps. That would only result in pain for myself." Sensing Chang Shuyi's doubtful gaze, she smiled in surrender. "Dear sister, you know my temperament well." Chang Shuyi sighed. "Cici, a woman must temper her temperament after marriage. I am fortunate. My mother-in-law has watched me grow up. The palace is a treacherous place." Gu Xiyan's heart softened, understanding that Shuyi's intentions were for her own good. Yet a thought struck her by the way, "Shuyi, you must be cautious of those who might take advantage of your pregnancy to approach the heir's bed. Remember, I have warned you multiple times before your marriage." Chang Shuyi gently caressed Gu Xiyan's hand. "Thanks to your reminder, the maidservants in the heir's study have already been replaced with young male attendants." She recognized that Song Su's kindness, noble status, and handsome demeanor attracted many women. As long as Song Su did not take a concubine, they could live harmoniously together. However, they must remain vigilant against those with ulterior motives. Most people favor wealth over poverty. There are few who possess the integrity to choose a humble wife over a noble concubine. Chang Shuyi felt a pang of sadness. A concubine could never compare to a legitimate wife. Gu Xiyan, observing the sorrow in Shuyi's eyes, remarked, "In life, one should govern oneself and seek happiness. Sister Shuyi, do not fall into melancholy. I hope my future nieces and nephews are not born with furrowed brows like little old men." Chang Shuyi chuckled at her jest, acknowledging that pregnancy often led to overthinking. "You're right, Cici. I wish to bear a joyful child, one who resembles your lovely face and not their father." Song Su had a tendency to frown, and Chang Shuyi did not wish for her child to inherit that trait. Chapter 45. The anxious crown prince Gu Xiyan accompanied Chang Shuyi for lunch at the residence of Duke Xianping before bidding her farewell. As she departed, the Duchess of Xianping came out to see them off. In the carriage, the maid remarked, "Miss, why does the Duchess of Xianping seem so different from the Duchess of Su?" She appeared genuinely curious, pondering whether they had been mistaken at birth. Fulling, with an inquisitive expression, noted how the Duchess treated their mistress with exceptional kindness, seemingly enamored by her. Though Miss Chang was not yet connected to the crown prince at the time of her marriage, she was the apple of her father's eye, her father being the highest-ranking official. Thus, the Duchess had previously shown great warmth towards her. Isn't the confidence of a woman after marriage rooted in her family background? The Duchess of Su has offended the Duchess of Xianping. Given the close relationship between the heir and his consort, isn't that a loss that outweighs any gain? Where can one find a married sister meddling in the affairs of her brother and sister-in-law? Gu Xiyan lazily. The Duchess of Xianping and the Princess of Su Wang bore a striking resemblance, so there should be no mistake. Is it not mere jealousy? Such is human nature, and she had no words to counter it. In the Yikuan Palace, the imperial concubine observed Prince He Chengxu, who had come to pay his respects. "My dear son, the wedding date is but a few days away. Make sure to take Lan Ruo out for outings to nurture your relationship. The contraceptive potions for concubines must continue until Lan Ruo conceives." She adjusted her makeup, tinted with peony red. "You must marry 6 months before the crown prince, so that His Majesty may soon have a legitimate grandson. Do you understand?" The wedding of Prince He Chengxu was set for the 9th day of the 9th month. Upon hearing the mention of a legitimate grandson, his eyes flickered momentarily. "This son comprehends. The crown prince was merely a month older than him. He was designated as such solely due to being the legitimate firstborn. The emperor had personally raised the crown prince since childhood, while Prince He Chengxu, like his younger brothers, had been relegated to the Ministry of Personnel. In contrast, the crown prince received direct tutelage from the emperor, learning martial arts and horsemanship. The position of crown prince had remained steadfast for many years. However, the well-read He Chengxu did not believe in familial affection within the royal family. The emperor was first and foremost a creature of power, and only thereafter a man. The emperor was now merely 41. What would become of him in his old age? Did not the ill-fated crown prince, once the son of Emperor Wu of Han, also face exile in his later years? He must marry before the crown prince. The imperial grandson must be of legitimate birth, and He Chengxu was determined to secure that. In the Eastern Palace, the chief minister Li Qian watched a group of East Palace officials reprimanded by the crown prince with a calm demeanor, secretly amused. He understood that the crown princess was the focal point of the crown prince's affections. The crown prince, adorned with a golden crown, stated firmly, "This is your final opportunity. I have made it clear that you are to treat the crown princess as you would treat me. Who dares to defy this order?" His voice was serene, yet contained a palpable undercurrent of suppressed anger. The study fell into a profound silence. He had no need for presumptuous ministers. The crown prince's gaze was deep and somber, exuding an air of authority that commanded respect without the need for ire. General Ansu, the crown prince's trusted advisor, furrowed his brow. "Your Highness, this action is indeed..." The crown prince, with a raised brow and a mocking smile, interjected, "Indeed what? Stubborn and self-willed?" His cold gaze swept across the assembly of East Palace officials, his long, pale fingers tapping lightly on the Zetenwood desk. Han Shu's body stiffened imperceptibly, then he bowed respectfully, acknowledging his seniority. After a prolonged silence, Pei Wenmin, the crown prince's esteemed tutor and minister of revenue, performed a deep bow. "Your Highness, your devotion to your legitimate wife is in accordance with law and propriety. We shall respect the crown princess as we do your Highness." The others echoed his sentiments. Understanding the implicit message, the crown prince's actions were unmistakable, and they could not afford to offend him. He was not merely a crown prince relying on marital alliances to solidify his position. This was the crown prince raised personally by the emperor himself. Initiated into learning at the age of 3 and managing state affairs by 10, he was learned in both literature and martial prowess, skilled in recognizing talent, and renowned for his exceptional capabilities. The realm spoke of him as a beacon of hope for the dynasty, ensuring a century of stability for the great Xia. The crown prince is not someone they can easily manipulate. Over the years, even the esteemed Minister Pei, the crown prince's tutor, has been unable to sway his opinions. Although many harbor their own thoughts, the crown prince embodies the true essence of rulership. At that moment, Zhou Quan entered the study, approached the crown prince with an air of composure, and offered a respectful bow. He Chengxu signaled for the officials of the Eastern Palace to withdraw. Once they departed, Zhou Quan leaned in quietly and informed the crown prince that the Minister of Personnel's eldest grandson had encountered the crown princess's carriage and exchanged a few words with her. Though she had remained rather reticent, the crown prince tightened his lips and replied softly, "I am aware." He had indeed felt an urge to interrupt Zhou Yuan as he held Shi's hand, but once reason prevailed, He Chengxu could only silently harbor resentment. Should anything happen to Zhou Yuan, he would undoubtedly be the prime suspect. The crown prince did not believe that simply interrupting Zhou Yuan's left hand would lead to any consequences. As for the right hand, he had not yet sunk to such depths. Zhou Yuan was undoubtedly a pillar of talent, and his father-in-law had a discerning eye. The crown prince would not allow his personal desires to dictate the severing of another's right hand, as it held great significance for both civil and military officials. A left hand could be reattached without much consequence. However, he feared that Gu Xiyan would discover the truth, that he was not the noble and virtuous crown prince she believed him to be, but rather a man capable of harboring ruthless thoughts against a rival. He dreaded that Gu Xiyan would develop a sense of fear towards him. The crown prince remained alone for a considerable time, deciding to keep his thoughts to himself. Things rarely happened thrice, This was the second time. As the sun set and the evening glow painted the sky in the Wangshu courtyard, Gu Xiyan had expected the crown prince to come to the Gu residence for dinner, possibly to confront her. She was not oblivious to the fact that he might be feeling jealousy. Earlier that day, she had encountered the Minister of Personnel's eldest grandson, Hanlin Academy editor Zhou Yuan. To her surprise, the crown prince did not appear even after dinner. After bathing and changing, Gu Xiyan donned a lightweight and soft snow satin robe, her youthful figure captivating enough to leave one parched with desire. Zissou styled her hair, while Fuling held a fragrant ball containing silver filament charcoal to warm her locks. Gu Xiyan reclined on a rosewood chaise, a travelogue resting in her hands. Laid atop a table, beside a hexagonal palace lantern adorned with exquisite designs in gold and purple. After a moment, she gazed at the vase of blooming begonia flowers and casually inquired, "Du Zhong, why hasn't the crown prince arrived?" Du Zhong and Du Ruo had been quietly waiting nearby, and they were taken aback by the crown princess's sudden, ambiguous question, hastily dropping to their knees. "Your Highness, we assure you that we, Du Zhong and Du Ruo, are not here to monitor you. The crown prince has entrusted us with your safety." Chapter 46. The marriage of Prince Qi. Gu Xiyan paused momentarily, lowering her gaze upon them, and replied, "I was merely asking out of curiosity." Du Zhong and Du Ruo responded with utmost respect, "Yes, your highness." Gu Xiyan curved her lips slightly, understanding the prince's curious nature regarding her chance encounter with her former suitor. She pondered why the prince, known for his jealousy, had not rushed to her side, seeking some advantage. However, she quickly realized that with the impending tax collection and the autumn hunting expedition in the South Garden, it was only natural for the prince to be exceedingly busy. After all, he was the crown prince of the Great Xia, and matters of the heart must inevitably take a back seat to state affairs. Gu Xiyan admired such a career-minded man in the crown prince. During the past 3 days, the crown prince had only dined at the Gu residence twice. Gu Xiyan noticed nothing amiss with him. On the 9th day of the 9th month, the Qi Wang's wedding took place. Owing to a day of rest, the crown prince arrived at the Gu manor early in the morning, while Gu Xiyan was still asleep. He took the opportunity to engage in a game of chess with her elder brother, Gu Xiyan. Although Gu Xiyan wore a smile, he was inwardly pricking the crown prince's ego, questioning why he would disturb his and his wife's peaceful slumber on such a rare day off. After all, he was a married man. Why not play chess with his own father? Why not summon Xiyan? Was he merely here to take advantage of his future brother-in-law? Once Gu Xiyan had finished her morning routine, she observed the two men playing chess in the pavilion with a hint of confusion. "Brother, why are you here playing chess with Brother Qingyu? It seems rather odd." Gu Xiyan noticed the crown prince had completely forgotten the game upon her arrival and sighed dramatically, though inwardly amused. He swiftly placed a piece on the board, declaring, "Your Highness, I have one." Finally, he had found an opportunity to assert himself. It had not been easy for him. The crown prince was an exceptional chess player, having been taught by the current emperor, while Gu Xiyan had not inherited his father's prowess in the game, performing at best a mediocre level. Consequently, over 3 rounds, Gu Xiyan had failed to best the crown prince. It was not due to humility or a deliberate concession. Rather, the crown prince, indifferent, simply acknowledged his brother-in-law's thoughts were elsewhere. Having risen from the board, the crown prince approached Gu Xiyan, gently inquiring, "Have you had your breakfast, Xiyan?" Gu Xiyan shook her head, responding, "Not yet." "What about Brother Qingyu?" The crown prince replied, "I'm hungry again." He took Gu Xiyan's hand, intending to share breakfast with her. Remembering something, he turned to Gu Xiyan, asking, "Would you like to join us?" Gu Xiyan replied casually, "Your Highness, I must return to see my wife. I shall take my leave." It seemed best for him to have breakfast in his own quarters, at the Qi Wang's residence. The auspicious hour for the wedding was set for the evening. Gu Xiyan and the crown prince arrived at the Qi Wang's manor at 1/4 past the hour of you, with only 15 minutes remaining until the ceremony. Gu Xiyan had visited the palace twice in the past few days and had gained a general understanding of its affairs. The empress was kind-hearted and tolerant, and the concubines would pay their respects to her in the Kuan-Ning Palace on the 1st and 15th of each month. Thus, Gu Xiyan had not yet encountered any other concubines or princesses. Fortunately, there were only 3 princesses. The eldest had already married, the second was 15, and the youngest was merely 8 years old, making them easily recognizable. The eldest princess, He Xiyu, was the only daughter of the Shufei, sister to the Marquis of Baodai. She was 18 and had married the heir of the Marquis 2 years prior, giving birth to a daughter earlier this year. Princess Ixia, aged 15, is the sole daughter of the esteemed consort Li. The emperor intends to arrange a suitor for her during the imperial examination next year. Princess He Chengxu, merely 8 years old, is the daughter of consort Lian and resides in the Western Six courtyard alongside her elder sister. Consort Shu stands out as the only concubine of rank who remains childless. Gu Xiyan, as the crown princess and elder sister-in-law, though yet to be formally wed into the royal family, must accompany the noble women in the new chamber to attend a bride. The wedding of Prince Qi has been lavishly supplemented by the favored consort in a manner that subtly surpasses the customary provisions for a prince. The dowry for the princess Qi comprises 128 ceremonial gifts, a truly extravagant display. On the day of the wedding, the prince personally went to the Ministry of Personnel to welcome the Princess Qi, rather than delegating this honor to the Ministry of Rights, thereby bestowing great respect upon both the Princess Qi and the minister. The atmosphere was jubilant, filled with the sounds of drums and festive celebrations. As the prince and Princess Qi were ushered into the main hall to pay their respects, the emperor had not yet arrived, but permitted the favored consort to leave the palace. The crown prince, holding Gu Xiyan's hand, softly whispered in her ear that she need not envy others, for he had also prepared a dowry for her. Gu Xiyan, observing the newlyweds making their way to the main hall, felt her cheeks flush at the deep, tender voice of the man beside her. In a playful huff, she retorted that she did not require him to prepare a dowry, as her parents would undoubtedly provide her with a substantial one, supplemented by her uncles and relatives. Previously, her parents had discussed preparing 148 ceremonial gifts, along with contributions from other relatives, to total 188. Should the crown prince add another set, her dowry would be unparalleled for generations. The crown prince, with a striking brow and a demeanor that softened like molten wax in her presence, gazed at Gu Xiyan with a warmth that belied his usual aloofness towards outsiders. He languidly cast his eyes upon the charming girl beside him, expressing his desire to prepare a dowry for her. Should she wish to show her gratitude, he suggested a hand-stitched sachet would suffice. Gu Xiyan, her delicate skin blushing like the dawn, shyly protested her lack of skill in embroidery, casting him a glance before lowering her gaze in silence. The crown prince chuckled softly, assuring her that he would not mind, for whatever she crafted would be the finest. Though the surrounding guests could not decipher the intimate exchange over the din of firecrackers and celebratory music, they observed the enchanting princess and the prince, whose ethereal beauty seemed almost divine, and couldn't help but feel moved. Especially those courtiers and noble women who had never witnessed the crown prince's demeanor in such a light. They were bewildered. How could the prince, who appeared so unassuming in the presence of the princess, still maintain his regal composure before them? Such thoughts were best kept unspoken. The favored consort, seated at the head of the table, glanced at the empty seat beside her, her countenance radiating joy, yet within her heart simmered a deep resentment. Why? She wondered, did the emperor not grant the same honor to Chengnan, another of his sons? The grand wedding of the crown prince took place within the royal palace, with the emperor and empress assuredly in attendance. However, the marriage of her son was relegated to the exterior of the palace, at the residence of the Qiwang. Yet, observing the charming couple before her, the favored consort could not suppress her beaming smile. Her son and daughter-in-law had wed a full 7 months prior to the empress's offspring. The heir apparent must undoubtedly be her legitimate grandson. Chapter 47. The rivals draw near after the ceremonial rites concluded. The newlyweds were escorted to the main hall of the Qiwang residence, followed closely by their intimate guests. Gu Xiyan, as the crown princess, though still unwed, had to maintain appearances and diligently attend to her sister-in-law, the Qiwang Fei. Dressed in his princely robes, the Qiwang's eyes sparkled with delight. Yet upon unveiling the bride's exquisite and ethereal beauty, His demeanor shifted, revealing a charming bashfulness that further enhanced her allure. Following the completion of the ceremonial wine shared between the Qi Wang and the Qi Wang Fei, he departed to greet the guests. Sister-in-law greeted the eldest princess, He Xiyu, along with the second princess, He Siyu, and the third princess, He Jiqing, simultaneously acknowledging the Qi Wang Fei. Wearing the ornate Jiu Zhai crown, Qi Wang Fei, Zhou Lanra, gracefully nodded, acknowledging her younger sisters, though she felt as if her neck might stiffen from the weight of her adornments. Gu Xiyan discreetly observed the Qi Wang Fei's crown, noting its sumptuousness and considerable weight, a treasure of immeasurable value. The Crown Princess's own fengguan was the Jiu Huai, Si Fengguan, considerably heavier than that of the Qi Wang Fei's, second only to the Empress's ceremonial Jiu Long Jiu Fengguan. Silently, she mourned her own next plight. The Qi Wang Fei regarded the composed Gu Xiyan beside her, and with a radiant smile, she addressed her, "It is a pleasure to meet the Crown Princess." Internally, she grappled with complex emotions. Her elder brother, Zhou Yuan, had once shared a glance with Gu Xiyan, an encounter that still lingered in his mind. The notion that one could fall for someone at a mere glance weighed heavily on her. What made her situation even more perplexing was that she had wed the second prince, Qi Wang, while Gu Xiyan was to enter the royal family as the crown princess after her. Although the emperor held great satisfaction with the crown prince, whom he had nurtured personally, it was evident that Qi Wang harbored ambitions of usurpation, aspiring to be the most esteemed woman in the realm. Zhou Lanra, the second daughter of the Minister of Personnel, had always been overshadowed by her elder sister. With a gentle smile, Gu Xiyan remarked, "The Qi Wang Fei looks truly beautiful today. I find myself quite envious of Qi Wang." The Qi Wang Fei's face blossomed with the bashfulness befitting a bride, and she silently exhaled in relief, sensing no malice in the crown princess's words. While she aspired to be empress, she understood that the Qi Wang's prospects were dim in the coming years. Hence, she would not be foolish enough to oppose the crown princess. For Qi Wang to successfully seize the throne, the most likely scenario would be to wait until the emperor aged and discord arose between him and the crown prince, seizing the opportunity to challenge the crown prince. As the sun dipped below the horizon and the lanterns illuminated the evening, Gu Xiyan emerged from the bridal chamber and returned to the guest area, where preparations for the banquet were underway. Given her status, she was seated at the head of the women's table. Naturally, flattery ensued, and Gu Xiyan savored a cup of osmanthus wine alongside various dishes, all of exceptional quality, courtesy of the Qi Wang Fu's esteemed chefs. At one point, she stepped outside to a pavilion beside a rockery to catch a breeze and refresh herself. Her tolerance for alcohol was modest, having only consumed a few cups of sweet osmanthus wine. As night fell, the sky sparkled with countless stars. The evening breeze gently sweeps through the corridor, bringing with it the distinct, chill characteristic of autumn. Gu Xiyan sits on a stone bench in the pavilion, the distant sounds of guests mingling in the banquet hall faintly audible. She lifts her gaze to the sky, where the moon is obscured by dark clouds, only to be unveiled by the wind, casting a cold, silver light upon the ground. "Greetings to the esteemed princess consort." A woman's voice suddenly resonates nearby. Gu Xiyan casually follows the sound, her eyes landing on a lady clad in a moon-white orchid-patterned skirt, exuding an ethereal grace and possessing an exquisite beauty. Is this not Miss Zheng Ziwen, one of the childhood companions of His Royal Highness? Miss Zheng, no need for formalities. Zheng Ziwen performs a modest bow, her demeanor elegant, each movement infused with textbook court etiquette. The eldest granddaughter of the Grand Tutor of the capital, Zheng Ziwen is known for her talents, poised nature, and decorum, making her a contender for the title of princess consort in the eyes of many. I am unable to handle wine well, so I thought to take a stroll by the rockery to sober up, only to unexpectedly encounter the princess consort. Her speech is measured, and as she regards Gu Xiyan, a slight smile hints at warmth. "Please sit, Miss Zheng." Gu Xiyan finds herself intrigued. This is the first time a romantic interest of the crown prince has approached her so directly. Mu Rumeng requires no introduction, her straightforward nature having led her to openly glare at Gu Xiyan in front of His Royal Highness. As for the County Princess of Nankong, Gu Xiyan has yet to meet her, but she has already been eliminated from the competition. Han Jiaojiao, on the other hand, lacks finesse in her expressions. Princess Consort, you did not accompany His Royal Highness on the autumn hunt in previous years. Will you be attending this year? Zheng Ziwen gazes at Gu Xiyan, her eyes betraying a hint of probing curiosity. Noticing the fleeting emotion in her gaze, Gu Xiyan maintains her composure and replies with a smile, I shall go. My father has insisted I no longer avoid such duties. Previously, she had evaded the autumn hunt because it provided the best opportunity to engage with the princes, while palace banquets were reserved for matriarchs. However, now that she is the princess consort, it is only fitting that she participates. Upon hearing Gu Xiyan's words, Zheng Ziwen's eyes reflect envy. His Majesty is indeed very kind to the princess consort. Internally, she feels a pang of regret. With Gu Xiyan attending the autumn hunt, she can no longer openly admire His Royal Highness. Zheng Ziwen does not intend to follow the paths of Mu Romeng and Han Jiaojiao. Her aim is simply to leave a favorable impression on the princess consort. Her feelings for His Royal Highness are genuine, and with the position of princess consort already secured, she does not aspire to that title. Her desire is to be selected as a secondary consort in the Eastern Palace next year. She would even be content to become a concubine to His Royal Highness. For His Royal Highness's sake, Zheng Ziwen is willing to embrace all aspects of him, believing that as she gradually wins his heart, the title of Empress will eventually be within her reach. In the Eastern Palace, at half past the hour of Su, His Royal Highness returns, diligently attending to state affairs even after an hour has passed. In recent years, His Majesty has assigned increasingly more responsibilities to the Crown Prince, involving the 6 ministries and 9 temples. Zhou Quan glances at the moon, presenting a bowl of nourishing silver fungus and lotus seed soup, prepared for His Royal Highness's late-night meal. On a Wangwali wood tray, a delicate dish of 8 treasure cake is also laid out. A pot of calamus sits beside the Zeton wood desk, while a fragrant agarwood carved mythical beast serves as a paperweight, quietly emanating a soothing aroma. Your Highness, the hour is late. It is time to rest. Zhou Quan was aware that his counsel would be of little use, so he continued. This is a nourishing soup made with tremella, lotus seeds, and goji berries. The Crown Princess mentioned that staying up late can diminish one's beauty. The Crown Prince paused in his task of reviewing memorials, pondering, did she truly say that? How was I unaware? Nevertheless, the actions of the Crown Prince were earnest. He set aside his vermilion brush and lifted the bowl of perfectly warmed soup. I inquired with the imperial physician. Tremella is indeed beneficial for beauty, and men can also reap its effects. Although the Crown Princess had not spoken directly to him, Zhou Quan was certain of her admiration for the Crown Prince's appearance. He exuded confidence. The Crown Princess was indeed enamored with beauty. The Crown Prince's mood brightened as he smirked slightly. Very well, a reward is in order. Zhou Quan was adept at his duties. Sure, cherished his looks and figure, and he must take good care of himself to cultivate her affection further. Chapter 48. The Emperor's Desire for Wealth the following day, the 10th of September. In the imperial study, since it was not a court meeting, the Crown Prince was only required to attend during the morning hours to assist the Emperor in reviewing memorials. The father and son had partaken of their breakfast, and it was just past the appointed hour when they began their work. At that moment, Lin Kong arrived to report, Your Majesty, Prince Qi and Princess Qi are awaiting you outside the hall. By the customs of the dynasty, after marriage, princes and princesses were required to first visit the Gongquan Palace to pay respects to the Emperor, followed by a visit to the Empress in Kuanning Palace. Only after the imperial children had paid their respects to the Empress could they return to the palace with their mothers. The Emperor waved his hand, and Lin Kong respectfully retreated. The Emperor turned to the Crown Prince. You attended Prince Qi's wedding yesterday. What are your thoughts? Do you feel envious? The Crown Prince pressed his lips together, casting an unhappy glance at the Emperor. Father, why must you pierce my heart? The Emperor was delighted, for he relished witnessing the usually stoic and aloof demeanor of his son reveal another emotion. Your anger is futile. The earliest you can marry is in April of next year, when Prince Qi and Princess Qi enter the hall. They were met with the Crown Prince's solemn expression and the Emperor's cheerful demeanor. "I pay my respects to your Majesty and the Crown Prince," they said, kneeling to perform their greetings. Prince Qi inwardly scoffed. "Is the Crown Prince intentionally showing me disdain?" The Emperor stroked his dragon beard and dismissed the formalities. He looked down at Prince Qi and Princess Qi. "Prince Qi, now that you are married, you are an adult. You must assist the Crown Prince diligently and cherish your wife." Prince Qi bowed in acknowledgement. "I humbly obey Father's teachings." He felt resentment in his heart. The Emperor was far too partial. The Emperor then addressed Princess Qi. "Princess Qi, in the future, you must respect your elders, support your husband, educate your children, and maintain harmonious relationships with your sisters-in-law and brothers-in-law." Princess Qi respectfully replied, "I humbly obey Father's teachings." The Emperor then turned to the Crown Prince, who was seated at the lower end, reviewing the memorials. I shall visit Kuining Palace. Take your time with the memorials and have Gu Xiyan wait for me." The Crown Prince stood to bow. "I obey." He resumed his seat. Kuining Palace was in close proximity to Gangquan Palace, the round trip taking merely a quarter of an hour. Just after Gu Xiyan arrived at Gangquan Palace and sipped a few cups of Taiping Hokue, the Emperor returned. "Have you completed the accounting of military salaries for the border troops, Xiyan? In our dynasty, military salaries are dispersed biannually in spring and autumn. Your Majesty is a wise ruler, and especially considering the looming threat from the Turks at the borders, the military salaries are of utmost importance. The Ministry of Revenue is presently occupied with tax collection, calculating military expenditures, and forecasting the fiscal budget for the coming year. As the head of the ministry, Gu Xiyan is quite knowledgeable about the military salary data. Your Majesty, the military salary for the 100,000 troops stationed at the Hushi frontier have been finalized. In the spring and summer, ordinary soldiers receive a monthly salary equivalent to 1 stone of grain and 1 tael of silver. In the autumn and winter, as per your Majesty's previous decree, the ordinary soldiers are to be paid 2 stones of grain and 1 tael of silver each month. In our dynasty, 1 stone of grain is valued at 1 tael of silver. An ordinary citizen in the city earns approximately 31 for a day's labor, accumulating about 1 tael of silver over a month. A pound of rice costs 8 won, while pork is priced at 30 won per pound, meaning a day's work yields enough to purchase a pound of pork. During the reign of the late emperor, the monthly salary for ordinary soldiers was 1 stone of grain and 8 xian of silver. From the moment your Majesty ascended the throne, preparations for warfare against the Turks began, increasing military funding, enhancing soldiers' welfare, employing capable officials to train the troops, and rooting out corruption in military salaries have all contributed to boosting the army's combat effectiveness, reforming governance, improving irrigation, providing timely disaster relief, and exempting citizens from taxes for 3 years while they cultivate wasteland have significantly strengthened the Great Xia compared to when your Majesty first ascended. After years of diligent governance, the citizens now live in peace and prosperity. A confrontation between the Great Xia and the Turks is inevitable, and victory is assured. Your Majesty shall incorporate the Turks into the Great Xia realm, becoming an enlightened sovereign like the founding emperor who expanded the territory. Gu Xiyan continued. The total military salary for the Hushi frontier troops amounts to 3 million taels, with the salaries for generals and soldiers over 6 months totaling 800,000 taels and 150,000 stones of grain. This year, favorable weather conditions have led to an estimated tax revenue of 50 million taels for the Great Xia, with an army of 800,000 soldiers, of which 200,000 are governed by the capital. Military expenditures alone account for half of the treasury's income. Gu Xiyan proceeded to report the ministry's proposed military expenditure plan for the following year, demonstrating his remarkable memory for figures. Your Majesty began to droop his eyelids. This year, an additional 200 million taels in tax revenue had been allocated, yet half of that was redirected to support the army. Why is there never enough money? Moreover, the Crown Prince has privately engaged in commerce over the past decade, providing him with an additional 300 million taels, ostensibly under your Majesty's small treasury. For infrastructure improvements, such as irrigation and road construction, thereby increasing tax revenue and facilitating trade routes. Your Majesty's reputation has improved significantly compared to previous rulers, with citizens even voluntarily constructing shrines in Your Majesty's honor. Reflecting on this, Your Majesty's mood lightened slightly, and his long fingers tapped rhythmically on the golden silk Nanma table. What further means exist to generate revenue? His Highness, Crown Prince Gu Xiyan, noticed Your Majesty casually picking up a memorial and glancing at it. It was a petition for audience from Zhou Ziyuan, the inspector of salt circulation in the Lianghuai region. The position of salt inspector is a third-rank official, serving a one-year term under the Court of Judicial Review, tasked with overseeing the salt taxation and examining local salt affairs, while possessing the authority to impeach local officials, thereby becoming the de facto overseer of the salt industry. Zhou Ziyuan's memorial meticulously delineates the deficiencies he has discerned within the salt industry management system. In the Lianghuai region, the annual salt tax has reached an astonishing 2 million taels of silver, while the total salt tax revenue for the Great Xia amounts to 5 million taels. As a salt inspector, Zhou Ziyuan is indeed a trusted confidant of the emperor. His character is well suited to his role, and it is evident that there is potential for an additional 200,000 taels in revenue, which pleases His Majesty immensely. Zhou Ziyuan is known for his integrity and his unwavering disdain for injustice, coupled with his remarkable administrative abilities. Within merely 6 months, he has not only uncovered evidence of the governor of Suzhou's collusion with his family in undermining salt policies and engaging in corruption, but has also improved salt production, with an anticipated increase of 200,000 taels in tax revenue for the following year. Presently, the salt permits sanctioned by the court are in short supply, leading to a burgeoning prevalence of illicit salt. Zhou Ziyuan's memorial elaborates on this pressing issue. The Crown Prince, upon receiving the Emperor's edict, fixates on the rampant issue of salt permits and illicit salt. Father, the quantity of salt permits approved by the court is limited. If merchants could first transport essential supplies to the border garrisons and subsequently exchange them for salt permits, his thoughts crystallize into a compelling idea as he continues articulating his plan. The Emperor suddenly rises and strides over to the Crown Prince. Continue, he urges, recognizing the potential of this strategy. Allowing merchants to transport military supplies to the borders in exchange for salt permits would enhance the efficiency of military supply, reduce fiscal expenditures, and foster prosperity in the frontier regions. It is indeed gratifying to witness the promising intellect of the Crown Prince he has nurtured. Gu Xiyan casts a look of approval towards the Crown Prince. In Chapter 49, titled Opening the Middle, the three officials deliberate on implementing the exchange of military supplies for salt permits, engaging in this discussion for the entirety of the morning. Their focus revolves around reporting in the middle, guarding the supply, market exchanges, and what is termed opening the middle. The Ministry of Revenue would utilize salt permits to tender bids to merchants, compensating them with salt permits equivalent to the actual value of the transported goods, which could then be legally sold as official salt. After a thorough discussion, a preliminary framework emerges, and the specifics will be entrusted to Gu Xiyan for drafting a memorial, to be reviewed in a minor court assembly later. After lunch, the Crown Prince returned to the Eastern Palace. It is then that Zhou Quan informs him of the previous night's chance encounter between the Crown Princess and Zheng Zuan. Knowing the Crown Prince's temperament, Zhou Quan refrains from waiting until the afternoon to relay the news. The Crown Prince's gaze darkens. He realizes he must caution Shir, for Zheng Zuan surely harbors ill intentions. A wave of unease washes over him as he contemplates the possibility of Zheng Zuan maligning his reputation in front of Shir. Unbeknownst to Zhou Quan, the Crown Prince is wrestling with these inner conflicts. As he assists the Crown Prince in changing attire, he inquires, "Your Highness, will the Crown Princess be arranging to stay with you during the autumn hunt in the Southern Garden in 7 days?" It is, of course, inconceivable for Gu Xiyan to share a chamber with the Crown Prince. Fortunately, the Crown Prince's residence in the Southern Garden is sufficiently spacious. The man, clad only in a white undergarment, exudes elegance as he reclines on a zeeton-wood bed, pinching the bridge of his nose. "No need," he replies. "Arrange for Shir to stay in the adjacent residence beside mine. Though I desire her company, it would be prudent for her reputation to have her placed next door. During their last visit to the West Garden, His Highness the Crown Prince and Gu Xiyan each resided in their own separate villas. Zhou Quan received his orders and withdrew. In Yikuan Palace, at lunchtime, the imperial concubine surveyed the bountiful dishes laid out before her with an impassive expression. The Princess of Qi discreetly diminished her presence, as the emperor had just summoned eunuch Lin to convey a decree stating that he would not be joining them for lunch, but would arrive later in the evening. Her mother had smiled at that moment, remarking that the emperor prioritized state affairs. Yet once eunuch Lin departed, her mother's demeanor shifted dramatically, reflecting a similar change in the Princess of Qi's expression. "Let us dine first," the imperial concubine suggested, momentarily unable to suppress her emotions. Today was supposed to be a day of greetings from her son and daughter-in-law, and it was only fitting that the emperor should share lunch with them. Instead, he chose to dine in Gangquan Palace with the Crown Prince and Gu Xiyan, leaving her dignity as the imperial concubine in jeopardy. After taking his seat, the Prince of Qi washed his hands and served a bowl of lotus soup to the Princess of Qi. Sensing the unfortunate turn of events, she was about to speak when the imperial concubine cast her gaze upon her. "Your bond as husband and wife brings joy to your mother. While the Crown Prince remains unmarried, it would be prudent to present your mother with a legitimate grandson soon. Do you understand?" The imperial concubine's alluring eyes betrayed a fleeting hint of jealousy before she regained her composure, oblivious to the imperial concubine's subtle envy. The Prince of Qi replied with a smile, "Rest assured, mother, I shall strive diligently with the princess." Having married more than half a year before the Crown Prince, he was confident that he would deliver good news first. The Princess of Qi responded demurely, "I understand, my son." She now regretted allowing the Prince of Qi to be so tender towards her the previous night. He seemed entirely unaware of his mother's feelings. The Princess of Qi did not wish to offend her mother-in-law. According to ancestral customs, a prince is permitted 2 secondary consorts. The Prince of Qi's first consort had already been chosen, his cousin, the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Rome, Su Jingyun, who would enter the household in 3 months. Another consort would be selected by March of next year. She needed to ensure that she bore a legitimate son soon after entering the household, thus solidifying her position as princess. In the golden autumn of September, with a brisk wind blowing on the 13th day of the month, the emperor set forth to the southern outskirts of the capital for a half-month autumn hunt, accompanied by various civil and military officials, as well as noble relatives. Gu Xiyan was not in the carriage of the Gu residence. Instead, she was led by the Crown Prince into the carriage of the Eastern Palace. After several days apart, upon seeing the Crown Prince's extraordinarily handsome face once more, Gu Xiyan's heart fluttered, for she was indeed enamored with beauty. Today, the Crown Prince donned a splendid azure robe adorned with bamboo patterns, cinched at the waist with a jade pendant, a gift he had requested from Gu Xiyan, and crowned with a jade headdress. His peach blossom eyes brimmed with affection, softening the aloof and indifferent expression he often wore in public. "Xiyan, I have missed you dearly," the Crown Prince exclaimed as Gu Xiyan stepped into the carriage, extending his long arm to draw her into his embrace. The world around Gu Xiyan spun momentarily, and she found herself seated upon the firm, warm thigh of the man. His long, defined hand encircled her waist tightly, while Gu Xiyan's small hands instinctively found their way to his strong abdomen, and she raised her arms to wrap around his neck, replying, "I miss you too, Brother Qingyu." Could she truly claim to have forgotten him, save for the moments when the Crown Prince dispatched someone to present her with gifts? They had only crossed paths on the 9th day of the 9th month during the wedding of the Prince of Qi, and today was the 16th, merely a week later. Gu Xiyan would not spontaneously think of him. The Crown Prince inhaled the faint, sweet fragrance of the young maiden, feeling that all the burdensome affairs of state paled in comparison. Initially, he intended to seek an audience with his father to request leave, hoping to take Gu Xiyan to a polo match. The formal trial of the new system had commenced following discussions among the civil and military officials during the 13th small court meeting. Numerous details required attention, compounded by the administrative duties of the court, leaving the Crown Prince unable to meet Gu Xiyan for a week. Unlike other young men, He could not simply take his beloved out for leisure. The Crown Prince felt a profound sense of guilt. Being with him had caused Gu Xiyan considerable distress. As the heir apparent, he bore the weight of both power and responsibility. He Chengxu could not forsake his duties. Nevertheless, during quieter moments, he could still return the memorials and court matters to his father and occasionally meet with Xiyan. Gu Xiyan found his apology puzzling. Why would he apologize so suddenly? Observing the confusion on her delicate features, the Crown Prince lowered his head and gently kissed her fair cheek. I am not a worthy fiancé, as I have so little time to spend with you. Gu Xiyan nestled against him, wrapping her small hands around his slender waist. You mustn't say that. The man I admire is not merely preoccupied with romantic affairs. He cares for the people and loves them as his own children. He is the Crown Prince, esteemed and revered by the subjects of Daxia. Leaning against his chest, her ear pressed against his solid pectoral muscles. She could hear the once steady heartbeat, now racing erratically like a startled fawn. Xiyan, the Crown Prince's voice was hoarse, low, and slightly husky, his gaze intense and smoldering, as though he wished to engulf her entirely. Gu Xiyan, unable to meet his fervent stare, lowered her eyelashes, biting her lip, her cheeks flushed. I wish to have some sweet steamed pastries. In the next moment, her face was tenderly cradled in his hands, his lips capturing her soft, sweet ones. Chapter 50. The clingy Crown Prince, after their lingering kiss, Gu Xiyan gracefully extricated herself from the Crown Prince's embrace. Observing the restrained expression on his face as he attempted to steady his breath, she quietly settled across from him. Fortunately, the carriage of the Eastern Palace was spacious and luxurious, allowing them to sit face to face without feeling cramped. Xiyan, do you enjoy horseback riding? After a brief pause, the Crown Prince regained his composure and inquired gently. Gu Xiyan's eyes sparkled. I do. Although she was somewhat of a homebody, polo was a sport cherished by all, from the nobility to common soldiers in Daxia. Yet, Gu Xiyan preferred to remain in the background during the polo matches organized by the noble ladies of the capital. She often blended in rather than standing out. However, after years of maintaining a low profile, she could no longer evade the royal spotlight. Henceforth, Gu Xiyan resolved to embrace her happiness unapologetically. The autumn hunt does not feature polo matches. However, horseback hunting welcomes participants of both genders. His Royal Highness rose and took a seat beside Gu Xiyan, gently grasping the girl's delicate hand, smooth as cream. The tender touch stirred his spirit, prompting him to clear his throat. Xiyan, shall we form a team during the autumn hunt? He yearned for a closer connection with her. Gu Xiyan raised her eyes, meeting the deep, ink-black gaze of the man, coupled with his playful tone. Very well. His lips curled into a subtle smile. Xiyan, you are truly wonderful. He pressed further. When a moon is at its peak, shall we ride together? Gu Xiyan swiftly raised her hand to cover his lips. No. After all, she had her own horse. Furthermore, His Royal Highness was rather clingy. Xiyan, he called, his voice laced with a mix of longing and affection. She awkwardly averted her gaze, avoiding his eyes. I can only ride for a while. I have my own Feishing. Feishing was a steed of the finest lineage, known for its gentle temperament, not too large in stature, making it suitable for a lady's riding. His Royal Highness smirked with satisfaction. He knew Xiyan held affection for him. I shall fetch you some sweet steamed custard. He turned to retrieve the delicacy chilled in an ebony cabinet of the carriage. Gu Xiyan and His Royal Highness shared the sweet custard, each taking turns to savor it. Within the imperial carriage, His Majesty and the Empress were seated together. My dear, do you think I should summon you and Xiyan to accompany us? His Majesty, intrigued by the prospect, wore a look of eager anticipation. The Empress sighed, a hint of indulgence in her voice. Your Majesty, it is difficult for you to cultivate feelings with Xiyan. Please do not complicate matters. Upon hearing the Empress's words, His Majesty grew even more enthusiastic. Lin Kong entered from outside the carriage. At your service. His Majesty stroked his dragon beard. Go call Yuer and Xiyan here. Yes, Lin Kong replied, bowing before departing. The Empress could not help but place a hand on her forehead. Your Majesty, you are behaving like a child. Do not blame him if Yuer shows a displeased countenance later. In high spirits, His Majesty replied, I will not hold it against him. I simply enjoy witnessing my son's changing expressions. Sure enough, the Crown Prince approached with a stern face, devoid of expression, his demeanor contrasting sharply with the cheerful Gu Xiyan beside him, resembling an iceberg juxtaposed with blooming flowers. Your son pays his respects to the Emperor and Empress. They dismounted their horses, bowing in greeting before taking their seats opposite the imperial couple. Oh, what is this? Are you unhappy to see me? His Majesty feigned a stern expression. The Crown Prince pursed his lips. I see father daily. It has become tiresome. Their intimate world was interrupted by his father. He was well aware that his mother would not spoil the moment. Gu Xiyan was astonished. Did the Emperor and the Crown Prince share such a close bond? The Emperor smirked, his fingers playing with a string of exquisite imperial green beads. Did you hear that, my dear Xiyan? The Crown Prince finds even his own father dull. Do not fall for his sweet words. The Emperor's countenance darkened like ink, his displeasure evident. How could he jeopardize the bond between him and Sierra? Gu Xiyan nodded obediently, remaining silent. The silver lotus flower crown adorned her beautifully. The Emperor also possessed a magnificent gold phoenix hairpin with 7 tails, which he generously gifted her. Gu Xiyan beamed with gratitude, expressing her thanks to the Emperor for his generosity. Why does the Crown Prince not speak? The Emperor inquired, a smile playing on his lips as he deftly twirled the 18-stringed instrument in his hands. Before the Emperor and Empress, the Crown Prince took Gu Xiyan's delicate hand in his own, revealing his affection for her as a daughter-in-law. The Crown Prince was delighted to see her cherished by his father. His wealth was hers, and thus he sought to acquire more rewards from the Emperor to provide for her. The Emperor scoffed lightly before turning his attention back to Gu Xiyan. My dear, how does the Crown Prince treat you? Gu Xiyan, with her bright almond-shaped eyes sparkling, replied, Father, with Brother Qingyu's guidance, he treats me exceptionally well. The Emperor and Empress were charmed, their lips curving into smiles. You are quite the sweet talker, the Empress teased. It is merely the truth, Gu Xiyan insisted. The Crown Prince, under your esteemed tutelage, is indeed the finest young man in our great Xia. I am fortunate. The Crown Prince gazed at Gu Xiyan, his affection and tenderness almost palpable. Outside the carriage, Lin Kong, listening to the laughter emanating from within, felt a deeper admiration for the future Empress. The journey from the palace to the South Garden spanned approximately 200 to 300 miles, taking 3 days. Gu Xiyan grew restless within the confines of the carriage, frequently stepping out to ride and breathe the fresh air. As the sun dipped in the west, the entourage finally arrived at the hunting grounds. Gu Xiyan eagerly dismounted, her demeanor exuding natural elegance. Her sister-in-law, Su Qinghuan, was too far along in her pregnancy to accompany them. Where is Sierra headed? The Crown Prince inquired, his gaze fixed intently upon her, displaying a possessive affection. I have yet to visit the South Garden. I must seek out our Gu family's villa. Brother Qingyu, will you accompany me? The South Garden, nestled within the capital's vicinity, was a traditional hunting ground for the royal family, complete with a palace. However, the palace could not accommodate the multitude of officials and noble families, leading many to settle in villas on the hillside nearby, while those unable to afford their own were provided housing by the court. Sierra, the villa next to mine is quite spacious and has been decorated to your liking in advance, complete with a hot spring. Would you like to stay beside me? Gu Xiyan felt a thrill at the mention of the hot spring. Zissou, please inform my father and mother, and have Fuling bring my belongings. Zissou and Fuling departed on their errand, and the Crown Prince led Gu Xiyan to the villa. Chapter 51. The immaturity of 2 after Zissou and the others left. Gu Yong felt a profound bitterness. His daughter had not yet wed, yet she had already followed the golden pig away. It was a painful experience. He was unable to support Sierra, which weighed heavily on him. Clenching his fists, he turned to Gu Xiyan, urging him to strive diligently and one day stand by their daughter's side. Gu Xiyan pressed his lips together, his tone resolute. Father, I will. If it were any other prince, Gu Xiyan would not hesitate to confront them directly, but this was the Crown Prince, and he dared not. His father was protective, and the Emperor was even more so. At this moment, in the secluded residence of the Mu family, Mu Romeng felt a pang of bitterness upon hearing that Gu Xiyan was residing next to the Crown Prince. Mother, my heart aches. Why does the crown prince treat Gu Xiyan so well? Her eyes reddened with anger. If things continued this way, once she entered the Eastern Palace, where would she stand in the crown prince's heart? Could I perhaps mar Gu Xiyan's face? Mu Rumeng whispered her grievances to her mother, taking advantage of their solitude. Foolishness. With our standing, plotting against the crown princess is a grave crime that could lead to the annihilation of our family. We cannot take such risks. The wife of the Duke of Zhangguo admonished sternly. Mu Rumeng bit her lip. I did not intend to harm the crown princess. I merely wished to teach her a small lesson. For instance, if she were to fall from her horse in fright, wouldn't that merely leave her face bruised? No. Meng'er, do not underestimate the crown prince's capabilities, the duke's wife disapproved. Among the noble ladies hoping for the crown princess to encounter misfortune, her daughter stood out too much. As Mu Rumeng opened her mouth to argue, her mother's severe expression silenced her. Meng'er, refrain from making unnecessary moves. When the selection occurs next year, the position of the crown prince's secondary consort will surely have a place for you. Clenching her fists, Mu Rumeng replied, I will heed mother's words. She resolved to endure for another 6 months. The crown prince would undoubtedly be hers. Once she entered the Eastern Palace, the crown prince would surely be captivated by her charms. The following morning, Gu Xiyan donned a striking crimson riding outfit, exuding a vibrant elegance. The crown prince, arriving early at Gu Xiyan's residence, was clad in a deep azure ensemble, adorned with a jade crown. His handsome features and chiseled brows gave him an otherworldly appearance. Confronted with the crown prince's striking presence, Gu Xiyan felt a surge of joy, her countenance radiant. Brother Chengxu, you look truly splendid. Having spent a quarter of an hour preparing, the crown prince reveled in Gu Xiyan's compliments, playfully brushing his fingertip against his nose, a smile dancing at the corners of his lips and in his eyes. Xiyan, today you are more enchanting than ever. He gazed at her graceful figure, their eyes locking in a moment of shared affection. Which version of me do you find more appealing, yesterday's or today's? Gu Xiyan asked, broaching a classic yet trivial topic. As Zissou and the others served breakfast, the crown prince, unconcerned with his surroundings, took Gu Xiyan's delicate hand in his. In my heart, Xiyan, you are always beautiful, and today you surpass even yesterday. After delighting in their meal together, Gu Xiyan and the crown prince rode off to the nearby woods for a leisurely respite. The golden grasslands stretched endlessly before them, shimmering under the sunlight, while the vibrant hues of the autumn forest and the azure sky painted a breathtaking scene. The undulating hills in the distance showcased a picturesque blend of golden birch and maple trees, their vibrant reds akin to blood, creating a poetic tableau. The main contingent would rest today, with the grand hunt scheduled for tomorrow. The crown prince led Gu Xiyan in a direction less frequented, and they encountered few others along the way. Thus, Gu Xiyan was embraced by His Highness the Crown Prince and mounted on his majestic steed, journey to the moon. Gu Xiyan, petite in stature, found herself unable to reach the stirrups of the tall, spirited horse, renowned among the blood-sweating steeds. Her back pressed closely against the man's firm, warm chest, enveloped in a faint fragrance of sandalwood, leaving her breathless. Although she possessed the skill to ride, the inability to access the stirrups instilled a sense of unease within her as she placed her complete trust in the crown prince. With one hand firmly grasping the reins and the other gently encircling Gu Xiyan's delicate waist, he leaned his head against her soft hair, whispering, Sire, do not be anxious. My riding skills are exceptional, having cultivated a deep bond with Journey to the Moon over the years. He could effortlessly navigate their way back to the capital, even with his hands released. Gu Xiyan, adorned with a high ponytail and a resplendent ruby hairpin, exuded a refreshing and poised demeanor. I am afraid, Brother Chengxu, she confessed, for the steed she typically rode, Flying Star, was nowhere near this towering height. As her feet dangled without reaching the stirrups, a wave of panic surged within her. The crown prince, astute and perceptive, noticed her small feet, uncertain and misplaced, and understood her trepidation. Yet he also possessed a keen desire for self-preservation. He could offer her the stirrups, but knowing she could not reach them, He refrained from speaking such words. "Trust me, all right? Sierra, I will not let you fall." His long, fair hand caressed her soft abdomen, radiating warmth. Gu Xiyan bit her lip, vowing inwardly that she would never ride alongside the Crown Prince again. Noticing her silence, he swiftly pressed his legs against the horse's belly, and Journey to the Moon surged forward, creating a distance between them and their attendants. A gust of wind rushed past them as the Crown Prince accelerated, causing Gu Xiyan's heart to race. Her almond-shaped eyes widened in astonishment, and before she could fully comprehend the situation, they had distanced themselves from the following attendants. As she regained her composure, Gu Xiyan felt her initial tension dissipate. Mid-sentence, as she attempted to speak to Zissou and the others, the wind filled her mouth, prompting her to fall silent. The Crown Prince's sudden burst of speed, albeit somewhat juvenile, radiated a sense of dominance that Gu Xiyan found herself drawn to. She had a penchant for assertive men, especially those who retained a hint of youthful exuberance. Gu Xiyan was not unaccustomed to riding. Moreover, given the Crown Prince's exceptional martial prowess, it was unlikely that he would let her come harm. Zissou and the others would catch up shortly, so she decided to relish the exhilarating sensation of riding a grand steed. Gu Xiyan, typically averse to riding at such a swift pace, did not possess a fiercely competitive nature. The galloping, blood-sweating horse stirred within her a sense of exhilarating freedom, electrifying her senses. Having come to terms with her situation, she released her firm grip on the saddle, leaning into the man's embrace, extending her arms, her eyes gently closing as she nestled closer to the Crown Prince. Noticing her relaxed dependence, the Crown Prince felt a wave of satisfaction and subtly quickened their pace. A quarter of an hour later, they arrived at the edge of the grassy plains, where they met the foot of the forest. The Crown Prince guided Gu Xiyan towards the verdant brink of the woods. The towering trees, lush and verdant, stand majestically in the forest, while the melodious chirping of birds fills the air, and the refreshing breeze invigorates the spirit. Soon after, Gu Xiyan and others caught up, finding a serene spot by a babbling brook to rest. Gu Xiyan took a leisurely stroll with the Crown Prince not far off, only to be drawn by the sound of a man's voice ahead. Chapter 52. Eavesdropping. The Crown Prince's gaze flickered slightly as Gu Xiyan tilted her head to observe him. Could this be considered eavesdropping? Sensing the implication in the young lady's eyes, the Crown Prince's expression stiffened. After all, he was a gentleman and would never stoop to such behavior. Clearly, it was the other party who had approached them. "Young Master Shao, what do you intend to do?" The man's voice was deep, devoid of discernible emotion. "Lord Pingyang, you shot that fox first. I merely struck its hind leg," replied a low, husky youth, tinged with reluctance. Miss Gu has expressed her admiration for gentlemen. A true gentleman does not covet another's joys. "Lord Pingyang, I am genuinely curious as to why you agreed to meet with Miss Gu," inquired Shi Yuan. Shao Li, the son of Lord An Yuan, was just 16 and previously unacquainted with Lord Pingyang Shi Yuan. Having lost both parents, Shi Yuan was left with only his grandmother, the elderly Lady Pingyang, for companionship. Over recent years, the borders between the Great Xia and the Turks have been fraught with intermittent conflicts, rendering the region unstable. Shi Yuan's father, a valiant warrior, met his demise during a victorious pursuit against the Turks in the 7th year of the Yuan dynasty, struck in the chest by an arrow smeared with filth, succumbing to fever. His mother, pregnant at the time, was devastated by the news and tragically passed away during childbirth. At the tender age of 9, Shi Yuan found himself alone, with only his grandmother remaining. The laws of the realm dictated that the legitimate heir to noble titles could only be conferred at the age of 10. In the absence of a legitimate heir, the title would pass to the legitimate son. The emperor, compassionate towards the plight of the Pingyang heir, appointed him as the heir at the age of 9. A rare exception to the rule. In contrast to Shao Li, who was a frivolous admirer of beauty, Shi Yuan underwent a profound transformation after losing his parents. Becoming withdrawn and taciturn, since the age of 9, he devoted himself to studying military strategy and rigorous training, entering the battlefield by the age of 14. He seldom participated in gatherings of nobility and officials, and by 18, He successfully passed the examination for succession, becoming the youngest marquis in the history of the Great Xia. Xiao Li acknowledged his own superficial nature, having long been captivated by Miss Gu, renowned as the most beautiful maiden in the capital. Yet, he found it perplexing that Shi Yuan, who seemed far removed from the frivolities of his own character, had also taken a liking to her. As Shi Yuan gazed into the distance, lost in memories, he recalled the 7th year of the Yuan dynasty when his father perished. Officials and nobility had come to pay their respects. At only 9 years old, he struggled to comprehend the loss of both parents within a matter of days. He watched in a daze as waves of adults and ladies expressed their condolences, casting sympathetic glances at him and his grandmother. Clad in white robes and draped in mourning cloth, he discreetly slipped behind a rockery to weep while the crowd bustled around him, oblivious to his sorrow. Xiao Shiyuan had never so profoundly grasped the concept of death, nor understood the significance of losing his parents. With swollen eyes, he wept, gazing at the overcast sky. Suddenly, a melodious and gentle voice broke through his sorrow from behind. "Xiao Shiyuan, do not be sad," it said. Xiao Shiha, adorned with twin buns and 2 moon-white flower pins atop her head, approached him wearing a light green embroidered skirt and squatted down beside him. Xiao Shiyuan had not yet reached the age to be addressed as the Crown Prince. Thus, he was merely referred to as the eldest son of the Pingyang Marquisate. With an expressionless demeanor, he turned to Xiao Shiha and inquired, "Who are you?" At just 5 years old, Xiao Shiha had never met Xiao Shiyuan before, but had heard from her father that the Marquis of Pingyang had sacrificed himself for the nation, prompting her insistence to come and pay her respects. Clever and perceptive, she sought to bridge the gap, introducing herself, "I am Gu Yang's daughter, Gu Shiha, and I'm 5 years old." She then embraced Xiao Shiyuan tightly. "Your father, the Marquis of Pingyang, is a great hero who nearly captured the new Turkic Khan," she recounted, echoing her father's words. At this time, Gu Yong held the position of Minister of Revenue, yet had not ascended to the role of Prime Minister. Xiao Shiyuan remained stoic, observing the small figure hugging him, a round-faced little girl with bright almond-shaped eyes, black and white, sparkling like stars. Though she barely reached his waist, her voice was surprisingly melodious. "What does being a great hero matter? I have no parents," he thought, sniffing back his tears as he reciprocated the embrace. Xiao Shiha gently patted his back, attempting to console him. "Xiao Shiyuan, my father says that soldiers fight to protect their homes and country. Without a nation, there can be no home. They even face death on the battlefield." Furrowing her brow, she added, "I don't know what to do about your loss. My parents cannot be shared with you." Her delicate face scrunched into a frown, as she had only intended to comfort him, not to offer her parents. It appeared her consoling skills fell short. As Xiao Shiyuan remained deeply saddened, with determination, she produced her little handkerchief. "Here, wipe your tears, Xiao Shiyuan. You still have your grandmother, and the honor of the Pingyang Marquisate needs you to carry it on. You must avenge your father's death. A man should not cry." Initially, Xiao Shiyuan found her attempts at consolation lacking, yet he was struck by her final words. Momentarily taken aback, he accepted the handkerchief and took her hand, leading her towards the main hall. After hearing Xiao Shiyuan's words, Xiao Li felt a pang of sympathy. The Marquis of Pingyang, what could one say? He found himself at a loss for words. His admiration for Miss Gu had been superficial, limited to her beauty, and thus his opportunity had ended in regret. However, what was the situation with the Marquis of Pingyang? Was it merely a twist of fate? Xiao Li had clearly observed the tenderness in the Marquis's expression when he spoke of Miss Gu. She must be his cherished one. "Come out," Xiao Shiyuan commanded in a low voice. Gu Shiha, who had been hiding behind a large tree, was startled by Xiao Shiyuan's voice once again. She had just been startled by the cold, stern expression of the Crown Prince, for Gu Shiha had never witnessed such a countenance before. Consequently, she inadvertently stepped on a golden autumn leaf, producing a sound. The massive tree obstructing their path was so large that 5 people would struggle to encircle it. Thus, initially, Shi Yuan and Xiao Li could not see them. The Crown Prince, holding Gu Shiha's hand, emerged from behind the tree, his face devoid of expression as he gazed at them. Upon recognizing the Crown Prince and Gu Shiha, Shi Yuan and Xiao Li were momentarily taken aback. However, Shi Yuan maintained his composure, ensuring Gu Xiyan's reputation remained intact. After all, she was only 5 years old at that time, and there was little that could not be disclosed to outsiders. Yet, the Crown Prince was now consumed by jealousy. "We pay our respects to your highness." Both men dismounted and bowed in unison. "We pay our respects to her highness, the Crown Princess." The Crown Prince's dark, ink-like eyes were somber as he intertwined his long, defined fingers with Gu Xiyan's, dismissing the formalities. Chapter 53. The jealous Crown Prince Gu Xiyan felt somewhat embarrassed, having forgotten what she had initially said. After all, since the age of 7, she had aspired to cast a wide net in search of a future husband. Though the journey had been fraught with unexpected turns, the fish she had caught had not awaited her coming of age. Moreover, Gu Xiyan was a considerate young girl, having lost track of how many people she had comforted in her childhood. However, she was taken aback to learn that Shi Yuan had once possessed a lively and charming disposition. She suddenly regretted her previous thoughts of him being dull and uninteresting, thankful that she had refrained from voicing such sentiments. Instead, she merely told Shi Yuan that they lacked common interests and were thus not suited for one another. Gu Xiyan silently reassured herself in her heart. Shi Yuan lowered his gaze, fixated on their interlocked fingers, feeling a pang of sorrow. Gu Xiyan sensed that the current situation was akin to a battlefield. It was best for her to remain silent. Her fiancé, the Crown Prince, had again encountered her suitors, and there were 2 of them. The Crown Prince raised an eyebrow, remarking that he and Xier had planned a horseback outing, inadvertently eavesdropping on the 2 gentlemen's conversation. Shi Yuan and Xiao Li had also noticed the towering tree and recognized the truth in the Crown Prince's words. Throughout the court and the realm, the Crown Prince was praised for his literary and martial prowess, his ability to discern talent, and his reputation as a paragon of virtue. Yet in their eyes, the Crown Prince's illustrious image seemed to be teetering on the brink. Who would dare to forcibly abduct a nobleman's daughter in broad daylight? Shi Yuan clenched his fists behind his back, pursed his lips, and raised his gaze to the Crown Prince, making a concerted effort to avoid looking at Gu Xiyan. "Your Highness, you and Her Highness, the Crown Princess, are a match made in heaven. I merely regarded Her Highness as a dear little sister who once consoled me." Shi Yuan's voice was calm. "It is well known that men and women must marry in due course. I had originally thought that if the Crown Princess would consent, I would care for her for a lifetime. However, Her Highness expressed that we lack common ground and found me uninteresting, thus rejecting me. It is clear that the Crown Princess and the Crown Prince are destined for one another." Xiao Li's eyes widened in disbelief. Who would have thought that the Duke of Pingyang could be so loquacious? The Crown Prince tightened his grip on Gu Xiyan's hand, a sardonic smile playing at the corners of his lips as he realized for the first time how articulate the Duke of Pingyang could be. Just as Shi Yuan was about to add something further, the Crown Prince, with a smile that did not reach his eyes, replied, "You are free to proceed as you wish. I shall go fishing with Xier." The Crown Prince bent down to embrace Gu Xiyan and held her closely, prompting her to wrap her arms around his neck, stifling a gasp that nearly escaped her lips. Xiao Li watched them depart before turning to observe Shi Yuan, an apologetic expression gracing his face. "Prince Pingyang, today it is I who have caused you trouble. After all, curiosity is said to kill the cat. And now he had offended the Crown Prince. What would become of him in the future?" Shi Yuan mounted his horse, casting a glance at Xiao Li. "No, perhaps it is better this way. At least there will be no regrets. The Crown Princess is now aware of my sentiments." Shi Yuan, who had long harbored feelings for Gu Xiyan, had silently observed her for many years, waiting for her coming of age. Yet, at their initial meeting, he had been at a loss for words. He recognized that he was not the type that Gu Xiyan favored. Nonetheless, he could not dwell on past grievances, for she had completely forgotten them. Ultimately, fate had deemed them incompatible. "The Crown Prince is not a petty man. Do not underestimate him," Xiao Li sighed. "Indeed. Gulme, let us drink." He mounted his horse as well, vowing to support Prince Pingyang should the Crown Prince seek to undermine him in the future. By the babbling brook, golden maple leaves drifted down from the trees, carried by the gentle current. Gu Xiyan sat upon a stone by the stream, while the Crown Prince amusingly fished with a twig. Zhou Quan and the others stood watch nearby, bemused by the Crown Prince's unexpected leisure. Was he emulating Jiang Taigong, fishing without a rod or bait? What sort of fish was he attempting to catch? Having served the crown prince for many years, Zhou Quan could discern something amiss with him. Gu Xiyan shifted closer, sitting beside the crown prince. "Brother Qingyu," she said softly, wrapping her arms around his. The crown prince scoffed. "Why do you not embrace me? Am I not deserving of comfort?" Jealousy gnawed at him, his heart sour at the thought of Shi Yuan. Gu Xiyan bit her lip, rising to straddle the crown prince's lap in one fluid motion. "Brother Qingyu, children speak without restraint," she teased, her hands encircling his neck. "I know my mistake. You are my only beloved." Noting his silence, she shyly leaned in to press her lips against his. The brief contact sent her heart racing, and she buried her face in his embrace. "I shall not be jealous anymore, shall I?" The crown prince's lips curled into a subtle smile, his brows relaxing as he tossed the twig aside, supporting Gu Xiyan's back to steal another kiss. Her cheeks flushed. She had just boldly kissed the crown prince in plain sight. When alone, she had grown accustomed to his affections, but in the presence of others, she was a modest girl, shy and bashful. Had it not been for the charming jealousy displayed by His Highness the Crown Prince, she would never have found herself seated upon his lap, bestowing upon him a fervent kiss. Observing her bashful demeanor, the crown prince's lips curved into a smile. "Sire, if you kiss me once more, I shall cease to be jealous." He was merely envious. Gu Xiyan, with her hands shielding her eyes, adopted a playful guise as she leaned in to press her lips against the man's. The crown prince leaned back, causing Gu Xiyan to miss her target, compelling her to open her fingers and gaze upon him. "Brother Qingyu, do rise quickly." Gu Xiyan's cheeks flushed crimson with embarrassment, making her appear as if she were a brazen conqueror. The crown prince deftly twisted his waist, rising gracefully, his hands encircling her waist as he leaned in to kiss her. Gu Xiyan shyly wished to bury her face in his chest, yet his hands held her face, preventing her from moving. Zhou Quan observed the increasingly affectionate pair not far away, narrowing his eyes slightly before diverting his gaze, reluctant to watch further. However, he silently elevated the importance of the crown princess in his mind. He had already placed her status above that of the crown prince. After all, who could resist the sight of the usually composed and aloof crown prince displaying such childlike innocence and eagerness in the presence of the crown princess? Zhou Quan was certain that if the crown prince were to discover this, he would commend him for his insight. He resolved to once again impress upon the people of the Eastern Palace the necessity of treating the crown princess with the same respect afforded to His Highness. As for why he did not place the crown princess above the crown prince, it was evident that only he, Zhou Quan, held the esteemed position of the crown prince's most trusted subordinate. Others, even with Zhou Quan's well-meaning reminders, would not genuinely acknowledge this. Who else could claim the title of the crown prince's foremost confidant? Chapter 54. The Crown Prince Lacking in Tenderness. On September 17th, in the Southern Garden, the annual autumn hunt commenced. In the realm of the Great Xia, where martial prowess was esteemed, noblemen, officials, and their families would all mount their steeds. The emperor offered a prize of considerable worth, including a jade pendant valued at 500 taels, a gift of imperial favor that carried both prestige and substance. The individual who emerged victorious would, if favored by the emperor, likely be granted a promotion. As drums and gongs echoed, the emperor, mounted on his horse, loosed the first arrow, prompting guards, soldiers, noblemen, officials, and unmarried ladies to set off in their respective teams. The emperor, of course, did not partake in the competition for prizes. He merely relished the exhilaration of the hunt. The autumn hunt would span 3 days, with participants bringing their own provisions and water skins. The empress, observing the affectionate pair before her, gently admonished, "Your Sierra is participating in the autumn hunt for the first time. You must take good care of her." Gu Xiyan affectionately approached, wrapping her arms around the empress's, saying, "Mother, you are so kind to Sierra. I truly adore you." She tilted her head, nuzzling against the empress, clad in a striking red riding outfit, her hair styled in a half-updo, adorned with a red coral and turquoise beaded headpiece. She sported a pair of red coral tassel earrings that chimed softly with her movements, producing a melodious sound. The crown prince gazed tenderly at the two women, who resembled a pair of mother and daughter. "Rest assured, mother, I shall take excellent care of Sierra." The empress lowered her gaze at her arm, which was embraced by Gu Xiyan, her heart softening with affection. She has but one son, Yuer, and has not conceived again over the years. From a moment of his birth, he was bestowed the title of crown prince, and, starting at the tender age of 3, was taken to the Gangquan Palace for personal upbringing by His Majesty, returning to the Kuining Palace only for meals and sleep. Moreover, Yuer is not the type to seek affection, having ceased to crave her embraces since he turned 3. Although the empress is quite pleased that her son is nurtured under the emperor's care, she cannot help but yearn for a daughter who would display endearing traits. Despite her grace and magnanimity, she does not possess the tolerance to treat a concubine's daughter as her own. "Hurry and go hunting. Soon, the prey will be claimed by others," the empress gently urged, patting Gu Shi in her soft little hand. The empress and the palace concubines are not permitted to partake in the hunt. While the customs of the Great Xia are relatively liberal, it remains inappropriate for the emperor's women to engage with men from outside the palace. Sunlight filtered through the lush leaves, casting dappled reflections upon the ground strewn with fallen foliage and branches. Gu Shi pursed her lips, playing with the coral and pearl ornaments adorning her as she rode. It was difficult for her to reconcile the spirited, polo-loving daughter of the Duke of the State before marriage with the current dignified empress. Must all women transform after marriage? Should she feel fortunate that she prefers a life of tranquility at home? Nonetheless, Gu Shi also longs for outings and adventures. She had never pondered such thoughts deeply before. But now, the realization that her life within the palace would be confined to summer retreats and autumn hunts filled her with melancholy. "Shir, what troubles you? Are you unwell?" The crown prince, perceptive as ever, sensed her despondency. Looking at the strikingly handsome crown prince beside her, Gu Shi replied, "No, brother Chengxu. Shall we hunt a fox or mother?" She knew she must not be greedy. As power and freedom were a choice, she could only make one at a time. The crown prince regarded her with suspicion, sensing her insincerity, yet smiled and said, "Very well." Just then, a vividly colored wild chicken appeared ahead. Gu Shi deftly drew an arrow from the quiver hanging from her saddle, skillfully knocking it to her specially crafted female bow and aiming at the wild chicken with precision. The draw weight of her bow was just under 6 do. In Great Xia, 1 shi is equivalent to 120 jin. The standard bow for archers is 8 do, with a draw weight of 80 jin. Those capable of wielding a 1 shi bow are considered elite among Great Xia archers. The passing mark for the military examination involving a hard bow requires a draw of 1 shi 2 bows, equating to 160 jin. Those who could draw a 2 shi bow are exceedingly rare, and only a few, such as Duke Chengguo Lu Jiasu and his heir Lu Zhixing, as well as the former and current Marquis of Pingyang, Shi Ying and Shi Yuan, can achieve this. Gu Shi lacked the stamina to shoot dozens of arrows. She could manage at most 3 before fatigue set in, as the draw weight was a formidable 60 jin. The crown prince, possessing both martial and scholarly talents, devoted merely 1 hour a day to training. Managing to draw a 2 shi bow was already a testament to his exceptional aptitude. Observing the wild chicken struck from a distance by Gu Shi, the man capable of wielding a 2 shi bow turned to her and remarked, "Shir, you are truly remarkable." The accompanying guard rode forward, securing the wild chicken caught by Gu Shi in a bamboo basket tied to the side of the horse. Gu Shi pouted slightly, lamenting that she had only managed to hunt a solitary wild chicken, a rather foolish endeavor. She was acutely aware of her limitations. The thought of hunting bears, tigers, wolves, deer, or even rabbits was beyond her imagination. At that moment, a startled spotted deer suddenly appeared ahead, followed closely by the sound of thundering hooves. The deer was swiftly struck down by an arrow, struggling futilely before collapsing to the ground. When Gu Shi raised her eyes, she was taken aback to see Han Jiao approaching on horseback, and, regrettably, they were clad in identical attire. Han Jiao was dressed in a vibrant red riding outfit, her demeanor graceful as she offered a salute, her eyes shimmering with the bashfulness of an unexpected encounter with her beloved. "This humble servant greets His Royal Highness," she proclaimed. I recall your remarkable prowess in hunting tigers and wolves from a few years past. My father has always said you were his most exceptional student, unlike me, who can only manage to catch gentle creatures like the spotted deer. What does His Royal Highness think of my archery? I have practiced diligently. However, the prince barely acknowledged the eagerly expectant and blushing Han Jiao. He frowned slightly, noticing that his consort was present, and yet she had not offered her respects. Initially oblivious to Gu Xi's presence, Han Jiao's gaze shifted to the pair riding side by side, her lips pursed in mild irritation. It was her first time witnessing someone standing shoulder to shoulder with the prince. According to the hierarchy, the prince was the sovereign, and others were expected to maintain a respectful distance behind him. Moreover, she had unwittingly matched attire with the princess consort. Although the designs differed slightly, the colors were identical. Upon hearing the prince's displeased inquiry, her eyes reddened as she managed to say, "This humble servant greets the princess consort." Gu Xi remained composed atop her horse, inwardly expressing her disdain for the prince's lack of understanding regarding the fragility of women. "Miss Han, there is no need for formalities," she replied, her smile exuding elegance. Han Jiao clenched her teeth, her gaze catching sight of the wild chicken and forcing a calm smile as she addressed Gu Xi. "Princess consort, my archery skills are decent. Might I propose that we team up?" Before Gu Xi could respond, she continued, "His Royal Highness has consistently ranked among the top 3 in the autumn hunts. I recently observed the Qi Wang capturing a leopard. We as young ladies must not burden our male counterparts. With my company, His Royal Highness can confidently pursue tigers and wolves." Gu Xi regarded Han Jiao with an inscrutable expression, acknowledging her perceptiveness. Just as a smile graced Han Jiao's lips, Gu Xi added, "However, I do not require a protector of flowers. His Royal Highness wishes to accompany me in hunting wild chickens rather than pursuing tigers or wolves. Perhaps Miss Han should discuss this with His Royal Highness." A chill ran down Han Jiao's spine. She had no desire to be a mere protector of flowers. Was Gu Xi intentionally trying to vex her? The prince's gaze was icy, his enchanting peach blossom eyes revealing a certain detachment when directed at others. "You are too noisy. I will accompany my princess consort in her hunt. It is of no concern to you." His tone was indifferent, as he briefly glanced at Han Jiao before diverting his attention elsewhere. Han Jiao tightly grasped the whip in her hand. Her eyes reddened with urgency as she implored, "Your Highness, you have changed. You were never like this before. In past hunts, you consistently ranked among the top 3, while the Prince of Qi now casts a covetous gaze." What Han Jiao refrained from expressing was the confidence and ease with which the Crown Prince had always secured the second position. As the heir apparent, he had no need to contend for the accolades bestowed upon ministers by the emperor, yet he delighted in hunting, meticulously calculating the skills of others to ensure his perpetual second place. However, the Prince of Qi was exceptional in archery and horsemanship, often placing within the top 5. If the Crown Prince were to indulge solely in romantic pursuits with Gu Xi, would he not find himself eclipsed by the Prince of Qi? Han Jiao believed she was being quite reasonable, yet to her surprise, Gu Xi harbored no affection for the Crown Prince. When one truly loves another, how could they bear to see their beloved surpassed by a rival? The Crown Prince, growing increasingly impatient, wondered why this person failed to comprehend his words. What amusement lay in hunting? He had grown weary of securing second place so many times. It paled in comparison to the joy of conversing with Xi'er. As for the Prince of Qi, the Crown Prince held him in disdain. Did the Prince of Qi truly think he could contest the position of heir with merely cunning? The Crown Prince mused that if the Prince of Qi were to triumph in the end, either he had lost his sanity or his father had. How audacious! "This matter does not concern you," he declared. "You are obstructing my path. Step aside." The Crown Prince and Han Jiao were hardly acquainted. He felt a flicker of anxiety. What if Xi'er believed there was something between him and Han Jiao? Gu Xi observed Han Jiao, who stubbornly remained in place, and then glanced at the Crown Prince, internally acknowledging his impressive handling of the situation. Han Jiao was strikingly beautiful, her tearful visage evoking sympathy. Yet the Crown Prince, with a heart of iron, spared not a single glance in her direction. After a moment, Gu Xiyan managed a gentle smile. Miss Han, please allow us to pass. The Crown Prince and I are off to hunt foxes for the Empress. Han Jiao could only respond with a sigh. Approximately 15 minutes later, the Crown Prince successfully caught a red fox. Though not as rare as the white or black foxes, its fur was sleek and glossy. Elfia, the Crown Prince called as he noted Gu Xiyan's gaze upon him, quickly reaching out to take her hand. Gu Xiyan, momentarily taken aback, inquired, "What is it?" The Crown Prince appeared somewhat unsettled. "I am not familiar with Miss Han. Although her father is the princess protector, I have never visited the Han residence, and not everyone can enter the Eastern Palace. There was a time when Mu Rumeng had intruded into the Eastern Palace without permission and had been summarily ejected by the Crown Prince. Throughout the journey, the Crown Prince had been anxious, fearing the Xiyan might suspect him of having an affair with another woman, which might explain her reluctance to engage with him. Gu Xiyan had not given the earlier incident a second thought. After all, one could not be expected to converse incessantly. Moreover, it had only been a quarter of an hour. She believed her demeanor was quite amiable. The Crown Prince could not discern the emotions hidden beneath her long, raven-like lashes. He held tightly to her delicate hand. "Trust me, Xiyan, I am untainted. I have had no dealings with other women." His pale face flushed with urgency, enhancing his already striking features. Gu Xiyan and the prince found themselves in a humorous predicament. "I am hardly a fierce tigress, Brother Chengxu." As the man's hand turned upwards, it enveloped his own, revealing the enticingly winding veins upon his wrist. "I trust you. I was merely momentarily lost in thought." Gu Xiyan relished the exhilarating sensation of galloping through the forest. The Crown Prince visibly exhaled, his demeanor reflecting a profound sense of relief. At that moment, Gu Xiyan suddenly realized that the Crown Prince was not quite as composed and strategic as the legend suggested. At merely 18, he was but a dashing young man, 3 years her senior, susceptible to the whims of love and longing. He was not so different from the noble young man of yore who sought to win her favor. If one were to draw distinctions, it would be that the Crown Prince was the most handsome and least pretentious among them. Upon this realization, a glimmer of mischief sparkled in her eyes. Her brother was indeed correct. No man could resist the allure of beauty. Fortunately, with her lineage and beauty combined, she was destined for a life of splendor and adoration. Were it not for her looks, how could she possess such confidence today? As the moon gradually ascended and the sun dipped below the horizon, the night sky adorned itself with twinkling stars. Due to the expansive hunting grounds spanning hundreds of miles, connected to the Yinshan mountain range, everyone had brought provisions for 3 days. The campfire crackled, casting gentle flickers of light upon the young lady's porcelain complexion. His Majesty and the Crown Prince casually rested upon a nearby stone, having encountered the imperial entourage during the evening. Gu Xiyan cupped her face, gazing at her father with admiration. "Father, you are truly remarkable for being able to hunt a tiger." His Majesty beamed with pride. "Of course, I am formidable. In my youth, I could draw a 2-stone bow. As for now, hunting tigers required collaboration with the Imperial Guards. The tiger skin I procured today is remarkably smooth. Once it is processed, I shall gift it to you, my dear Xiyan. I have discovered the joys of raising a daughter." It was no wonder that Gu Boyong often spoke of his precious daughter with such fondness. Unlike him, although Yuer was a prodigious youth who admired his father, he had outgrown the phase of seeking his father's affection. His Majesty nostalgically recalled the days when the little Crown Prince would indulge in playful affection before the age of 5. "Thank you, Father. I shall not be polite," Gu Xiyan exclaimed, wrapping her arms around the Crown Prince's, tilting her head to gaze at her father. "With Brother Chengxu as my father, I shall have endless riches and honors in the future. You must favor me more, the more the better." Upon hearing this, His Majesty paused, then burst into hearty laughter. "You impish girl. No wonder Gu Boyong dotes on you. You are simply delightful." The Crown Prince, meanwhile, observed as the Imperial Guards tended to the wild chickens and hares, preparing them for roasting. Gu Xiyan engaged in light-hearted conversation with the Crown Prince and His Majesty, exchanging laughter and stories. She even presented them with her self-prepared mosquito-repellent sachets. Their evening meal comprised roasted meat alongside their provisions, and the atmosphere was warm and inviting. Under the bright moon, after about half an hour, a sudden sharp sound of an arrow slicing through the air erupted, aimed directly at His Majesty. Chapter 56. A heroic rescue. The initial sound of the arrow was subtle, masked by the sounds of their conversation. As the distance approached 20 paces, the attentive captain of the Imperial Guards and His Highness the Crown Prince finally discerned the imminent danger. With a commanding shout, they alerted for protection, while Lin Kong, realizing the gravity of the situation, urgently widened his eyes and cried out for assistance, leaping to hasten towards the Emperor's side. The Imperial Guards instinctively rallied to defend. Yet they remained a considerable distance from the Emperor. Although they were only a yard away, vigilant in their positions, the speed of the arrows was formidable, especially considering these were finely crafted crossbow bolts, lethal and swift. The projectiles could reach a staggering speed of 14 paces per moment, equivalent to 40 meters in the blink of an eye. In less than 2 breaths, the onlookers bore witness as the lethal arrow, glinting coldly in the moonlight, approached the Emperor's heart, mere inches away. At that critical moment, the Crown Prince, positioned beside the Emperor, lunged forward with lightning speed, seizing the arrow's shaft and forcefully snapping it. The faint sound of flesh and wood scraping through the air barely registered. Concurrently, Gu Xiyan, her complexion ashen from fear, remained rooted in place. Her eyes widened in horror as the crossbow bolts surged toward the Emperor's heart. In a sudden burst of strength, she pressed down hard on the Emperor's waist, unexpectedly forcing him to the ground, her latent power catching him off guard. A dull thud reverberated as he hit the earth. Gu Xiyan's eyes wide open. Surely this act could be considered a rescue rather than an assassination? The Emperor, genuinely astonished by Gu Xiyan's bravery, had not anticipated such a bold move. He had just begun to rise as the Crown Prince lunged forward when Gu Xiyan unexpectedly pushed him down. His head struck the muddy ground with a thud. Though skilled in martial arts, he had been unexpectedly ambushed by the young girl. The Crown Prince discarded the broken arrow, and 2 more arrows whistled through the air. One was deflected by the long sword of Captain Gu Xiyan, while another hurtled toward its target. He swiftly sidestepped, using his long leg to dissipate the arrow's force, which embedded itself into the soil. With a composed demeanor and furrowed brow, the Crown Prince commanded the pursuit. Captain Gu Xiyan, caught in a dilemma, acknowledged that his primary duty was to protect the Emperor. Gu Xiyan, take a team and pursue, the Crown Prince urged, his tone resolute. Gu Xiyan nodded promptly, signaling a group of Imperial Guards to mount their steeds and chase after the direction of the arrows. Meanwhile, Lin Kong assisted the Emperor in rising. Your Majesty, are you unharmed? Gu Xiyan, lowering her head like a quail, fretted silently, fearing that the Emperor would hold her accountable later. Father, are you all right? The Crown Prince suddenly stepped forward, kneeling on one knee, concern etched on his face as he looked at both the Emperor and Gu Xiyan. Lin Kong quietly brushed the leaves from the back of the Emperor's head, pondering that in his heart, the status of the Crown Princess and the Crown Prince was now equal. The Emperor narrowed his eyes slightly, extending his arms to beckon the Crown Prince and Gu Xiyan closer. Hesitantly, Gu Xiyan, guided by the Crown Prince, lifted her gaze to meet the Emperor's. Sierra, my dear girl, you are indeed a heroine. I had no idea you possessed such strength, the Emperor remarked, causing Gu Xiyan's face to flush with embarrassment. In the next moment, His Majesty placed both the Crown Prince and Gu Xiyan's hands in his palms, gently covering them with his own, smiling benevolently, remarking on what a fine daughter Gu Boyong had raised. The Crown Prince, with a hint of jealousy, shifted Gu Xiyan's hand away, exclaiming, Father, do not be so hands-on. His Sierra could only be held by him. Even if His Majesty intended to hold both their hands to convey closeness, it was unacceptable. His Majesty cast a disdainful glance at the Crown Prince, but then turned his amiable gaze to Gu Xiyan, stating, You have performed a great service in saving the throne. What reward would you desire? I shall grant it. He was not at all surprised that the Crown Prince would protect him, for he was the son he had personally nurtured. However, in that critical moment, Gu Xiyan's reaction was purely instinctual. In life-and-death situations, how many could put their own safety behind that of His Majesty? Although His Majesty was the most esteemed individual in the realm, The merit of saving the throne far outweighed any accolades for lineage. Yet, no one could predict how many ambushes lay hidden beyond the first crossbow bolt. At such a crucial juncture, any discerning individual would recognize that distancing oneself from His Majesty would ensure greater safety. Nevertheless, Gu Xiyan, uncertain of whether a second bolt awaited, pressed him down while simultaneously shielding him with the Crown Prince. Moreover, she was a young lady unaccustomed to bloodshed, facing the assassin without a hint of panic or scream. His Majesty felt he had chosen the right daughter-in-law. A crown princess should embody such poise in the face of danger. Of course, he had never anticipated that Gu Xiyan would save him. Prior to this act, His Majesty's regard and affection for her stemmed from the crown prince's feelings and the fondness of her father, Gu Xiyan, as well as Gu Xiyan's own sweet demeanor and emotional intelligence. Now, however, his admiration was rooted in her character alone, rather than any affiliations. Henceforth, even if the crown prince wished to forego Gu Xiyan as his crown princess, the doting emperor would never permit it. Gu Xiyan shook her head, saying, "Father, it is only right for you to reward others. I do not seek a reward." The emperor, perplexed, asked why. He had expected Gu Xiyan to express her desires for a reward, confident in his vast wealth and capabilities. Secretly, he mused about not allowing the crown prince to select concubines for the next year's election. Understanding the delicate nature of young women, he could comprehend Gu Xiyan's affection for his son, given the crown prince's remarkable charm. After all, the crown prince must first beget a legitimate heir before considering any concubines. Furthermore, the emperor was resolute in ensuring that no one would threaten Gu Xiyan's position as crown princess or even empress, nor jeopardize her rightful heir's claim to the throne. At this moment, the emperor had already resolved that upon the birth of Gu Xiyan's firstborn son, he would immediately confer the title of crown prince. Gu Xiyan, observing the emperor's composed demeanor, softly stated, "Father treats me so well. I regard you as a father in my heart. Is it not natural for a daughter to save her father? I do not wish for a reward." Lin Kong was utterly astounded. The crown princess was truly remarkable. Such candid and heartfelt words could spring from her lips, leaving him in disbelief at how deeply moved His Majesty must be. Was the crown princess destined to command great influence across the entire realm of Daxia? The crown prince silently observed his father, who was rendered teary-eyed by sheer charm. He too bowed respectfully, proclaiming, "Father, I seek no rewards. As your son, it is my duty to rescue you." Lin Kong's expression was somewhat complex. How could the crown prince appear so subservient? He resembled the emperor's son-in-law, an absurd thought. In Chapter 57, recalling the crown prince's unrequited affection from years past, it became evident that not only was Lin Kong's demeanor peculiar, but the emperor felt it as well. He pondered if he had given birth to a son or merely acquired another son-in-law. However, upon hearing the crown prince's words, the old man's heart melted. "What a good child," he mused, gazing affectionately at Gu Xiyan and adding, "Though you refuse my gifts, I cannot withhold my rewards." Gu Xiyan looked at the emperor with clear, innocent eyes and replied, "Your Majesty, since I have rendered service to the throne, I hereby bestow upon you the privilege of not having to bow to anyone, including myself. What say you?" The emperor understood her sentiment. This girl was fiercely independent and would not tolerate even the slightest indignity. When the Grand Princess Kong Ning attempted to bully her, Gu Xiyan swiftly retaliated with 3 resounding slaps. The crux of the matter was that she regarded the emperor as a father. For only a child feeling wronged would seek solace from a parent. Naturally, the emperor would not show favoritism to every complaint. Gu Xiyan, taken aback, quickly countered, "No. Father, I must show respect to you and mother." Yet, she had no intention of bowing to anyone else. As for the crown prince, he had not compelled her to bow either. The emperor, composed, stroked his dragon beard, declaring, "I am the emperor. My word is final." Xi'er was indeed the daughter of Gu Boyong, embodying humility and propriety. Gu Xiyan paused, asserting, "My legs belong to me, and I shall bow to father and mother, humph." The emperor suddenly chuckled. "You little imp, daring to bargain with me?" This reminded him of the crown prince's childhood. Indeed, he excelled at matchmaking. The emperor entirely forgot that it was the crown prince who sought his permission for marriage, rather than the other way around. Gu Xi smiled sweetly, for in her heart, the emperor felt like a dear father. She added, "Father often speaks of your wisdom and martial prowess, being the rejuvenator of our great Xia. I have grown up hearing tales of your deeds, and I admire you greatly. Coupled with your kindness towards me, it is only natural that I see you as my father, allowing me to act affectionately in your presence." The emperor, with a tender smile, lightly tapped Gu Xi's head. Thinking her charm was no wonder the crown prince was so thoroughly enchanted by her. Gu Xi cast a pitiful glance at the emperor before turning her little face toward the crown prince. He reached out to pinch her delicate cheek, but she keenly noticed the wound on his raised left hand. "Brother Qingyu, you are bleeding," she exclaimed, quickly grasping his hand. "Does it hurt? We must summon the physician at once." As Gu Shiha gazed upon the wound on the prince's hand, a pang of pain echoed within her. The injury was severe, yet the prince remained silent, and with no one seated to his left, it went unnoticed. Although the prince deemed Gu Shiha's concern somewhat exaggerated. After all, a martial artist must endure a few injuries. He had sustained this particular wound while intercepting a crossbow bolt, resulting in a slight abrasion and some bleeding, though it was nothing grave. He had assessed the injury himself. The blood was a vivid crimson, devoid of any poison, which is why he chose to disregard it. 3 years prior, he had braved the battlefield himself, albeit not clad in his princely attire. In the chaos of war, where blades do not discriminate, he had indeed suffered injuries. Yet the remarkable efficacy of the palace's rejuvenating ointment, combined with the superficial nature of his wounds, had spared him any scars. Reflecting upon their initial encounter 3 years ago, the prince felt his heart flutter. During the Lantern Festival, he had stood upon the city ramparts, and in a fleeting glance, he beheld a young girl who resembled a celestial being descending from the moon. He had never realized he could be so mesmerized by a maiden. In fact, he had even contemplated names for their future children, yet at that moment, he was unaware of the girl's surname, nor her origins. That very night, he discovered that the enchanting girl was none other than the legitimate daughter of Gu Tating. The revelation filled him with elation, but a quick reflection brought him back to reality. His beloved was still not of age, and he himself was but 15. The prince's melancholy deepened as he considered his companions. Among the 5, 4 expressed their desire to wed the renowned beauty, Miss Gu, even going so far as to reject the maids chosen by their mothers. Who would need concubines if they could marry Miss Gu? They were well aware that neither Gu Tating nor the Duke of Cheng's household entertained the idea of taking concubines. Gu Tating, as the foremost official, was in the prime of his life at just 41, and he appeared poised to maintain his prominence for at least another 2 decades. To wed the sole cherished daughter of their father and grandfather superior was an opportunity of boundless potential. Whether motivated by ambition or the allure of beauty, they all sought to enhance their prospects, believing that taking a chance bore no risk. It was clear that if they failed to win Miss Gu's heart, they could still dictate the number of concubines they might acquire. Thus, the prince found himself in a quandary. Uncertain whether to be grateful for having rejected the palace made arranged by his mother 3 years ago, or to fret over the multitude of rivals he faced throughout the capital. His thoughts were quite straightforward. He believed that a palace maid was beneath him, and his future princess should be of his own choosing. The prospect of another woman gaining an advantage over him troubled him deeply. Being the legitimate eldest son, he was merely a month older than the second prince, He Chengxu. Had he not been diligent, the title of eldest son may well have eluded him. Therefore, he resolved that he would not engage with any other woman until he had sired a legitimate heir with his beloved princess. The favored concubine had once taken measures to prevent conception, yet it had proven ineffective. However, upon learning of Gu Tating's expectations for his future son-in-law, His Highness the Crown Prince found himself genuinely contemplating that if Gu Shiha were to be his crown princess, he could indeed be content with her alone. After all, what purpose would it serve to father numerous illegitimate sons, merely to irritate him, the legitimate heir? As his thoughts coalesced, the Crown Prince gazed softly at Gu Shiha, who anxiously cradled his hand. Was she perhaps too nervous? Wasn't the imperial physician right beside His Majesty? The Crown Prince's voice was imbued with tenderness. He felt he was the happiest man in the world at that moment. When the imperial physician was called upon by the Crown Prince, he withdrew his hand from taking the emperor's pulse. Surely, there would be no lack of physicians in the retinue accompanying His Majesty. Just moments ago, the emperor had been engaged in conversation with the Crown Prince and the Crown Princess, allowing the physician only brief opportunities to check on the emperor. From a distance, he had witnessed the thrilling events unfold. Just as he was about to prescribe a calming potion for the emperor, the Crown Prince sustained an injury. The physician suddenly felt a surge of concern for his own family's safety and hurried to examine the Crown Princess' wound. Gu Xiyan bit her lip, her gaze filled with worry for the Crown Prince, while the emperor's attention was firmly fixed on the Crown Prince's injury. The physician endeavored to maintain his composure as he began his examination. Chapter 58. The Turkic Assassin, Your Majesty, Your Highness, and Her Highness the Crown Princess. The blood from the Crown Prince's wound is red. The crossbow bolt is not poisoned, and after disinfection and dressing, it will heal well. The wound is not deep and will not leave a scar. The physician breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that the Crown Prince had not been poisoned. Earlier, he had even taken the Crown Prince's pulse as a precaution. 3 years prior, when the Crown Prince had journeyed to the frontier, this physician had accompanied him, which is why he felt compelled to share this encouraging news with the appearance-conscious Crown Prince. Although he was uncertain why the Crown Prince desired to avoid scarring, he mused that perhaps it was due to the Crown Prince's perfectionism, unable to accept any imperfection in himself. Indeed, the physician's name was Bai Jia. He accepted the medical kit from his apprentice, extracting strong liquor and cotton gauze to prepare for disinfecting and dressing the Crown Prince's wound. He had forgotten to bring the medical kit when he rushed over from the emperor. Gu Xiyan watched anxiously as he applied the strong liquor to the Crown Prince's wound. The moment the liquor touched the injury, she could scarcely bear to look, shutting her eyes in fear. Yet, unable to suppress her concern, she peeked through one eye, then quickly covered her eyes again in trepidation. Her series of actions was whimsical, especially paired with her delicate, animated features, which made her appear even more charming and adorable. The Crown Prince, momentarily forgetting the fiery sting of the injury, found he could endure it. The emperor, unable to bear the sight of the Crown Prince gazing at Gu Xiyan with such infatuation, ached at the sight and turned his gaze away. Hadn't he been young once? Where was his empress? Once Bai Jia finished dressing the Crown Prince's wound, he took his leave. Gu Xiyan gently held the Crown Prince's wrist, as if he were a fragile treasure. "Brother Chengxu, does it still hurt?" she asked, her eyes filled with concern. Gu Xiyan, having never experienced hardship, could hardly fathom the pain of injury. Gu Xiyan, during her childhood, had endured a few pricks while learning the art of needlework. Fortunately, she possessed a natural talent for it, requiring little practice. Regardless, she could easily manage to deceive others with her skills. The Crown Prince, using his uninjured hand, embraced Gu Xiyan, allowing her to hold onto his sturdy waist clad in riding attire. He gazed at her tenderly, expressing pain. "Sure, could you blow on it for me once more, please?" His voice was laced with affection. Gu Xiyan's eyelashes fluttered as she puckered her lips and resumed blowing gently for the Crown Prince. The emperor, opting for ignorance, turned away. "You certainly resembles his father, employing such shameless tactics to charm his beloved," he mused. After a quarter of an hour, Gu Xiyan returned with a contingent of imperial guards, bringing along several bound individuals clad in black. Among them were 2 survivors, while the rest were lifeless bodies. "I humbly report to Your Majesty that I have successfully captured 2 live suspects," he announced, gesturing for the guards to dismount the black-clad figures. As the guards removed the dark veils, the 2 captives revealed their striking features: thick brows, large eyes, bushy beards, and prominent noses, unmistakably of Turkic descent. Bound and kneeling on the ground, their heads pressed down by the guards, they strained to meet the emperor's gaze, their official speech tinged with a Turkic accent. "Esteemed Emperor of the Great Xia, this gentleman has informed us that our loved ones will be silenced by our master before we take our own lives. Is this true?" As a commander of the Imperial Guards, Gu Xiyan was adept at psychological tactics. He had pursued the assassins in the direction they fled, but upon realizing they could not shake off their pursuers, they resorted to desperate combat. Gu Xiyan, fearing the loss of potential survivors, attempted to leverage their emotional ties, hoping that among the black-clad men were those who cherished their families. She silently nodded in agreement. She was well acquainted with such ploys from the tales her brother had gifted her. Those willing to die or be sent as cannon fodder often had families that suffered dire fates, as they were compelled to undertake dirty work while the true instigators remained concealed. The emperor, with one hand resting behind his back, toyed with the dragon-shaped jade pendant at his waist, a faint smile gracing his lips. For those in power, this was the most convenient method. You are aware of your master's methods, are you not? The two black-clad men clenched their teeth, expressions of anguish crossing their faces. Great Emperor, we wish to propose a bargain. Upon hearing this, the guards pressing them down forcefully rubbed their faces against the ground, sternly rebuking. How dare you? A mere prisoner, presume to negotiate with our emperor? The emperor, maintaining a calm demeanor, lowered his gaze upon them, inquiring, what are your terms? The Crown Prince, observing Gu Xi's starry-eyed admiration for his father, felt a twinge of jealousy. He pursed his lips and discreetly positioned himself to shield his father's figure. Although he understood that Xi'er bore no ulterior motives, he felt possessive of her gaze, unwilling to share her sparkling eyes with anyone else lest he display his displeasure. Great Emperor, we are emissaries from the former Khagan of the Turks, Hulan, sent by his younger brother Kai. There were 5 of us in total, but the archers are not among us. In truth, the 2 captives were also marginalized by others at Kai's court, rendering them expendable. They were well aware of the methods employed by Khan He, and had to concede that the claims made by the people of Daxia regarding the perilous fate of their kin were indeed plausible. Yet, they too were human, and the instinct for survival, coupled with a desire for vengeance for their family, emboldened them to negotiate with the sovereign of Daxia. Originally, the tokens they bore belonged to the Kalan Khan tribe, the most powerful among the Turkic tribes. Khan He was the nephew of Kalan Khan, and according to tribal tradition, the position of Khan should pass from father to son, or from brother to brother. The previous Khan had favored Khan He, the youngest son, but his death came unexpectedly. The tribe to which Khan He's mother belonged was the most formidable at that time. Kalan Khan's father, Hulan Khan, in a bid to secure the throne, promised that upon his demise, the title of Khan would be bestowed upon Khan He, thereby garnering the support of Khan He's tribe. Khan He and Kalan Khan were of similar age, lending some credibility to Hulan Khan's assurances. However, a decade prior, during a moment of acute dental distress, the Duke of the State and the Marquis of Pingyang cunningly ensnared Hulan Khan. His pain clouded his usual composure, resulting in a fall from his horse and a subsequent stroke. Seizing the opportunity, Kalan Khan ascended to power, while Khan He harbored resentment. Yet 20 years had passed, and his tribe was no longer the most powerful. The 2 men in black endeavored to exonerate themselves, claiming they were merely responsible for procuring poison, having never encountered such wealth before. Thus, they discreetly exchanged it for clean water, deceiving the archers into believing it was a colorless and tasteless poison that would seal their fate upon contact with blood. Their initial thought was that, given the archers' unerring accuracy, poison was unnecessary. The Daxian officials present fell into a profound silence. Had it not been for these 2 men in black, would the Crown Prince not have been poisoned? Though, in truth, there exists no such poison that is both colorless and tasteless. Chapter 59. The envy and resentment towards Xi'er. Even the Crown Prince could not help but reflect on the unkind treatment Khan He must have shown his subordinates. Logically, those dispatched for such a critical task would be his most trusted confidants. The 2 men in black continued, revealing that Khan He intended to assassinate the Emperor of Daxia, and regardless of success, he could blame Kalan Khan, taking advantage of the ensuing chaos. Your Majesty, we do not wish to die, at least not at this moment. Might we be allowed to see Khan He perish before we take our own lives? Even if this request was denied, they would accept their fate. For Khan He's, it would undoubtedly be grim. It was sufficient that the Emperor of Daxia learned of the mastermind behind the plot. The Crown Prince and the Emperor exchanged glances, realizing that these 2 men in black could not be allowed to perish just yet. I shall consider it. Lucy, keep a close watch on them. Prepare for our return to the palace. The emperor had lost interest in continuing the hunt at this moment. Gu Xi, at this time, was not riding her own horse. She was compelled to sit atop the prince's steed, Yu. He claimed his hand was injured and could not hold the reins, thus requiring her assistance. How could Gu Xi be unaware that the crown prince was fabricating excuses? Let us not discuss the remarkable bond between the steed, chasing the moon, and His Royal Highness, the crown prince. It is sufficient to note that despite the crown prince's injury to his left hand, his right hand remains unscathed, allowing him to grasp the reins without difficulty. Nevertheless, she acquiesced to His Highness's wishes. They rode back to the South Garden Palace, spending 2 hours on the journey. Arriving just past the midnight hour, the palace, along with its various annexes, lay quiet, with only the guards and servants on duty remaining awake, as the masters had retired for the night. At this hour, with the emperor returning in his imperial carriage, everyone dispatched messengers to inquire about his arrival. Those left in the palace, led by Gu Xiyan, who had not personally participated in the hunt, received word and hurried to the emperor's temporary study. The South Garden is not far from the capital. The main party could reach it in 2 or 3 days, or in less than a day with swift horses. Thus, the emperor did not assign regency to the crown prince. As in the past, he would have sent vital memorials with swift riders to the South Garden, allowing both the emperor and the crown prince, along with the accompanying ministers, to address matters in a timely manner. The officials remaining in the capital operated on a rotating schedule, accompanying the emperor every 2 years, ensuring the smooth functioning of the 6 ministries and 9 departments. Gu Xiyan felt somewhat overwhelmed. Although the pace of their horseback ride was not particularly swift, traveling for 2 hours was still exhausting. After hastily washing and changing, she was compelled to drink the calming soup sent by the crown prince and fell asleep, only to awaken at the hour of the ugly, with just 3 hours remaining until the hour of the dragon. Due to her fatigue, the shock she had experienced, and the effects of the calming soup, Gu Xiyan slumbered soundly until the sun rose high in the sky. Upon waking, she felt a bit dazed. "Zissou, please draw me a bath. I wish to cleanse myself." Last night, due to the late hour, she had merely wiped her body and changed her clothes. Zissou, looking at Gu Xiyan nestled in her embrace, gently replied that she had long prepared warm water, awaiting the crown princess's rising. Gu Xiyan snuggled closer to Zissou's soft embrace, reluctantly rising. "My dear Zissou is truly wonderful." Zissou, with a sense of helplessness, noted that her crown princess had developed a habit of being clingy, especially upon waking. The charming demeanor made it difficult for her to resist feeling soft-hearted. At that moment, she found herself envious of the crown prince. For having such a delightful woman as his wife was indeed a great fortune. The sun shone brightly, and the weather was splendid. Not far from the eaves, in a cluster of flowers, the layers of peony petals dazzled in their brilliance, complemented by the orchids and chrysanthemums, truly living up to the title of the king of flowers. Gu Xiyan quietly admired the beauty of the courtyard for a while and took a sip of chrysanthemum tea. Having just finished her breakfast, it was nearly noon. "Zissou, Fulling, let us go pay respects to mother." Gu Xiyan believed her mother must be aware of the assassination attempt on her father, a significant event, especially with nearly 100 imperial guards and feathered soldiers present, ensuring swift dissemination of the news. After all, her father had not issued a gag order. However, her mother likely refrained from disturbing her sleep, not wishing to intrude. Yet, she was her mother's beloved little darling, ever obedient. Zissou smiled. "Your Highness, the lady sent word half an hour ago that she has gone to see Her Majesty, the Empress." Gu Xiyan originally intended to seek out her mother for comfort before visiting Her Majesty the Queen. After all, she had little inclination for hunting. It would be more favorable to present herself before the Queen instead. "Fulling, please bring a bottle of our chrysanthemum essence and prepare 2 platters of chrysanthemum pastries, along with some crystal chrysanthemum cakes to take along." On this occasion, at the palace, Gu Xiyan not only brought with her a skilled chef from her small kitchen, but also a highly talented cook bestowed upon her by His Royal Highness. Thus, she was not lacking in fresh delicacies. Gu Xiyan's courtyard was adjacent to that of the crown prince. Hence, the distance to the imperial couple's palace was not great. She arrived in less than a quarter of an hour. The main hall was suffused with delightful aromas, resembling a floral wonderland adorned with exquisite jewels, a sight to behold. As she approached, Gu Xiyan discovered that it was not only the concubines from her father's court present, but also ladies of various families and young women who had not participated in the hunt. Greetings to Her Royal Highness the Crown Princess. The excitement was palpable. Let us see the remarkable woman praised by His Majesty himself. Our Crown Princess truly embodies the strength of a woman, living up to the esteemed choice of the Crown Prince. His Majesty commended her for her bravery in times of crisis, exuding the grace of a matriarch. Indeed, in such critical moments, the Crown Princess prioritized the safety of His Majesty alongside the Crown Prince, demonstrating unparalleled devotion. How fortunate is the Queen? The Crown Prince personally selected his bride, and the Gu family truly knows how to raise daughters. If only Madame Gu had one more daughter, I would shamelessly seek her hand for my unremarkable son. With a gentle smile, Gu Xiyan listened to the enthusiastic praises from the ladies, concealing her delight beneath a composed exterior. Their hearts were a mix of admiration, envy, and resentment. The Crown Princess enjoyed a fortune even greater than that of the Queen. What did it mean to have saved His Majesty? It was akin to possessing a protective talisman. Perhaps in His Majesty's eyes, the Crown Princess held a status even superior to that of princess. Furthermore, His Majesty had issued a special decree that the Crown Princess need not bow to anyone, including himself. Earlier that morning, after discussing important matters for a couple of hours, the ministers were regaled with tales of the Crown Princess's filial piety. His Majesty proclaimed her to be an exceptionally dutiful child, stating that he did not require her to pay respects, though she graciously wished to honor both him and Her Majesty the Queen. Did they not understand His Majesty's intentions? He merely sought their compliments. Thus, the ladies, having received reminders from their husbands, recognized that in marriage, they either flourished together or faltered together. Chapter 60. As close as mother and daughter, Gu Xiyan smiled modestly, then approached the Queen seated at the head of the table. Greetings, mother. She performed a respectful gesture, exuding elegance while betraying a hint of girlish shyness, adding a touch of intimacy. This morning, I found the chrysanthemum pastries quite delightful and wish for you to taste them. As her words fell, Zissou opened the wooden food box, revealing the pastries and chrysanthemum essence. Thank you, my dear Xiyan. The Empress revealed a knowing smile for Lady Gu. Lu Shuaying was the first noble consort to seek her company, and in recent days, they had been inseparable companions. Initially, Lu Shuaying had maintained a respectful distance, marked by reverence rather than familiarity. However, the Empress understood that they were now in-laws, and their conversations naturally grew more intimate. Just that morning, Lady Gu had expressed her desire to visit her daughter, yet hesitated to disturb her slumber. Now, witnessing Gu Shi and the two exquisite plates of pastries, paired with chrysanthemum tea, the Empress felt a wave of warmth. Suddenly, she recalled the words the Emperor had shared with her during breakfast that very morning. Why hadn't she born another daughter? With this thought, the Empress smiled and mused that she truly wished for to marry soon and relish the joys of raising a daughter. Your mother has boasted about you before me, and I confess I am quite envious. Among the crowd, a noble lady's expression shifted. She had assumed that for all these years, as Menger basked in the Empress's favor, she must have been cherished as a daughter. Was that not the case? Gu Shi, emboldened, playfully clung to the Empress's arm, declaring, I could be the daughter of the Empress now. After my wedding, I will be the daughter-in-law of the Emperor and Empress. The Empress chuckled at her antics, recalling the Emperor's words about she being clever and sweet-tongued. Gu Shi, unabashed, wrapped her arms around the Empress. Her voice a melodious, delicate lilt. Does the Empress like The Empress's heart melted at the sweetness of her tone. Of course, my dear. The Empress adores you, she replied, noting that she had never shared such closeness with her niece, Mu Roma. Not everyone possessed Gu Xi's audacity. Although Mu Roma was affectionate towards her aunt, she was keen to demonstrate her own virtues, striving to prove herself worthy of the title of Crown Princess. Thus, while she was close to the Empress, she refrained from such playful displays, fearful that the Empress might perceive her as lacking in decorum. The empress began to comprehend why Gu Tating and Lu Shuang cherished Gu Shi so dearly. What harm was there in doting on such a charming young lady? It was no wonder they had initially been reluctant to let her enter the palace, for such a radiant and delightful girl could easily win hearts. It was clear why both and the emperor spoke so highly of her. In the depths of the palace, it was difficult to resist the allure of a bright, lively, and charming girl who understood when to step forward to protect her sovereign. The emperor had always regarded Gu Shi with more affection than his own nieces, having sent her many fine gifts through Gu Xiyan over the years. Now, coupled with her heroic deeds, Gu Shi's standing in the emperor's eyes was second only to that of the crown prince. The empress found herself beaming at the thought of having such a delightful crown princess, her heart filled with joy. The empress also felt a connection with Gu Shi. She had once been young herself. She would never impose a concubine upon her son. For such matters of a man's desires were his to decide. She could not bear to bring discord to her daughter-in-law by presenting her with a rival. Having experienced the trials of a mother-in-law herself, she was relieved that the Dowager Empress had long since passed away. As the onlookers observed the interaction between the Empress and the Crown Princess, they widened their eyes in disbelief. It was utterly absurd. How could the Crown Princess display such affection towards the Empress? It was simply unbecoming. A legitimate wife should embody the grace and elegance of the Empress, commanding respect and dignity. Their roles were to manage the household, raise children, serve their in-laws, and maintain social connections, awaiting the day their husbands or sons would achieve success and secure their titles. The affections of men were regarded as the most futile of pursuits. Men were often fickle and easily swayed by the allure of new faces, while the concubines in the rear courtyard multiplied in succession. Some noble women even forgot the initial countenance of the once flamboyant concubines. Yet, the crown princess had captured the favor of both the empress and the crown prince before even entering into marriage. With her distinguished lineage, exquisite beauty, heroic deeds in saving the emperor, and a gentle, charming demeanor, she left no room for other noble women to compete. Astute minds began to ponder the forthcoming selection of maidens. Could they still aspire to have their daughters or granddaughters enter the Eastern Palace? It appeared that the position of the crown princess was as secure as could be, at least for the next 2 decades. Consequently, some noble women, feeling sympathetic towards their daughters or granddaughters, resolved to abandon any ambitions of entering the Eastern Palace. The empress, savoring the chrysanthemum pastry and crystal chrysanthemum cake, along with the prepared chrysanthemum tea, expressed her appreciation. At that moment, the crown prince's fiancé, smiled and remarked to the empress that she and the crown princess appeared almost like mother and daughter. She was keen to align herself with the crown princess, similar to how the prince and his fiancé sought the favor of the emperor and empress. Lu Shuang felt displeased, for her daughter Sierra was present. Sierra was the fruit of her laborious efforts. The empress, her eyes crinkling in laughter, noticed the hint of jealousy. She gently patted Gu Shi's hand, recalling that Sierra had just declared that she could be treated as the empress's daughter before her marriage. At that moment, the noble consort found herself too preoccupied to pay heed to the relationship between the empress and the crown princess. She was filled with vexation, lamenting why it had to be the crown prince and crown princess who saved the emperor. The Chi prince was still out hunting, and it would be a while before he could be found. Thus, the noble consort cast a disdainful glance at the Chi princess, lamenting that had she accompanied them on the hunt, perhaps the emperor would have encountered her son and the Chi princess instead, and it would have been they who came to the emperor's rescue, not the crown prince and his fiancée. The Chi princess, sensing the noble consort's disdainful gaze, maintained her composure while feeling a pang of bitterness within. Did she not possess self-awareness? The Chi prince had ventured out with the intention of claiming glory and would not wait for a wife who was not particularly adept at hunting. Moreover, not everyone, like the crown prince, was willing to forego participation in the hunt to cultivate affection with their betrothed. The Chi princess now found herself consumed with envy and jealousy towards the crown princess, questioning how someone could be so blissfully fortunate. Her brother, Zhou Yuan, had been preoccupied with thoughts of the crown princess for over a month, neglecting his meals. The crown princess was the sole legitimate daughter of Gu Tating. while the Qi princess, Zhou Lanruo, was merely the second legitimate daughter among her father's 4 or 5 daughters, which included 2 legitimate and 3 illegitimate. As the second legitimate daughter, she found herself overshadowed by her elder sister and outshone by her half-sisters, who endeared themselves to their father with sweet words. Even her husband pales in comparison to the crown princess. Her spouse, Prince Qi, has only just commenced his official duties, while the crown prince's position remains as steadfast as a mountain. The crown princess even saved the emperor, solidifying her status far beyond that of this mere princess. The dowager's temperament is no match for that of the empress. Were it possible, the Princess Qi would gladly exchange her mother-in-law. However, when contemplating her competitive edge among the myriad noble ladies vying for the crown princess title, she realizes that her standing as a secondary consort is relatively secure. The Princess Qi possesses self-awareness, thus refraining from harboring aspirations for the crown princess position. Who would wish to be a concubine when one could be the principal wife? Moreover, her own elder sister occupies the role of the primary spouse. As for the Princess Qi's covert envy and jealousy, Gu Xiyan remains entirely oblivious. After all, she has been the object of admiration and resentment since birth. Having garnered the empress's favor, Gu Xiyan effortlessly engaged in conversation with a group of esteemed ladies and noble women. The empress observed Gu Xiyan, nodding in satisfaction. The crown princess must not merely rely on charm. While she need not be an eloquent conversationalist, she must maintain an appropriate demeanor. Gu Xiyan excelled in this regard, exuding warmth while maintaining a subtle distance, her poise unwavering and confident. She did not simply bask in the adulation of others. She skillfully guided the discourse, subtly controlling the rhythm of the interaction. The emperor's words rang true. The daughter of Gu Tating would certainly not fall short. Mrs. Gu, Lu Shuiying, witnessed the empress's uncontainable admiration for her beloved daughter and felt genuine joy. As a woman herself, she understood that a kind mother-in-law plays a significant role in the marriage dynamic. When the elder Mrs. Gu was pregnant with Gu Xiyan, she had considered arranging a concubine for Gu Yong, but after he declined, she never broached the subject again. The essence of a woman's marriage lies in selecting a responsible husband, one who will not favor concubines over his wife or create distinctions between legitimate and illegitimate offspring. Equally important are dutiful and ambitious children and a mother-in-law who is not overly demanding. Only then can life proceed smoothly. Lu Shuiying wished for her precious daughter to experience a lifetime of joy and fulfillment. Gu Xiyan, sensing her mother's gaze, playfully winked at her before returning to her gossip. The noble women of the capital were quite entertaining, discussing trivial family matters, the latest fashions, and social etiquette. When Gu Xiyan arrived at the empress's residence, it was already noon. Half an hour later, everyone took their leave. Gu Xiyan, along with her mother, accompanied the empress as they prepared to dine when the emperor and the crown prince arrived with her father. Your humble servant greets His Majesty, the emperor, wishing you eternal longevity. I also greet His Royal Highness, the crown prince. The emperor, seeing them, extended his hand to assist the empress, smiling as he said, "There is no need for formalities." He then seated himself in the principal position beside the empress, continuing, "I had intended to dine with the empress alone, but upon discovering your presence, I thought it best to bring the crown prince along and even included Boyan." The emperor then recalled something and added with a smile, "It is a pity Jingyang is not here, otherwise we could have had a family gathering." Meanwhile, His Highness the Crown Prince had approached Gu Xiyan, gently taking her small hand in his and whispering, "Xia, have you missed me? I have longed for you." Gu Xiyan felt a faint blush creep across her cheeks. Was His Highness truly so oblivious to their surroundings? As a young lady, she couldn't help but feel shy. She attempted to withdraw her hand from his grasp, shifting it slightly, yet found herself unable to escape. Her gaze wandered from his face to the other hand, with its prominent knuckles, and for a moment, her modesty faltered. "Did eunuch Zhou change your dressings today, Your Highness?" she inquired. The crown prince tenderly caressed her cheek. "Yes, dear Xiyan. Would you blow on it for me once more?" "It will ease the pain," he said softly. Although Gu Xiyan lacked tangible evidence, it seemed to her that His Highness was merely teasing her. The emperor, Engaged in conversation with Gu Xiyan, observed the interaction between the Crown Prince and Gu Xiyan, his amusement growing, especially upon witnessing Gu Yang's bittersweet expression, reminiscent of a father reluctantly preparing to marry off his daughter. Boryang, you must acclimatize yourself to the prospect of giving away your daughter. Otherwise, I fear you may weep when Shiha and you are wed. The emperor jested, his laughter ringing out. As a distinguished chancellor, you should not shed tears. The emperor continued to revel in the moment, recalling how many jars of daughter red wine Gu Xiyan had buried in the past, demanding a share. Gu Xiyan clenched his fist, grumbling, Your Majesty, I have only brewed 10 jars. You cannot be so demanding. The emperor's eyes sparkled with delight. Then I shall claim 3 jars. The crown prince, casting a glance at his father-in-law, added, Father-in-law, I too desire 3 jars. Gu Xiyan retorted resolutely, No, absolutely not. Did he truly believe 10 jars of daughter red wine was a substantial amount? Guests would consume 3 jars, leaving only 7, which was hardly sufficient for any gathering. Gu Xiyan was unwilling to concede. He had gone to great lengths to create a high-alcohol content daughter red wine, even digging a cellar in their courtyard to preserve it for years to come. In an unprecedented tone of negotiation, the crown prince implored, Father-in-law, grant me 2 jars. I promise to bring Shiha back to visit at least once a month after our marriage. What do you say? Gu Zong hesti dai. Ah. The emperor, furrowing his brow, interjected, Boryang, I understand that 3 jars of daughter red wine may be a burden, especially with the need to entertain guests. I require only 2 jars, leaving you with 3. The crown prince's request to take Shiha out of the palace was approved, and the emperor assured him that he would protect him from any censure by the censors. Your Majesty, that is precisely what I awaited, Gu Xiyan replied. Although I find it difficult to part with them, since you and His Highness have spoken thus, I have no choice but to acquiesce. He added, however, I will keep half of the remaining 6 jars to entertain guests. Gu Shiha, observing the 3 most powerful figures in the entire Daxia, earnestly deliberating over her daughter red wine, found herself at a loss for words. They collectively exceeded a century in age, yet their behavior seemed rather juvenile. However, the prospect of returning to her family home once a month after marriage delighted her. After all, her father held a position in the 6 ministries, and her mother was a lady of high rank. The royal banquets are held quite frequently, especially during holidays and celebrations like the Wanshou Qianqiu festival, averaging at least once a month. Gu Xiyan need not worry about not seeing them. If necessary, she could have her mother accompany her in the palace, although it would be inappropriate for her to go out. Now that her father has spoken up, Gu Shiha is free from any lingering doubts. After finishing the midday meal, Gu Shiha returned to the courtyard with the crown prince, their residences being adjacent, while Gu Xiyan departed in another direction with Lu Shuai. The day was overcast, with heavy clouds looming and the occasional gust of wind heralding impending rain. Gu Shiha glanced at the man beside her, his prominent nose causing her ears to flush suddenly. The crown prince paused, puzzled. Xiang, why are you suddenly shy? I haven't done anything at all. Gu Shiha raised her arm, gently fanning herself, feeling quite warm. Before she could finish her thought, she nearly bit her tongue. Ugh! All her brother's fault for buying her so many novels. The crown prince was utterly bewildered. Sierra, what were you just thinking? He found the temperature quite pleasant, especially without the sun. How could it be warm? Gu Shiha replied, half seriously. I was just mesmerized by Brother Chengyu. You are simply too handsome. She would never admit that her thoughts drifted to the novels her brother gifted her. It was all his doing. Meanwhile, Gu Xiyan, deep in the woods, couldn't help but sneeze several times as he continued his search for foxes, determined to hunt them for his mother, sister, and wife to create fox fur cloaks. Each cloak required the pelts of 4 or 5 foxes. So Gu Xiyan was resolutely focused on his hunt, disregarding all other game. Why did Gu Xiyan buy novels for Gu Shiha? He believed it essential to prevent his sister from being deceived by men, opting for enlightenment over ignorance. Thus, as her brother, he purchased numerous risque novels for Gu Shiha, instilling in her the understanding that only her father and brother were trustworthy. Gu Shiha was quite receptive, having been personally educated by her father, just as her brother had been. In Gu Yang's words, she was his precious daughter, born to be cherished and adored, his beloved jewel. Consequently, Gu Yong tacitly approved of Gu Xiyan's actions, leading to Gu Xiyan being far from a naive young lady. She possessed a keen understanding of men. The Crown Prince, unaware that his innocent beloved comprehended more than he did, felt his face warm at her candid praise. Sierra is beautiful too. From the first moment he laid eyes on her, he thought her beauty transcended that of mere mortals. Fortunately, his keen eye allowed him to capture her likeness in a drawing upon returning to the Eastern Palace. Zhou Quan had also uncovered Sierra's identity, proving himself to be a capable confidant. On the 19th of September, the three-day hunting expedition concluded. His Majesty did not curtail the hunt due to the assassination attempt. So the participants, who had initially been filled with excitement and had reaped considerable rewards, were shocked to learn that the emperor had been attacked the previous night. The greatest beneficiaries of this incident were the Crown Prince and his consort. The King of Qi exhibited only concern for his Majesty, with no trace of jealousy towards the Crown Prince, leaving the onlookers thoroughly disappointed. When the emperor appeared before them, the King of Qi hurriedly approached and halted in front of the emperor. "Father, are you well? I was quite worried about you. I regret not being by your side to protect you." His gaze, reminiscent of the emperor's, was filled with anxiety. The Crown Prince's eyes, akin to those of the empress, also resembled the delicate peach blossom. The emperor subtly tugged at the corners of his mouth, pondering whether the king's reaction was somewhat excessive. "I am fine. The Crown Prince and the Crown Princess are present," he remarked casually. A fleeting glimmer of envy crossed the king's downcast eyes, though it was not apparent on his face. Meanwhile, the imperial guards had compiled the count of their catches. This year, the top prize went to Marquis Shi Yuan of Pingyang, who was participating in a hunt for the first time since inheriting his title at the end of last year. Gu Xiyan gazed at the 2 tigers and 6 wolves he had captured, swallowing hard. "Isn't that remarkable? Just 3 days." The Crown Prince remained composed. Yet for a fleeting moment, he questioned whether his decision to abstain from the hunt this year had been somewhat hasty. He had not forgotten hearing Marquis Shi Yuan reminiscing about the past 3 days prior. Fortunately, the Crown Prince meticulously observed Gu Xiyan, ensuring her eyes did not gleam with admiration for Shi Yuan. Only then did he exhale in relief. Gu Xiyan merely marveled at Shi Yuan's prowess in her thoughts. After all, she was a woman engaged to another and would not display any expressions that might provoke misunderstandings towards other men. When praised by the emperor with a pat on the shoulder, Shi Yuan maintained a calm and composed demeanor, neither obsequious nor arrogant. The emperor, in high spirits, thought that the realm of Daxia needed such valiant young men capable of hunting tigers and wolves. That evening, a banquet would be held for the enjoyment of both monarch and subjects. As twilight descended, everyone returned to freshen up in preparation for the feast. As the lanterns flickered to life, the banquet hall was alive with the clinking of cups and the mingling of voices. The hall, aglow with bright lights, featured dancers clad in light garments, with melodious strings resonating in the air. Gu Xiyan had deliberately changed into a delicate dress adorned with embroidered peonies, complemented by a crown of pink crystal pearls bestowed by the emperor, enhancing her already translucent and radiant complexion, making her extraordinarily beautiful. Initially, Gu Xiyan was seated behind her brother Gu Xiyan, at a table with Gu Yong and Lu Shuai. However, she was soon drawn to the emperor's left side, sharing a table with the Crown Prince. The emperor and the empress occupied a table of their own, while the right table was not graced by the King of Qi, but by the favored concubine. Gu Xiyan contemplated how her father had sired a son so extroverted. She could hardly fathom what the emperor was feeling at that moment. The emperor looked at the enchanting couple seated in the lower left corner, his heart filled with joy. He understood the youthful exuberance. After all, Yuer was merely 18, still a young lad, and it was entirely natural for him to seek the affection of his beloved. Of course, had it been any other woman, not the treasured daughter of Gu Boyong, would the emperor genuinely feel delighted? He lacked neither princesses nor princes, and the only one who could capture his heart was the Crown Prince, whom he had personally nurtured. Within the hall, the assembled courtiers noted the tacit approval of His Majesty and the Empress, and naturally, they would not allow themselves to be used as mere pawns. Gu Xiyan and Luo gracefully knelt, their eyes cast down, observing the intertwined fingers of the two, discreetly concealed beneath their garments. Ah, the Crown Prince truly is quite affectionate. Brother Chengxu, why do you not watch the dance? I find their performance of the green waist to be quite captivating. Gu Xiyan was reluctant to engage in overt displays of affection with the Crown Prince in such a public setting. The Crown Prince, however, did not even glance at the dancers, whose sinuous forms and exposed arms, thighs, and navels swayed like willows in the breeze. He murmured, "What is there to admire in song and dance? I never cared for it as a child." The Crown Prince simply could not appreciate it. "You are rather difficult to please, Brother Chengxu," Gu Xiyan remarked playfully, a smile gracing her lips. With a playful glint in her almond-shaped eyes, she added, "I can dance too." Her enthusiasm piqued the Crown Prince's interest. "You must not perform for anyone else. After our marriage, you may dance solely for my eyes. All right?" Although he lacked an affinity for performances, the mere thought of her swaying towards him, beckoning with her fingers, filled him with delight. Gu Xiyan bit her lip and softly agreed. A man ought to be given a taste of sweetness, with the Crown Prince so enamored. She found herself in a favorable position. As the banquet progressed, someone proposed that talents be showcased before His Majesty. Typically, noble young ladies would not take the initiative to perform without the Emperor's explicit permission, particularly with song and dance. To perform uninvited would be to diminish one's own worth, reducing oneself to a mere entertainer. However, in a banquet where both genders mingled, the event was usually an opportunity for eligible young men and women to interact. Thus, the Emperor, in good spirits, granted his consent. Chapter 63. Zhou Yuan's hairpin. The noble ladies showcased their skills, from the guqin and guzheng to the pipa and flute, along with dance and painting. Gu Xiyan was thoroughly enchanted. The years of practice these ladies had devoted to their crafts were indeed impressive. Moreover, their youthful beauty and grace were delightful to behold. Many of the ladies had come to impress the Crown Prince, as well as the Qi Wang and the youthful Chu Wang He Chengxu, along with other eligible bachelors present, such as the Marquis of Pingyang and the Hamlin Academy's editor, Zhou Yuan. The Crown Prince, exuding a blend of exasperation and affection, mused whether she was perhaps too trusting of him, though he certainly deserved her confidence. After the Guqin performance by Zheng Zhuang, it was evident that the Crown Prince's gaze had not fallen upon her at all, even amidst the thunderous applause, as she gracefully withdrew, unperturbed. Mu Rumo played the pipa, yet still the Crown Prince did not spare her a glance, causing her to retreat in frustration. When Han Jiao took the stage, Gu Xiyan could not help but feel sympathy for her. It was indeed a case of unrequited affection. Nevertheless, her admiration for the Crown Prince grew. He was, after all, a gentleman of integrity, true to his word. While she enjoyed the sight of beauty and performance, Gu Xiyan had no inclination to share her man with other women. She was not that magnanimous. Han Jiao's sword dance was a fluid display of grace and strength, captivating in its execution. Even the Emperor could not help but commend her performance. Han Yu lifted Hachin, but her expression subtly shifted as she met the gaze of His Royal Highness. Was he not concerned about straining his neck? He had been fixated on Gu Xiyan for an entire half an hour. Was he still not satisfied? How could he ignore the sword dance that she had diligently perfected over the past year? Such insensitivity. At the table, Gu Xiyan wished to change her attire, but His Royal Highness could not follow her to the changing room, so he could only gaze longingly at her retreating figure. The Emperor, witnessing the prince's childish demeanor, smiled benevolently, causing a pang of bitterness in the hearts of the other princes and princesses seated nearby. Although they had grown accustomed to their father's singular focus on the Crown Prince over the years, it still stung. After changing her attire, Gu Xiyan strolled along the corridor, unperturbed by the thought of being schemed against. After all, she had read countless tales of intrigue. Though the Gu family did not engage in household rivalries, her parents and elder brother were not inclined to raise her as a naive, sheltered girl. Thus, her maids were trained in martial arts from a young age, not to mention the two skilled, medically knowledgeable maids sent by His Royal Highness. Stretching her arms after sitting for over half an hour, Gu Xiyan felt a twinge in her waist. As she passed by the pond's rocky outcrop, a figure suddenly emerged. Her heart raced. How had this person approached so silently? Upon closer inspection, she realized it was Zhou Yuan. Clad in a deep blue embroidered robe adorned with orchid patterns and crowned with a jade headdress, he gazed at her with an earnest expression. Gu Xiyan took a cautious step back. His cheeks were slightly flushed, and a scent of liquor lingered about him. Zisadu Zhong stepped protectively in front of Gu Xiyan. Although she did not recognize the man, she was determined to shield the crown princess from any offense. Xiyan, I have something I wish to discuss with you, Zhou Yuan said, perhaps emboldened by inebriation. How audacious! The crown princess has no business conversing with a mere outsider, Zissu admonished in a low voice, wary of attracting attention. Xiyan, this peony pink jade butterfly hairpin is a gift I crafted with my own hands. Surely, it is fitting for a brother from a prestigious family to present you with a coming-of-age gift. Zhou Yuan produced the familiar hairpin from his bosom. Gu Xiyan frowned slightly. That is unacceptable. Gifts of hairpins between men and women signify a romantic entanglement, and we share no such connection. Though she had once enjoyed collecting fish before her betrothal, she was not foolish enough to invite trouble. Xiyan, I have yet to finish my words. Zhou Yuan began, but Gu Xiyan interrupted coldly. Address me as your Royal Highness, Crown Princess. He paused, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. Indeed, you are now the Crown Princess, and our destinies are forever separated. His smile faltered. I merely wish for you to know that since the Lantern Festival 3 years ago, my heart has been set upon you. Before Gu Xiyan could respond, he continued, do you recall the time you solved riddles on Zhuke Street, winning several lanterns, and casually gifted a rabbit lantern to a man standing nearby? I suspect you do not remember. Otherwise, how could you fail to recognize me? The image of that youthful girl, one hand clutching a candied hawthorn and the other holding several lanterns won from riddles, dressed in a golden cloak, casually bestowing a lantern upon a stranger, had lingered in his heart for 3 long years. Gu Xiyan curled her lips slightly. The lanterns won from the riddle contest were merely commonplace along Zhuke Street, abundant each year. I habitually distribute the surplus lanterns to others. You are not the only recipient. She would never bestow a lantern that appeared special upon anyone, for that would be akin to leaving herself a handle to be grasped. Instead, she preferred to give them away while solving riddles, not overly indulgent, a lantern for each small stall, ensuring the vendors could still make a living. Gu Xiyan's recipients were not confined by status or gender. She simply gifted to whomever she pleased, especially delighting in gifting lanterns to children. Zhou Yuan felt every breath was a torment, his eyes bloodshot. Gu Xiyan continued, I do not require your misguided affections. Lord Zhou, you have caused me considerable distress. She was preparing to signal Du Zhong to remove Zhou Yuan, having lingered outside for too long, fearing that His Highness might come searching for her. Zhou Yuan wished to retort, asserting that his feelings were genuine, yet in the next moment, a sudden sharp pain coursed through his arm, and he found himself crashing to the ground. The prince, with keen eyes, noticed a very familiar hairpin that had fallen from Zhou Yuan's grasp. Brother Qingyu, you have arrived. Gu Xiyan emerged from behind Zissu and Du Zhong, dashing over to embrace his arm. Let's return swiftly. The prince enveloped Gu Xiyan in his embrace, his gaze upon Zhou Yuan cold as an icy abyss. He leaned down to kiss Gu Xiyan's smooth forehead, his demeanor calm. Pray tell, Lord Zhou, are you coveting my wife? Zhou Yuan, now sprawled on the ground, felt the effects of the alcohol dissipate instantly. I pay my respects to His Highness. I dare not. Merely indulged in too much drink. Drunken truths, are they? The prince's voice revealed no hint of emotion. So, you present a hairpin to the princess, using inebriation to declare your feelings? Gu Xiyan clutched the prince's waist in fear. The prince's calmness bore an unsettling, tempestuous undercurrent. The princess did not accept my hairpin. It was a gift bestowed upon her at the time of our engagement, and I harbor no intentions of coveting her. I merely wish for her to know of my long-standing, unrequited affection. Zhou Yuan managed a bitter smile, acknowledging his transgressions. I beg your highness to punish me for my indiscretion. Chapter 64. The prince who requires Gu Xi's soothing. The prince clenched his teeth in frustration, vexed by his rivals, each one merely adding to his discontent. Zhou Yuan, recognizing his own faults, resigned himself to whatever punishment the prince deemed appropriate. At this moment, he remained surprisingly composed, for he knew he could never win Gu Xi's heart. However, he felt compelled to speak the truth. Does your highness believe I am the only one enamored with the princess? The prince smirked, and what of it? The man who secures the beauty is He Chengxu, not Shi Yuan, Zhou Yuan, or Shaoli. Zhou Yuan fell silent. The prince beckoned. Rise, let's have a contest. He had no intention of harming Zhou Yuan. After a moment, Gu Xi anxiously followed the prince towards the bamboo grove. She had just witnessed him shatter Zhou Yuan's left hand with a resounding crack. It was evident that Zhou Yuan had suffered severe internal injuries, and the prince had sealed his lips. However, Gu Xia harbored no sympathy for Zhou Yuan. She felt he was merely an unwelcome disaster. Had it not been for the reluctance to let Du Zhong incapacitate Zhou Yuan from the outset, none of this turmoil would have ensued. Gu Xia silently absorbed the lesson, vowing that she would refrain from excessive chatter in the future. Zissou and Du Zhong wisely maintained a distance behind her when Gu Xia suddenly collided with the back of a man who had come to a halt ahead. She anxiously raised her eyes, only to find His Highness the Crown Prince had turned to face her. "Sire, do you not have anything to explain to me?" he queried, his frustration evident in his choice of self-reference. Gu Xia paused momentarily, her hands twisting the handkerchief in her grasp as she replied softly, "Brother Chengxu, did you not hear? I have no connection with him." Given the timing of the Crown Prince's appearance and his keen hearing, he undoubtedly caught the latter part of her words. She believed her demeanor was commendable, devoid of flirtation with men, and exhibited a commendable sense of propriety. Moreover, she had dutifully concealed herself behind Zissou and Du Zhong, intending for them to remove Zhou Yuan before the Crown Prince's arrival. The Crown Prince gritted his teeth in anger. Who else could possibly like you? He had been fuming all the way, and that mischievous girl, Sierra, seemed oblivious to the need to placate him. Gu Xia pursed her lips and gazed at the Crown Prince with a semblance of pity. "I cannot control who finds me appealing, just as Brother Chengxu cannot prevent other women from liking you." There were certainly more women enamored with the Crown Prince than there were men captivated by her. She pouted, murmuring in discontent. The Crown Prince pulled her into his embrace, the warmth of her presence soothing his mood somewhat. "That is not what I meant. It is my fault." He sighed softly. "Could you not comfort me?" The Crown Prince felt a tinge of grievance, despite being devoted to her. He had been besieged by relentless romantic entanglements over the years, each one more concealed than the last. How else could he have overlooked Shi Yuan and Zhou Yuan, allowing them to confess their long-held affections in front of Sierra? Heaven knows he had yet to reveal his own youthful crush to Gu Xia, intending to wait until she truly opened her heart to him, fell in love, and then share his feelings. Now, overwhelmed by a series of romantic rivals, the Crown Prince found himself losing his composure. Gu Xia felt a flicker of guilt. The Crown Prince had always treated her with such kindness. Though her current feelings were merely superficial, providing her partner with a sense of security was the duty of a worthy companion. In a swift motion, she wrapped her arms around the Crown Prince's slender waist, gazing into his eyes that reflected both exasperation and indulgence. Rising on her toes, she reached up, urging him to lower his head, and pressed her lips against his. The softness of their lips ignited a desire within him to draw closer, yet the Crown Prince, in this moment, chose to relish the rare affection she extended. Nevertheless, his long, elegant fingers found their way to her waist, holding her delicate figure firmly. Gu Xia's cheeks flushed crimson as her lips brushed against his, signaling him to part his lips for her to enter. The warmth of their breaths mingled between them, their heartbeats gradually synchronizing, resonating like a drum. Do not be deceived by the prince's apparent affection. This marks the first time Gu Xia has boldly sought to share a deep kiss with him. She pressed her lips against his for an extended moment. Yet the prince remained unyielding. Gu Xia, her toes tingling with discomfort and her neck aching slightly, grew frustrated and playfully bit him. The prince winced in pain, furrowing his brow, before gently enveloping Gu Xia in his embrace. Their lips met once more, intertwining in a tender dance. A quarter of an hour later, Gu Xiyan nestled against the satisfied man, her breath soft and labored. She asked, "Brother Chengxu, have I soothed you?" The prince responded with a low murmur, subtly shifting her from his grasp, his voice husky and alluring. "Yes, sire, you are the best." He gazed at her radiant and charming visage, planting a gentle kiss on her neck, his eyes filled with adoration. Straightening her posture, Gu Xiyan took the initiative to grasp the prince's hand, guiding him to admire the moon. Each year, during the Lantern Festival, I delight in having my brother accompany me as we stroll and admire the lanterns, often bestowing them upon strangers who solve riddles. After his marriage, he has taken to accompanying his wife instead, leaving me with a tinge of sadness, as father must attend court banquets with mother. The siblings from my uncle's family are ultimately distant, lacking the ease of wandering the streets with my brother. With a sweet smile, Gu Xiyan gazed at the prince, her lashes fluttering. "Next year, during the Lantern Festival, I can still come out to solve riddles and present you with the most beautiful lantern. I have yet to give one to anyone personally. What style do you favor?" The prince looked into Gu Xiyan's starry eyes, irresistibly captivated by her enchanting smile. "I wish for the lotus lantern you held 3 years ago." He had just heard Zhou Yuan, that wild man, mention that Sierra had gifted him a rabbit lantern. Being as astute as he was, the prince pieced together their conversation, realizing that Sierra had merely regarded Zhou Yuan as a fleeting stranger. Had the man not brought it up, she would have forgotten entirely. Yet now, Sierra expressed her desire to specifically give him a lantern, a gift meant solely for him. The prince vividly recalled the moment when he first laid eyes on Gu Xiyan, her striking figure standing gracefully on Zhuke Street, her appearance, expression, the golden patterns of her attire, and the lotus lantern she held. Gu Xiyan, taken aback, widened her almond-shaped eyes. "Brother Chengxu, how did you know I had a lotus lantern 3 years ago during the Lantern Festival?" Not one to be easily fooled, Gu Xiyan calculated when the prince began attending events that initially held no interest for him. Noticing his subtle glances toward her, and having seen him retreat to the borders after a few instances of her apparent disinterest, she deduced the truth. "So, Brother Chengxu, you were enamored with me 3 years ago?" Gu Xiyan observed the faint blush adorning the prince's fair face, her laughter reminiscent of a mischievous little fox. Chapter 65. The prince's white moonlight. The prince's handsome visage bore a delicate flush, contrasting sharply with his typically aloof demeanor. Gu Xiyan's gaze remained fixed upon him, unwavering. The prince harbored no intention of concealing his feelings from Gu Xiyan. He had cherished his affection for her over the years, believing he should not shy away from confessing his heart's desire. "Indeed, I am enamored with Xiyan. 3 years ago, during the Lantern Festival, I was captivated at first sight, a moment that felt eternal." He turned to glance at Gu Xiyan, but Xiyan consistently evaded my gaze, unwilling to share the same space with me. Gu Xiyan's eyes flickered with embarrassment. She could hardly express her reluctance to marry the Crown Prince. In our realm, young women are typically betrothed by the age of 15, with arrangements often commencing as early as 12 or 13. Although the Crown Prince did not regard Gu Xiyan with particular interest, his demeanor was gentlemanly. Yet her instinctive sensitivity compelled her to keep a distance from him. The Crown Prince had only appeared frequently 5 or 6 times, coinciding with his 15th year, the age at which he was eligible to select a consort. Thus, his unexpected presence at social gatherings, which he typically eschewed, did not surprise the onlookers. Noble women rarely had the opportunity to encounter the Crown Prince. Only relatives of the royal family and high-ranking officials were granted the privilege of attending palace banquets. The legendary Mu Rumong, daughter of the Duke of State, and Zheng Zuang, granddaughter of the Crown Prince's tutor, along with Han Jiao, the daughter of the Crown Prince's protector, had no more chances to meet him than any other noble lady. After all, entry into the palace was a privilege not afforded to many. Even the Crown Prince's own cousin could only visit the palace twice a month, and it was rare for her to catch a glimpse of him, let alone engage in conversation. The emperor's affection and regard for the Crown Prince were well known. It was hardly surprising that he wished to choose his own consort. Did not their gazes also linger on beauty? The Crown Prince was but a mortal man. Yet, shortly thereafter, within just 3 months, he ceased to attend gatherings and was dispatched to the frontier to serve the emperor. Noticing Gu Xiyan's silence, he bore no resentment. Xiyan, the harem is filled with numerous beauties, yet only you can leave me breathless. My heart knows no balance but when in your presence. Gu Xiyan found herself involuntarily pressing her palm against his chest, lost in thought. Was all this talk merely to assert that no one else possessed her beauty? She was fully aware that she was the most exquisite maiden in the world. Observing her self-admiring expression, akin to a proud little peacock, the crown prince could not resist gently caressing her cheek with his other hand, retracting it before she could react. Even if another woman, identical to Xiyan, yet more beautiful, stood before me, I would not spare her a glance. I'm not a man driven by lust. What truly matters is that none of them are my Xiyan. The crown prince's gaze was tender, for Xiyan was the bright moon of my youth, embraced within my heart, rendering my life complete. Over the course of 3 years, my silent and subtle affection for Gu Xiyan flourished, and I found myself unwilling to suppress my feelings. Throughout these years, I could not help but observe her from afar, discreetly placing numerous informants within the Gu household, not to serve her closely, but merely to learn about her daily activities, her meals, and the suitors from noble families who sought to court her. Thus, His Highness the Crown Prince is always able to timely intercept Gu Xiyan and the fish in the pond. He does not wish to witness Gu Xiyan evading him any longer, nor does he desire to put her in a difficult position. He perceives her as still unversed in matters of affection, which is why he intends to cultivate their relationship until she comes of age. Little did he expect his in-laws to act so swiftly, arranging a meeting for sure the very day after the Mid-Autumn Festival. The Crown Prince does not believe there is anything wrong with Gu Xiyan's actions. She merely seeks a husband whom she can manage, without harboring feelings for other men. What fault could Xiyan possibly have? It is those wild men who are to blame for enticing his Xiyan. He speaks in a low, earnest tone, and Gu Xiyan's heart is subtly pried open, the once tranquil waters of her emotions stirring slightly before settling back into calmness. Upon seeing Xiyan for the first time, I had already envisioned names for our future children. Gu Xiyan muses that perhaps the enchanting night and the brilliant moonlight have rendered the man before her increasingly handsome. She regains her composure, her cheeks flushed, and her eyelashes fluttering, unable to continue gazing into the man's deeply affectionate peach blossom eyes, fearing she might become irrevocably ensnared. Brother Chengxu, are you thinking too far ahead? I didn't even know you back then. Gu Xiyan pouts, her lips slightly swollen, her almond-shaped eyes shimmering like autumn waters. And what shall we name the child? She gazes at His Highness with curiosity. The Crown Prince's lips curl into a smile, reminiscent of a child who has just received honey. It's not too early. The moment I beheld Xiyan, I knew you would surely be my woman. He is genuinely grateful to his father. Had he not been the Crown Prince, he would not have had such confidence in winning Gu Xiyan's heart. At the very least, if he were merely an ordinary citizen, he would have to watch helplessly as Gu Xiyan wed another. His father, like him, possesses a keen insight. As the saying goes, no one knows a child better than their father, and the Crown Prince's actions are tacitly approved by His Majesty. Gu Xiyan's snow-white earlobes blush like pomegranate seeds. How domineering the Crown Prince is. She would never confess that she is quite fond of such attention. You still haven't answered me, Brother Chengxu. What name do you have in mind for the child? Her curiosity is palpable. The Crown Prince's gaze falters for a moment. He Chengxu. It suits either a boy or a girl. As for the generational character, he is indifferent. Gu Xiyan protests. No, iam elfea. How can a child's name share a character with its mother? The Crown Prince's brow furrows slightly. I apologize, sir. I did not consider that. You are indeed one of a kind. That name won't do. What if, when he calls for Xiyan, the child responds? She exclaims. No, no. Gu Xiyan does not press the issue further, but she wonders aloud. Will our future child's name be bestowed by His Majesty? Brother Chengxu, can you choose it yourself? The Crown Prince's movements momentarily freeze. Xiyan has reminded him. Given his father's character, it is possible that His Majesty might name their child. I can, he asserts, needing to find an opportunity to gauge his father's thoughts on the matter. If all else fails, he would resort to coaxing. Their child, after all, should have a name chosen by them. Gu Xiyan gazed at the radiant moon above, suddenly breaking into a smile. Brother Chengxu, I can't believe I am your moon. In her heart, she felt a joyous elation, as if a troop of fawns were frolicking through the woods. As a young maiden just reaching the age of maturity, she was confident in her allure, yet the fact that she had been secretly admired by the Crown Prince for 3 years filled her with delight. After all, he was the most distinguished prince in the entire realm of Daxia. The Crown Prince embraced her tenderly, a playful smile gracing his lips as he lowered his gaze upon her. "Yes, Sheer, you are my moon, my little moon." Chapter 66. The heartbroken emperor. After the banquet dispersed, the Crown Prince accompanied the emperor to the study to attend to state matters. The emperor, slightly inebriated, languidly leaned against the Zeton wood armchair, casting a casual glance at the Crown Prince. What were you doing with that girl Sheer earlier? You seem rather elated." The Crown Prince pinched the bridge of his nose, his brows arching slightly, as he too reclined in the chair. "Oh, we simply took a stroll and exchanged a few words. Sheer mentioned she would like to embroider a sachet for me." The emperor, noticing the Crown Prince's barely contained excitement, felt a surge of happiness. Indeed, Sheer was a girl of rare virtue, understanding how to treat his son well. The Crown Prince idly lifted his gaze toward the emperor seated above him. "Father, I believe Gu Xiyan is suited for a position away from the capital." The emperor's eyes flickered with interest as he straightened in his seat. "What makes you say so?" His gaze fixed upon the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince pressed his lips together, retrieving the broken peony pink jade butterfly hairpin from his sleeve. "Father, Gu Xiyan seeks to pursue Sheer, but luckily, Sheer is deeply devoted to me and has not been swayed by this rogue man." The emperor's expression darkened abruptly. How dare he covet the Crown Princess and disregard the Crown Prince? Did he have no respect for the emperor himself? "I dealt with him accordingly," the Crown Prince declared. "He is a gentleman. Gu Xiyan's offense is not worthy of the death penalty, but I do not wish to see this rogue lingering in the capital. He can be dispatched far away." The emperor snorted coldly. "Well done. How dare he compete for a woman with the Crown Prince? There is no logic in royal matters." Although the emperor was aware of Gu Xiyan's previous interest in Gu Xiyan, so what? Gu Boyong had not only presented Sheer to one suitor, but to 3. Gu Xiyan was simply lacking in discernment. "I want him to be sent away." Gu Xiyan possesses considerable ability, but his youthful exuberance and drunkenness have led him astray. He ought to temper his character, especially as the eldest son of the Minister of Personnel. He cannot be overly punished, the Crown Prince spoke calmly. The emperor felt his heart shatter upon hearing this. Tears glistened in his eyes, and the effects of alcohol faded. How could his son be so understanding? As the Crown Prince, it would not be amiss for him to act with a bit of indulgence. After all, he was the emperor's son. If Yu wished to demote Gu Xiyan, it was no great matter. Could it be that his son would outshine him? Yet, Yu chose to endure this slight out of appreciation for talent. The emperor's paternal heart swelled with pride and sorrow simultaneously. What position do you wish for him? How about the magistrate of a distant province? In the grand hierarchy of the Great Daxia Dynasty, there exist 9 ranks and 18 tiers of official positions. Gu Xiyan, having achieved the distinction of being the 3rd place in the previous imperial examination, was granted a position as a 7th-rank editor, just below the 1st-rank scholar. His Majesty had initially intended to promote Gu Xiyan to a 6th-rank position as a lecturer in the Hanlin Academy after the 3-year assessment period concluded next year. However, upon learning of his audacious interest in the Crown Princess, it was deemed more prudent to assign him to a remote post. Originally holding a 7th-rank title, it was customary for Gu Xiyan to be elevated by 1 rank upon his transfer. The emperor acted without subterfuge in this matter. The position of a district magistrate in the provinces is typically a 6th-rank office, which is reasonable both in sentiment and in logic. The Great Daxia boasts a total of 10 administrative divisions, comprising 360 prefectures. These are categorized into upper, middle, and lower provinces based on economic prosperity, with upper provincial magistrates holding 5th-rank titles, middle provincial magistrates 6th rank, and lower provincial magistrates still at 6th rank. The Crown Prince, reflecting on Gu Xiyan's esteemed kinship as the maternal uncle of Prince Qi, couldn't help but smirk subtly. "Father, the magistrate of the Middle Province in Longyu should rightfully hold the 6th rank due to his qualifications." The emperor sighed, expressing concern for his son. I perceive that you have been wronged. How much better it would be if my crown prince displayed a greater understanding. Upon the emperor's return to the capital, Gu Xiyan finally completed the embroidered sachet in time for the crown prince's birthday, which falls on October 11th. Over several days of leisure, she meticulously crafted an adorable, plump golden dragon sachet for him. Indeed, her intent was deliberate. Although Gu Xiyan possessed a fair degree of embroidery skill, she sought to distinguish herself with a unique design. The moon-white sachet, fashioned from the finest brocade, subtly shimmered with silver spider silk patterns that caught the light, exuding understated luxury. Adorning, it was a charming little milk dragon coiled around the moon, rendered in vibrant golden hues, which filled Gu Xiyan with immense satisfaction. She even embroidered auspicious clouds exquisitely. Praising herself, she thought, "Today's Xiyan is quite remarkable." Fu Ling gazed at the embroidery Gu Xiyan held, swallowing hard. "Your Highness, does this dragon not appear somewhat rotund? Surely, a five-clawed golden dragon would not be so chubby." Gu Xiyan, pleased with her work, replied, "You do not understand. The crown prince will undoubtedly adore it." Zissou exchanged glances with Fu Ling, both secretly thinking, "Of course the crown prince will like it." Even if Miss were to present him with a sachet resembling a tangled mass of caterpillars, he would still praise it as a dragon. It would be strange if he did not. Curiously, Zissou inquired of Gu Xiyan, "Your Highness, why is there a moon depicted? Shouldn't dragons be associated with auspicious clouds?" Gu Xiyan, gazing at the round silver-white moon, smiled softly, "Because that represents me. I am the crown prince's little moon." Zissou and Fu Ling pondered. Why do they suddenly feel so full? On October 11th, the crown prince's birthday arrived. Although no guests were invited for the celebration, gifts from the citizens of the capital poured in like a flowing stream. The crown prince was granted a day off by His Majesty. Early in the morning, he left the palace to escort Gu Xiyan to the palace. He would share a midday meal with his father and mother, after which the afternoon was reserved for the crown prince to enjoy private moments with his beloved. Gu Xiyan, not rising particularly early, went about her routine as usual. After changing and freshening up, the crown prince entered the room. The humble servant pays her respects to His Highness the Crown Prince. His Highness gestures for Zissou and the others to step aside. Gu Xiyan tilts her head while seated on the rosewood chair. "Brother Chengxu?" The Crown Prince retrieves a white jade hairpin intricately carved with peonies and a crescent moon from his bosom. Having been raised in affluence, Gu Xiyan immediately recognizes it as being crafted from mutton fat jade. "Sire, this is your coming-of-age gift. Do you like it?" The Crown Prince approaches the rosewood vanity, bowing his head to gaze at Gu Xiyan. Confused, she furrows her brow and inquires, "Didn't the Eastern Palace already send me a coming-of-age gift?" The Eastern Palace had indeed been generous. Gu Xiyan had requested Furon to catalog the gifts received for future reciprocation. However, the Crown Prince did not attend her coming-of-age ceremony and merely sent someone to deliver the gifts. The messenger was quite discreet, and few recognized him as being from the Eastern Palace, leading many to believe the Crown Prince had sent gifts to curry favor with Gu Tating. After all, the Crown Prince holds great respect for his mentors, sending gifts for the birthdays of his 3 teachers as well. Gu Tating, who generally dislikes hosting birthday banquets, was perceived to be on the Crown Prince's mind, perhaps due to the Crown Prince's intentions of selecting Gu Tating's eldest daughter as his consort. Chapter 67. The Crown Prince bestowing a hairpin. The Crown Prince delicately pins the mutton-fat, jade, peony crescent moon hairpin into Gu Xiyan's cloud-like updo. This exquisite hairpin was crafted by his own hands, having undergone several trials before he felt satisfied with this version. He refrained from gifting it earlier, partly due to his apprehension, for they were not yet acquainted, and presenting a hairpin would have seemed forward. He had completely forgotten that their first conversation had ended in an impulsive kiss. The other reason for his hesitation stemmed from his dissatisfaction. Upon hearing Gu Xiyan refer to herself as his little moon in Nanyuan, inspiration struck him, and he spent 10 days recarving the hairpin. Gu Xiyan turned her head to the mirror, her eyes sparkling as she exclaimed, "Brother Chengxu, this hairpin is beautiful. The graceful curve connecting the peony to the moon, which hangs above it, is perfectly round." "Oh, Brother Chengxu, did you carve this yourself?" Upon closer inspection, Gu Xiyan noticed that although the craftsmanship was commendable, it still bore a hint of inexperience. "Our sire is truly clever," he remarked, leaning down to plant a kiss on her cheek with unabashed affection. Zissou and the others had long since retreated to the doorway, not daring to interrupt the tender moment between the Crown Prince and the future Crown Princess. Overjoyed, Gu Xiyan returned his kiss, only to be held by him for a while longer. When she regained her senses, she found herself cradled upon the rosewood concubine couch. The stunning young woman, her hair slightly tousled, gazed at him with doe-like eyes, leaning softly against the Crown Prince. She reached out to grasp his long, elegant hand. "Brother Chengxu, is your hand hurt?" Her voice was sweet and melodious, imbued with an unknowing allure. The Crown Prince's hands were indeed beautiful, with distinct knuckles and fair skin, the faint outline of veins visible on the back of his hand. The palms and fingertips bore the light calluses of martial arts practice, giving them a delightful, tingling sensation that Gu Xiyan found utterly enchanting. She observed the Crown Prince applying a scar-removing ointment, but faint white marks still lingered on his fingertips. The Crown Prince gently pinched Gu Xiyan's fingers, the delicate touch akin to a feather, eliciting immense comfort. He pinched again, gazing into her sparkling eyes as he softly assured her it did not hurt. Compared to the injuries he had sustained during his martial training, how could the scars from carving hairpins weigh so heavily? Although the adage states that women adorn themselves for the sake of men, men too wish to please women. Thus, the Crown Prince had meticulously cared for himself over the past 3 years, ensuring that even his wounds from the frontier left no scars. Gu Xiyan took his hand in hers, bringing it to her lips for a tender kiss. The Crown Prince felt his Adam's apple bob heavily. It seemed her kiss did not merely land on his fingertips, but inscribed a profound mark upon his heart, a bold and exclusive imprint just for her. Filling him with joy, his heart surged like a lake in the throes of a tsunami, bubbling with excitement. Gu Xiyan, captivated by his hand, kissed his fingertips repeatedly before burying her face in his palm. "Ah, so I truly have a petite face," she remarked, her eyes sparkling as she looked up, only to be met with the Crown Prince's kiss upon her lips. At that moment, Zissou and Fuling had quietly arranged breakfast in the adjoining dining hall. As the two sovereigns finally separated, Zissou gently reminded, "Your Highness, it is time for your breakfast." The Crown Prince, seeing Gu Xiyan's delicate demeanor, scooped her up and carried her to the dining table. After they enjoyed their meal, they proceeded into the palace. In the imperial garden, a vibrant array of flowers competed for attention. Gu Xiyan leisurely admired the beauty surrounding her, and couldn't help but marvel at her father's wealth. "Sire, I asked father for 2 of each peony to be transplanted into the glass greenhouse in the East Palace. Shall we visit it at noon?" The Crown Prince noticed her gaze lingering on the peonies and smiled. Initially, her father had been reluctant to part with them, especially since the greenhouse had cultivated 2 rare double-bloom peonies this year, all of which had been claimed by the Crown Prince. Gu Xiyan, looking at the seemingly irreplaceable Crown Prince, smiled and replied with enthusiasm. At that moment, a young boy, clad in princely attire and carrying a child, emerged nearby. He appeared to be around 10 years old, while the chubby child in his arms, rosy and plump, seemed only 3. Gu Xiyan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly recognized them. This must be the 4th Prince, He Chengxu, and the 5th Prince. The 4th Prince, He Chengxu, was 10 years old, the son of concubine Hui, who was the second daughter of the Marquis of Suan, selected to enter the palace. The 5th Prince, the son of concubine Jing, was merely 3 years old. Gu Xiyan could not help but admire her father, who remained remarkably spry. However, she noted that he favored the princes with great bias, ensuring that he would not indulge the youngest to threaten the crown princess position. In the emperor's heart, he had but one son, the Crown Prince, whom he had personally nurtured, destined to inherit the great realm of Daxia. As for the other princes, they were merely a means to extend the royal lineage. The emperor had granted them wealth and noble status. Yet was that not sufficient? His Majesty was not born the Crown Prince. His elder brother passed away at a young age, and, as the legitimate second son, His Majesty fought for many years to emerge victorious in the struggle for succession. Therefore, He desires to pave a bright path for his eldest son, bestowing upon the crown prince the paternal affection he himself was deprived of. His Majesty has also contemplated providing the crown prince with a sharpening stone, ensuring that the path to the throne is not too easily attained. The Prince Qi is quite commendable, yet the crown prince possesses exceptional talents, and among the remaining princes, none can match his brilliance. Thus, His Majesty feels a sense of pride and gratification, for the crown prince, whom he has personally raised, is distinctly different from the other royal offspring. What does it matter if there is no sharpening stone? The crown prince manages state affairs admirably, proactively seeks guidance from his father, and conducts himself with unfailing propriety, displaying a closeness to His Majesty that surpasses that of even ordinary fathers and sons. Among the ministers, even Gu Boyong and his son Gu Xiyan do not share the same level of intimacy as His Majesty and his son Yu. His Majesty remains oblivious to the differing dynamics of father-son relationships at home and in the palace. However, he will not neglect his royal sons. Upon marriage, they will be conferred titles and allowed to participate in court, observing governance and undertaking duties. It is impossible to grant them actual fiefdoms, as there are too many examples of princes causing turmoil and mischief in their domains, and even instances of rebellion. This dynasty has learned from the mistakes of previous ones. Princes do not possess actual ownership or jurisdiction over fiefs, but they may enjoy the offerings and annual salaries associated with them. The fourth prince, He Chengxu, and the fifth prince, due to their mother's palaces being adjacent and their amicable relationship, interact as if they were biological brothers. The third prince, He Chengxu, having reached the age of 15, finds little common ground with his younger siblings, spending most of his time with the second prince, He Chengnan. Upon encountering the crown prince and the crown princess, the fourth prince, He Chengxu, hurriedly sets down the five prince in his arms and promptly bows in greeting. I pay my respects to Your Highness, the crown prince, and to Her Highness, the crown princess. Their demeanor is exceedingly respectful. Chapter 68. The crown prince's dark history. Gu Xiyan watches the two little ones bowing before them, the 3-year-old chubby boy exhibiting a childish innocence that renders him quite adorable. The crown prince gazes at them and gestures for them to rise. Regarding his half-brothers and sisters, apart from the Prince Qi, the crown prince feels indifferent towards the other 3 brothers and the sisters. He does not take advantage of his status as the legitimate eldest son to bully or make things difficult for his half-siblings. Even with the Prince Qi, the crown prince does not have the luxury of time for such trivialities. He has an abundance of studies to attend to, both in civil and martial affairs. And since the age of 10, he has begun assisting his father in reviewing memorials. The crown prince understands that the majority of his father's paternal love is directed towards him, leaving the remaining fraction to his 4 brothers and 3 sisters. Thus, he only felt jealousy as a child, seeking comfort from his father, but after the age of 7, he no longer harbored such feelings. Gu Xiyan observes the plump 5 prince, noting that due to their shared father, the royal princes bear resemblance to one another. For instance, this little chubby boy before him has eyebrows akin to those of the crown prince. "Crown princess, you are truly beautiful," the 5 prince exclaims, his eyes crinkling into crescent moons as he smiles. The 4th prince and the 5th prince do not come from a prominent background, and thus they have never harbored ambitions of vying for the throne. Unlike Prince Qi, the 4th prince, He Chengxu, experienced a subtle change in expression. "Your Highness." The 5th prince is still quite young and speaks without caution. He remarked, placing a hand over the 5th prince's mouth. As the elder brother, it is inappropriate for him to utter such frivolous words to tease their sister-in-law, the crown princess. If the 4th prince were of the same age, such remarks could be quite perilous. Although the 5th prince is merely 3 years old, children born in the palace tend to mature rapidly. He blinked his large eyes and obediently fell silent. Gu Xiyan glanced at the unperturbed crown prince and chuckled softly. "It's all right. I am well aware of my beauty. There is no need for you to be overly anxious, 4th prince. Referring to me as crown princess feels too formal. You may call me sister-in-law instead." The crown prince must be treated with respect, and for a prince to address her as crown princess seems excessively reverential. It is better to keep it casual, as she is a friendly young lady. The 4th prince looked to the crown prince, and then nodded. I shall heed the words of sister-in-law. He released his hand from covering the fifth prince's mouth. The fifth prince, not having his nose covered, was still able to breathe. Your Highness, I have prepared a birthday gift for you, he exclaimed. His mother had told him that to secure a close relationship with the crown prince, he must cling to his leg, just like their uncle Kong Wong, ensuring a lifetime of happiness and the ability to bring his mother out of the palace. The fourth and fifth princes had initially intended to personally present their gifts at the Eastern Palace, but since the crown prince was not present, they decided to visit in the afternoon instead, opting to stroll through the imperial garden at this moment. The crown prince was in good spirits today, which made him more patient than usual. What gift do you have? He inquired. The fifth prince's eyes sparkled with excitement as he produced a valuable jade pendant, adorned with a dragon and phoenix motif. Although it was not made of the finest white jade, it was still worth at least 100 taels of silver, a considerable generosity for a prince whose annual stipend was merely 200 taels. Of course, at the tender age of 3, the fifth prince likely did not grasp the concept of value. The gift was likely arranged by his mother. The fourth prince was astonished to see the crown prince, who usually treated them with indifference, approach and take the jade pendant from the fifth prince's hands, even praising him. This is a lovely gift, fifth brother. I quite like it. The crown prince bent down, casually pinching the fifth prince's chubby cheek, a smile gracing his lips. The fifth prince, initially startled, soon realized he had successfully endeared himself to the crown prince. In the next moment, he lunged forward, wrapping his arms around the crown prince's leg and nuzzling his pudgy face against it. The crown prince's body stiffened momentarily, taken aback by the audacity of the little chub, who had once been quite fearful of him, but now dared to embrace his leg so boldly. The fourth prince, seeing that the crown prince did not appear displeased, felt a sense of relief and stepped forward to pull the fifth prince away. Your Highness, this is the birthday gift I present to you. He too offered a jade pendant, albeit one depicting entwined branches. Gu Xiyan observed quietly from the side, unable to suppress her thoughts. Children in the palace are certainly no simple matter. Initially, the two princes received only indifferent attention from the crown prince. However, upon receiving congratulatory gifts, he displayed a slight increase in warmth towards them. It is indeed true that one should not judge by appearances. Gu Xiyan felt the need to remain vigilant. Why was the crown prince so easily swayed? What if someone sought to curry favor with him in such a flattering manner, and he, in his buoyant state, accepted it all? Could the symbolism of the dragon and phoenix, or the intertwined branches of a couple, be any more evident? Would she become a crown prince's Achilles heel? After the two princes departed, Gu Xiyan posed this concern. The crown prince paused momentarily, then chuckled softly, stating, Xiyan, you are not my weakness. You are my heart's delight. How can my heart be a flaw? Rest assured, I know my limits. He would not become lax in his duties simply because someone praised the bond he shared with Xiyan, extolling their love. Nevertheless, his mood was inevitably brighter than usual. In Kuan-Ning Palace, His Majesty arrived from Gan-Quan Palace in the afternoon, where a rower, Yuer, and Xiyan, dressed in formal attire and adorned with a tian crown. He held a candied melon strip, savoring its sweetness. Your Majesty, there they are. The Empress raised her gaze to see the two, hand in hand, entering. The Emperor displayed a warm, fatherly smile, relieved at their arrival. The two bowed. Your son greets father and mother. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, exuding an effortless elegance and harmony. The Emperor and Empress beamed with satisfaction. Quickly, there is no need for formalities. Mother, how did you know I adore milk and osmanthus cake? Gu Xiyan naturally released the crown prince's hand and stepped forward to embrace the Empress's arm. The Zeatonwood table adorned with dragon motifs was laden with various candied treats and pastries. Seeing Gu Xiyan's affectionate demeanor, the Emperor smiled. Feel free to indulge. There is an abundance of delicacies in Mother-S Palace. It appeared that Xia's tastes closely mirrored those of Yuer. Both relished sweets and snacks. The Empress gazed at the crown prince, who had taken his seat beside the Emperor, a hint of nostalgia flickering in her eyes. I remember when Yuer was merely 3 years old, at that age of insatiable curiosity. His Majesty personally taught him to write, and upon returning after a brief meeting with a minister, he found Yuer, mouth covered in pastry crumbs, diligently practicing his characters. The emperor also reminisced. I had noticed Yuer's fondness for treats and brought him 2 plates, yet at lunch, despite being full, he still craved more. In chapter 69, the amiable Crown Prince, Gu Xiyan had been laughing joyfully until she caught sight of the Crown Prince's flushed face, marred by a frown. Noticing the faint blush on his ears, her laughter grew even more exuberant. Father, the Crown Prince is upset. Seeing him in such a state only fueled the emperor's amusement. When Yuer was 3, he would still wet the bed while sleeping beside me. The Crown Prince, unable to endure any longer, seized a piece of jujube pastry and playfully covered his father's mouth. Gu Xiyan lowered her eyelashes. After all, bedwetting at 3 was quite normal. She had experienced it herself. Yet, she could empathize with the Crown Prince's feelings. No one wishes to have their past indiscretions aired in front of their beloved. Fortunately, her parents would never treat her this way. His Majesty observed Gu Xiyan's downcast eyelashes and realized something, unconsciously nibbling on the jujube pastries that the Crown Prince had stuffed into his mouth. Ah, how sweet. The Crown Prince, infuriated, was in no mood for pleasantries and boldly began to request a reward from His Majesty. Father, on my birthday, what gift have you prepared for me? His Majesty inwardly lamented, fearing that Yuer had set his sights on his private treasury. Had he known, he would have chosen his words more carefully. Now he would have to part with his riches to appease the situation. Well, I have prepared for you a landscape painting by the esteemed Chong Kong, His Majesty responded. Chong Kong was indeed one of the most renowned painters throughout history. However, the gift originally intended was a work by Zhong Zheng, whose value was slightly inferior. Wouldn't this anger his son? Thus, he reluctantly made the sacrifice. The Crown Prince's eyes flickered with interest. Father, I wish to take leave tomorrow. Today is his birthday, allowing for a day off. But he sought to exploit his father's guilt to secure an additional day, so he might spend time with Xiyan. Before he met Gu Xiyan, the Crown Prince found little joy in leisure. He preferred the weighty matters of state. Yet now, things had changed. He was a man with a fiancée. His Majesty felt an inexplicable pang of sorrow. Why did his son seem suddenly different? Nevertheless, with his beloved son directly requesting it, how could His Majesty refuse? Granted, he replied, taking a deep breath. Thank you, Father, the Crown Prince expressed with satisfaction. After enjoying lunch, Gu Xiyan was escorted to the East Palace by the Crown Prince. This was her first visit to the East Palace. The Crown Prince, being His Majesty's most cherished son, found the East Palace's opulence second only to the grandeur of His Majesty's Gongquan Palace. Salutations to the Crown Prince and to the Crown Princess. The attendants in the East Palace bowed respectfully. As for how they recognized her as the Crown Princess, it was hardly a mystery. When had the Crown Prince ever walked alongside another woman, let alone hand in hand? The Crown Prince, in high spirits, flashed a smile and waved them off. Gu Xiyan quietly observed the attendants, noting their genuine respect. It was clear they held sincere admiration, not mere pretense. It seemed the Crown Prince was adept in managing his court. Your Highness, this is Granny Gu, who oversees the inner courtyard, and the Crown Prince's wet nurse. Zhou Quan thoughtfully introduced. Granny Gu, adorned with 2 golden hairpins, exuded an air of affluence. I pay my respects to the Crown Princess. She greeted with another deep bow. She dared not act presumptuously. After all, the Crown Prince showed her no particular favoritism, and given that the Empress had assigned her 2 capable nurses to the Crown Princess, Granny Gu was cautious. The Crown Prince had been weaned at 1 year old and shared no close bond with Granny Gu and the other wet nurses. His affection lay with the Empress. As for the term wet brothers, that was not appropriate. The Crown Prince valued loyalty and capability above all. Without the latter, even the most devoted loyalty would be in vain. Even after all these years, with no one in the East Palace's inner courtyard, Granny Gu and her peers would not dare to offer their daughters to the Crown Prince. Moreover, Master Zhou has repeatedly reminded them that after spending so many years in the Eastern Palace, Granny Gu is far from foolish. Gu Xiyan and Wei Wei nodded in acknowledgement of Granny Gu. After all, she had not yet entered the marriage, so what was the point of extending her hand so far? Under Zhou Quan's introduction, Gu Gu Xiyan familiarized herself with the people present before they withdrew. The Crown Prince took her to the glass conservatory in the main courtyard of the Eastern Palace, where opulent peonies, resplendent in their national beauty, bloomed in profusion. Brother Chengxu, you have put in so much thought. I absolutely adore it. Thank you, Gu Xiyan said with a sweet smile as she stepped forward to embrace the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince's lips curled upward, pleased that Sierra was happy. Then, as if recalling something, he chuckled softly. So, where's the birthday gift you promised me, Sierra? His peach blossom eyes fixed on her, brimming with anticipation. Gu Xiyan retrieved a moon-white embroidered pouch depicting a chubby little dragon from her bosom. I'm afraid my embroidery skills are lacking. Brother Chengxu, please don't hold it against me. How could the Crown Prince possibly find fault? He immediately accepted the charmingly crafted pouch, proclaiming, how could I? This is the finest pouch I have ever seen. He cherished the pouch delicately, his fingertips grazing the round little moon on its surface. His fingers bore thin calluses, rough to the touch, as he feared damaging the pouch gifted by Sierra. Gu Xiyan's almond-shaped eyes sparkled as she playfully urged, Brother Chengxu, open the pouch and take a look. Inside, she had not only placed agarwood incense, but also 2 preserved red beans, specially treated to last long. The agarwood was chosen because it was the very scent the Crown Prince used for his incense. She delighted in not fully capturing this man, allowing him to fall deeper for her. Gu Xiyan believed it premature to discuss feelings with the Crown Prince. She merely appreciated his handsome visage. To ensure her future marital life is more pleasant, she was willing to give him a bit of sweetness, encouraging his affection for her. As for herself, she naturally prioritized her own happiness. After all, the Crown Prince wielded power and influence, as long as his words and actions remained consistent. It was hardly a matter of consequence if she came to like or even love him. Gu Xiyan was not a lovesick fool. To her, romance was merely an embellishment. The Crown Prince felt a surge of emotion, a hint of redness at the corners of his eyes, his voice low and choked as he uttered, Sierra, you personally embroidered this pouch for me? I'm truly happy. How could the Crown Prince not realize that Gu Xiyan's affection for him was merely superficial? Yet, her willingness to accept him, nurture their relationship, and bear his children, didn't that signify a desire to share a lifetime together? Sierra could have maintained a respectful distance, but she embroidered a pouch for him and gifted him red beans as a token of her feelings. She even knew that the incense he used was agarwood, embedding her essence within the pouch for him to cherish. Sierra was undeniably smitten with him. Therefore, he resolved to treat her even better. Gu Xiyan revealed a tender smile. Understanding that affection is reciprocal. Brother Chengxu, you are so kind to me, and I wish to see you happy as well. Happy birthday, Brother Chengxu. She stepped forward to embrace him once more. Not far away, Zhou Quan silently swallowed hard, marveling at how easily the Crown Prince could be appeased. Chapter 70. Shi Yuan's request for battle. After the autumn hunt, the imperial treasury had completed its tax collection. During the Grand Court Assembly, His Majesty, alongside the esteemed officials and military leaders, deliberated on the trial implementation of the central law, coinciding with the urgent need to transport military provisions to the borders. This year, the weather in the Great Xia has been remarkably favorable, and the nation's strength has significantly flourished over the past few years. His Majesty is determined to confront the Turks, for he is not a feeble emperor, despite the assassination attempt orchestrated by the Turkic Khan He, who sought to frame Khan Kalen for personal gain. His Majesty remains a rational sovereign. Autumn, when the Turks are well stocked with provisions, is not the opportune moment for war. The Turks, having endured hunger and cold throughout the winter, will descend southward to raid the border's grain supplies. Although their horses may not be as robust as in autumn, their fighting spirit is formidable, rendering them a challenging adversary. The ideal time for an offensive lies in the waning days of winter. The implementation of the central law would indeed conserve a substantial portion of the budget, allowing the court to allocate more military funds to the front lines. Suddenly, Shi Yuan stepped forward. Your Majesty, the Turks have become exceedingly audacious, daring to attempt an assassination against you. This humble servant requests to be dispatched to the northern borders to alleviate your concerns. His Majesty had not disclosed that the assassin was Khan He. imposing a gag order to incite internal discord among the Turks, thus providing the Great Xia an opportunity to penetrate their ranks. Fortunately, the 100 or so individuals present were all His Majesty's trusted confidants. They were not foolish enough to let such information leak, for they would all be implicated in the crime of conspiracy against the throne. What strength do the Turks possess? The gaze of the court, including that of the Crown Prince, fell upon Gu Xiyan, who had rarely graced the morning assembly. Is it said that a tiger begets no dog? Gu Xiyan, holding the esteemed title of General of the Right Wu Guard, despite being newly of age, displayed exceptional capabilities, showing no favoritism to the nobility. Consequently, the young scions of the capital quaked at the mere mention of the Marquis of Pingyang. After all, his ranks surpassed that of most of their grandfathers and fathers, and he garnered favor in the eyes of His Majesty. Gu Xiyan was unyielding even towards the princely heirs. How could they expect any leniency? His Majesty regarded Gu Xiyan and momentarily reminisced about the late Marquis of Pingyang, Shi Ying, from a decade prior. Marquis of Pingyang, you have already assumed the position of General of the Right Wu Guard. The capital's security requires your vigilance. How could His Majesty bear to send the only son of Shi Ying to the front lines? Moreover, Gu Xiyan was indeed well suited to maintain order in the capital, as the number of official reprimands against the young ruffians had notably diminished over the past few years, alleviating much of His Majesty's burdens. Furthermore, with the presence of the Duke of Cheng and his sons at the front, the Emperor felt no apprehension. The Duke's grandchildren remained in the capital. Amidst the chaos of battle, His Majesty was not concerned about unforeseen calamities befalling the Duke's lineage. However, the Marquis of Pingyang's situation was different. He had yet to marry. How could His Majesty bear to release him from the capital? The Emperor suddenly recalled that the Marquis of Pingyang was also one of Gu Xiyan's favored prospective sons-in-law, leaving him with mixed feelings. Thankfully, he was the Emperor. Otherwise, how could his son easily claim the heart of a beauty? Gu Xiyan clenched his fist, transitioning from a bowing posture to kneeling on both knees. Your Majesty, I have diligently studied and trained over the years, vowing to avenge my father. The capital has grown too complacent. I yearn to prove myself on the battlefield. Your Majesty, please grant me this opportunity. I am willing to start as a mere soldier to seek vengeance for both Your Majesty and my father. To fail in avenging my father would be a disgrace to my lineage. He had toiled for many years, not merely to uphold order in the capital. Moreover, Gu Xiyan was acutely aware that the decisive battle between the Great Xia and the Turks was imminent within the next 2 years. The Emperor remained silent. The battlefield was merciless, and he could not allow the House of Pingyang to face the risk of extinction. Gu Xiyan pressed his lips together, wishing to say more, but the Emperor abruptly commanded the court to disperse. Within the imperial study, the Emperor fixed his gaze on the phoenix-shaped incense burner for a long while before turning his attention to Gu Xiyan. Bai, why are the younger generation so impetuous these days? The day after the Grand Court Assembly, Gu Xiyan submitted a letter of apology and resignation, heading towards the frontier. Gu Xiyan paused momentarily, perhaps pondering that all men of Great Xia possess a certain valor. The Emperor sighed softly. I understand that Gu Xiyan, having lost his father at a young age, wishes to seek revenge, but I cannot allow my loyal subjects to feel disheartened. With only Gu Xiyan as a son, should anything happen to him on the battlefield, how could the Emperor face Shi Ying a century later? As the Emperor, should he stand idly by while the lineage of the Pingyang Marquis faced potential extinction? This was utterly absurd. The Emperor shook his sleeves in frustration, infuriated by the situation. Do they think I am easy to speak to? Gu Xiyan adeptly began to persuade him. I believe the Marquis of Pingyang thinks highly of Your Majesty as a wise ruler, and his eagerness for vengeance is understandable for a young man. However, acting impulsively is indeed inadvisable. Perhaps Your Majesty could impose a penalty of 1 year's salary on him. He could be properly disciplined upon his return to the capital. The Emperor sighed again. I have never seen a ruler as lenient as myself. Truly, my temperament is remarkably good. Gu Xiyan silently criticized, thinking that the Emperor's good nature only extended to capable and useful ministers. On October 19th, another day of rest arrived. Gu Shi originally intended to go shopping with the Crown Prince. However, Just before stepping out, she received news that her sister-in-law was about to give birth. She eagerly anticipated the arrival of her niece or nephew. Thus, Gu Xi brought the crown prince to her brother and sister-in-law's Qingfeng Hall. It was quite serendipitous that the child chose this moment to arrive, coinciding perfectly with the day off, allowing Gu Xiyan not to request leave from his superiors. Though Gu Xi had not intended to take the crown prince along, he insisted on accompanying her. "Brother," Gu Xi exclaimed upon seeing Gu Xiyan, who was pacing anxiously outside the delivery room like a headless fly. Gu Xiyan, initially restless, grasped her hand the moment he saw her. "Sheer, I am frightened." This was his first experience as a father, and he was terrified of anything happening to his wife or child during the arduous process of childbirth. "No, no, no," Gu Xi comforted, patting the back of his hand. "Do not fear, brother. You must remain calm. Sister-in-law and the baby are still inside. Have you called for mother? Did you summon the imperial physician?" While the imperial physician typically treated only the royal family, many nobles could plead with the emperor or the empress to grant them access for treatment in their homes. Gu Xiyan had previously sought the emperor's favor, requesting that a skilled imperial physician from a palace, renowned for their expertise in prenatal care, be assigned specifically to oversee Su Qinghuan's pregnancy. This trivial task, coupled with the fact that Gu Xiyan was the sole son of Gu Boyong, earned him the emperor's appreciation, prompting the sovereign to designate one of the finest physicians from the Imperial Medical Bureau for the duty. At this moment, the residence was attended solely by the household physician, necessitating that the imperial physician be summoned from the bureau. Gu Xiyan stood momentarily dazed, realizing his oversight. Soon, he compelled himself to regain his composure. Sheer was right. His wife and child were still within, and he must remain calm. The crown prince cast a disdainful glance at Gu Xiyan, reluctant to acknowledge him as his brother-in-law. He stepped forward to separate Gu Xi and Gu Xiyan. "Zhou Quan," he commanded. Zhou Quan promptly replied, "This servant will go at once." He then inquired of Gu Xiyan, "Which physician is responsible for the esteemed lady's prenatal care?" Gu Xiyan collected his thoughts, responding, "It is physician Li Jimin, the apprentice of the chief of the Imperial Medical Bureau." Chapter 71. The aesthetic preferences of Sheer and the crown prince, Zhou Quan, hurriedly departed for the palace to summon the physician, his speed far exceeding that of the Gu residence's servants. At this juncture, a maidservant dispatched by Su Qinghuan arrived at Qingfeng Hall, accompanied by Lu Shuaying and Gu Yong. Initially engaged in a game of chess with Lu Shuaying, Gu Yong decided to join her upon hearing the news of their daughter-in-law's impending labor. This marked their first experience anticipating a grandchild. Lu Shuaying, observing the inexperienced Gu Xiyan, was incensed and pinched the inner part of his arm, exclaiming, "Can you not demonstrate some fortitude? Your wife maintains her composure far better than you do." Even the task of conveying messages was assigned to Su Qinghuan's niece. "What use is there for you?" Gu Yong, noticing the crown prince conversing with Gu Xi nearby, quickly bowed. "This minister pays his respects to His Highness the Crown Prince." Gu Xiyan was startled, realizing the crown prince had been present all along. It seemed the crown prince's personal attendant had indeed gone to summon the physician. "This minister's wife pays her respects to His Highness." Gu Xiyan and Lu Shuaying hastily bowed. The crown prince smiled faintly, gesturing for them to rise. "There is no need for such formalities. I am merely here to accompany Sheer in awaiting our niece and nephew." Seeing Gu Xi present, Lu Shuaying rushed over, anxiously reaching out to poke Gu Xi's little head. "What are you doing here before your marriage? You might frighten Sheer." The crown prince instinctively pulled Gu Xi behind him, stating, "Mother-in-law, let us refrain from physical reprimands. It would pain me to see her hurt." He had observed the meticulously manicured nails of Lu Shuaying, dyed a vibrant hue. Should they make contact with Sheer's delicate face, it would surely leave a mark. Lu Shuaying retorted, "Am I her stepmother? Is it not excessive for the crown prince to suggest such?" The crown prince replied, "You may not be aware, but a woman's labor can be quite distressing for an unmarried girl. I am merely concerned for my daughter." Lu Shuaying offered a polite smile. The crown prince's pupils constricted as he said, "Sheer, let us depart. We must not risk alarming her." Gu Yong furrowed his brow, noting the absence of any sounds from the delivery room. He wished to spare Gu Shi from the potential fright of childbirth. "Sheer, be obedient and return with his highness," he urged. Having experienced his wife's labor, he understood the possible psychological impact on Gu Shi, who had yet to marry. Gu Shi swallowed hard. "Father, mother, brother, you must take good care of the child. Do not let them be taken away. What if our political adversaries plot something? It will be too late for regrets." Gu Xiyan and the others exchanged solemn glances, acknowledging the validity of Sheer's warning. After Gu Shi left with the crown prince, Lu Shuaying meticulously sent someone to inquire about the midwife's assessment of the fetal position, the expected duration of labor, whether the in-laws had been notified, and if hot water and ginseng soup were prepared. This son is truly unhelpful. He knows nothing and only panics. In the back garden of the Gu residence, Gu Shi gazed at the little turtle in the lotus pond, her small hand resting on the cool stone railing of the pavilion. "Brother Chengxu, look at that little turtle basking in the sun on the water's surface. It seems so happy." The crown prince observed Gu Shi kneeling on the marble bench at the pavilion's edge, peering at the scenery in the pond. Her casual movements inadvertently accentuated her delicate waist and perfect curves, deepening his gaze. The man's eyes traveled from her feet to her face, finally resting on her radiant and captivating features. Under the bright sunlight, the girl's expressive eyes and graceful movements exuded an innocent allure, unbeknownst to her. Noticing the crown prince's lack of response, Gu Shi turned around and met his dark eyes, which held an inscrutable expression. Driven by an instinct akin to that of a small animal, she instinctively shrank back and rose from the marble bench. "Brother Chengxu, look at that little turtle. It's truly adorable." The crown prince closed his eyes momentarily and asked in a husky voice, "If you like it, shall I catch it for you to keep?" Gu Shi shook her head defiantly, exclaiming, "No, I don't want to keep a little turtle. It's much more comfortable basking in the pond. I can come here to feed it." Glancing at the sky, she noted that an hour had passed, and she wondered how her sister-in-law and the child were faring. After a brief silence, Gu Shi inquired, "Brother Chengxu, if I were to give birth, would you be as foolish as my brother?" She couldn't help but ask, recalling the disdainful look the crown prince had shot her at Qingfeng Hall. With a slight smirk, the crown prince replied, "I will not be as foolish as your brother. Sheer, I will ensure everything is arranged beforehand, so you need not be distracted." He found Gu Xiyan to be a complete fool, lacking any sense of responsibility. He even sent someone to summon the physician, merely flitting about like a headless chicken. Truly, it was a disgrace to manhood. Seeing the crown prince's air of confidence, Gu Shi felt reassured. After all, he had always been composed and strategic. However, she had no inkling of the surprise that awaited when the time for her own labor arrived. As dusk fell and the sun dipped below the horizon, Gu Shi and the crown prince were seated in the pavilion by the lotus pond, engrossed in reading. She held a travelogue in her hands, and the crown prince leaned in closer to share the moment. Suddenly, Du Zhong approached with an announcement. "Your Highness, esteemed crown princess, I bring news. Madame Gu has given birth, and both mother and child are safe." Although this was her first child, Su Qinghuan delivered quickly, completing the process in less than 4 hours. Delighted, Gu Shi and Kai Xan felt as if they had just welcomed a child of their own. "Let's hasten. Brother Chengxu, I have a nephew now." She tossed the travel journal into Zi Su's hands and eagerly pulled the crown prince towards Qingfeng Hall. However, upon seeing her nephew for the first time, Gu Shi was utterly disappointed. "Mother, why is my nephew so unattractive? He resembles a wrinkled little old man, all blue and purple. Truly hideous." The crown prince could not help but agree. Gu Xiyan, newly minted as a father, was discontented. It mattered not that it was his own sister and the crown prince who spoke. "What is unattractive? My son is exceedingly handsome. Just look at those features. He is the very image of me." He had just entered the room to see Su Qinghuan, who, having recently given birth, was too weak and had fallen asleep. At that moment, Gu Xiyan emerged, fiercely protective of his newborn son. He dared not hold the child yet, merely gazing longingly at Gu Xiyan, who expertly cradled the infant. With her hands on her hips, Gu Shi proudly declared, "Father said I was born fair and lovely, like a little fairy sent by the heavens." Gu Xiyan handed the infant to the wet nurse, as newborns were still quite sensitive to the elements. Hearing Gu Xi's words, he instinctively retreated behind Gu Xiyan. Observing her smug demeanor, Gu Xiyan smirked mischievously. Sheer, when you were born, you were just as wrinkled as a little monkey, though indeed fair and delicate. Gu Xi's eyes widened in disbelief, pouting as she looked towards Gu Yong and Gu Xiyan. Father, mother, how could I possibly resemble a monkey? The Crown Prince, gazing at her, thought to himself. Even if Sheer had once resembled a monkey, she was undoubtedly the most adorable monkey in the entire world. Chapter 72. Father and son's night talk. Gu Xi whimpered, seeing her mother tacitly agree with her brother's remark, her little face darkening. Gu Yong quickly clarified, all newborns are wrinkled, but our Sheer is truly beautiful, fair and tender, nothing like a little monkey. She's far more attractive than your brother was at birth. He spoke without a hint of hesitation, for indeed, Gu Xi was considerably more radiant than Gu Xiyan, who, despite his fair complexion, could not compare to her ethereal beauty. Gu Yong firmly believed that his initial description of her as a little fairy sent from heaven was entirely accurate. Content with this affirmation. Gu Xi gestured for Fu Ling to bring over the Wang Wali wooden box. Brother, this is my gift for my nephew, a longevity lock. She had commissioned the finest craftsman at Rui Tower to create this piece using the most exquisite pigeon blood-red rubies, emeralds, sapphires, and gold. Although it weighed merely over 2 taels, it had cost her a staggering 660 taels of silver. Each gemstone amounted to a substantial 200 taels of silver, making the total for the gems alone 500 taels. Gu Xi's monthly allowance was a mere 240 taels per year, making her an exceedingly generous aunt. Indeed, she reserved such lavishness solely for her beloved brother. For the future children of her cousins, gifting a longevity lock or bracelet worth 60 taels would be deemed quite generous. After all, her second uncle had many children, and Gu Xi would not feign generosity. Upon recognizing the value of the longevity lock, Gu Xiyan remarked, "Then I shall thank my nephew's aunt on his behalf." His sister was indeed exceedingly generous. Naturally, he should choose a name for his own son. Indeed, Gu Xiyan had just done so. In the tranquil ambience of the Gongquan Palace, where the moonlight mingled with the sparse stars, lanterns illuminated the main hall. On this rare day of leisure, His Majesty, having finally stolen a moment from his busy schedule, was preparing to retire early for the night. Unexpectedly, Lin Kong reported, "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince requests an audience." His Majesty, puzzled, wondered why the Crown Prince would seek him out at this late hour, especially when it was nearing the end of the dog watch. He longed to indulge in a leisurely slumber, potentially gaining an entire hour and a half of rest, as he typically rose after the second hour of the rabbit watch. Little did the Crown Prince know that his father had whimsically decided to retire an hour earlier than usual. Upon entering, the Crown Prince noticed the peculiar look in his father's eyes. "Father, what troubles you? Could His Majesty confess his desire for an early bedtime?" "Certainly not. Such an admission would undermine his regal dignity." "Crown Prince, what brings you here at this hour?" His gaze fell upon the small, chubby dragon-shaped incense pouch adorning the Crown Prince's waist. The Crown Prince cherished this pouch dearly, having carried it for a full 9 days. Lowering his eyes, the Crown Prince followed his father's gaze to the pouch. "Father, have you finally grown curious about my incense pouch?" He had longed to showcase it to his father. An involuntary shiver ran through His Majesty as he responded, "I am aware that this is a birthday gift from Shi-Er. There is no need to boast." The number of officials who had not been regaled by the Crown Prince's displays of pride was minimal. The Crown Prince, feeling a twinge of disappointment, recalled the purpose of his visit, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment. "Father, I came to ask you a question that I find difficult to pose to Mother. As I grow older, there are certain matters I find hard to discuss with her." Intrigued, His Majesty rose and approached the Crown Prince, who now stood an inch taller than him. "What question do you have?" The Crown Prince steeled himself. "This evening, my esteemed grandfather's first grandson was born, named Qiangur, and he looks quite wrinkled, resembling a little old man." His Majesty paused, then replied, "This is indeed splendid news. I shall bestow a gift upon Qiangur when he reaches his first month. After all, he is of my bloodline." The Crown Prince continued, "I was suddenly reminded of my own birth. Father, was I also wrinkled and monkey-like when I was born?" His choice of words was deliberate. He recalled how she had looked as a charming little monkey in her infancy, and he wished to be like her. Such childish sentiments were not something he could express to his mother. He valued his dignity too much. As for his majesty, the crown prince felt less restrained. He had undoubtedly embarrassed himself in front of his father far more often than in front of his mother. Moreover, with his extensive reading of history, he understood that few princes ever ascended the throne. His mother was merely that, his mother, while his father was not just a father but the emperor. The crown prince was acutely aware of this distinction. However, he resolved to regard his father solely as a father and not as the sovereign. Deep down, he understood that his father had bestowed upon him the majority of paternal affection, and he wished to avoid the tragic path of enmity over the throne. The examples of Emperor Wu of Han and Prince Li remain vivid in our minds. Thus, His Highness the Crown Prince undertakes his duties while remaining in the shadow of his father, receiving accolades meant for the emperor, while he himself is merely a prince. What need has he for such commendations? Moreover, his father is currently in the prime of his reign. Who can say what the future holds in a decade? Upon hearing these words, the emperor paused momentarily, his gaze shifting from the crown prince's face to the small, chubby dragon at his waist. With a smile, the emperor reminisced. When you were first born, you were not the wrinkled little monkey that one might expect. You were a plump, fair child weighing a full 8 pounds. The crown prince pressed his lips together, pondering how he could possibly convey the truth to Sierra. Yet, on the other hand, was it not Sienna's fondness for his adorableness that endeared him to her? When I first held you, I hardly dared to move, fearing I might drop you. The emperor reflected, gazing at the small dragon with nostalgia. The crown prince felt a stirring of emotion, addressing his father. He had yet to finish his thought when the emperor continued, "No doubt you are my son. Even at a mere month old, you weighed 10 pounds. Truly a delightful chubby lad." The crown prince wondered why his feelings had suddenly waned. At the Gu residence, despite the division between the main and secondary branches of the Gu family, they remained united in their household. Thus, when Qiangur was born, the second branch sent gifts of congratulation. Qiangur belongs to the Shi generation, and Gu Xiyan chose the character Qian for him, acknowledging the high expectations set for him from birth. When Gu Xiyan was born, Gu Xiyan was merely a 5th-grade official in the Ministry of Revenue, and it would be 5 years before the emperor ascended the throne. However, Gu Xiyan's circumstances were vastly different. His paternal grandfather is now the prime minister, his maternal uncle a duke, his grandfather a marquis, and his direct aunt is the crown princess, while his uncle is the crown prince. Only his father remains unremarkable, serving as a 6th-grade official in the ministry. The emperor has plans for him to assume an external post, aiming for a promotion to a 4th-grade prefect next year, ascending 2 ranks. Indeed, the emperor shows favoritism. Back when Sierra had not yet been born, his father took him and his mother on a 3-year assignment, returning just 2 years prior to the emperor's ascension. Gu Xiyan understood the emperor's intentions. The emperor regarded him as the successor to his father. Gu Xiyan was determined that their family, as future imperial relatives, must diligently educate Qiangur, ensuring he does not become a frivolous dandy in the capital. Chapter 73. Sienna's affection for Qiangur in the Gu family's second branch. Gu Wenying felt a twinge of reluctance as she gazed at the pair of twisted gold bracelets, weighing 2 taels, adorned with a single pigeon blood ruby. The cost was a staggering 120 taels of silver, a sum equivalent to her monthly allowance of merely 2 taels. Although it was just her pocket money, the rest came from the family treasury. As the future heir of the Gu family and the legitimate grandson of the first branch, her gift to Qiangur could not be meager. Over the years, including festive gifts and her private savings, she had accumulated only 1,000 taels. Prior to the family division, her mother had bestowed upon her 6,000 taels in banknotes, of which Gu Wenying spent 3,000 taels at Rui Tower for a custom-made headpiece. With her coming-of-age ceremony just half a month away, how could she possibly present herself without an exquisite adornment to uphold her dignity? Gu Wenying had a total of 7,000 taels at her disposal, of which she had already squandered 4,000. This left her feeling quite distressed. She lamented once more the unfortunate circumstance of not being the daughter of her uncle. for then she could easily purchase exquisite jewelry and fine garments without a second thought. Gu Xiyan's dowry would undoubtedly amount to at least 300,000 taels, especially since the prince's betrothal gift approached 400,000 taels. Both the betrothal gift and the dowry belonged to the bride, which meant that Gu Xiyan would directly ascend to become one of the wealthiest women in the entire Great Xia, alongside the empress who possessed the royal treasury of generations past. The dowries for daughters of the Gu family were allocated according to ancestral customs. 6,000 taels for legitimate daughters and 1,000 taels for illegitimate ones, which were considered quite generous within the capital. Furthermore, the mothers of these young women often privately prepared additional dowries and bridal money, with fathers also contributing to the dowry. It is worth noting that the Ministry of Rites had prepared a betrothal gift of 200,000 taels for the Crown Prince. The standards for a royal marriage were considerably lower than those for the Crown Prince, with a betrothal gift of merely 50,000 taels. The betrothal gifts for the sons of noble families were typically comparable to those prepared for royal marriages, given that the offspring of prestigious families were numerous and required substantial financial resources for weddings and dowries. Any additional contributions made by doting parents were considered separate from the public funds. Yet, Gu Xiyan found herself discontented. Her maternal grandfather held the position of the director at the Imperial Academy, and his business ventures were not thriving. Her mother's dowry had also been modest in her youth. Gu Xiyan's mother, too, had once been adorned with a splendid bridal procession. Despite both being legitimate daughters, the disparity in their statuses was a bitter pill for Gu Xiyan to swallow. The second branch of the family was allocated 450,000 taels of estate, from which Gu Xiyan could expect to receive a maximum of 60,000 taels in dowry from the public treasury, with only 20,000 taels in cash. Her brother, Gu Xiyan's betrothal gift would require 60,000 taels, while her two illegitimate brothers would demand 30,000 taels, and her two illegitimate sisters would require 20,000 taels, summing up to 160,000 taels. Her parents could provide no more than 20,000 taels, which included her mother's contribution of 10,000 taels as bridal money. This totaled a mere 80,000 taels, a stark contrast to Gu Xiyan's dowry of at least 700,000 taels. In the imperial study, His Majesty gestured for Lin Kong to present a rectangular box made of rosewood to Gu Xiyan. This is a gift for Qiangu's naming ceremony. The emperor also bestowed a longevity lock, which was quite generous and similar to the one given to Gu Xiyan. Gu Xiyan was taken aback. Your Majesty, I am astonished. How did you know that my grandson is named Qiangu? I do not recall mentioning it to you. The emperor smiled knowingly, recalling the crown prince's youthful antics from that evening. The crown prince is Qiangu's uncle by blood. It was he who informed me. Gu Xiyan pondered anxiously. What should I do? Why is he so flustered? Surely, naming his grandson Qiangu will not lead to him becoming a little tyrant? Accepting the longevity lock gifted by the emperor, Gu Xiyan then began discussing matters of state with him. Meanwhile, in Qingfeng courtyard, Gu Xi visited her gradually fair and delicate little nephew daily. Her sister-in-law, Su Qinghuan, had moved back to the bedroom she shared with Gu Xiyan after giving birth. Gu Xihe, despite her desire to see her little nephew, refrained from entering the bedroom. Instead, she observed from behind a screen of purple sandalwood adorned with floral and avian motifs, along with a beaded curtain. As Qiangu was cradled and placed in his bassinet, swathed in a blue cotton swaddle, the infant had shed the wrinkled appearance of his newborn days. His cherubic face was tender and fair as he peacefully raised his diminutive fingers, no larger than peanuts, above his head in slumber. Unable to resist, Gu Xi had gently reached out to touch his tiny fingertips, which indeed felt as soft and boneless as a peanut. Qiangu bore a striking resemblance to her brother, with a hint of her features as well, which filled Gu Xi's heart with affection. She had never witnessed her brother's infancy, yet with Qiangu resembling him, she could indulge in playful moments as if she were with a miniature version of her brother. The mere thought of having such fun with a little brother made her heart flutter with excitement at the prospect of being an aunt. She longed for Qiangu to grow up quickly, to walk and play alongside her. However, her sister-in-law, Su Qinghuan, lamented her own hardships. expressing a desire to have another child in a couple of years, one that resembled her. Gu Xiyan mused that since her bond with her brother was so strong, her future son must surely have a place alongside Chengxu in his studies. After all, he was her beloved nephew. Chengxu, I am your dearest aunt, your only aunt. You must be very good to me, Gu Xiyan whispered to the slumbering infant, for I have prepared a splendid longevity lock for you. Chengxu slept soundly, impervious to her gentle entreaties. Leaning against a soft pillow, Su Qinghuan, adorned with a red satin embroidered forehead ribbon, smiled and remarked, Sierra, Chengxu is still too young. You must wait until he can speak before he can respond to you. Sitting on an embroidered stool, Gu Xiyan peered through the screen at the indistinct figure on the bed. Sister-in-law, I simply wish to converse with Chengxu. He hardly wakes for more than an hour a day. It will be ages before he can speak or walk. By the time he turns 1, I may already be married. Today marked Chengxu's washing 3 ceremony, and Gu Xiyan and the others plan to host a banquet for guests to celebrate his full month. The washing ceremony would be a simple dinner shared among the Gu family's main and second households, in the company of the matriarch. Nonetheless, prominent families and officials from the capital, including Su Qinghuan's maternal family, the Earl of England's residents, had sent congratulatory gifts, predominantly auspicious longevity locks, collars, and bracelets. Notably, the longevity lock bestowed by His Majesty left Gu Xiyan momentarily speechless when Gu Xiyan returned with it. Father is truly becoming quite close to our family, she thought. However, considering that the Gu family and the royal lineage were related, it was reasonable for them to send such gifts to the younger generation. In the Gu family's second household, after dinner, everyone returned to their respective quarters. When the family was divided, the responsibility of caring for the matriarch fell to the main household, as they were the firstborn's legitimate descendants. The matriarch's dowry had not been divided during the separation, and Gu Xiyan was aware that his mother favored his younger brother, Gu Yuan, and wished to support the second household. He took it in stride, knowing that his mother was not one to focus solely on the present. It was quite natural for the elderly to have their biases, as long as they did not become excessive. Gu Yuan pondered the significance of the longevity lock bestowed upon Chengxu by His Majesty, reflecting on the extraordinary favor shown. Chapter 74. The princess consort Qi is with child. Gu Yuan grew up under the illustrious shadow of his elder brother, Gu Xiyan, who was merely 2 years his senior. One was a first-rank prime minister, the head of all officials, while the other held the lesser position of a second-rank deputy minister of rights. The 6 ministers were only of the second rank. Gu Yuan felt that as long as Gu Xiyan was present, his aspirations to become a minister were futile. Yet, he lacked the audacity to involve himself in the fierce competition for the throne, especially given the unassailable position of the current crown prince. Gu Yuan's feelings towards Gu Xiyan were intricate. On one hand, he admired his elder brother, who possessed an exceptional memory and topped the imperial examinations at the age of 18. On the other, despite Gu Yang's kindness towards him, he could not escape the overwhelming brilliance of his elder sibling. Gu Yuan had contemplated a military career, but his lack of martial talent, coupled with the reluctance of any powerful figures to see the Gu family amass both civil and military authority, deterred him. Furthermore, after Gu Xiyan achieved his top honors, he married the eldest daughter of the Duke of Cheng, his ascension to the role of prime minister occurring after the emperor's ascendance to the throne. Although the young prime minister was indeed a rarity at the age of 30, Gu Yuan felt stifled by his own limitations and timidity, resigning himself to the role of deputy minister of rights. The only solace for Gu Yuan lay in the affection lavished upon him by his parents, which was distinctly his as the second son, while they seemed to hold greater regard for Gu Xiyan, the firstborn. As a child, each time Gu Yuan witnessed the envious glances directed at him while he playfully sought his parents' affection, he could not help but feel a tinge of pride. Yet, when Gu Xiyan met his gaze, the knowing look in his brother's eyes would invariably fill him with guilt and insecurity. Over the years, Gu Yuan had grown accustomed to idolizing his elder brother while occasionally engaging in harmless rivalries for their parents' attention. Thus, as he reminisced about the past and considered the longevity lock gifted to Chengxu, his previously troubled gaze regained its tranquility. Accepting his limitations, he resolved to embrace his circumstances, for as the brother of the prime minister, No one in court dared to challenge him, not even his direct superior, the Minister of Rights. He had already secured a substantial portion of the Gu family's wealth, alleviating his greatest concern. Moreover, Gu Yuan was also the maternal uncle of the crown princess, and his nephew, Gu Xiyan, shared a cordial relationship with his eldest son, Gu Xiyan. Even if he could not gain tangible benefits from the crown prince, he still basked in the glow of his connections. Furthermore, his mother, old Lady Gu, had promised to bestow upon him her private property after a century. In Wangshu courtyard, Gu Shi was blissfully unaware that her second uncle had once again begun to regulate his emotions. After completing her bath and changing, the exquisite palace lanterns in her chamber were already lit. Zissou and Fuling continued their duties, drying Gu Shi's hair with aromatic balls. Subsequently, they applied jasmine oil to nurture her silky strands. Glancing at the travelogue penned by Mystery Dawn that the crown prince had procured for her, Gu Shi smiled softly. Ah, tomorrow I shall visit Her Majesty, the Empress. In truth, Gu Shi frequented the palace quite regularly, visiting 3 to 4 times a month. Upon returning to the capital after the autumn hunt, Gu Shi and her companions had entered the palace thrice, one occasion being the birthday celebration of the crown prince. Fu Ling recalled something and inquired of the crown princess. In 5 days, it will be Miss Gu's coming-of-age ceremony. What gift do you intend to bestow? Although Miss Gu and the crown princess were not particularly fond of each other, there existed no deep-seated enmity between them. Furthermore, as members of the Gu family, the crown princess excelled in maintaining appearances. When the crown princess came of age, Miss Gu Waning had presented her with a splendid set of red agate beads worth 100 taels as a coming-of-age gift. Gu Shi, with a casual flutter of her eyelids, flipped through her travel notes, concluding that a gift of similar value would suffice. Fu Ling replied, "You understand." It seemed that the crown princess remained unchanged, not considering her status to be any loftier than before, merely playing the role of a generous benefactor. On the first day of November, Gu Shi visited Kuan-Ning Palace to pay her respects to the empress. She had calculated her arrival to coincide with the conclusion of the court ladies' greetings to the empress. It had been 8 days since her last visit to the palace. On the 29th of October, during a day of rest, the crown prince had accompanied her on a leisurely stroll along Zhuke Street. Each time Gu Shi entered the palace, it was close to the end of the 3rd watch, allowing her to partake in lunch after a brief half-hour conversation. The empress appreciated Gu Shi's thoughtful visits. Although they occurred only 3 to 4 times a month, it was ample for her. Since the marriage decree was issued, the empress had not summoned Mu Rumeng. Having chosen not to allow the Mu family a second empress, she would not foster any expectations for them. Reflecting on the hints dropped by the Duchess of Jinghua, the empress could not help but sigh. The duchess wished to select Mu Rumeng for the crown prince's consort position in the coming year selection. As the legitimate wife, how could the empress permit her niece to become a concubine to her son? Over the years, the ambitions of the duchess's household had grown. Did they truly believe a second empress would emerge? They seemed oblivious to the fact that the men of the He family would never allow 2 empresses to arise from the same lineage. Gu Shi, feigning ignorance of the empress's sudden reverie, continued to engage in light conversation while enjoying delicate pastries, feeling utterly at ease. As noon approached, the crown prince arrived. The empress, noting his punctuality every time Gu Shi visited, chuckled, "Look at you, always so timely." The crown prince bowed and said, "Mother, a substantial tribute of fine gemstones has arrived from Persia. I thought you would appreciate them, so I requested a batch from father to present to you." Naturally, the crown prince would not divulge his plan to divide the treasures between his mother and Gu Shi. The empress smiled, "You are considerate, my dear, but why did you not think to save some for Shir?" Gu Shi shook her head. "Mother, this is a gift from father to you. I am not so greedy." The crown prince smirked. "This is indeed a gift for you, mother. The East Palace possesses many treasures. I shall present Shir with other gemstones." The crown prince pondered the dynamics between the empress and Gu Shi, realizing he must navigate the situation delicately. After all, the empress and Gu Shi were not intimately acquainted. Their relationship had blossomed due to his influence, leading them to adapt and grow together. The empress chuckled lightly, saying, "Is it permissible for you alone to cherish Shir? I regard her as my own daughter." She turned to Gu Shi and added, let she take half of these gemstones. A young lady ought to adorn herself with various pieces of jewelry, wearing them in diverse styles. Gu Xiyan nestled closer to the empress's arm, expressing her gratitude. Thank you. Mother, you are the best. She then raised her eyebrows playfully at the crown prince. After finishing lunch, Gu Xiyan, who had been napping in the side hall of Kuan-Ning Palace, prepared to leave the palace. To her surprise, she learned of the news regarding the Qi princess's pregnancy. Coincidentally, just as someone from the Qi Wangfu arrived to convey the joyous tidings. By the time Gu Xiyan reached the imperial garden, the news of the Qi princess's condition had already spread throughout the entire palace. Gu Xiyan calculated the days and realized that the Qi Wang had been married for less than 2 months. In Chapter 75, titled The Pleased Qi Wang, the Qi princess revealed her uncontainable joy upon discovering her pregnancy. Having been married for barely 2 months, she was already a month along. Even with the impending arrival of the Qi Wang's cousin later in the year and the selection of talents scheduled for February, the Qi princess felt no trepidation. She fervently hoped for a son, wishing for the legitimate heir to be born first, unbothered by the prospect of subsequent sons. After all, His Majesty placed great importance on legitimate offspring. However, a thought crossed her mind, causing the Qi princess to furrow her brow. She was not the only woman in the Qi Wangfu. The 4 concubines who were elevated to the status of secondary wives after her marriage had been receiving preferential treatment. According to the ancestral laws of the Great Xia, a prince could have 2 secondary wives, for main consorts and nameless concubines. The Qi Wang held deep affection for the concubines who had been with him for 5 or 6 years, and the Qi princess had devoted considerable effort in the inner courtyard, although the Qi Wang had treated her well in their first month of marriage. The Qi princess recalled that his kindness stemmed from their honeymoon coinciding with the autumn hunt. Once back in the capital, he spent ample time with his concubines. Were it not for the Qi princess's gentle disposition and her desire to quickly bear the imperial heir, she would not have been so generous. Men are inherently drawn to beauty, and the Qi princess harbored a quiet resentment, though she herself did not harbor love for the Qi Wang. Remembering her mother's words from before her marriage, she could not suppress the urge to clench her fists. If possible, the Qi princess would prefer not to grant her personal maid the privilege of a favored status. Yet now that she was pregnant, there was no rationale for continuing the contraceptive potions for the concubines. Initially, had the noble consort and the Qi Wang not been so eager for the Qi princess to bear a legitimate son, the potions would have ceased after her wedding. Suppressing her discomfort, the Qi princess spoke. Green Chong, I have a piece of song brocade that would suit you beautifully. Take it to make yourself a garment. She had noticed the Qi Wang's lingering gaze upon her accompanying maid, Green Chong, who was the most attractive of her attendants. Green Chong, known for her charming and lively demeanor, understood the implications of the Qi princess's suggestion. Your Highness, you will always be my mistress, she replied, fully aware of the intentions behind the Qi princess's words. While the Qi Wang indeed held a flicker of admiration for her, relying solely on a man's affection in the inner quarters was a perilous endeavor. In the past, concubines had dared to challenge the mistress's authority due to the master's affections. But over the years, as men's affections waned, they had long forgotten the concubines who once held their favor. The concubines could only bow low and humbly admit their faults, beseeching the lady for her protection and to secure suitable marriages for their children. Lacking a prestigious lineage, they were dependent on men. While El Chong indeed coveted wealth and status, she understood precisely whom she needed to curry favor with. If circumstances allowed, the Princess of Qi would prefer not to mar the face of her personal maid. However, with a secondary concubine set to enter the household, and knowing that the Prince of Qi could not be hers alone, she felt compelled to act decisively. El Chang's beauty was undeniable, and upon realizing that El Chang grasped her intentions, the Princess of Qi remarked coolly, "Later, when His Highness descends for dinner, let El Chang serve the dishes." The other maids looked on with envy, recognizing that El Chang had caught the eye of the princess and was thus elevated to a position of semi-authority. After marrying, the Prince of Qi attended court in the Ministry of Personnel and returned to the main courtyard for dinner that evening. "I pay my respects to Your Highness." The concubines greeted him. Seeing the Prince of Qi radiating joy, the Princess of Qi was about to bow when he gently held her wrist, preventing her. No need for formalities, my lady. You are with child and should not need a bow. The Prince of Qi had been elated all day, even boasting about it before the Crown Prince, fully aware of the Crown Prince's cold demeanor, which surely concealed a smoldering resentment. Yet, who could blame the Crown Prince for initially refusing to wed? This royal grandson would undoubtedly belong to them, and with the Crown Prince's wedding still 6 months away, it was certain that this child would be his son. The Prince of Qi gazed adoringly at the Princess of Qi's flat belly. The Princess of Qi's expression stiffened. Your Highness, how could you be so certain? The chances of a son or daughter are equal. The Prince of Qi hesitated momentarily. The bond between a father and child is profound. We share a silent understanding. Indeed, yet there is still the possibility of a daughter, she replied. Within Ikuan Palace, the imperial concubine clenched her nails tightly as she examined the inferior Persian gemstones bestowed by His Majesty. In previous years, she had received superior quality gems, and now even the Crown Princess seemed to overshadow her. Turning to her close maid, Qiujian, she ordered, "You shall personally deliver these Persian gemstones to the Princess of Qi." The imperial concubine had intended to reward the Princess of Qi earlier that afternoon, even providing a wet nurse for her care. However, since she found these gemstones unworthy, she decided to give them to the princess instead, recognizing that despite being of lesser quality than those given to the Empress, they were still worth several thousand taels. After the news of the Princess of Qi's pregnancy spread, the populace of the capital could not help but speculate. If the Prince of Qi were to have a son before the Crown Prince, especially a legitimate heir, would that not jeopardize the position of the crown grandson? The Crown Prince's wedding was scheduled for the following April. As for the whispers circulating in the capital, neither the Crown Prince nor His Majesty took them to heart. What did it matter who the crown grandson was? He was not the Emperor's son. After all, how could he compare to the Crown Prince? Even if it were the Crown Prince's legitimate child, that would not outweigh the significance of Yuer. The Crown Prince had been painstakingly nurtured as the heir for 18 years. In the Emperor's eyes, no other princes or princesses could hold even a fraction of the Crown Prince's importance. Moreover, the child's gender was still uncertain. His Majesty displays a distinct favoritism. Were it the legitimate eldest son of the Crown Prince, he would undoubtedly bestow considerable attention upon him, for he is, after all, the third-generation heir to the grand empire of Great Xia. However, since His Majesty harbors no intention of allowing other royal princes to ascend the throne, he should not grant them any semblance of hope, fearing that the Crown Prince might be adversely affected. His Majesty even took the time to offer words of comfort to him. Fortunately, the Crown Prince often finds himself away from the Eastern Palace, engrossed in reviewing memorials alongside His Majesty in the imperial study. Taking advantage of a moment's respite, His Majesty rose and strolled about, holding a piece of pastry as he approached the Crown Prince. "My son, when you and Miss Xi give birth to your legitimate eldest son, I shall personally instruct him." The Crown Prince paused, taken aback, his red ink brush halting midair. He had never anticipated such a deliberate gesture of reassurance from his father. "Father, I am not so petty-minded," he replied with a mix of amusement and exasperation. "But speaking of which, Father, you must not usurp my son. I too wish to guide the child of Xi and myself." The mere thought of a future where he and she would grow old together, raising children, filled the Crown Prince with anticipation. As for the offspring of you and Miss Xi, His Majesty's expression softened as he laughed heartily. "We can teach him together." The Crown Prince pondered for a moment and acquiesced to his father's suggestion. Little did Gu Xiyan and he realize that both the Emperor and the Crown Prince had already orchestrated plans for their yet-to-be-born son. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly feel pity for her future child, for the throne is not an easy seat to occupy. Chapter 76. The Lantern Festival. As the calendar turned to the 12th month, the conflict between Great Xia and the Turks intensified. In early winter, Great Xia initiated small-scale skirmishes at the border with the Turks, who had amassed ample supplies during autumn. Thus, Great Xia showed no inclination for prolonged engagement. Gu Xiyan and he remained unaware of the situation at the border, yet observing the busyness of the Crown Prince and her father. It was evident that all was well under control. This year, Great Xia enjoyed favorable weather and a robust national strength. coupled with high morale among the soldiers and numerous valiant generals. Victory against the Turks seemed inevitable. Gu Xiyan he took great pleasure in visiting her nephew, Qiange, who had been with her for over a month. Even as the 12th month progressed and heavy snow fell, Gu Xiyan he would make her way to Qingfeng Hall whenever the snow began to melt. The Princess of Qi was nearing 3 months into her pregnancy. The 15th of the 12th month had passed, and with the court having ceased its operations due to the snowfall, Gu Xiyan he had not seen the Crown Prince for 7 days. Even during the court's recess, both His Majesty and the Crown Prince were occupied with pressing state affairs. This year, the snowfall in the capital was particularly heavy, and His Majesty entrusted the management of relief efforts for the affected populace to the Princess of Qi. However, Gu Xiyan he found solace in the fact that the Crown Prince did not seek her out. With such heavy snow, should he catch a chill on the way, she might be unjustly blamed. Inside her abode, fine silver charcoal burned, creating a warmth akin to spring. The fragrance of the spring-scented incense wafted gently from the exquisite lotus stone incense burner, painting a scene both poetic and picturesque. Gu Xiyan he gazed out at the swirling snowflakes beyond the window, instructing Zixu to prepare a pot of food in the small kitchen. As the weather turned colder, even the meals brought from the nearby kitchen of Wangshu Courtyard would easily cool. With Zixu departing to fulfill her task, Gu Xiyan he turned her attention to the travelogue penned by Mr. Hudong that lay in her hands. This travelogue is penned by Mr. Hudong himself. On the day they met, Zhou Yuan had mentioned this very travelogue to Gu Xiyan. However, the copy Zhou Yuan possessed was merely an excerpt rather than the original work. Gu Xiyan did not disclose this matter to His Highness the Crown Prince, for she was not foolish. She had refrained from accepting the travelogue that Zhou Yuan offered, wishing to avoid inciting jealousy in the Crown Prince, lest she be compelled to concede and compensate. As the year drew to a close, the Lantern Festival approached swiftly. Gu Xiyan, with her delicate brows lightly adorned and a subtle touch of powder, styled her hair in a fragrant cloud-like bun, embellished with a moon-shaped hairpin made of sheep fat, white jade, and peony. She donned a priceless golden sparrow fur cloak recently gifted by the Crown Prince, beneath which she wore a lotus-pink embroidered cotton jacket adorned with intertwined lotus flowers, and held a colorful enamel hand warmer, wrapped snugly against the chill. Upon seeing her dressed so warmly, the Crown Prince was greatly pleased, gently caressing Gu Xiyan's small hand, discovering it warm to the touch, and softly spoke, "Sire, I have requested leave from Father Emperor for tonight." For years ago, during the Lantern Festival, the Crown Prince had glimpsed an extraordinary maiden on Zhuke Street from the city tower. Amidst the bustling crowd and the flickering lights, only she had captured his heart at first sight. Traditionally, after the palace banquets, His Majesty would accompany the beauties of the harem, along with the princes, princesses, and officials with their families, to enjoy the festivities and admire the luminous display from the city tower. Gu Xiyan recalled having promised the Crown Prince a lotus lantern. "Brother Qingyu, shall we depart?" she inquired, gazing at their intertwined hands. The Crown Prince gently squeezed her soft, fair hand, responding affirmatively with a tender demeanor. Zhuke Street serves as the main thoroughfare beneath the city tower at Yingtian Gate, stretching approximately 5 miles north to south. Due to the cold, they first took a carriage to the entrance of Zhuke Street. The bright moon illuminated the shooting stars, and the thousands of lanterns lit up the night, filling the 5-mile-long Zhuke Street with the warmth of human festivities. The bustling crowd wore smiles, families enjoying outings or couples on dates, children clutching candied hawthorns, while adults held lanterns and treats they had won from riddles, creating a lively and joyous atmosphere. The Crown Prince had never before experienced such proximity to the common folk, and for someone with his fastidious nature, he felt a slight reluctance at the closeness of others. However, upon seeing the sparkling eyes of Gu Xiyan beside him, he found himself more accepting of the situation. "Brother Qingyu," Gu Xiyan said, "there's a small vendor at the Lantern Festival known for their delicious fried, glutinous rice balls. I've loved them since childhood." The Crown Prince held her hand, their sleeves naturally shielding them from the biting wind. And Gu Xiyan felt that his hand was far warmer than her hand warmer. "I have yet to explore the Lantern Festival. Sire, will you show me the sights?" Amidst the throng, They deftly bypassed a pair of striking individuals adorned in finery, accompanied by attendants. Of course, the fried glutinous rice balls are delightful, as well as the oil cakes and candied fruits, Gu Xiyan replied, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The crown prince lowered his gaze to her shimmering eyes, reminding her, Sire, do not forget my lotus lantern. Not only that, His Highness the Crown Prince also wishes to go to the riverside to release lanterns and make wishes with Shir. Gu Xiyan, with her eyes crescent-shaped and her tone sweet, replied, All right, I shall help Brother Chengxu win the most beautiful lotus lantern. Along the way, Gu Xiyan first purchased a string of candied hawthorn for herself and the Crown Prince. Earlier, the Crown Prince had instructed Gu Xiyan to prepare some silver and a handful of copper coins. Thus the candied hawthorn was paid for by him. Gu Xiyan tasted one herself, and after ensuring its quality for the Crown Prince, she held it to his lips, saying, Brother Chengxu, do try one. The crystalline sugar coating was delightfully sweet, with a crisp texture complemented by the tartness of the hawthorn, creating a delightful taste that warmed the heart. The Crown Prince had never experienced such a humble delicacy, yet he found it to be a unique pleasure. Gu Xiyan observed as the Crown Prince elegantly took a gentle bite, and she nibbled the remaining half of the stick. The Crown Prince obediently followed suit, and after Gu Xiyan indulged in another piece, she offered the rest to him, saying, There are still 3 left. Brother Chengxu must finish them. She saved room for more delectable treats, having only filled her stomach halfway at dinner. Gu Xiyan watched as the Crown Prince, somewhat out of place with the candied hawthorn, took a bite, feeling a sense of disillusionment. Thus, he quietly bought a string for himself, finding it equally sweet and sour, a delightful indulgence. Gu Xiyan and the Crown Prince strolled down Juke Avenue from the street corner, encountering many exquisite lanterns along the way, though none captured her heart. However, she did purchase a variety of fried yuan shao, fried eggplant, candied fruits, and even enjoyed a bowl of Yangchun noodles, with the Crown Prince dutifully helping her devour the snacks. Gu Xiyan also acquired a set of intertwined knots and a rattle drum from a vendor's stall, which the Crown Prince could barely carry with one hand, necessitating that he entrust the items to the attendant trailing behind them. As they admired the lanterns and savored the delicacies, after about half an hour, Gu Xiyan finally spotted a lotus lantern that took her breath away. Brother Chengxu, let us go there and solve the lantern riddles. Chapter 77. The upcoming selection. This stall, like the others, displayed beautifully crafted lanterns, exuding a lively atmosphere, though they could not compare to the elaborate palace lanterns. The one Gu Xiyan had her eye on was the most exquisite, an intertwined lotus lantern. Shopkeeper, let me see the riddle for this intertwined lotus lantern, she said, retrieving a coin from her purse. Having participated in the Lantern Festival for many years, she understood that the riddles associated with such lanterns were quite costly. While ordinary riddles might cost 4 or 5 coins, 1 silver coin was equivalent to 100. The shopkeeper, upon noticing Gu Xiyan's beauty, quickly deduced that she was the cherished daughter of the Gu family, having often seen her at the festival with maids or brothers solving riddles to win lanterns. "Milady, please," he said with a warm smile, recognizing the renowned beauty of the capital, which would surely attract many customers eager to obtain lanterns akin to those of the esteemed Miss Gu. Gu Xiyan accepted the riddle, which read, "At the pillow's side. We chat past the 5th watch. What character does this describe?" For her, this was not a daunting task. After a brief pause, she inquired, "But what about the delay?" The proprietor chuckled as he handed the bifurcated lotus lamp to Gu Xiyan, remarking, "Indeed, this young lady possesses remarkable intelligence. This lamp is now yours." The cost of the lotus lamp amounted to merely 1 tael of silver, for merchants are not inclined to engage in unprofitable ventures. However, when he cast a glance at the dashing young man beside Miss Gu, he found himself momentarily dazed. A heart belonging to an ordinary citizen nearly ached to kneel in reverence. Was not Miss Gu betrothed by His Majesty to the Crown Prince? Yet, upon noticing the gaze of a fair, bearded, middle-aged gentleman, the proprietor discreetly chose not to intrude. The Crown Prince accepted the bifurcated lotus lamp that Gu Xiyan offered, his eyes welling with emotion. "Sheer," he uttered, gently enveloping her hand with his, concealing her delicate fingers within his sleeve, while the other hand held the glowing lamp. Although this lamp was the simplest he possessed, it evoked 100-fold more exhilaration than the countless lanterns gifted by his father. The Crown Prince relinquished all his snacks and trinkets to his guard, unable to tear his gaze away from the softly glowing lotus lamp. This was the token of affection from Xi'er, a symbol of their bond. He intended to place it in his chamber, ensuring he could behold it daily, as if Xi'er were by his side every moment. Gu Xiyan felt her ears flush, slightly embarrassed under the intensity of the Crown Princess' gaze. It is merely a lamp, she thought. I shall treat you even better in the future. Compared to the extravagant gifts worth hundreds of thousands of taels from the Crown Prince, she felt a twinge of guilt. Was he perhaps too easily appeased? After all, she had only gifted him a jade pendant, a sachet, and a lamp worth a single tael of silver. The Crown Prince, hand in hand with Gu Xiyan, strolled toward the city moat, unable to suppress a smile. I know Xi'er will be good to me, he mused, feeling blissful at the thought of growing old together with her. By the moat at night, under the radiant moon, the silvery light danced upon the shimmering surface of the water. The various lanterns floated downstream, carrying the heartfelt wishes of the people. Gu Xiyan and the Crown Prince casually purchased 2 lotus lanterns, upon which they could inscribe words. Just as she was about to sneak a peek at the Crown Princess writing, she was taken aback when he cunningly obscured it from her view. Oomph, am I such a curious girl? She acknowledged to herself. Indeed she was. Brother Chengxu, I will show you mine if you show me yours, all right? Gu Xiyan playfully nudged the Crown Prince's sleeve with her finger, her smile radiant as she gazed at him. The Crown Prince turned his head, clearing his throat, all right, his tone laced with anticipation. Zhou Quan observed silently from the side, noting the blush on the Crown Prince's cheeks, sighing deeply, lamenting that His Royal Highness was truly undervalued. What a lack of ambition, he thought. Did he last for even a moment? No, he did not. Gu Xiyan leaned closer, admiring the elegant strokes of the Crown Prince's handwriting, finding it exceedingly delightful. I wish for Xi'er to have affection for me, the Crown Prince penned. And Gu Xiyan couldn't help but find his words rather sentimental. She timidly raised her eyes to glance at the Crown Prince, only to lower them again. When has she ever not held affection for him? This was clearly a tacit understanding between the two. Gu Xiyan's fondness for the Crown Prince was rather superficial, so it was no surprise that he wished for her to genuinely fall in love with him. Fortunately, she had not voiced her thoughts, for it would have been too sentimental. Gu Xiyan felt a shiver run down her spine at the mere thought. It was all her fault for insisting on watching the Crown Prince's lanterns. Now, the fade had been pierced. Gu Xiyan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as the Crown Prince, displaying remarkable understanding, said, Xi'er, I am delighted that your wish includes me. Gu Xiyan had expressed a desire for the well-being and smooth journey of those she cared for. The Crown Prince's heart swelled with joy. Although he was not the only one she cherished, he was indeed a part of her wish. Was that not enough? Gu Xiyan nestled quietly in the Crown Prince's embrace, wrapping her arms around his waist. Brother Chengxu, it is time to set the lanterns afloat. The Crown Prince held a double lotus lantern in one hand and a lotus lantern in the other, yet still made an effort to embrace Gu Xiyan. All right, they separated, and the Crown Prince crouched down beside her, watching as the lit lotus lanterns drifted gracefully with the flowing water. Xi'er, in 3 months, we shall be wed. He gently helped Gu Xiyan to her feet and led her to a secluded area beneath a tree. The night had deepened, and the fireworks began to bloom. Gu Xiyan was transfixed by the spectacular display under the moonlight, failing to catch what the Crown Prince was saying. She turned her head to look at him, her eyes sparkling with mirth. The Crown Prince noticed the vibrant fireworks reflected in her eyes, yet he found her shimmering gaze far more enchanting than the dazzling display. Unable to resist, he gently kissed her eyelid and wrapped her in his dark fox cloak. What I mean is, in 3 months, we shall be wed, Xi'er. I can hardly wait to take you as my bride. Gu Xiyan's cheek was pressed against the cool silk of his robe, and she raised her arms to embrace his waist, looking up at his affectionate dark eyes, shyly responding with a soft acknowledgement. The Crown Prince's lips curled into a smile. Do not worry, Xi'er. I am yours alone. Although they did not directly discuss whether there would be candidates for the Eastern Palace in the February selection, the Crown Prince firmly declared that he would have only Gu Xiyan as his woman. Gu Xiyan understood that many noble ladies in the capital had their eyes set on the Eastern Palace, but she was unafraid. If the Crown Prince failed to fulfill his promises, she could always endeavor to become the Empress Dowager and take a lover. However, Gu Xiyan would never speak of this openly. She kept it hidden in her heart, thinking that if he were to be unfeeling, she would simply let go. Listening to the Crown Prince's affectionate tone, Gu Xiyan replied sweetly, "I believe in you, brother Chengxu," tightening her hold around his waist and smiling blissfully. Chapter 78. The Anxious Gu Xiyan on February 14th, the day of the initial selection of candidates. In the Great Xia, officials of the 7th rank and above, along with noble families, were permitted to present their unmarried daughters aged between 13 and 16 for selection. Among them, 70% would not pass the preliminary selection, and from the remaining 30%, 2/3 would be noble ladies from the capital. After the preliminary and final selection processes, the over 100 young ladies who successfully passed the final round must further their studies in the rules and regulations of the palace at the Shuxiu Palace before ultimately entering the imperial selection. Gu Xiyan, having been too young to participate in the previous election and now already betrothed, is exempt from this year's competition. Naturally, not all officials or noble families are willing to allow their daughters or granddaughters to enter the palace. They can communicate with His Majesty in advance, request a leave to stay at home, or even return home after the preliminary selection, a privilege reserved for families with a certain standing before the emperor. Gu Xiyan initially shared this sentiment, thus opposing Gu Xiyan's entry into the palace. Not every young lady selected becomes a consort of His Majesty. Often, there is an unspoken understanding between the emperor and the ministers, with some of the favored ministers receiving imperial marriage decrees for their daughters. After the imperial selection, many newly appointed scholars also wed young ladies from the selection. This year, there are 3 eligible princes, with only the crown princess in the Eastern Palace. The Qi Wang having secured a princess consort and a secondary consort, while the princess consort for the Duan Wang remains undecided, leaving many noble young ladies eyeing the prospects. Observing Gu Xiyan's calm demeanor as she leisurely enjoys her daily life, Gu Xiyan cannot help but feel a hint of admiration for his beloved daughter. Gu Xiyan, on the other hand, is bewildered by his sister's cheerful disposition. How could such a naive and carefree girl compete with other women for a man's affection? It would be a disservice to Xiyan. He must exert himself to provide support for his sister and future nieces and nephews. In Qingfeng Pavilion, Gu Xiyan visits her 4-month-old nephew, Qiange, showering him with affectionate kisses. Gu Xiyan, witnessing her reluctance to let go of the baby, smiles indulgently. Is she so fond of Qiange? What's so special about a boy? Gu Xiyan pouts. He is my dear nephew, chubby and delightful. You should try him, brother. She hands Qiange to Gu Xiyan, urging him to give the baby a kiss. At 4 months, Qiange weighs over 10 pounds, wrapped snugly in a swaddling cloth. Soft and cuddly, Gu Xiyan obliges, kissing the baby's little face, and with a hint of disdain, remarks, not as pleasant as Xiyan was when she was little, merely average. Yet he finds himself kissing Qiange again, who, as if sensing his father's teasing tone, pouts in discontent. Gu Xiyan, with a twinkle in her eye, pretends not to notice her brother's insincere actions. Brother, why have you been so busy lately? Gu Xiyan hands Qiange back to the nurse, his expression turning serious. Xiyan, brother is worried about you. She is his biological sister, whom he has watched grow from a small child into a graceful young woman. The imperial harem can be a treacherous place. I wish to strive upward, to be your support. Gu Xiyan speaks gently. Now that the young ladies have entered the palace, I will do my utmost to protect you. Despite his reluctance, he voices his concerns. Gu Xiyan feels her eyes welling with warmth. Brother, how can you be so kind? Gu Xiyan blinks, forcing back tears with brother by your side. Xiyan need not fear. His unfortunate sister, with tears streaming down her face, prompted Gu Xiyan to embrace Gu Xiyan tenderly. This was the first hug shared between the siblings since their childhood. Gu Xiyan, sniffling and holding back her tears, felt the coolness of the water on her neck as tears spilled forth, and she clung to Gu Xiyan's waist. Suddenly, Gu Xiyan's voice broke the moment from nearby. Enough! Xiyan, how old are you? Still crying like a child. The wet nurse had already taken Xiangur away, leaving only Gu Yong, Gu Xiyan, and Gu Jingyang in the room. Gu Yong found the scene both amusing and heartwarming, realizing that his children had somehow forgotten about their father. However, witnessing the bond between the siblings filled his heart with a bittersweet sensation. Father is still here. No one can bully our Sierra, he said, rising to gently remove Gu Xiyan from Gu Jingyang's embrace, tenderly wiping her tear-streaked cheeks. Gu Yong understood why Gu Jingyang had been so diligent lately. Both father and son sensed that the Eastern Palace would soon welcome new faces, yet they felt powerless to intervene. Gu Xiyan pursed her lips and reassured them, "Father, brother, I'm fine." Then, with a bright smile, she added, "With you both by my side, who would dare to give me a scornful look? Just touch my warm little face. I am the Crown Princess. Besides the Crown Prince, my father loves me the most, so I am not afraid." Yet, she could not divulge that the Crown Prince had promised her she would be his only woman. Could one truly trust a man's words forever? She herself did not believe it. "Do not worry. I'm the cherished daughter of Gu Tating. This election is just a trivial matter. I pay it no mind." Her tone was cheerful, her eyes sparkling, and her lips curved into a smile, resembling a proud and radiant little peacock. Gu Yong and Gu Jingyang exchanged glances and refrained from expressing further concerns. "Sierra, your brother will strive to become a chancellor. Little Gu Tating will support his beloved sister. In the imperial harem, the emperor's affection is the most fickle, with only family background and offspring serving as a reliable foundation." Gu Jingyang looked at his sister and subtly exhaled in relief. He feared that if Sierra became too emotionally invested, what would happen if the Crown Prince hurt her? Gu Xiyan pondered for a moment and comforted them. "Rest assured, the Crown Prince has stated that he will not take a concubine until the legitimate heir is born." Not wishing to see her family so anxious, she decided to offer them a sense of security. After all, this was the promise made by the Crown Prince, and he had intended to use it as an excuse to refuse the selection. After all, the Crown Prince himself was the legitimate heir. How could his firstborn not be of legitimate birth? With this thought, both Gu Yong and Gu Jingyang released a sigh of relief. Indeed, it was better to trust a man's regard for his offspring than his affection for a woman. As long as Sierra successfully bore a legitimate son, her position, given her status and family background, would be unassailable. At Gongquan Palace, within the warm confines of the imperial study, the emperor gazed at the Crown Prince, who was bowing before him, and contemplated the upcoming selection. "Crown Prince, what matter do you wish to discuss with me?" The emperor's expression remained inscrutable as he cast a fleeting glance at the Crown Prince. "Father, I humbly request that before the birth of my legitimate son with Sierra, you refrain from bestowing anyone upon the Eastern Palace." The Crown Prince contemplated the need to first address his father, the emperor. Once the emperor initiated the conversation, he would have a legitimate reason to openly pursue a lifelong union with Sierra. As the legitimate firstborn son, he yearned for his first child with Sierra to also be a legitimate heir. "Father, please grant me this wish." Rising from his seat, the Crown Prince blinked at His Majesty, then affectionately approached to gently massage the Emperor's shoulders. Chapter 79. The Crown Prince's whims. The Emperor remained silent. The pressure from the Crown Prince's hands on his shoulders just right. "Father," the Crown Prince called out again. The Emperor, lost in thought, felt a gentle shake on his shoulder. "Do not act coy, my son. When have I ever refused you?" replied the Emperor. "I am grateful, Father." The Crown Prince raised an eyebrow, knowing all too well that his father was susceptible to his charms. The Emperor, feeling the absence of the Crown Prince's touch on his shoulder, smirked slightly, recognizing his son's extroverted nature. "I had no intention of arranging a match for you with a noblewoman." This was the truth. The Emperor had been preoccupied with thoughts of the potential grandchildren from Yu heir and Shi heir. "Let me make this clear, Yu heir. Just as you stated, Shi heir's son must be the legitimate heir. Do you understand?" The Emperor spoke earnestly, grasping the Crown Prince's hand and gazing into his downcast eyes. The Crown Prince was speechless, never having anticipated that his father would come to this realization on his own. It felt like a stroke of good fortune. If you truly desire another woman, the contraceptive potion is not entirely reliable. Choose a few palace maids, and I shall grant them sterilization medicine, elevating their status to that of noble women. effectively making them part of the inner court. Although the Eastern Palace had previously lacked inhabitants, the emperor was unwilling to compromise his son's well-being. The selected maidens would not be given sterilization medicine, as those who could enter the Eastern Palace were primarily from distinguished families, at most receiving the contraceptive potion, which was not completely dependable. What if Shi Er's legitimate heir were to be usurped by another? The emperor would absolutely not allow his heir to be anything but the legitimate heir. The crown prince must not be anything less than the royal heir. As soon as the emperor finished speaking, the crown prince lifted his gaze to meet his father's, reiterating, "Father, I only wish to have a legitimate son with Shi Er. Until our heir is born, I do not desire any other women in the Eastern Palace. Now or ever." In the courtyard of Wangshu, Gu Xiyan gazed at the letter sent by the crown prince, her eyes curving with delight. The crown prince is indeed thoughtful, aware of the feelings of the esteemed crown princess, Zisu remarked with a smile. Gu Xiyan tucked away the crown prince's letter, which carried a faint and delightful scent of sandalwood. Having secured the favor of both the emperor and the empress, the crown prince would surely seize any opportunity to enhance his affection. He had already devised a plan. Once their child was born, he would have even more justification. After all, boundaries are meant to be broken. As for the possibility of Gu Xiyan not bearing children, the crown prince had considered that too. He was adamant that he would not engage with any other woman, and if necessary, he would inform his father that he was incapable of fathering child, suggesting an adoption within the royal family. Should it be confirmed that Shi Er could not conceive, the crown prince would resort to administering undetectable potions to himself. Knowing that the chief physician of the imperial hospital was in his employ, he possessed the confidence that, apart from himself, his father would find no other suitable heir. Gu Xiyan remained oblivious to the crown prince's audacious intentions. On February 14th, the initial selection of maidens for the palace commenced. Gu Xiyan and Zhao Chong entered the palace to pay their respects to the empress. Before her arrival, she had visited her grandmother and had a brief exchange with her cousin Gu Xiyan, who was eager to see her stumble. As a result, grandmother punished Gu Xiyan by making her transcribe Buddhist scriptures. Gu Xiyan had been betrothed to her cousin Qi Yin by the matriarch, and Gu Yuan privately sought the emperor's intervention, ensuring Gu Xiyan did not participate in the selection process. As Gu Xi passed by the Shuxiu Palace, her curiosity led her to glance inside before quickly averting her gaze. The young ladies within had successfully passed the preliminary selection and were now partaking in the final round, resting as they admired the beauty of the elegantly dressed women who passed by. Could that be the crown princess? Who else could eclipse the peony in beauty? Muramuru, Han Jiao, and Zheng Zhuang were surrounded by admirers, but upon spotting Gu Xi, their expressions subtly shifted. While they schemed and vied for positions as the crown prince's consort and favored concubine, Gu Xi remained unperturbed and at ease, which stirred a sense of imbalance within them. At Kunning Palace, "Mother, I have arrived." Gu Xi's melodious voice preceded her entrance. The empress set down her copy of Shishua Sinyu, responding warmly, "Sure. Come and taste the new plum blossom cake from the imperial kitchen." Gu Xi performed a customary greeting and affectionately leaned beside the empress, saying, "Thank you, mother." The yam plum blossom cake, plum blossom pastry, and plum blossom soup dumplings were all exquisite and delightful treats. Gu Xi savored them with grace, her elegance coupled with a charming appetite, making her quite endearing. Observing Gu Xi, the empress felt a wave of tenderness. She cherished how Gu Xi treated her as family. Remembering the words her son had spoken earlier, the empress sighed. How well she understood her son. His deep affection mirrored her own from years past, perhaps even more fervent. For the time being, she was willing to let him pursue his desires without interference, as she had endured significant hardship under the Empress Dowager. Noticing the Empress's gentle gaze, Gu Xi offered her a piece of yam plum blossom cake, exclaiming, "Mother, do try this. It's absolutely delicious." She then poured a cup of hot tea that her personal maid, Bai Ji, had handed her. "You were previously lamented the delay of the wedding, and now I share his sentiment. How can there still be 2 months left?" The Empress chuckled as she enjoyed the yam plum blossom cake and sipped on Junshan silver needle tea. She eagerly anticipated the day when Yuer and Shier would wed. thus allowing Shi to frequently visit Kuining Palace and keep her company. During this period, the empress found her spirits lifted, relishing the sight of Gu Xi every month on the 1st and 15th days, as the sweet-tongued girl delighted in showering her with affection and delightful confections. If she had indeed been blessed with a daughter, she imagined their bond would mirror this one. Hearing the empress's words, Gu Xi blushed and playfully retorted, "Mother, you're being ignored now." The empress picked up Shishua's sinew, offering Gu Xi a copy as well, saying, "I have recently commissioned a set of floral silk adorned with ruby headpieces for you, and since you seem disinterested in me, I am considering whom to bestow this exquisite set upon." Speaking of which, the second princess should also be selecting her consort soon. Gu Xi pouted as she embraced the arm of the empress. "Sie understands her mystique. Since it is a gift from Mother Empress, it must not be taken away from others." She was not foolish. The adornments gifted to her by the empress were worth at least several thousand taels of silver. The empress chuckled lightly, stating that she had discussed this matter with a virtuous consort earlier that morning. "The second princess has come of age, after all. I am not her biological mother, so it is not my place to arrange her marriage. If, by chance, the second princess does not fare well in the future, it would only bring misfortune upon us. Therefore, this matter should be left for the virtuous consort to decide, and I will merely mention it to His Majesty." Gu Xi smiled, saying that when the second princess weds, as the crown princess, she would cherish and care for her sister-in-law, even assisting her in her bridal adornments. Hence, the special adornments prepared for her by Mother Empress should not be given to anyone else, or she would be quite saddened. "I am not merely a sister-in-law," she added. The empress smiled knowingly, appreciating conversations with intelligent individuals. Chapter 80. A fruitless endeavor. A month swiftly passed, and the day for selecting the ladies-in-waiting at the Zion Hall arrived. Gu Xi continued to lead her leisurely life, showing no signs of urgency. On that afternoon, Zhou Quan was sent by the Crown Prince to the Gu residence. "I pay my respects to Her Royal Highness, the Crown Princess." Zhou Quan was surprised that the Crown Prince had so easily secured the approval of His Majesty and the Empress. Is a Crown Prince aiming to be the only prince in history with but a single consort? Truly, he was worthy of his title, for his words held great weight. He treated the Crown Princess with even more deference. "Your Highness, no ladies were selected for the Eastern Palace. His Highness, the Qi Wang, has taken a secondary consort and 4 concubines, while the Duke Wang's consort has already been chosen. The selection has concluded." The Crown Prince did not attend the selection, preferring to remain in the study to review memorials. Zhou Quan kept a vigilant eye on the movements of the Shushu Palace. Witnessing for the first time the disheartened expressions of the noble young ladies returning from a selection, Gu Xi lifted her eyelids to glance at Zhou Quan, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for your hard work, Uncle Zhou." She removed a Hatian jade bracelet from her wrist and offered it to him. Zhou Quan bent to accept it with both hands, a smile gracing his lips. "This humble servant thanks Her Royal Highness for her generous gift." The Crown Princess was indeed magnanimous. While he lacked for gold and jewels, this gift represented the Crown Princess's regard for him. "Your Highness, the Crown Prince wishes to dine at the Gu residence this evening." Zhou Quan departed after receiving a letter from the Crown Princess. Zissou and Fuling could not contain their excitement. "Crown Princess, did you hear? The Eastern Palace has no new consorts. With no secondary consort or noble ladies in the Eastern Palace, it would be at least 3 years until the next selection. The likes of Mu Rumong, Han Jiaojiao, and Zheng Ziwen from esteemed families would be too old for the next election. They had long been irked by those noble ladies who sought to compete with their crown princess for the crown princess affections. Before the betrothal was granted, Zissou and the others felt indifferent towards these noble ladies. However, after the betrothal, the crown prince was now their crown princess's man. Zissou and Fuling knew all too well what kind of husband their young mistress had always desired. Gu Xi smiled gently, having heard the request. "Quickly assist me in changing. I wish to take a nap." Zissou and Fu Ling exchanged a glance and a smile. Proceeding to help Gu, she removed her head ornaments and changed her attire. In the imperial study, Gu Yong appeared somewhat astonished. "Bo Yong, what expression is that?" His Majesty lifted a teacup, savoring a sip of the exquisite Preaching Ming Longjing tea, and looked at Gu Yong with a smile. Gu Xiyan replied, "Your Majesty, why are you inexplicably weaving such enchanting words? You mentioned that within 5 years, the Eastern Palace shall not have any concubines or favored ladies before she bears a legitimate heir. Is it something I should hear?" He instinctively glanced at the Crown Prince, who remained remarkably composed, still processing the situation. "Your Majesty, you and the Crown Prince regard my daughter with such significance. I am overwhelmed with apprehension." Gu Xiyan felt a twinge of fear. After all, he was merely a first-rank chancellor. What merit did he possess that warranted such effort from the Crown Prince? Upon regaining his composure, Gu Xiyan thought of and suddenly understood, maintaining a facade of indifference. Indeed, even heroes find it challenging to withstand the allure of beauty. The emperor remained silent, but the Crown Prince spoke. "Father-in-law, both my father and I are legitimate sons. I'm the eldest son of the emperor and empress." He refrained from mentioning that his reluctance to select a concubine stemmed from his affection for Gu Shi. Gu Xiyan interjected, "Are you too, perhaps a tad, too dismissive of me as your chancellor?" The emperor chuckled. "You speak true, sir. I recognize only the legitimate son of him, and she, as the Crown Prince." For many years, it was the first time he witnessed Gu Xiyan displaying such an expression, his tone inexplicably laced with delight. "Your Majesty, I have matters to report." Gu Xiyan swiftly regained his composure, his greatest strength being his awareness of the situation. After years of camaraderie, how could the emperor fail to understand Gu Xiyan? Yet, he felt a tinge of regret for not being able to gaze upon Gu Xiang's astonished expression a moment longer. At the Gu residence, this year's selection did not yield any chosen candidates for the Eastern Palace, causing a stir throughout the capital. Gu Wanning was in tears. Why is Gu Shi so fortunate? The old matriarch of the Gu family sent Gu Shi a treasured set of gold-inlaid jade head ornaments. Lu Shuang observed Gu Shi joyfully playing with Qiangu. Indeed, our Shi is a blessed girl. She perceived without doubt that the Crown Prince's disinterest in selecting a concubine was undoubtedly for the sake of the legitimate heir. But it also stemmed from his fondness for Shi. Gu Shi kissed Qiangu's plump little cheeks, exclaiming, "That is because I'm fortunate in my rebirth." The greatest joy in her life was having such loving parents and a brother. She kissed Qiangu again on his small face. He was a chubby 5-month-old. As delightful as cream cheese, sweet and fragrant. Qiangu happily pressed his face against Gu Shi's cheek, his little hands wrapping around her neck. Gu Shi, relishing her time with Qiangu, wore no makeup, her voice sweet and charming, melting her heart. "He is so adorable." Gu Shi pinched Qiangu's chubby little hand, playfully nibbling on it, eliciting giggles. At that moment, Gu Jingyang and Su Qinghuan entered the main hall, where the evening sun cast a gentle glow, accompanied by a refreshing breeze. "Qiangu, do you miss your father?" Gu Jingyang was in an exceptionally good mood today. He still has 3 years to ascend even higher, supporting his precious younger sister. Su Qinghuan gestured for Gu Jingyang to change his clothes, having just attended to the affairs of the household. Once they had both changed, Gu Jingyang cradled his chubby son. Qiangu, asking if he missed his father. Mimicking Gu Shi and planting a kiss on Qiangu's small face, he was met with a reluctant turn from the child, who instead reached out his little arms wanting to be held by Gu Shi. A hint of jealousy flickered in Su Qinghuan's heart, for Qiangu was rather attached to his dear aunt. Yet, reflecting on their delightful bond eased her envy. "Sister-in-law, please hold Qiangu. I can no longer manage him." Gu Shi said with a touch of disdain, for carrying the hefty child for too long was indeed tiring. After a while, Qiangu reluctantly allowed his parents to hold him. Lu Shuang sat in a grand chair, observing them with a smile, remarking how Qiangu clung to his aunt, questioning how Shi could possibly disdain him. However, it was true that Qiangu was quite hefty, and prolonged holding could be exhausting. Gu Shi bit her lip, chuckling as her gaze lingered on Qiangu's waving little hand, fully aware that he couldn't comprehend her thoughts. In stark contrast to the joyous atmosphere of the Gu family, the residences of the Duke of Zhen and the General of the Cavalry, as well as the residence of Grand Tutor Zheng, were enveloped in gloom, even chaos reigning supreme. The phrase "a fruitless endeavor" aptly described their situation. Mu Ramun and the Duchess of Zhen were incredulous, immediately seeking an audience with Her Majesty in Kunning Palace following the palace election. However, the queen unceremoniously dismissed them. Han Jiaojiao and Zheng Zhuang's grandfather and father swiftly arranged marriages for them, turning their focus away from the Eastern Palace. The intentions of His Majesty and the Crown Prince were abundantly clear. Their status could not rival that of the Duke of Zhen. Chapter 81. The wedding as spring gave way to March. The wedding date approached. The Crown Prince's wedding, second only to that of the Emperor and Empress, left the Ministry of Rites and the court of Imperial Clan no room for delay, especially since the Crown Prince frequently visited to oversee the details with meticulous care. By the end of March, news arrived from the borders. The Marquis of Pingyang and the heir to the Duke of Cheng had successfully captured the Khan of Kalinc, leading to a resounding defeat of the Turks, who ultimately surrendered. On April 17th, the Crown Prince was to be wed. The day before the wedding, the Queen summoned the Crown Prince. She began, feeling somewhat awkward. The Crown Prince had never had any intimate interactions with palace maids, remaining a novice in such matters. I summoned you to ask if you would like to consider a trial marriage maid. The Queen hesitated to meet his gaze. For her relationship with Yuer wasn't particularly close, and she was not one to bestow maidens upon her daughter-in-law, hence her discomfort. According to ancestral customs, trial marriage maids were typically designated for the prince, as young princes would have maids to guide them in their formative years, leaving no room for concubines or trial marriage maids. These maids would be formally recognized upon marriage, thus holding a legitimate status. The Queen felt that avoiding the use of contraceptives was unwise, yet administering sterilization medicine to trial marriage maids before the wedding seemed ominous. Therefore, she decided to leave the matter to the Crown Prince's discretion. The Crown Prince maintained a calm demeanor, pressed his lips together, and replied, "Mother, I do not require one. I have already sought out a fire-avoiding diagram." The Empress smiled awkwardly, pondering the situation. Regardless, she had already inquired, and it was no longer her concern. After all, if Yuer had truly desired the companionship of a palace maid, the Eastern Palace would not have remained devoid of attendants for so many years. The Empress had, over the years, sent numerous palace maids to the Crown Prince, yet he had never accepted any of them. 3 days before the wedding, the bride and groom were not permitted to meet. However, Gu Xiyan frequently received letters from the Crown Prince, whose excessive anxiety had inadvertently calmed her nerves. In late February, Chengxu gave birth to a pair of twins, a dragon and a phoenix, and shortly after her confinement, she encountered Gu Xiyan's wedding. During this period, Gu Xiyan's sister-in-law, the wife of the Duke of Changhua, also visited her often. With Gu Xiyan dedicating the past month to her beauty regimen, time seemed to fly by. She felt none of the Crown Prince's anxiety. The ladies enhancing Gu Xiyan's makeup had been relentless in their efforts, but Gu Xiyan was selective about whom she would receive. She was quite pleased with her radiant complexion and couldn't help but indulge in a moment of vanity, thinking, with such a beautiful wife, the Crown Prince was indeed fortunate. Gu Xiyan had also perused several romantic tales, and both her mother and brother had provided her with ample wisdom on matters of intimacy. Yes, she possessed a strong competitive spirit. In his letters, the Crown Prince naturally mentioned his refusal to engage with the trial palace maids, and Gu Xiyan was aware that he was still a novice in such matters. She felt a genuine sense of relief, having reviewed the wisdom passed down to her. She found it intolerable to share a man with other women. Thus, Gu Xiyan resolved to reward the Crown Prince for his purity. At least he remained untainted for now. On the eve of the wedding, her mother shared the night with her, conversing at length, while Gu Xiyan embraced Lu Shuang, drifting into a peaceful slumber, entirely unfazed by the Crown Prince's restless and anxious heart. In the Eastern Palace, the morning light began to break. The Crown Prince rose, having barely slept through the night. Yet he felt invigorated. Congratulations to His Highness on realizing his wishes. May you and the Crown Princess live in harmony and eternal unity, Zhou Quan expressed, pinning a vibrant red peony flower onto the Crown Princess attire. Seated at the edge of his bed, the Crown Prince's mood was buoyant as Zhou Quan assisted him with his shoes before he made his way to the bathing chamber, where he was generously rewarded. Zhou Quan hurriedly followed, grateful to the Crown Prince and the Crown Princess. The crown prince had never required a palace made for personal attendance since childhood. Zhou Quan had been the one to assist him with dressing and grooming. However, the crown prince preferred to bathe alone, only requesting Zhou Quan's help when it came to washing his hair. An hour later, the crown prince emerged from the palace, feeling refreshed. It was still before the hour of Chun, yet he found himself impatient. The auspicious time for the ceremony was set for the early hour of Yu, and he could not depart for the Gu residence until the hour of C. Guests were to dine at the Gu residence at noon, and the wedding procession would circle the imperial city, celebrating with the populace. Therefore, the crown prince decided to head directly to Kunning Palace, knowing his father would be with the empress. At this moment, Gu Xiyan was awakened before dawn, pulled from her slumber to bathe, change, and adorn herself. Knowing that she would struggle to rise, Lu Shuang opted not to call for her. Half an hour later, Gu Xiyan opened her eyes, only to find herself nestled in Fuling's embrace, surrounded by the soothing aroma of fragrant balls. "Mother, how did I end up here?" she inquired, gazing at her freshly dawn night attire and damp hair, her eyes still heavy with sleep as she turned to Lu Shuang beside her. The sun, just rising by the window, radiated warmth and brightness. Yet Gu Xiyan sensed something amiss when, apart from paying her respects, had she ever risen so early? "Zidi Elfia, today marks your wedding day. Why are you still in such a daze?" Lu Shuang gently pinched Gu Xiyan's fair, tender cheek. Once she regained her senses, Gu Xiyan nuzzled Lu Shuang's palm, realization dawning upon her. "Ah yes." She rubbed her small face and gave a light pat. "Today I am getting married. Mother, why didn't you wake me?" Gu Xiyan looked at her new nightgown, astonished to discover that she had bathed and changed in her sleep. Zissa chuckled. "Madam was merely being considerate of the crown princess, wishing for you to sleep a little longer." Gu Xiyan nodded, stifling a yawn. As time pressed on, she managed only a bowl of shepherd's purse dumplings to soothe her stomach. Granny Feng applied a specially formulated facial cream to enhance Gu Xiyan's beauty, while Lady Chuanfu arranged her hair into an elegant updo. As each comb passed through her hair, Gu Xiyan felt tears welling in her eyes as she clutched Lu Shuang's hand, finally grasping the reality of her impending marriage. "Mother." Lu Shuang took the ivory comb from Lady Chuanfu's hands and continued, "With each stroke, may your union be perfect and everlasting. Do not cry. Our Shi'er is the most beautiful bride in all of Daxia. What will happen if you ruin your makeup and end up looking like a little cat?" Drawing laughter from His Highness, Lu Shuang wiped away Gu Xiyan's tears, thankful that the facial cream still adorned her face. Gu Xiyan sniffled. "I won't cry anymore. After all, she was the most beautiful lady in the capital. Tears would only mar her beauty." "Zissou, fetch an egg to apply on Shi as face and Fuling. Wash off the facial cream on her face. It has been a quarter of an hour already." Lu Shuang signaled for Lady Chuanfu to continue with the hairdo. Fuling, skilled in makeup, was responsible for Gu Xiyan's daily appearance. The ladies in the room worked in harmony, each diligently attending to their tasks, dressing her in the phoenix crown and bridal attire, with time rapidly slipping away. As the hour approached, a servant entered to announce, "His Highness the Crown Prince has personally come to escort the bride." Chapter 82. The Wedding, Part 1. The entire imperial city was aglow with festive decorations, red silks fluttering in the breeze. The red carpet stretched from the palace all the way to the Gu residence, covering the central streets they would traverse today. Branches nearby were adorned with joyous characters and intertwined hearts, while the sounds of drums and gongs filled the air, creating a lively atmosphere. Today marked the Crown Prince's grand wedding, coinciding with the defeat of the Turks and their submission. Though it was not a holiday, the emperor had graciously granted a day off to all civil and military officials. How could there be no holiday for the Crown Prince's wedding? In a generous gesture, the Crown Prince had ordered the exchange of 10,000 taels of silver in copper coins to share in the joy with the people. Such extravagance was indeed remarkable. Indeed, Prince Qi perceives that His Highness the Crown Prince is rather naive yet affluent, carelessly distributing a sum of 10,000 taels. The Eastern Palace seems excessively wealthy, much to the delight of the populace. In a city of 1,000,000 souls, such an amount can be exchanged for 10 million copper coins, an undeniably tangible boon. The grand wedding of His Highness and the Crown Princess is a spectacle unlikely to be replicated in a century. After all, the dowry and betrothal gifts of the Crown Princess are truly unparalleled. Furthermore, it is said that the Emperor dotes on His Highness, with the betrothal gifts exceeding the established norm by fourfold. The Eastern Palace indeed possesses great wealth, as the Crown Prince himself augmented the betrothal gifts by twofold. The pre-wedding display of the Crown Princess's adornments created quite a stir throughout the capital. Hardly just a mere spectacle of 10 miles of bridal finery. Rumor has it that the Crown Prince even prepared a dowry for the Crown Princess, inadvertently raising the expectations of young women across the realm for their future spouses. If the Crown Prince can lavish such affection upon the Crown Princess, what prevents other men from emulating his example and cherishing their wives? Traditionally, the Crown Prince's wedding would be conducted by the Minister of Rites, allowing His Highness to remain in the palace while awaiting the Crown Princess's completion of the ceremonial rites and ancestral offerings. However, His Highness is filled with eagerness to wed. Thus, he arrives with the second prince, Prince Chi, alongside the third and fourth princes, as well as a multitude of attendants and royal relatives to escort the bride. A fleeting regret crosses His Highness's mind, for the fifth prince, being merely 3 years old, cannot ride. The emperor has specifically dispatched the most handsome and well-proportioned guards from the imperial guard to lead the wedding procession. Given the significance of the Crown Prince's marriage, the capital's defenses are on high alert, flanked by the Crown Prince's personal guards and other soldiers adorned with small red flowers on their armor, blending solemnity with a hint of festivity. At the entrance of the Gu family, the stone lions are adorned with celebratory crimson flowers, and red silk flutters in the breeze. The sounds of firecrackers resonate, accompanied by the harmonious melodies of court musicians celebrating the joyous occasion. As the Crown Prince dismounts, his scarlet wedding attire accentuates his celestial beauty. The youthful visage has shed some of its previous naivety, revealing sharp contours and exquisitely refined features. Standing tall, the slight curve of his lips softens his typically aloof and regal demeanor. It is evident that his spirits are soaring, for today marks his union with Xiyan. Gu Xiyan, dressed in festive crimson robes, finds nothing surprising upon seeing His Highness. "I pay my respects to the Crown Prince," he declares. Yet before he can complete his bow, the Crown Prince swiftly supports him, saying, "There is no need for such formalities, esteemed father-in-law." Gu Xiyan and others observe the Crown Prince's radiant smile, feeling somewhat out of their element. Particularly, Prince Chi perceives an unsettling peculiarity in the Crown Prince's demeanor today. "Esteemed father-in-law, shall we not proceed inside?" The Crown Prince expresses a hint of impatience. Due to the significance of the Crown Prince's wedding, others refrain from subjecting the brother-in-law to any teasing. The legitimate eldest son of the Gu family's second branch, Gu Xiyan, along with his 2 half-brothers, huddle behind Gu Xiyan. "Our elder brother truly lives up to his title," they muse as he boldly stands in the way of the Crown Prince. Is this the confidence of the Crown Prince's brother-in-law? Before the graceful archway of Wangshu Courtyard, Gu Xiyan donned a crimson brocade robe, his refined and warm visage adorned with a gentle smile as he performed a respectful bow. "Your Highness, I humbly pay my respects." The Crown Prince, with a benevolent demeanor, raised his arm to assist him. "There is no need for such formalities, elder brother-in-law." Gu Xiyan smiled radiantly. "Your Highness, I have a modest request." The onlookers widened their eyes, marveling at the young official's audacity. The Crown Prince, his eyes glimmering with mirth, inquired, "What is it?" Gu Xiyan bowed once more. "Your Highness, my sister has been spoiled since her childhood. Should she inadvertently offend you, I implore you to send her back to the Gu residence for correction. We shall educate her properly, and you need not take any measures yourself." Such a statement would be ill-suited for his father, but perfectly apt for a doting younger brother like him. The Crown Prince's smile faltered slightly. When had he ever been a man to strike his own woman? Had he not merely dismissed a few maids attempting to seduce him? "Rest assured, elder brother-in-law, Xiyan is my wife. I could never lay a hand upon her. I cherish and protect her dearly, so there is no need for concern," the Crown Prince replied, enunciating each word with a smile. Gu Xiyan returned the smile. "I trust your Highness." He stepped aside, granting passage to Wangshu Courtyard, exchanging a knowing glance with Gu Xiyan, signaling the completion of his task. Within the courtyard, numerous ladies were present, including Lu Shuiying, Su Qinghuan, the second madam of the Gu family, and Gu Wenying, along with two other concubines, Gu Shi and her elder sister-in-law, the wife of the Duke of Changhua. They all witnessed the scene of Gu Xiyan blocking the crown prince's path, their hearts swelling with envy. Why was it that their brothers were not like him? Inside the main chamber, Gu Shiha clenched her palms tightly as the lively sounds of instruments echoed from outside. Your Highness, the crown prince has arrived. He's just outside the courtyard. Our eldest young master is truly courageous. The crown prince is here. Zissou and Fuling, with palpable tension, reported the progress to Gu Shiha. Gu Shiha felt her heart inexplicably quicken, her eyelashes fluttering as she soon spotted a pair of cloud shoes adorned with golden dragons. Shir, I have come to take you home, the crown prince declared, standing resolutely before her, his voice finally breaking the silence after a moment. He gazed upon the stunningly beautiful maiden, attired in her finery, his eyes filled with admiration. Gu Shiha, accustomed to a light touch of makeup, often appeared barefaced, exuding a lively charm like a water lily. Today, however, she was resplendently adorned, radiating a beauty that signified peace and prosperity. Dressed in a vibrant red wedding gown, the crown prince, strikingly handsome, elicited a shy glance from Gu Shiha, who, blushing, softly responded, "Very well," extending her hand. The crown prince's breath quickened as he cautiously grasped her delicate hand, as if cradling his entire world. Gu Shiha's wedding attire, a splendid red gown and intricately designed phoenix crown, had taken hundreds of embroiderers 6 months to create. The crown princess's crown, adorned with 9 feathers and 4 phoenixes, was second only to the empress's crown in value, composed of countless pearls, gemstones, and agates, weighing considerably. However, the crown prince, considerate of his bride, had ensured it was lightened significantly, rendering it almost indistinguishable in appearance. Chapter 83. The Grand Wedding, Part 2. In the grand tradition of the Great Xia, the bride does not don a red veil. Thus Gu Shiha was led out directly by His Highness the Crown Prince. Gu Jingyang harbored deep resentment, wishing to carry his beloved younger sister, whom he had cherished since childhood, on her wedding day. However, as the Crown Princess, she required no such assistance. Outside the courtyard, a throng of princes, noble scions, and talented young men stood in a daze. The Crown Princess, renowned as the most beautiful woman in the capital, truly brought fortune to the Crown Prince. Such a lady, possessing a prestigious lineage, striking beauty, and exceptional grace, was the object of many a young man's affection. Now claimed by the Crown Prince, upon the issuance of the imperial decree of marriage, many a young gentleman in the capital quietly suffered heartbreak. Were they truly lacking in fortune? After all, she was the esteemed daughter of the Gu family. Yet, they could not deny that only the Crown Prince could be deemed worthy of her. With the Crown Prince by her side, Gu Shiha bid farewell to Gu Xiyan, Lu Shuiying, and the venerable matriarch of the Gu family, before arriving at the resplendent and magnificent flower palanquin awaiting them. The Crown Prince bent down to personally lift the palanquin's curtain, which was strung with pearls and adorned with golden threads and a few rubies. The palanquin, carried by 16 bearers, was worth a fortune, crafted from golden silk, nama wood, and gold, a display of opulence that left onlookers astounded. The Crown Prince's intentions were unmistakable. He was determined to bring Gu Shiha home in grand style. As for the golden silk nanmu, it was a gift from His Majesty. The distance from Wangshu Courtyard to the Gu family's main entrance was considerable, requiring at least a quarter of an hour on foot. The Crown Prince, concerned for Gu Shiha as she bore the weight of the already lightened, yet still heavy, phoenix crown and her cumbersome wedding gown, ordered the palanquin to proceed directly to Wangshu Courtyard. Those gathered for the wedding were somewhat bewildered. Even though they knew of the Crown Prince's deep affection for the Crown Princess, they had not anticipated such a display of devotion. The Minister of Rites did not dare to utter a word throughout the proceedings, smiling as if basking in the warmth of spring. He refrained from mentioning any breach of tradition, understanding that the Crown Prince's personal involvement had already set aside such concerns. After all, His Majesty had acquiesced, and he, as a mere minister drawing a salary, dare not speak. Within the hall of Han Yuan, a majestic and opulent chamber reserved for significant royal ceremonies, His Majesty and Her Majesty the Empress sat regally. The assembly of civil and military officials, as well as noble relatives, bore expressions of delight. How could they not be joyful? They were granted an additional day of respite. They would feast at the Gu family's estate at noon and had already donned their formal attire by the afternoon for the ceremony at the hall of Han Yuan. Tears glimmered in His Majesty's eyes as he held the hand of the Empress. "Our Yuer has finally wed," he said, seated at a golden silk Nanmu table and chair set upon the white marble steps of the hall, their sleeves concealing their gestures. The Empress's beautiful eyes sparkled with laughter, her gaze subtly falling upon the back of His Majesty's hand. "Indeed, I too have awaited this for many years. Shi'er, I cannot be more satisfied. It is clear that His Majesty has an eye for talent." His Majesty chuckled softly. "Shi'er is indeed the Crown Prince's own chosen bride. While I do possess a discerning eye, I recognized long ago that Yuer had taken a liking to Shi'er, a father who knows his son best. And how could he be unaware of Yuer's affections? Moreover, Yuer had never intended to conceal anything from him. Truly, he was just like the prince he had raised since childhood, displaying an identical temperament. Within the palace, the noble consorts and concubines wore smiles that belied the jealousy simmering within them. They were well aware of His Majesty's fondness for the Crown Prince. Yet the King of Qi's wedding had not warranted a royal presence. What of their own children's marriages? Only the future master of the palace could hold a grand wedding ceremony in the hall of Han Yuan. Offending such decorum was not an option. It was infuriating. Gu Xiyan had consumed but a few delicate pastries concealed within her sleeves by midday. The wedding procession meandered through the main thoroughfare of the imperial city, arriving before the hall of Han Yuan with a quarter of an hour to spare before the auspicious hour. The tedious and solemn protocols that followed were a blur in her memory. She only recalled that after offering sacrifices at the ancestral temple, Gu Xiyan was finally carried into the East Palace in a flower sedan chair. By the end of the day, Gu Xiyan felt as though her neck would stiffen from the strain. Without a bridal veil, her face remained exposed throughout, leaving her feeling as if her smile would freeze in place. The guests attending the grand wedding expressed their admiration for the demeanor and etiquette of the Crown Princess, acknowledging her as a fitting choice personally selected by the Crown Prince, embodying the grace of a mother of the realm. Following the ceremonial drinking of the Heji wine, the Crown Prince disregarded the murmurs of those eager for entertainment. With great care, he removed Gu Xiyan's phoenix crown and softly instructed, "Shi'er, please eat first. I shall return shortly." The heir of the King of Kong, reveling in the spectacle, called out, "When did our Crown Prince become so tender-hearted? It seems even the greatest heroes falter in the face of beauty. Come on, we must seize this rare opportunity to toast the Crown Prince. We cannot let him escape unscathed. Your Highness, the guests are awaiting." Gu Xiyan responded with a composed nod, her ears slightly flushed, her almond-shaped eyes sparkling as she gazed at the Crown Prince, sweetly imploring, "Do take care to drink less, my husband." The Crown Prince's peach blossom eyes ignited with fervor, his heart racing, as the surrounding clamor abruptly faded from his consciousness. A singular thought consumed him. Was this the sensation of Shi'er calling him husband? It was infinitely sweeter than anything he had ever heard from Chengxu. She truly had become his wife. Gu Xiyan, blushing under his affectionate gaze, felt as red as an apple, yet maintained her poise, urging him to go. She dared not repeat the term of endearment. The Crown Prince's breath grew heavy as he suddenly leaned in, cradling Gu Xiyan's face and kissing her. My goodness! The Crown Prince was so bold. Who would have anticipated such fervor? Your Highness, do restrain yourself. The wine has yet to be served. We must not rush. Gu Xiyan's eyelashes fluttered, her fair neck tinged with a rosy hue as she pushed against his hand, murmuring, "Ah." Your Highness, the Crown Prince endeavored to steady his breathing, kissing her lips softly. "Wait for me. If we do not depart now, I fear we may never leave." Once the Crown Prince departed, he took with him all present, including the princesses and ladies in waiting who sought to draw closer to Gu Xiyan. When was the appropriate time to acknowledge kinship? His Shi'er was still hungry. Zissou, with a smile, said, "Your Highness, the Crown Prince has sent word that the banquet has been prepared for you. It is all to your liking." Gu Xiyan, having requested Fu Ling to assist her in removing the multiple layers of her wedding gown, was left with only her vibrant red undergarment. Fortunately, the wedding took place in April. Had it been summer, she might have been drenched in perspiration. The dishes prepared by His Highness the Crown Prince were all her favorites. And after indulging to a satisfying extent, Gu Xiyan decided to take a bath in a luxurious natural hot springs located in the East Palace. After changing into a delicate red, sheer nightgown, she lay on the bed, her cheeks flushed, ready to take a restorative nap after a long day. When the Crown Prince eagerly returned to their chamber, he was greeted by the sight of the enchanting beauty asleep on the bed. Chapter 84. Blossoms and full moons. Upon entering the room, the Crown Prince dismissed the courtiers who were about to pay their respects. Zhou Quan also withdrew, taking his position at the door. The Crown Prince gazed at the exquisite beauty illuminated by the flickering candlelight, his breath becoming noticeably heavier. Though he had consumed a fair amount of wine that evening, it had been diluted significantly by Zhou Quan, and while he was not a frequent drinker, he could handle a considerable amount without becoming inebriated. However, it did easily show on his face. This evening, the relatives who had previously hesitated to offer him wine seized the rare opportunity of his wedding day to indulge him. Initially, the Crown Prince accepted every glass, but after half an hour, he could no longer contain his eagerness to return. The guests, aware of his formidable gaze, dared not overindulge. To prevent the scent of alcohol from overwhelming Gu Xiyan, he resisted the urge to hasten to her side and instead opted for a bath first. When Gu Xiyan awoke, she heard the sound of water from the bathroom. Lazily, she sat up, wondering if her brother Chengxu had returned. As the thought crossed her mind, she realized her confusion. Besides the Crown Prince, who else could it be? The water ceased, and the deep voice of the Crown Prince resonated with a captivating allure. "Sheer, I seem to have forgotten my nightgown." Gu Xiyan's fair cheeks flushed crimson in an instant as she stammered, "I will ask eunuch Zhou to fetch it for you." Strangely, she felt a dryness in her throat and hastily made her way to the Zeton wood round table to pour herself a cup of warm tea. Feeling somewhat anxious, she found that drinking only intensified her thirst. It seemed she truly required hot water. The Crown Prince's smile was enticing, his tone laced with charm. "Sure. The nightgown is on the embroidered stool beside the screen. Could you bring it to me, please?" Her fingers tightened around the teapot. As she bit her lip in frustration, realizing that Chengxu was indeed a charming rogue. Approaching the screen, she spotted the Crown Prince's nightgown and steadied herself, responding in a composed manner. "All right." The Crown Prince silently smirked from the bath, an air of self-assurance in his demeanor. Moments later, he beheld Gu Xiyan, her face flushed as she entered with the nightgown cradled in her arms, her eyes half closed. "I've brought it in," she announced, deliberately avoiding a glance at the Crown Prince's muscular torso, placing the nightgown into the Zeton wood wardrobe designated for garments. The steam from the hot spring enveloped the bathroom, and after setting down the nightgown, she intended to leave. Unexpectedly, as I turned, I was suddenly pulled into the water by the Crown Prince, who had approached unbeknownst to me. The room was adorned with auspicious candles, their thickness akin to that of an infant's arm, illuminating the space with a bright glow. When Gu Xiyan and the freshly bathed Crown Prince emerged, she felt so shy that she could only bury herself in his embrace. The softness of her delicate cheeks pressed against the man's strong chest, and the rhythmic beating of his heart, along with his fervent warmth, seemed to heat her face. The celebratory foods, such as peanuts and red dates, had already been cleared away by Zissou and others. Gu Xiyan was gently placed on the bed by the Crown Prince. As soon as she approached, she instinctively curled up within the plush, vibrant red silk quilt decorated with dragons and phoenixes. The Crown Prince's voice was husky, his gaze as deep as ink. "I haven't truly touched you yet. Sure, do not be anxious," he said, his tone laced with amusement. Gu Xiyan, feeling a hard little booklet in her hand, mustered her courage and retorted, "Who is anxious? I merely need to review a bit more." The Crown Prince, noticing the exquisite booklet in her hands, pulled back the covers and lay down beside her. "I shall accompany you in your review." His long, defined fingers gripped her soft, rounded shoulder, and he playfully breathed in her ear. "What did you just call me?" Unconsciously, Gu Shi bit her rosy lip and glanced at him, saying husband. Her eyes, filled with unspoken emotions, met his. The fire ignited in his gaze. "Do not fear, sure. Your husband cherishes you." As the moonlight shimmered and the stars twinkled, the sky gradually brightened with a hint of dawn. The auspicious candles had burned throughout the night. Gu Shi, with her hair disheveled, cried like a rain-soaked pear blossom, unaware of how many tears had fallen upon the quilt. "I don't want this anymore. I wish to sleep." "You've won," she lamented, feeling helpless as she attempted to push the crown prince away, though her strength had waned. Hearing the soft, delicate voice of the girl in his arms, the crown prince's expression softened with satisfaction. "Very well, let us sleep." He gently patted her back and affectionately kissed her lips. Gu Shi, noticing the brightening sky outside the window, succumbed to sleep, her last thought questioning her own competitive spirit. Indeed, the allure of a handsome man could be perilous. When she awoke, she felt as though her body no longer belonged to her. The price of indulgence had been steep. The crown prince felt a twinge of guilt. He had actually awakened an hour earlier than Gu Shi. However, he dared not rise from the bed. Last night, Xi'er had been overly passionate, and he had indulged to excess. Though he had been cautious and had applied medicine to her, the crown prince still felt a sense of unease. Fortunately, he had previously conferred with the emperor and the empress about paying respects on the second day of their marriage. Without hesitation, they had agreed, considering he had previously been a novice in such matters. This allowed Gu Shi to relax and sleep in until she naturally awoke. Otherwise, she would have likely risen immediately to pay her respects. "Xi'er, are you awake?" The crown prince spoke softly, his voice laced with concern. "Are you still in pain? Do you require a physician?" After awakening, he administered medicine to Gu Shi once more, and one could not deny the efficacy of the imperial pharmacy's ointments. Gu Shi stirred her fingers, pouting indignantly. "You are the one who hit me. How could I not be in pain? And why call for a physician? How embarrassing." Her voice no longer held the original crispness and softness. Though it bore a hint of hoarseness, her throat felt entirely unscathed. It seemed that His Highness the Crown Prince had not only administered medicine to her, but also provided her with water. Thus, Gu Xiyan was not particularly upset, for who could resist the allure of a handsome man? Furthermore, the most uncomfortable areas felt pleasantly cool, and Gu Xiyan found herself rather pleased with the Crown Prince's considered actions. Upon hearing Gu Xiyan's description, the Crown Prince appeared quite sheepish. "I was wrong, Sierra. You may punish me as you wish." Gu Xiyan was lifted into his embrace and playfully poked his chest, declaring, "Your punishment for today is to serve as my personal attendant. Your Highness, I shall assist you with your attire." The Crown Prince adeptly adopted his new role. Subsequently, Gu Xiyan relished the attentions of the Crown Prince as he personally helped her change, attend to her washing, and feed her. She even enjoyed a bowl of sweet soup made with silver fungus, red dates, and goji berries. In the afternoon, the Crown Prince personally administered her medicine once more. Although Gu Xiyan considered refusing, the Crown Prince, invoking his role as her personal attendant, would not allow her to decline. The couple did not venture beyond the main chamber all day on their first day of marriage. They slept until midday and spent the afternoon merely familiarizing themselves with the palace staff before partaking in the moon viewing ceremony. That evening, the Crown Prince did nothing but hold his fragrant, soft wife as they slumbered. Chapter 85. A morning salutation the following day, having rested through the afternoon and evening. Gu Xiyan radiated vitality. Her complexion was a delicate pink, and she appeared rejuvenated. The Crown Prince, upon awakening, clung to her. Though they were unable to engage in any activities, yet he ensured she had ample, nourishing broth. The two, wrapped in warmth, rose to wash and dress, with the Crown Prince refraining from summoning Zissou and the others until he had donned his inner garments. He even assisted Gu Xiyan in dressing. He had done the same the previous day, fulfilling his role as her personal attendant. Gu Xiyan was thoroughly pleased with the Crown Prince's adherence to propriety. Her man was hers alone to behold. Fortunately, Zissou and Fuling were well aware of Gu Xiyan's possessiveness and had no intention of assisting the Crown Prince with his attire. They had previously learned that there were no personal maids in the East Palace to serve the Crown Prince. Their duty was to attend to the Crown Princess. The Crown Prince had the capable Gu Xiyan to assist him. "Sire, shall we start the day with a bowl of bird's nest to ease your stomach?" The Crown Prince asked attentively as he meticulously shaped her eyebrows. Gu Xiyan looked up and smiled. "That sounds wonderful. Thank you, my husband." With a man showing such affection, she would never refuse. The Crown Prince's enchanting eyes sparkled with indulgence as he set aside his tools, carefully examining the brows he had crafted for Gu Xiyan, smiling with satisfaction. It seemed he possessed a natural talent, mastering the art of brow shaping in just one day. Most importantly, when Gu Xiyan called him husband, how could he possibly resist? In a moment devoid of masculine bravado, when Gu Xiyan addressed him as husband, he would gladly give her everything he had. Due to their plans to pay respects at Gangquan Palace and Cunning Palace, they rose early, awakening well past the midpoint of the hour of the snake. After His Highness, the Crown Prince, assisted Gu Xiyan in Miaomei, the tasks of styling hair and changing clothes were entrusted to Zissou and Fuling. The two women began their morning with a bowl of golden thread blood swallows nest to stave off hunger until after their morning audience. Gu Xiyan was adorned today in a manner that was both radiant and grand. Zissou styled her hair into a lofty toss-up bun, embellishing it with a headpiece of sheep fat, white jade inlaid with rubies. Clad in a resplendent crimson robe of woven gold, the customary attire of a crown princess. With her hair elegantly piled high and adorned with pearls and emeralds, she radiated an air of opulence. His Highness was undoubtedly pleased. His beloved deserved to be adorned in such beauty. The Eastern Palace was not lacking in wealth, and Xi'er was worthy of the finest in the world. In the eyes of the Crown Prince, Gu Xiyan, unadorned, was like a lotus emerging from clear waters, while a touch of makeup transformed her into a vision of stunning grace and beauty, captivating enough to topple kingdoms. Gu Xiyan admired the exquisite bracelet on her delicate wrist. On her left hand, she wore a pair of gold thread dragon bead bracelets, while her right hand sported a gold-inlaid palace bracelet, intricately crafted to resemble a three-dimensional palace. A true marvel of artistry. "My husband, is it not a tad extravagant?" she inquired, though she secretly relished it. It was common for her to wear multiple bracelets, yet the ones chosen by the Crown Prince seemed somewhat excessive. The Crown Prince smiled, his handsome face radiating affection and indulgence. "Not excessive at all. Elfia, whether lightly or heavily adorned, is always delightful." The gold thread, dragon bead, and gold-inlaid palace bracelets were treasures he had procured from the imperial treasury with his father's approval. Since their betrothal, he had frequently sought precious items from the emperor's private collection. Gifts given before and after marriage were, of course, distinct. After all, his father was the sovereign, and treasures were abundant. Gu Xiyan took the Crown Prince's hand, exclaiming, "These bracelets are truly beautiful. I have never seen a gold-inlaid palace bracelet before. It feels as though I am wearing a palace upon my wrist. How amusing." Today, the Crown Prince was also dressed in a crimson woven gold robe, crowned with a jade diadem, mirroring Gu Xiyan's attire. "If Xi'er likes it, I shall find time to ask my father for more. He must have more in his collection." After finishing their golden thread blood swallow's nest, they prepared to pay their respects at Gangquan Palace. Following closely behind, Zhou Quan and the others observed the affectionate couple, both clad in matching colors, exuding an aura of joy. The wedding of their master had rewarded them with 4 months' worth of bonuses, double the amount. The provisions from the Eastern Palace had been delivered to the Crown Princess the previous afternoon, with the Crown Prince overseeing the process personally. Throughout, no servant dared to trouble the Crown Princess. Any mischief had been dealt with by Zhou Quan in advance. The eunuchs, palace maids, and matrons of the Eastern Palace had frequently witnessed the Crown Prince's devotion to the Crown Princess. Post-wedding, he treated her as if she were his very lifeblood. They dared not offend her and were eager to curry favor instead. At Gangquan Palace, the emperor initially intended to go directly to Kuanning Palace, where he had spent the last fortnight in the empress's chambers. However, wishing to avoid the cacophony of the concubines, he ultimately decided to partake in tea with his daughter-in-law at Gangquan Palace first. Following the Crown Prince and Princess to Kuanning Palace, after acknowledging one another, The family of four would be able to enjoy their morning meal together. Fortunately, the consorts remain oblivious to the emperor's hypocritical disdain. However, even if they were aware, their only recourse would be to harbor jealousy and resentment, for there is little else they could do. The empress and the crown prince's positions are as steadfast as a mountain, a well-known truth throughout the realm of Great Xia. Unless the emperor were to succumb to madness or grow excessively suspicious in his twilight years, the crown prince is assuredly the one to ascend the throne. After all, the emperor's favoritism is exceedingly apparent. In his heart, the emperor regards the crown prince as his sole legitimate son, the firstborn. The other princes and princesses merely exist to perpetuate the imperial lineage and expand its branches. Lin Kong entered the hall with a smile, announcing, "Your Majesty. The crown prince and the crown princess have come to pay their respects." The emperor feigned a pause in his document review, promptly setting down his brush. Quickly, invite them in. How long had he awaited this cup of tea from his daughter-in-law? Before long, the emperor, who could hardly contain his eagerness, beheld the charming couple enter hand in hand. "Your humble son greets Father Emperor." Gu Xiyan and the crown prince bowed in unison, their movements perfectly synchronized. The emperor quickly supported their arms, exclaiming, "Good, good. No need for formalities." He smiled and gazed intently at Gu Xiyan. The crown prince discreetly positioned himself before Gu Xiyan, saying, "Father Emperor, please sit down. My wife and I still have tea to present to you." Thus, he diverted attention from his spouse. Lin Kong personally served the meticulously prepared pre-spring Longjing tea, and Gu Xiyan flashed a gentle smile as she reached for the cup. Kneeling gracefully on the mat that Lin Kong had just placed on the ground, she presented it to the emperor, saying, "Father Emperor, please enjoy the tea." In the next moment, the emperor accepted the teacup from her hands, took a sip, and laughed heartily. "Ah, my dear Shirais. At last, I have awaited this cup of tea for my daughter-in-law." Gu Xiyan stood up with the crown prince's assistants, joining him before the emperor. "My dear Edfia, you may be unaware, but I have had my eye on you as the crown princess since the day you were born." Chapter 86. The partial emperor. Gu Xiyan's eyes widened in astonishment. What? How could I not know? She was only aware of the crown prince's infatuation for her 4 years prior. To her surprise, her father had also been eyeing her as a potential daughter-in-law. "Isn't your royal family being a tad excessive?" The emperor, observing Gu Xiyan's incredulous expression, leisurely continued sipping his tea. "Who could blame me? Lord Boyong incessantly extols his beloved daughter. I have no legitimate daughter of my own, and, after hearing it so often, who wouldn't feel envious?" Gazing at the couple holding hands before him, the emperor smiled with pride. "I did indeed promise Lord Gu Boyong. But if the crown prince has taken a liking to Shir, what can I do?" Gu Xiyan thought to herself, "I never anticipated my father would be such a father." The crown prince remained composed, having never considered concealing his affections from his father. "Father Emperor, Shir is the daughter-in-law you have long awaited. Shouldn't her reward be a bit more generous?" They had stood for quite some time. The emperor shot a glance at the crown prince, saying, "Well, have I ever been stingy? Lin Kong, present the gifts I have prepared for Shir." The emperor set down his teacup and rose, ready to accompany the young couple to Kunning Palace. Gu Xiyan gazed at Lin Kong, who was presenting several trays carried by eunuchs, each adorned with an array of exquisite treasures, 10 ornate scepters embellished with coral, pearls, jade, and agate, alongside various precious gemstones. "I am deeply grateful for the gifts bestowed by Father Emperor. You are truly the best father in the world," she expressed, reveling in her gratitude. The emperor, charmed by her sweet words, beamed with delight. "Only you possess such a sweet tongue. Time is of the essence. Let's make our way to Kunning Palace. You are not as sweet-tongued as Shiha." Within the confines of Kunning Palace, the concubines adorned themselves in vibrant attire, having not seen the emperor for an entire month. This absence was due to the crown prince's wedding, during which the emperor had resided with the empress for a full fortnight. It was not customary for the emperor to frequent the inner palace daily. It was fortunate if he visited every other day, as the empress retained a significant portion of his favor. The empress held a singular status in the emperor's heart, unparalleled even by the noble consort. The concubines did not anticipate receiving the emperor's affection. Instead, they yearned to bear children while still youthful to avoid being cast aside due to aging beauty. The emperor's evident favoritism towards the crown prince was unmistakable, and they dared not undermine the crown princess. Although they were nominally the crown prince's stepmothers, his status rendered any form of reverence towards them unnecessary. Not to mention, the crown princess was endowed with the emperor's decree, exempting her from bowing to the four consorts. They were not of noble consort rank, and any thoughts of inciting a rivalry between the crown prince and the Qi prince for the position of heir were far from their minds. This was not a matter of disdain towards the noble consort or the Qi prince. The crown prince's position was beyond their influence. Setting aside his standing in the emperor's eyes, the crown prince's capabilities far surpassed those of the Qi prince, as evident by the emperor's decision to allow the Qi prince to marry the daughter of the minister of personnel. In contrast, the crown princess was the eldest daughter of the prime minister, Gu Xiyan, who ranked first among officials, with her uncle being the Duke of Changhua. In this dynasty, titles were downgraded after 3 generations of inheritance, and the duke's son had captured the Khan of Kalanka, making it likely that, given the emperor's generous nature, he would become one of the first hereditary nobles in the Daxia. As for the notion of merits overshadowing the ruler, the emperor was certainly not the kind of sovereign who would eliminate his loyal ministers. Before long, the 3 arrived at Kunning Palace from Gongquan Palace. As the emperor's and empress's palaces were in close proximity, I pay my respects to your majesty. May you reign for 10,000 years. I pay my respects to the crown prince and the crown princess. The emperor promptly approached the empress, assisting her in rising from her bow. No need for formalities. The empress smiled gently. At last, I have awaited your marriage. Xia, you must assist me in managing palace affairs from now on. She took Gu Xiyan's hand, her tone tender. Gu Xiyan smiled sweetly. As long as mother does not find me foolish, I would be more than eager to receive your guidance. You two should not indulge in mutual flattery. Rower, have you not yet offered tea to your daughter-in-law? The emperor teased from his seat of honor. The empress paused momentarily, realizing the truth in his words. Indeed, I was so overjoyed that I lost my train of thought. Gu Xiyan followed the customary proceedings from Gongquan Palace, receiving a multitude of gifts from the empress. The empress was overwhelmed with joy. She had awaited her daughter-in-law for nearly 2 decades. Sierra, your mother is not the kind of strict mother-in-law, she said. You may come to accompany me on the 1st and 15th days of each month for a chat. This arrangement had been discussed with the crown prince and was now merely formalized. The empress was affectionate, and her son wished to spend more time with her, so he hoped she would not find him bothersome. After paying their respects with tea, Gu Xiyan was assisted to her feet by the crown prince, and she eagerly wrapped her arms around the empress's, giving a gentle shake. The emperor observed their mother-daughter-like affection with satisfaction, nodding in approval. Indeed, Gu Boyong's cherished daughter was a source of endearment. The concubines in the harem remained silent, comforting themselves with the thought that they must win the favor of the crown princess, as they would need to navigate their lives under her influence. They were not the favored concubine, and their aspirations were high. Should they dare to interrupt the interaction between the empress and the crown princess, they risked incurring the emperor's displeasure, for he was known for his favoritism. After enduring the tension, the favored concubine could no longer contain herself. The empress is truly kind to the crown princess, but it's no wonder. The crown princess is so endearing, she deserves it. My daughter-in-law cannot compare to her. Suddenly, an air of silence enveloped the room as everyone began to quietly observe the unfolding drama. Gu Xiyan glanced at the favored concubine, noting the envy in her words, which felt like a veiled jab. The empress smiled slightly and replied, "One must empathize with others. I cherish Sierra as if she were my own daughter, and thus she naturally regards me as a mother, not a mother-in-law." The favored concubine's expression stiffened, but before she could respond, the emperor interjected, "The empress speaks the truth. I too hold Sierra dear as a treasured daughter." Noting the time, he added, "Sierra, it is time you meet everyone. Let us not delay our breakfast." After receiving the greetings from the 4 consorts, 9 concubines, and others, Gu Xiyan also presented her respects to the princes and princesses. As the eldest sister-in-law, she was quite generous, offering gifts worth 600 taels of silver. For the unmarried princes and princesses, this was no insignificant sum. The Princess of Qi, who was pregnant and experiencing morning sickness, did not enter the palace to pay her respects. The Prince of Qi felt displeased with the emperor's favoritism, but dared not express it. Today was the day the Crown Prince and his wife paid their respects, and the emperor would not allow any malicious disruption. The Prince of Qi could only silently reassure himself that since his wife was pregnant before the Crown Princess, she would give birth to the emperor's first grandson, thus securing his elevated status in his father's eyes. Once the concubines, princes, and princesses departed, the family of four finally settled down at breakfast. Chapter 87. The wedding leave compared to the extravagant feasts of previous emperors, which featured 120 dishes. The current emperor was quite frugal, serving only 48 dishes. Any leftovers from the meals will be distributed to the eunuchs and palace maids, thus avoiding waste. The empress and the crown prince were served 36 dishes each, while the four consorts and the princes and princesses received 24, the 9 concubines 18, and the favored ones 12. Gu Xiyan gazed at the sumptuous breakfast spread before her, maintaining a calm facade while secretly contemplating what to eat. Her breakfast at home was never this extravagant, at most a dozen dishes, with the leftovers given to the servants. After the four of them washed their hands and took their seats, His Majesty served half a bowl of bamboo chicken stewed with bird's nest to Her Majesty the Empress, who graciously accepted it with a smile. Gu Xiyan noticed the intimate gestures between her father and mother, resembling a couple from the common folk, and pressed her lips together. She found nothing amiss with her father's double standards. In fact, she had grown accustomed to it. She would never underestimate the women of the imperial harem. The concubines who entered the palace did so either for their families or for wealth and glory, with only a fraction truly harboring romantic fantasies about the emperor. It was rather favorable for her father to be biased. After all, his favoritism was directed towards the empress, the crown prince, and herself. And Gu Xiyan felt no sympathy for the concubines of the harem. She was not one to stir up trouble. Although the empress was virtuous and magnanimous, she was not generous enough to willingly relinquish her husband. The crown prince fed Gu Xiyan a small bun filled with pork and mushrooms, and she quickly regained her composure, saying, "Thank you, my husband, but I can manage on my own." She was not so brazen as to be fed by her husband in front of her parents-in-law. Fortunately, her father and mother were quite pleased with her, or else the crown prince's actions could have stirred resentment. The emperor and empress observed Gu Xiyan's flushed cheeks and the crown prince's deft movements, sharing a smile. It appeared that the couple's affection was indeed quite strong. "Where? Have you prepared the return gifts for Xianer's visit tomorrow?" the emperor inquired. Gu Xiyan had received generous gifts from the emperor and empress today, worth several years' salary of a prince. The crown prince, not putting down his chopsticks, swallowed the lamb he had just bitten and casually replied, "It's ready, father. I wish to discuss something with you." The emperor lifted his gaze. "Speak." He himself picked up a piece of goose breast. "Father, tomorrow I will accompany Sierra back to her family. My brother-in-law will certainly make me drink, and since I have to report for duty the day after tomorrow, could you grant me a few extra days of marriage leave? 3 days is truly too short." The crown prince complained half jokingly, half pleading, and he served the emperor a piece of cherry pie. They typically did not use servants for utensils during family banquets, and the crown prince preferred to serve himself. The emperor remained silent, finishing the cherry pie. "How many days do you wish for?" The crown prince's eyes sparkled. "Father, I desire a month of marriage leave, to focus on providing you and mother with grandchildren." The emperor, the empress, and Gu Xiyan's cheeks flushed crimson, resembling an apple as she lowered her head, too shy to meet anyone's gaze. What a peculiar turn of events for the crown prince. "Father, you are still quite young. Please allow me a month of rest. I have served diligently for so many years without ever making a request." The emperor's pupils widened in astonishment. "A month of rest? I have never taken such a long break." Seeing the emperor silent, the crown prince put down his chopsticks and stood up to massage the emperor's shoulders. "Father?" he asked softly. The crown prince had only recently discovered that his father was utterly incapable of resisting his coaxing. In order to please Gu Xiyan, the crown prince had rekindled the art of charmingly acting coy, and he was becoming increasingly adept at it. His Majesty's previously resolute expression faltered, revealing a hint of uncertainty. The crown prince was indeed correct, At such a young age, granting him a month's relaxation seemed excessive, yet a fortnight was hardly unreasonable. He completely overlooked the fact that this was not the first time the Crown Prince had made such a request. As any father would find it difficult to resist the charms of his beloved son. A sense of warmth enveloped His Majesty's heart. For his dear you had grown up and regarded him as a venerable father. What fault lay in you wishing to share the joy of grandchildren with him and the Empress? His Majesty understood the Crown Prince's position. You merely sought a short respite after his recent nuptials. As his father, granting you this wish was not beyond his capacity. Father, the Crown Prince gently squeezed His Majesty's shoulder, encouraging him. A month's leave is too lengthy. I shall accept half a month. Reluctantly, His Majesty acquiesced. Father, you are the best. The Crown Prince's lips curled into a satisfied smile, and he playfully patted His Majesty on the shoulder. Gu Xiyan and Mu were taken aback. It seemed the Crown Prince was not merely affectionate in her presence. However, the Crown Prince's boldness before her was somewhat audacious. Come now, continue your meal. At your age, to still be behaving so whimsically, are you not afraid of Shi'er teasing you? His Majesty remarked with a hint of disdain. The Crown Prince chuckled softly, choosing not to respond, instead focusing on his meal. He was unbothered by any potential ridicule from Shi'er. She had expressed her fondness for his playful demeanor, deeming it adorable. Gu Shi, eager to participate, chimed in, Father, your son displays a profound affection for you. I have never witnessed such intimacy between you and my elder brother. When she was born, her brother Gu Xiyan had already been 7 years old, a boy who had long since begun his studies. How could he have been so sentimental with their father? Even the Crown Prince had only indulged in such behavior before the age of 5. The Empress smiled warmly, her eyes glimmering with delight at the bond shared between the Crown Prince and His Majesty. His Majesty laughed heartily, relishing her words. I cherish this sentiment. The bond between you and me shall surely resonate through the ages. Gu Shi nodded earnestly. I believe you are destined to be the most loving emperor towards your son throughout history. Future generations will undoubtedly envy the deep affection you share with my husband. His Majesty, feeling buoyed by Gu Shi's sweet words, found his spirits lifted, consuming more porridge than usual. Once breakfast concluded, he returned to Gangquan Palace to attend to state affairs. The Empress, wishing not to intrude upon the newlywed couple's time together, thought to herself that there would be ample opportunities for her to spend time with Gu Shi after the Crown Prince resumed court duties.